494. Kick it off with Will and Delco. Good morning, Will.
Good morning, team. How we doing?
Doing great, Will.
Fantastic.
Listen, man, I got a 2-hour commute. I'm riding low because I had to watch the plane yesterday where the Sixers aren't in it, so I'm already sad.
By the way, what a disaster. The freaking Hawks and the Magic. If that is not, and by the way, that was 7-8. If that's not an example that there's been an overexpansion in the playoffs, if 9-10 is worse than the freaking Hawks and Magic, too many teams make the playoffs. But go ahead.
It's an Eastern Conference, Western Conference.
But I mean, that's a disgrace.
It is.
The
but the
Hawks
Western
and
Conference,
the freaking Magic,
I know.
they stink.
But the Western Conference has teams not making the playing game that are better than both those teams.
God. All right, go ahead, Will. Go ahead.
Then you got the Flyers that are a dumpster fire.
Correct.
All right. And then you rewind the tape some more. Then you got the heartache of the Phillies choking last year, right? Winning the division. I've got the terrible sweatshirt says we run the East. Want to throw it in the garbage because you lost last year. That scar is still there. They're struggling this year. The only thing we have right now is the Phillies, and you're just dumping on them. What was the number one?
Eagles, not Phillies. You said Phillies. Eagles.
Excuse me. I'm sorry.
I'm not dumping on the Eagles. I'm dumping on you.
Nah, your team, Rita, you got to dial them in. What was the number one free agent the Eagles had to sign this year on defense?
Well, most people thought Zach Bond.
What did you think?
I thought Zach Bond, but I'm struck by the fact that Milton Williams got almost double the money. I mean, that's,
What, so you wanted to pay that? You thought that was why?
There's a difference. But it is likely that most NFL teams would rather have Milton Williams for the next 3 years than Zach Bond. I mean, he got double the money.
Most NFL teams. Who cares? So it doesn't make good practice to go buy the guys at the most expensive positions for the most money when they cost the most.
Part of it also is the Eagles had Jalen Carter in the middle, so it's not like they would be devoid of anything if they had lost Milton Williams. There is an equation there.
The only point I have besides that is they signed their guy. That was the guy everyone wanted, including myself. That's the guy that made a difference. That's the guy we wanted. We got them. You got to give them their due. You got to give them their flowers.
But will you tell me if you will acknowledge this? He's not the only player they wanted to get back, but because of cap limitations and some choices, they weren't able to keep more. Fair?
100% fair. But they also moved around some money with Lane Johnson. They also took care of Barkley now because guess what? Down the road, they're not going to be able to take care of those guys. Why? Because you have these young studs coming up that you're going to have to pay.
Well, so that's right.
Ultimately, you know the draft is coming, and you know that there's other teams that are going to fumble this draft. So for right now, I cannot emotionally, as a Philadelphia fan, let you dump on them right now. I can't. The Phillies, Bones coming out of it. I'm still upset about last year. I spent a ton of money on playoff tickets the last 2 years to have no World Series.
I know.
The Eagles are the only thing we have. So right now you got to live with the fact that in the now, they're the best franchise we have.
They are.
We have to stop living in the past and allow them to do what they do.
That's part of my point.
They earned that.
All right, Will, an outstanding call. And they have earned a lot of respect, clearly. And Will, great call to start the show. 215-592-9494. Coming up, some of what Rob Thompson said last night about Alec Boehm after he obviously contributed in a big way yesterday. Also, Baldy, something he said on WIP this week that caught my attention. That and more, your phone calls, your chance to win tickets to see a comedian in the Wells Fargo Center. We're getting into that and more. Phone calls on all these topics on 94 WIP.
It's time to make it official. Sports Radio 94 WIP is celebrating the man, the myth, the strip-sacking legend.
Brandon Graham rips the football out of the hands of Tom Brady.
May 5th is now BG Day.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
All day long, 94 WIP is honoring Brandon Graham with classic stories, special guests, and the best BG moments of all time.
Oh, was he walloped by Brandon Graham?
Live all day, May 5th.
I just want to thank everybody.
Then cap off the day with BG Live, a special one-time event with Brandon at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Get your tickets for BG Live at 94WIP.com.
What up, Philly?
The Nissan Rogue with available Google built-in helps you make the most of your drive. Take care of the small stuff, like,
hey Google, cool down my car.
And
hey Google, turn on the dog feeder.
Or change up your adventure.
Hey Google, navigate me to the nearest music venue.
Handle your drive like a pro.
Experience the ultimate connection in the Nissan Rogue. Nissan offers 6 vehicles with starting MSRP under $30,000. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. Not equipped on all vehicles. Requires compatible device. Sequences shortened and simulated. Activation of Nissan Connect services package required. Only use features when safe and legal to do so. Data rates may apply, subject to third-party service availability. Google Play, and Google Maps are trademarks of Google LLC. Available on Nissan Altima, Kicks, Leaf, Rogue, Sentra, and Versa. All prices are manufacturer suggested retail price. MSRP for base models. MSRP excludes destination and handling charges, tax, title, license, and options. Dealer sets actual prices.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Stop hair loss. Defend your hairline with Glad Hair by Morgenstern Medical. Did you know that hair loss is so common that by age 35, 2/3 of men already experience hair loss and thinning? Glad Hair has got you covered. With cutting-edge treatments like TED, PRP, and exosomes, they help you keep the hair you already have and help bring back what you've already lost. Call them at 610-980-4000. Glad Hair will help you keep what you've got and help replace what you've lost. Visit GladHairMM.com.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed mold, mildew, bowing walls, or water in your basement? I hope not, but if you have, your basement is losing the war against groundwater. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Philadelphia proudly hosts the return of Major Championship Golf with the PGA Championship at Aronimink Golf Club in May of 2026. Be a part of history as the iconic Wanamaker Trophy is awarded in the city of brotherly love. Witness every thrilling moment as the world's best golfers compete to have their names among golf's elite champions. Register now at pgachampionship.com/register and secure your chance to purchase tickets. That's pgachampionship.com/register.
Benefits, HR, hiring, payroll, it's also complicated, but it doesn't have to be. Hi, I'm Joe Carfagno from Clear Employer Services, and we can expertly handle benefits, HR, hiring, and payroll for your small business. You don't have to wing it. Let me take the headache out of HR. No time for payroll? HRuncomplicated.com. New medical plans, new talent? HRuncomplicated.com. Let Clear Employer Services show you how to make HR uncomplicated so you can go back to running your business.
Preferred vendor of Independence Blue Cross. Visit HRuncomplicated.com.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Here's comedian Howie Mandel for hands-free Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins.
Yeah, I'm holding a new Cozy Fit Skechers slip-in sneaker, and first of all, I barely know I'm holding it. It's that light. You see, Cozy Fit is a cool new sneaker where the upper is made of a soft quilted material. It's kind of like a little puffer jacket for your feet, except it looks like a super stylish sneaker.
Introducing new Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins, the latest comfort creation from Skechers. You can find Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
During the NBA play-in tournament, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving all new customers a shot at $250 in bonus bets. Join FanDuel today. You'll get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. From three-pointers to steals to assists, FanDuel has so many ways to bet your favorite player props. Plus, after the game tips off, you can even combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to get in on all the NBA play-in tournament action. That's FanDuel.com/GIGLIO. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated. Visit LexusofCherryHill.com. Phillies 6-4 winner over the Giants, getting some help from some unlikely sources. Alec Bohm dropped in the lineup. Brandon Marsh benched Monday, delivered. Marsh had an RBI on a sac fly. Bohm an RBI single in the sixth. And Bohm talked about the conditions post-game with Tom McCarthy on NBC Sports Philly.
The way the wind was blowing today, you've had so much unluckiness. I thought maybe you'd hit a little blooper out to left.
I was hoping for a lucky double. Sky ball. If I popped one high, I was ending up on second. That's for sure.
What was it like out there tonight?
Tough, man. You got the wind blowing, whipping. Nobody really knows exactly where the ball's going to end up. And you saw some guys really staying on those fly balls today.
Bryce Harper, JT Realmuto homered 1-2-3 ninth for Matt Strahm. Howie Roseman spoke as we are just about a week out from the NFL draft, where the Eagles picked 32nd. Says they have to be patient. Chances to trade up in the top 10 are slim. Partly sunny, windy, high 56. It is currently 47. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP.
The song was big when I was in high school. I remember seeing these guys open up at the Vets for the Stones, I think in 1996, which is a pretty cool opening act. All right, good morning to you.
I've never seen anyone do that to
harmonica
a harmonica
thing. Yeah,
I don't know if anyone's done it since or before, but John Popper, that's just new.
It was
next
wild
level.
Great.
Like whatever Jimi Hendrix was to the guitar, John Popper was to the harmonica. There's no doubt about it. That's crazy.
And Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean were his rookie corners because they were amazing. I mean, guys, there's no doubt about it. There's no question. My point is, don't expect it again. Is all I'm saying. Like maybe in our life in the next
you don't have to expect
20 years, but
you don't have to
combo,
expect rookies to separate in seamlessly. That's very unlikely to happen again. Yeah. But again, it's unlikely to blow a team out in the Super Bowl.
That's true.
I'm okay if we don't blow a team out in the Super Bowl next year.
Very fair. All right, speaking of something like the Super Bowl, the playoffs, let's get to a Twitter poll question of the day about the current playoffs happening. Now, obviously, the Flyers had their final game of the season tomorrow, so the NHL playoffs haven't started yet. But the NBA playoffs have begun, NHL later this week. Twitter poll question brought to us by Armin Chevrolet in 2025. Armin Chevrolet proudly celebrating 25 years of serving the automotive needs of the Delaware Valley. Together, let's drive. Poll question. Which league's playoffs are you going to watch a lot this year? So we're putting the caveat in a lot, meaning not, the 5-minute flyby, 4 times in the next 2 months. Like, which one are you going to really prioritize? 4 choices here. A, NBA playoffs, which for me were always a staple of my life until about 2 years ago. And I'm like, wait a minute, I don't know anymore. B, the NHL playoffs, which I watched more back in the day than I do now, but they are phenomenal. There's no question. C, both of them. NBA and NHL, you're going to make a point to watch both, and D is neither. Really what we're doing here is trying to, I'll use the word again, discern for the commissioners of these respective leagues how they're doing. Because, you would want Philadelphia sports fans, even if our teams aren't in it, to watch these games. But I tend to think people will watch them a lot less than they used to. You can vote at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter. And certainly weigh in on the phone lines as well. 215-592-9494. Speaking of the phone lines, back to that in a minute, as we also have a chance for you to win a cool prize today.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands, done. Groceries, got. It's a good time for a reward. You know the one, your favorite tasty cake treat. Is it the delicious Crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? No matter where you are, choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, except no substitutes.
All right, Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie on this, Wednesday morning. So happy birthday goes out today to one of my favorites. And he turns 60 years old. I'm not going to say his first name only. I'm going to give him Martin Lawrence today.
Martin!
Well, that's...
Didn't think we'd get to use that quickly. That was great.
That's why I wasn't going to... I was actually a little surprised. I thought Martin Lawrence. I thought, Martin! I thought he'd be a little older than
Well,
60.
you did it again. That wasn't the drop. That was actually Joe.
I was kind of joking.
He tried to do it better, and it sounded exactly the same.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Exactly.
All right, so happy birthday to the great Martin Lawrence. We were talking before the show about Bad Boys, and there's a lot in there. But so we kind of drifted into a conversation about the concept of a character with edge. Because obviously in movies and shows and books, there's an awful lot of characters with edge. Maybe they're a bad boy, maybe they're not. Here's what we're looking for today. Not a true criminal. All right. Not a true criminal, guys. But a character that you'd say has got some edge. Maybe it's cockiness. Maybe it's abrasiveness. Maybe it's confidence. Maybe just marches to the beat of his or her own drum. A little bit of edge. Best answer by the end of the show. A character with a lot of edge. Whoever comes up with the best answer, you're going to win a cool prize, which is to see a comedian, Matt Rife, at the Wells Fargo Center in November. Right after Thanksgiving, November 29th, at the Wells Fargo Center, comedian Matt Rife to entertain you. For tickets, get yourself to Ticketmaster.com. That's Ticketmaster.com. You can win the tickets to see a big show in the Wells Fargo Center this fall. John Ritchie, a character with edge. What are you thinking?
I don't know what happened to... I think Wesley Snipes had some tax stuff that went on, and maybe that took him
a lot of
away
edgy characters.
From it. You're right,
yeah.
But Blade was so awesome. Blade, I mean, double entendre here with the edge thing, because you want to talk about someone who could very easily chop people's heads off with the giant edge of a sword, samurai sword, maybe. He was so cool, and double fisting samurai swords probably.
And the double entendre. That's good work by you.
There you go.
Yeah.
I just watched White Men Can't Jump this weekend, by the way.
Great movie.
It's super entertaining.
Have you seen the new remake one?
No,
I
I'm good on
haven't
that.
either.
I
was a
forgot that
little
there was
intrigued to try to see Jack, whatever his name is, as the new guy. Whoever he is.
I don't know.
The musician, what's his Jack
Antonoff,
Black? Harlow?
That guy? Oh, Harlow.
I don't know who you're talking
Harlow?
about.
Oh, I forgot. Yeah,
I didn't
Jack
know.
Harlow
I
is
didn't
in
even,
that.
Not in on the new White Men Can't.
No, me neither. Didn't even know it existed. Devin, a character with edge.
I'm gonna go Marvel as well. I'm going Scarlett Johansson as the Black Widow in the Avengers.
Man,
you got it. Look, give us
edgy.
big
Very
answers.
edgy
Best
costume.
best answer ever provided. You're going to see the comedian in the Wells Fargo Center. 215-592-9494. Seltzer, you're not someone with much edge. I'll admit.
Really?
You're more.
Really?
No, you're a yappy yap guy, but you're
I think I
not.
got a little edge.
Like you're not Dylan McKay. Quite.
I think I
like
got a little edge
Dylan
on me.
McKay.
Wait.
Dylan McKay from 90210 Edge. James Seltzer, he looks like a tennis ball head.
I got more edge than you, buddy.
Whoa.
Hold on.
Yo, actually, people can
tennis
see
ball
now,
head?
so you can see. You can't say something that's not true. Mister wears a hat every day. Why do you wear a hat every day?
Why not?
Oh,
Why
okay.
not?
You know who doesn't wear a hat every day?
Yeah.
This guy.
Yeah,
No
you-
problem.
You know who needs to though? You.
I don't. We have YouTube now,
Whoa.
big dog.
What do you
can't just
mean?
say things
What's
that people.
wrong with his hair?
There's nothing wrong. with it.
I
That's
think
mine.
he's
I got a
got
haircut.
good hair.
I think people should respond with their comments on YouTube about
Please,
Seltzer's looks.
yeah, what's wrong with
Jimmy
my
has
haircut?
And his
nice hair.
And what part of Seltzer reminds you of Dylan McKay from 90210? Nothing. Nothing.
I'm better looking than you, so that's all that really matters. Like significantly, so I can be fine with that.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's a drop of the week right there.
We're good there. So
Whoa.
New WIP challenge.
there we go.
Who is the most handsomest?
That's not a
Right,
challenge. I just
right.
win easily. Like there's no competition here.
Oh, you're good, James.
Randall McMurphy from
how do
One
we
Flew Over the
gauge that?
Cuckoo's Nest.
All
Jack
right,
Nicholson.
you got it for sure. Rhea, give us a character with edge.
Sigourney Weaver in Alien.
Yeah. Look,
Oh, yeah.
lot of massive answers, obviously. Give us an edgy character from a book, a movie, a show, whatever, a play. Better be a damn well-known play because otherwise we're not going to know much. But give
Doesn't
us
feel as edgy when it's a play.
yeah, give us like the little kid in Les Mis, the little girl. She had edge.
Cosette?
Yeah.
What?
Cosette. Yeah, Cosette had edge.
I mean,
She's
I mean,
some edge.
talking
She was a
about? She
fighter,
did
man.
not
French
have edge.
Revolution.
just because she had
Fighter.
just because she was tough, didn't mean she had
Tough.
edge.
Tough. Yeah, not
There
quite
was
the
a
same. I'm saying
beauty
little
to
one.
Cosette.
She had like
I
this
don't know that it
gorgeous
was
voice,
edge.
this little girl.
All right, give me a great answer. A character, and by the way, I'm not going history, something that gets adapted to a movie. I know Joan of Arc had edge. I got it.
Do you?
Give me something truly fictional. All right, a character with edge, 215-592-94 and 94. Let's go to Ryan right now. Ryan, good morning.
Hey, Joe. First off, harmonica. Wouldn't Bob Dylan have been one of the best harmonica players?
Well, did he
No.
do it to that level, John? Probably not, right?
No,
I'm only
it's
going by
not
the
even
movie.
close.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
John Popper, just listen to Blues Traveler. And,
I know Blues Traveler. I hear you. I hear you. I
oh
was
my
asking a
gosh.
question.
Yeah.
I
Well,
hear you.
I mean,
haven't
Dylan
known the
is
Blues
just.
Traveler since high school, but
Oh, so yeah. So you know what we're talking about.
Exactly.
Dylan's amazing. I mean, it's vintage. It's edgy. But it's not.
was edgy,
It's not
actually.
skillful
Yeah,
musically.
Yeah.
Like John Popper. I guess.
I was asking you, John, because I trust your musical talent.
Well, that's why I turned to John.
Thanks.
Not-
I
not-
wish I could play like those guys.
All right, what do you got on the birds, Ryan?
So I have a theory of what Howie's doing. If you look back to the year we lost to the Kansas City in the championship, their defense was the youngest in the league, and it was mostly all young rookies, second year, third year. And then last year when we won, we had the youngest defense in the league. I don't think Howie's scared of a young defense that's not scared to hit, and they run around, and as they get older and a little slower, move on. I really think he appreciates the younger D. And we've proven we've won, and Kansas City proved they can win with it. Two teams that are the youngest defense in the league.
Yeah, how
I'm not
about
worried
that?
about the turnover. Of course, you need some Brandon Grahams on the team and some vets. But I really think Howie looked at that year and said, look, you can win with a young defense.
Well, you can, but it's not as easy for young players to play as well if they're first or second year players as fifth or sixth year players.
Oh,
I mean, Milton Williams and Josh
proven.
Sweater. Well, just for example, Milton Williams and Josh Sweater players that played better, years 4 to 6, I think might have been Sweat's 6th year than they did year 1 and 2. I mean, that's obvious. Jalen Carter, by the way, was better in 2 than 1. That's obvious. Most players get better and they get to that middle point of the career.
We had the youngest team in the league, and that year Kansas City had the youngest team in the league. So staying young, I think, is what Howie's kind of aiming for. Spending the money on offense and the old line. And
Well, I agree. That is part of his
his
mindset. I agree with that. Ryan, give me a big answer. A character with edge.
Yeah. So in honor of Dallas Goedert, the book you guys have definitely read, I'll go to The Outsiders and Dallas, who was the main guy in the book who was a little off the charts.
You got it, man.
And Dally, there you go.
All right, pal. From The Outsiders. You got it. 215-592-9494. So Alec Boehm had negative edge over the last 2 weeks or
Oh, he
so.
definitely had edge. It just wasn't good. Yeah, he was very edgy.
He was edgy. That's true. I got a hit last night. Got a big hit, actually. Let's listen to the moment. This was a tight game for a decent portion of the game. Let's listen to a key hit by Boehm.
And the pitch swung on, line to left center field. That is in for a base hit. Around third is Castellanos. He's coming home. He'll score. And Alec Boehm has given the Phillies the lead with a 2-out RBI single to left center. It's 4-3.
Yeah, it was significant. And obviously, we're all happy to see him do. And look, some people want him to stay. Some people want him to go. I get the arguments both. I do. I get the arguments both ways. I want him, obviously, to play better to help this team. But he may need to go if he can't do it consistently. He did it last night. It was good to see. Topper talked after the game about Boehm's big moment there.
What does that do for his confidence?
It's huge. It really is. Marsh's at-bats should be huge for his confidence too, So I really liked our approach tonight. We had 4 walks, 2 strikeouts. I thought we played a really good game.
Look, I know we've been talking a lot about the Eagles so far, and you can weigh in on them at 215-592-9494, but also to react to the Phillies from last night. Because, John, there was an awful lot going on in that game. What stood out to him? It was an important W because it felt like I heard someone down at KYW. I was walking in, Dave Uram, and I only heard part of what he said this morning, but I think what he said is it wasn't a must-win. Of course it's not. It's, whatever, the 15th, 20th game, whatever the heck it was. It's not a must-win, but it was a much-needed win. And I think that was a pretty fair way. I think that's what he said.
2 series in a row. We lost the first game in this 4-game series, and it felt like, in order to win a series, you got to get this one. And it was guys pulling together really the bottom of the 6th. Luzardo wasn't quite as sharp, but he was good and put us in position where just a minimum of offense was going to give us what we needed, it felt like. And then the bottom of the 6th, you see Schwarber gets his hit.
Yep.
Man, he has been just feeling so dependable through this while other guys have not been. And then Casty gets a hit. Castellanos, where I have been endlessly frustrated with him the last 2 seasons, it feels like, man, when we needed him most last year and no one was hitting, and I think it was close to, might have been close to June. He was the only guy hitting. I don't know if you remember.
Yeah, I remember
this.
that. I do
kind
remember
of
that.
kept us afloat for a few games there.
Yep.
And he's kind of doing the same thing last night. So that was good to see. So Schwarber gets a hit, Casty gets a hit, and then Boehm hits up Verlander, drives in the 2nd run of the 6th inning last night.
Yeah.
Verlander allowed 4 hits that inning. But remember, there was a missed fly ball.
Boy, that was massive. That was a
inning.
gift.
There was a missed play in the 4th by Adames that by the end of the 6th inning, we were up 4-3 and we didn't look back and we were back on the right track. But that was sort of a pivotal moment. Alec Boehm did really well for himself. But the problem the thing that struck me, and I do think it's a problem, this stuff weighs so heavily on Alec Boehm.
It does.
Watching him speak after the game, it should have been a celebrational moment. Oh, his voice was, graven. Like,
John, I saw him on the post game with McCarthy and Ruben, and I don't know if that was the locker room, but post game with Ruben and Tom McCarthy, I thought he was terrific.
More upbeat.
Oh, absolutely.
I didn't see that
100%.
one.
Yeah.
Well, good.
Devin, you've been down there a lot covering the
Mhm.
team this year. What stood out to you prior to last night, and then obviously with yesterday? But the Boehm thing, like seeing him up close, what have you noticed?
Well, so that's typically how he is. It's funny because on air, like Rhea's absolutely right. When he's on TV in those post-game interviews, I think that's his 2nd of the season so far. He tends to show a bit more personality for whatever reason. I think maybe like he knows the cameras are on. And in the locker room, like that's just how he is. He's very, quiet, like literally volume wise.
Does he come across as moody?
Yes,
all
certainly.
The time?
And I don't know if he is. I'm not here to, and I'm not going to pretend to be a body language expert, but I think he's just an introverted, quiet person. But it was getting to him, and you could tell that he and really the whole team, the whole lineup felt just, like you could feel that exhale, because even Rob Thompson, who's pretty even keel, was like the testiest I had ever seen him in his pregame media availability when he was asked about the lineup, when he was asked about Marsh, when he was asked about, the JT situation, the 7th inning, the game before. So I just feel like they really needed this. And both were the bottom of the lineup, and Bryce Harper also, hadn't been doing too much. The fact that he hit his first home run at Citizens Bank Park is massive. So I feel like the whole team can kind of take like a massive exhale, and you really felt that in the clubhouse.
I hope
Did
so.
it
James,
feel like Rob Thompson was trying to show testiness because he knew that people were upset he didn't?
No, I think he was frustrated. I think he is frustrated.
I'll tell you this: he's more under fire than he's ever been here.
And I think he knows that.
And I wonder to what extent he listens to WIP and feels that from our station. Because look, I'm sure that people are saying stuff down to him at the ballpark. Let's be real. I mean, when he walks around, goes out on the mound, right now, visit. I'm sure there's some people giving him the business in ways that they hadn't. Because look, he was kind of a magic carpet ride for a couple years there.
Yeah.
And obviously, he's a very nice guy, and so people want to root for him and do genuinely root for him. But there's people saying get him out. And people weren't saying that 2 years ago. And people are saying it now, and it's probably getting to an extent. James, what stood out to you at that game last night?
I like the way they battled, especially going down, like getting the early lead. You're like, all right, to Devin's point, it felt like an exhale for that lineup to score early, get on the board, and then they give it up. And to see them fight back and take the lead and Harper homer and just kind of everyone get involved a bit. But I do worry a little bit about the fact that they're this tight this early. I mean, if we're talking about like them needing an exhale, game 16, like what are we going to talk about in the playoffs when it's real pressure, when we're really on them and
That's
stuff?
fair.
So I'm a little concerned about how this group is handling this so far.
Interesting point. Look, 215-592-9494, your chance to weigh in on the Phils last night. Also, do you agree with my contention that too many people are taking the Eagles' greatness for granted, meaning just assuming it continues and continues and continues because it's Howie. Like, I know he's great, but my God, he has made mistakes before. Joe Cameron, Jen Ritchie, phone calls on all this, plus Ruben Amaro. He joins us coming up. Reminder, 7:20 today. We'll have some fun with AMA. Get those questions in. It's Facebook, Twitter, and the text line. What do you want to know? 7:20 today, AMA. Ruben Amaro next, plus something Howie said about Dallas Goedert yesterday. We'll get to that as well. On 94 WIP.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies Giants. Leading off starts at 5:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Left field, that's going to go. Yeah. Nick Castellanos.
Sports Radio 94 WIP. In Pennsylvania, it's time to step up to the plate for another thrilling season with the Fightin' Phils. And now every time the Phillies strike out 10 or more batters in a home game, you score. That's right. When they whiff double-digit batters at the bank, you'll get a $5 casino bonus to play Philadelphia Phillies Slingo. Exclusively on BetMGM. The best part, you can claim this bonus once per week, every Monday through Sunday throughout the baseball season. So keep watching the Phils, cheer on those strikeouts, and get ready to take your thrills to the next level. BetMGM is a proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies and an official gambling partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus to wager. PA only. All promotions are subject to qualification and eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as non-withdrawable site credit. Bonus bets unless otherwise provided in the applicable terms. Rewards subject to expiry. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, navigation, take me to Kia of CherryHill.com.
Kia of CherryHill.com is offering super low lease payments on Telluride, Carnival, Sportage, Sorrento, and the all-new K4. Kia of CherryHill.com is home to over 300 new Kias available for immediate delivery. Kia of CherryHill.com has a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Available 24/7 at Kia of CherryHill.com.
At IHOP, you can get a satisfying, craveable breakfast for only $7 with IHOP's House Faves. Enjoy fluffy buttermilk pancakes, your choice of hickory smoked bacon or pork sausage, and eggs your way with the Breakfast Faves combo. Or enjoy a savory ham and cheese omelet, French toast breakfast, or house scramble, all for just $7 each. Stop by today and try any of IHOP's House Faves. Available weekdays from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., all for just $7. For a limited time, dine-in only. Price and participation may vary by location.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense against weather, so don't gamble with it. Hi, I'm Matt with Emmons Roofing and Siding, and at Emmons, we use only the best materials and expert craftsmanship to get your home protected. In fact, as an Owens Corning Platinum contractor, we can offer a lifetime warranty directly from Owens Corning on our workmanship. So whether your roof has storm damage, aging shingles, or it's just time for an upgrade, Emmons has you covered. Call us at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Barbecue season is back. Hey, it's Ellen. And this is Sarah Beth. And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich is that zesty barbecue sauce. I love that it was a little sweet, a little tangy, and with the mac and cheese. I feel like I tasted the brown sugar bacon first. It was the absolute best combination. Pro tip, 3 sandwiches are always better than 1.
Order the Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich and our Coca-Cola on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hi, it's John Ashell, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. As part of our grand reopening sales event, Hyundai has shipped us a special selection of additional brand new vehicles. Right now is your opportunity to purchase any new Hyundai in stock at the lowest possible price. No games, no hassle, just the best possible price on any new Hyundai. These vehicles with locked-in savings are available on a first-come, first-served basis. Here at Colonial, we want to prevent you from paying more than you have to. So now, through April 30th, don't miss out on the best financing in the business and drive off with 0% financing. Our brand new state-of-the-art dealership is built for savings, built for service. And every new Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires April 30th.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay is my go-to. They've got millions of parts guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak high. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Ego, Power Beyond Belief. Rory McIlroy's historic playoff victory at the Masters was watched by an average of 13 million viewers, peaking at 19.9 million between 7 and 7:15 p.m. Eastern Time. While the Masters TV audience reached a 7-year high, ratings concerns are mounting in the NHL, where for the first time ever, all 4 U.S.-based Original 6 franchises are already eliminated from the playoffs. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Baseball on the radio. It's just better.
It is Bedlam at the bank!
Your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
All right, good morning to you. This Wednesday morning. Fighting Phils are back to fighting in a good way. And Eagles got a draft coming up in 8 days. Howie sees it. A lot of belief in Howie, as there should be. To a certain extent, I think there's too much belief. But, we're hashing it out today. I'm not annoyed at the Eagles. I'm annoyed at people that just assume he's, got this no matter what. You can weigh in. You know who's going to weigh in today? He's a big fan of Michael Jackson. That'd be Mr. Ruben Amaro Jr.
Ruben Amaro Jr. in studio, brought to you CJ's Tire and Auto. 18 convenient locations. We keep things moving. CJTire.com.
Well, Rube keeps things moving. Good morning, Rube.
Good morning.
How are you, pal?
I'm great.
Good man.
Great. Bounced right back.
Good for you. Yeah, game
Bounce
last
back.
game last night. Bang! Right up early.
Let's go.
Ready to go. Phillies last night. Nice job.
They bounced back.
They did. It was a gutsy win.
It was a gutsy win. It could have rolled over after the game was tied up, and then they bounced back and made some plays and got some big base hits. It was nice to see some of the boys come out a little bit and like to see some of the guys be humanized a little bit.
Yeah, and I thought, even the Marsh sack fly, the crowd, nice little ovation for that sack fly.
Yeah.
They felt that moment a little bit.
Correct. And after the boos that Bohm had, a double play, and then he comes back and has the huge base hit with 2 outs. He was great. He's been great in that situation his whole career, pretty much. But he obviously struggled
except for this year.
But for him to bounce back and get that big hit, I mean, it looked like the albatross kind of flipped off of his shoulders.
You think so?
I think so. And I thought after the, in the interview we did with him after, he was great. I thought he was terrific. He was like a human.
That's
acknowledged
interesting.
all that stuff.
Because the interview that I saw must have been before that. It was almost like he was still in a state of shock. It was right on the field right after.
That was the interview. I thought my feeling was that this guy was as human as can be. I mean, he was laughing. He was talking about his teammates and how important, how great Alvarado was and Strom, I think,
nice.
and all that stuff. But I think, and he's sort of laughing about him, how bad he's been. And, I've been there and done it and I've gone through it. And man, it eats at you. It eats at you like nobody's business. And I think that the quotes that Harper had afterwards were really, really good. The fact that, sometimes you just have to realize this is a game. You have to try to have some fun.
The Harper comments were really interesting. He was trying to get
stuff.
Bohm to just remember to enjoy baseball.
And Marsh. I mean, these guys, this baseball is a game. I know it's life for them, and it's been life for me, but it's still a game. And it's hard when you're in it and you're struggling. It's hard to separate those two.
Well, even a guy like Schmidt, who obviously is the greatest fill of them all. I mean, Rube, there'd be times he'd struggle, and you could see that it would eat him up, and you could hear it. I mean, he was a very introspective. Look, him a million times better than I do, but I always had the impression very introspective, kind of deep guy in certain ways. And when he would struggle, and of course the talent would come down on him like none other. I mean, him and Donovan, a couple of guys got it that were the truly great players, and people would come down on Mike Schmidt in a hard way.
Best third baseman in the history of the game, and he got hammered. I'll hear a lot.
A lot worse than Alec Bohm.
Because the expectation was so high.
That's right.
And
made it look easy.
Yeah, and I think Bobby Abreu got that a lot, too, because he was pretty smooth with everything he did. That's how he was. That's who he was. He was kind of chill and smooth. And, like, when he scooted down the line, people thought that he never busted it, but he busted it down the line every time. And other guys didn't.
But
and
not to the right field wall.
He didn't like the wall. Did not care for the wall.
All right, 215-592-9494. And I want to play a piece of audio of Howie Roseman and then right back to the phones, because Howie said a lot yesterday about the NFL draft coming up. And, to a certain extent, the Eagles offseason. And I actually thought there was pretty good authenticity with what he said. But there was one comment about Dallas Goedert. It's like, come on, man. Don't be... I mean, Seltzer, we're used to these press conferences. Sometimes they kind of try to shovel some stuff. I thought this was a whopper of shoveling stuff. Listen to Howie on Goddard and this draft.
The unsettled nature with Dallas Goedert right now, how does that affect the approach at that position going into the draft?
The way we look at the draft is it's a separate entity to anything else that's going on. We got to make good decisions in the draft based on who the players are that are available in the draft. We can't make up any positions and make them better than they're not. We have to really have a true process. So it really doesn't affect us. We try to do as much as we can at any position in free agency to try to make sure that we're not in a position where there is needs. Of course, we're not a perfect team, and there's always going to be areas that we're looking to improve. And, honestly, that's going to happen even the day after the draft. We're going to continue to have areas that when we look at our depth chart, we'll go, man, it would be great to add a player here. So the player acquisition period, this is a huge part of it, but it's certainly not the end.
All right. So listen, what he said in the back half makes a lot of sense, but what he said in the first half makes no sense. John, there's no way that the outcome of the Goddard situation or thinking where it's going to go doesn't impact potentially how they draft. I mean, come on. There's a big difference between I've got Goddard and I don't have Goddard as it relates to this draft at the tight end position. I mean, Ruben, even you as a GM knows, and I know Howie's your boy.
GM speak.
That's what is
They're
that?
just
Sometimes
not
that's what you
talking
got to
about
do.
Dallas Goddard's
Hey, sometimes that's what you got to
contract.
do. It's as simple as that. I mean, you can't throw all your cards out there.
Right, I
It's
know.
not how it works.
I'm not ripping
He's
You gotta
it.
be a
not gonna
politician
talk
every
about
once in
it.
a while.
I
He
could-
can't talk about it. And by the way, this offseason, they've already brought in Harrison Bryant from Las Vegas.
Yep.
Kylan Granson from Indianapolis. Nick Muse from San Francisco. Cameron Latu looks like from San Francisco.
Quantity
Also,
doesn't equal
EJ
quality.
Jenkins also from San Francisco. These are free agents.
Maybe if they combine all of their best traits, then all of them combined are half of Dallas
You've
Goddard.
never seen
No.
these players.
No, I don't watch.
How
I don't
do
watch,
you know?
I don't watch guys
They're
on random
bringing
teams.
these
Because we
guys
know
in,
who they were
and
if they
they're
were as good
going-
as Dallas
There you
Goddard.
go.
There you
Hold
go.
on.
Except for the Zach Bond
They're
situation,
bringing
that
guys
is
in.
correct.
But
So that
my
is- no,
point
but
is-
that's a good
hold
point.
on.
What?
My point is, you guys act like there's one way to acquire, and it's first round draft
No, I'm
picks.
not
Like
saying
we
that.
got to get first round draft picks to replace all of these holes in our roster on the defensive side of things. No, we don't. Last year was crazy that it happened the way that it did. This year, you're probably going to have a bunch of old heads who get cut at the last second on other teams who come in and have some sort of relationship with Vic Fangio, who at the last second,
But they might,
fill a
but they
role.
might stink like Devin White. They might not work out.
Quite possibly.
Like Steve Smith 15 years ago might not work
But
out.
it's unlikely.
Remember that guy?
Because the organization has
Didn't they
such
give
a
him
good
Randall's number?
handle
Didn't Steve Smith
on
get Randall Cunningham's number?
what to expect.
And then
I
you're
think
like,
he did actually.
and then it's like,
yeah.
all right, enough. Number 12, no. Look, John, I hear your point. Everyone can weigh in 215-592-9494. AMA up ahead. We're also going to get to some of the comments later in the show that are coming in on YouTube. You can watch our show on YouTube. You can comment about what you see on YouTube. So weigh in on all of that as well. And again, as I said, AMA next, phone calls too. Joe DeCamera, John Ritchie on 94 WIP.
Phillies Nation, the season is about to heat up, and it's your time to swing for the fences. Every time the fighting strike out 10 or more batters in a home game, you score. That's right. When they fan double-digit batters at the bank, you get a $5 casino bonus to play Philadelphia Phillies Slingo exclusively on BetMGM. Best part, you can claim this bonus once per week, every Monday through Sunday throughout the baseball season. So keep cheering on the Phils, celebrate those strikeouts, and get ready to take your thrills to the next level. BetMGM is a proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies and an official gaming partner of Major League Baseball.
BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. New Jersey and Pennsylvania only. All promotions are subject to qualification and eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as non-withdrawable site credit. Bonus bets unless otherwise provided in the applicable terms. Rewards subject to expiry. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's time to make it official. Sports Radio 94 WIP is celebrating the man, the myth, the strip sacking legend.
Brandon Graham rips the football out of the hands of Tom Brady.
May 5th is now BG Day.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
All day long, 94 WIP is honoring Brandon Graham with classic stories, special guests, and the best BG moments of all time.
Oh, was he walloped by Brandon Graham?
Live all day, May 5th.
I just want to thank everybody.
Then cap off the day with BG Live, a special one-time event with Brandon at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Get your tickets for BG Live at 94WIP.com.
What up, Philly?
Breaking news! Newsflash! Just announced! TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating massive savings all month long with their employee pricing for all event. Take advantage of true employee pricing this month only on a huge selection of Jeep Grand Cherokees, Jeep Wranglers, Ram 1500 trucks, Dodge Durangos, and more. Don't miss your opportunity to save thousands this month at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Just minutes from all bridges. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
If you're serious about what's under your hood, then you need the highest octane on the market. New 94 Octane, available exclusively at Sunoco. Nothing else will match it. Go to Sunoco.com to find a participating station near you.
Employee pricing just hatched at Robin Ford. 5% under factory invoice on a brand new Ford. Online at robinford.com.
Spring is back at Dick's House of Sport. Baseball, softball, and golf season are in full swing, and you can find the hottest gear that'll take your game to next level performance. Test your skills or schedule a fitting in our golf simulators and multi-sport cage. Plus, fine-tune your gear with repairs, regripping, customization, and more expert services in store. And while you're here, score the latest spring clothing and shoe styles from the brands you love, like Nike, On, Kalia, and Adidas. Sport happens here at Dick's House of Sport.
Attention! Now, why does Jeremy have a megaphone?
Yeah, well, he's pretty jazzed about the new Mega Millions from the New Jersey Lottery.
More mega!
It's got a built-in multiplier now, and more eye-popping jackpots.
Something mega got more mega!
Even better odds of winning. It's more...
Mega?
Mega?
When I say more, you say mega! More!
Play Mega Millions today. Now $5.
Mega!
Must be 18 or older to buy a lottery ticket. Please play responsibly. If you or somebody you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
When you're ready to propose, shopping for the diamond can be intimidating. Trust me, but the Benari Jewelers team puts you at ease, showing you everything you need to know for that important purchase. You'll feel like an expert browsing through the largest selection of hand-picked diamonds. At Benari, the value shines through. You'll walk away with a superior diamond that she will love. Benari Jewelers, when ordinary won't do. Everything at Benari is extraordinary. Hexton and Newtown Square, online at BenariJewelers.com.
The Nissan Rogue with available Google built-in helps you make the most of your drive. Take care of the small stuff, like,
Hey, Google, cool down my car.
and,
Hey, Google, turn on the dog feeder.
or change up your adventure.
Hey, Google, navigate me to the nearest music venue.
Handle your drive like a pro.
Experience the ultimate connection in the Nissan Rogue. Nissan offers 6 vehicles with starting MSRP under $30,000. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. Not equipped on all vehicles. Requires compatible device. Sequences shortened and simulated. Activation of Nissan Connect services package required. Only use features when safe and legal to do so. Data rates may apply. Subject to third-party service availability. Google Play, and Google Maps are trademarks of Google LLC. Available on Nissan Altima, Kicks, Leaf, Rogue, Sentra, and Versa. All prices are manufacturer suggested retail price. MSRP for base models. MSRP excludes destination and handling charges, tax, title, license, and options. Dealer sets actual prices.
For all station contest rules, go to 94wip.com/rules.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? On the podcast, What We Spend, guests will, for 1 week, tell us everything they spend their money on.
My son slammed $6 worth of blueberries in 5 minutes.
And everything that makes them feel.
I want to own a house. I want to have a child. But this morning, I really wanted a coffee.
Because at the end of the day, money is always about more than your balance. Listen to and follow What We Spend, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
During the NBA play-in tournament,
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving all new customers a shot at $250 in bonus bets. Join FanDuel today. You'll get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. From three-pointers to steals to assists, FanDuel has so many ways to bet your favorite player props. Plus, after the game tips off, you can even combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. Just visit FanDuel.com/Ike to get in on all the NBA play-in tournament action. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Not sure you're aware, but the bottom of the Phillies order kind of been a black hole to start the season. They delivered in a 6-4 win over the Giants, starting with Brandon Marsh in the second.
Here's the 1-1 pitch. Swung on, driven right center field, and that'll be plenty deep enough. As Matos is there to make the catch, Kepler coming home, and Brandon Marsh with an RBI on the sac fly. It's 2-0 Phillies here in the second.
Alec Bohm, an RBI single in the sixth, putting the Phillies ahead. Max Kepler, 2 for 4 with a double. Phil's got homers from Bryce Harper and JT Realmuto. Also 1-2-3-7 by Jordan Romano. Same for Mostrom for the save. Visit BorgataSports.com for boosted odds, specials, daily promotions, in-game betting, and much more. Must be 21 or older. Must be in New Jersey. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Partly sunny, windy, high 56. It is currently 47. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. This is Ask Me Anything. Ask me a question. With Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie.
Alrighty, AMA, as we typically do Wednesdays at 7 o'clock, but we do this segment today. Good morning to you. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. All right, you ask, we answer. At least someone asked. And we will answer questions from Facebook, Twitter, and the text line. Seltzer, what do inquiring minds want to know today?
Let's start out with what's become a recent staple of AMA. Joe, how is your training going?
Pretty good. I feel pretty good about it. I got that soreness thing going, which I see as a good sign.
Did you work out again yesterday?
I walked yesterday. I did not do the lifting and the running and the treadmilling and the sort.
You've done one day of that.
No, I've done 2 days of that. 2 days. No, 3. I've done 3 days of that. My goal is 3 days a week, and I did 3. I did 1 on Sunday, so that got me to 3 for last week. My goal is 3 a week. Really, frankly, more, but a minimum of 3 a week.
So you're a little behind this week, then.
I am a little behind.
3
this
a week
yeah,
of
the pump and iron, man.
And
there's Iron Mike Tyson. There's Iron Mike Ditka. There's Iron Joe.
Glass
There's
Joe
Glass
DeCamera,
Joe.
yeah.
Please stop.
But no, I think I'm doing all right. I think I'm making the people proud. So we'll find out what the
What
results
people are these?
People that are
Yeah,
rooting for
the
me.
people,
The
the
people.
royal.
One day at a time.
Yes.
Ruben, am I making you proud?
Well, your effort
You
right
don't have to
now,
lie, Ruben,
your
today.
effort is better. No, you're making me proud.
Yeah, I
That's
mean,
fair.
long way to make
That's
people
I know.
fair.
proud
When are we
with
going to
this.
have a date for this? Like,
I
I
don't
feel
know.
like
Exactly
we can't.
right. Like,
that's a
what are we
great
doing
question.
here?
We're pushing it
Like
off.
we
is what we're-
actually
I really need
are
a long
leaving this
ramp
up to him to
I-
set the date. He's not going to
ramp
set
I'm
it.
not ready.
How long do you
I'm
want?
starting
You're
to
not
talk
about
ready.
this
You're
for
never
3
gonna be
years, and
ready.
then eventually
May-
Jack vs. Joe in 2030? Like, what are we talking about here?
Maybe 2026.
Oh, come on.
Maybe. I don't know. I'm not sure.
It's supposed to be like in May
I'll
or
tell you.
something.
I'll tell you when the body's ready. I'm not sure yet.
No, you won't.
It doesn't
We're going
work
to tell
like that.
you when
Your
this is going to
body
happen
will
because
never be ready
he's
for
not
this.
going to do it.
Ever.
We actually have to. What's
Then I'm
the
not
date?
signing the
Let's look
waiver.
at
I'm not signing the waiver.
All
Good.
right.
Then you can look like a coward.
April 16th.
I mean, one person would be a coward in this situation, and that would be you. After all your
Exactly.
smack talk.
Sign the waiver.
It's April 16th.
I don't do it. I'm not ready.
How long? How long
give us
is
another
training
question.
Yeah.
for a boxing match or something?
All right.
I don't know. I have no idea.
Couple months?
Well,
We'll give you till June.
I'll think about it.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Jack the Mike on Twitter says, if all of you were contestants on Jeopardy at the same time and there were no sports related categories, which one of you would win?
Oh man, probably. Oh God.
How would we know that?
It's either me or John.
I mean, I would win. I definitely
I
would.
don't know.
You can't even remember the name. You're like, what was that guy's
You
name? What was
might
that
win.
guy's name?
James, you might win.
James knows movies.
I have good
music.
recall for that kind of
Yeah,
stuff.
Yeah.
James got you.
And
He's well-rounded. He's a well-rounded young man.
And you've got more of the new stuff and old stuff. Like Devin, you've got more of the new stuff, but less of the old stuff.
Yeah.
Rhea, pop culture-wise, you're not as great on the new stuff.
Not. I read the New York Post.
Then again,
every
you haven't
single
seen
day.
Star Wars, so you're not even good on the old
Exactly.
stuff.
I'm very terrible in the old stuff. James, I
James,
blow
you'd
his
be
mind
pretty
every day
good.
on what I don't watch.
Yeah. James, you'd be pretty good on that. I'll give you that.
Thanks, buddy.
You're welcome.
Nice after you called me ugly earlier.
Well, I didn't say that. I didn't say you're ugly.
You did?
No, I said he's not good looking.
I missed that.
No,
segment.
he did. He did.
There's a difference between calling someone ugly and not good looking.
Yes.
Not good looking
But
is
it's
nice.
also
There is?
bad hair. Like
Yeah.
that's
Wow.
a next level insult.
Well,
That's a given.
especially because before, when you would, make these jokes, people couldn't see me. Now they can. Hello.
Right.
You can see my
Did they
hair,
see
and my
Joe?
look.
Why
Did
don't
you
we
see
do a
Joe's hair today?
side-by-side hair
YouTube.
comparison?
Hello.
of
We're on YouTube. Make sure you react on YouTube right now with comments. We'll
Yeah.
get to your comments later in the show.
Yeah, comment on this. All right, one more. BFG1776 says, name a fictional character that you think would be the most impactful member of society today.
Oh. Wow, that's deep.
Well, if we're not doing
Superman?
I was going to say if we're not doing superheroes. So obviously Superman's the ultimate.
I
would say otherwise. Give me Tyrion Lannister. Give me someone to
you're
solve.
going Machiavellian.
Well, it's just here's the deal. Like we have complex issues right now, and a lot of people disagree on a lot of issues. And Tyrion had, especially after season 1, once you got the Tyrion good guy, season 3 on whatever, Tyrion had an ability to discern what's going on and figure some stuff out. We need figure some stuff out, people. So Tyrion Lannister's my pick. He'd be my chief of staff if I'm president.
Good answer.
Thank you.
Well, that's
John's
horrendous.
sticking with
I mean,
Superman.
that does nothing.
Yeah,
Superman can save the world.
Well, if
Superman
there
can
were no
actually
superpowers,
impact-
if it were no superpowers, what would you say?
I mean,
Because
Tyrion's a
I
pretty good
agree,
answer.
Superman is a better
Why
answer
is there
than-
no superpower?
Well, just
fine.
answer
It's
it
fictional.
otherwise. We're
Fine.
just having fun
Tyrion
with it. Who
Lannister's-
cares?
Okay, fine. And
How
you
about Will
fictional?
Hunting? Someone smart. Someone to come in
Well,
and,
that was
and
my-
fix problems.
That was my point.
No,
How
but Will,
about
Will
Mr.
prioritizes girls
Mixelplick?
over his job.
Who?
Mr. Mixelplick
How about Miyagi?
is-
Listen to some wisdom for this country.
But Miyagi is more of a one-on-one guy. We got 300 million some Americans. And with that AMA, we shut it down.
Ask me anything with Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie.
All right, let's go to the phones. A lot being discussed here today, including the Phillies last night. Obviously, a good bounce back. Well, it was much needed. Also, the Eagles. The thing I had said earlier, and I'll stand by it, is I just feel like there's too much assuming the Eagles will just continue to be great because Howie. Like and believe me, guys, I mean that as no disrespect to Howie. I love him. I think he's going to be a Hall of Famer someday. I think he's a Hall of Famer right now. Hasn't been named it yet, but I mean, to me, we got a Hall of Fame general manager as the GM of the Eagles. That does not mean that they're going to be exceptional every year. And my frustration is with the approach to this draft in 8 days. There's been so little chatter about it. Now, part of it's because it's the 32nd pick, and that's harder to kind of wrap your mind around. And I get that, and I agree with that. But part of it also is this overarching, like, Howie's got it thing. I keep hearing. And it's like, well, maybe not. Yes, he's gotten a lot right. He's also gotten a lot wrong through the years. I just wish people would kind of put the critical thinking hat back on. And I know we're in a good mood, and we should be because of the Eagles' success, with the Super Bowl. There's no question. But they lost, decent amount from that team. It's going to be harder to replace people. They got cap issues. They got the 32nd pick, not the 10th pick. I think there's too much they'll just stay exceptional because Howie. Well, I don't think it's that simple. Let's go to the phones.
It's definitely not that simple, but it's an entire building full of incredibly smart people who have been organized into this. It's like a parade of super sharp NFL experts who are all working in the same direction. They're all doing the same thing. How do we populate this building with the best players?
Were they not 5
and the
years
best
ago?
coaches?
I'm just asking. 5
They've
years
gotten
ago.
even better than they were 5 years ago. They continue to get better. And I was struck yesterday by the fact that Nick Sirianni is now talking with Howie about the things that they were discussing 4 years ago, about the common memories that they share about players, about, remember when we were talking about that guy, that sort of stuff, that familiarity that goes way back, that makes you better. That actually gives you more of a base that you can discuss traits and things like that when you're, bringing guys in for visits or talking about who you're
why
gonna
were
draft.
Andy Reid's 2 worst years with the Eagles his 2 final years then?
Well,
If you
because the
always
team
get
stopped
better.
listening.
Well, I mean, see,
And he
and I'm a big Andy Reid guy. Here's my point, guys. I'm not
had a lot that was going on
in the final year he did. Look, I have no annoyance with the Eagles. I want to be very clear. We should all be on cloud 9 with the Eagles. But my point is, I'm actually a little annoyed with like millions of people who just assume, and you might be one of them, like, oh yeah, Howie's got it. Like maybe not. Where did the critical analysis go? I mean, it's like everyone lost their brain. They won a Super Bowl, and everyone just lost their brain. We got a draft in 8 days. It's a major opportunity. I don't assume that the first 2 picks are going to be Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean again. That was rare. I'd love to see it happen again. That was rare. Let's go to the phones.
But you don't have to assume it's going to be a disaster either.
No, I don't.
This is a really smart front office. They don't make those disastrous picks as often as other teams do, but they can still make them.
Yeah, I mean, Bryce Hoff was it didn't matter in the end for last year, but it might matter for
And
this
the
year
beauty
because the
of
guy
that
looks like he can't
is
play.
we have 20 picks in the next 2 years.
I know. I understand. All right, your reaction to all of this. What do you make of it? Chad in Phoenixville. Chad, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How
What's
are
up,
you guys
Chad?
doing?
How are
Doing
you, pal?
great.
Pretty good. Quick note on Bone before I get to my Eagles point. A lot of, like you were saying, people were saying some people want him, some people don't want him, but
Yeah.
the fact is we need him right now because I don't know who else we would get that could fill him in at this point.
Well,
especially if he can
Sosa's
get
an
back to
option.
where
We
he
shouldn't
was.
act like there's no option. Sosa's an option, but I
Well-
wouldn't say an ideal option.
Sosa's an option, but in my opinion, I think Sosa needs to be in center because at this point, I can't watch Martian Rojas go out there every single day.
I would certainly have Sosa shagging a lot of fly balls to work on it quickly, man. There's no question.
Yeah. Now to the Eagles. Personally, I'm kind of with you, Joe, where Howie has done so great and he's made a lot of picks these last years. I think he learns to adapt. But, I'll never forget the Jalen Reagor and J.J. Arcega-Whiteside picks right before Justin Jefferson and DK Metcalf.
Yeah.
So, of course, he makes mistakes. But the fact is he has been hitting. And with all the picks we have coming up, like, if he's able to hit 1 or 2 of those, the rest of the team is so young and the talent around these other young guys coming in will be so good. If we just get someone that's competent or consistent in D tackles next to Jalen Carter, all they have to do is be able to beat one guy because they're double teaming him 90% of the time.
Yeah,
He doesn't
no,
have
that's
to be
right.
Great.
He'll be double teamed. Yep.
Yeah. So with that being said, my main concern is going to be safety. I personally think they should try and get a strong safety to fill in because DJ, that trade that was the biggest shocker.
Look, Chad, I think they're going to draft a safety in the draft for sure. The question is it, first, second, third, or fourth round? But I'd be pretty stunned if they don't get a safety in the top 4 rounds. But I'll say this, and John's brought this up, unless Howie feels confident he's going to get one of these veterans that are available or will become available if a guy gets cut. That is possible. I mean, we shouldn't lose sight of that. Chad, give me a big answer.
Don't forget the name Lewis Seen.
Yeah. Chad, a character.
I'm telling you, man.
They already had.
We'll say, yeah. Chad, a character with edge.
John Wick.
John Wick. Yeah, I guess he does
Good
have
answer.
edge.
He's awesome.
Yeah, John Wick does have edge. Ruben, the Sosa thing that had just come up. So you played center field. Sosa's primarily been an infielder in his career. How difficult because listen, it's a real good thing to try to, get going here. Like to get Sosa in the lineup more. I don't want to see him every day, but to get him in the lineup more, and part of that could be at center field. How hard is it for an infielder to learn to play center field?
It's hard.
I mean,
it's not
is
easy.
that a
Center
month?
field-
Is that 2 months? Like, what are we looking at for
Center
that?
field, there's some nuances in center. I think it is. I think athletically, it's probably the most difficult. But you can sort of make up for mistakes in the outfield and center field with your athleticism. But there's an instinct that is necessary in center, and this is why it's so important to be good up the middle, shortstop, catcher, shortstop, second base, center field. You're so important for the team defensively. You have to be good there. You have to be really good there.
So when a caller calls in, because we've gotten these calls, a caller calls in and says, just throw Sosa in center. I'll deal with the defense. Just throw him out there. Do you say that's silly? That's silly.
It's absolute silliness.
Because a potential out could turn into a triple if the guy just misplays the ball.
There's so many. There's no other defense behind you. I mean, it's like being a bad safety. Your coverage breaks down. It's a touchdown.
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking about serious damage in the outfield, and if he's able to do that, that's one thing, but it's not something he was born to do.
Can you work
and
on
he
that
hasn't played
over a month or two? I mean, could he
play games?
Could he do that by mid-June?
I don't think it's in the best interest of the team. I really don't.
No, I can tell you don't. Okay, it's interesting. That's why we're asking.
I love the player, and it'd be great to have him get more at bats.
He's such a versatile player to begin with. It seems like, man, if you got till June, and I
you got to play the
not
games.
arguing with you.
He's not going to center field to go play in the minor leagues. It's
Right.
not happening. It's not in the best interest of the team right now. I think they got to let Marsh and Rojas figure it out. And if they can't figure it out by June, then there's a change going to be made.
Yeah,
I'm going to tell you that right now because Dave Dombrowski ain't going to put up with it.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. All right, coming up in a minute, something Baldy said this week on WIP that caught my attention. We'll get to that in 1 minute.
You know you want lawn care service that provides better results and is safer for your family and pets. That's why I choose Natural Lawn of America. They're my lawn care company. At Natural Lawn, they believe in growing greener, healthier lawns without the harsh chemicals. They use environmentally friendly products to keep your lawn lush and green while protecting the safety of your family and pets. And by using organic fertilizers for safer weed and insect controls, they make sure your lawn thrives naturally season after season. With Natural Lawn, I know my family's getting a beautiful lawn that we can all love. You switch to Natural Lawn safer services, you too can start enjoying a beautiful eco-friendly lawn you can be proud of. You schedule Natural Lawn's full service program today and you'll get free seeding every year. This has really helped my lawn. If you want a greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding, call Natural Lawn at 800-FREE-SEED. That's 800-FREE-SEED. Choose my lawn care company, the locally owned and family operated Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
All right, on this Wednesday morning, Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. Hey, reminder, BG Day. It's happening. It's happening May 5th, so coming up in just about 3 weeks. A whole day here on WIP devoted to the tremendous career of Brandon Graham, who it's not just about the career per se. It's also about him, the person, and all that he has provided. And I think in so many ways will continue to provide all of us as Philadelphia sports fans. His presence is a present for us. I mean, he really is a special guy. And obviously, one of the more impactful careers in Eagles history, one of 4 guys to win 2 titles. You know, you got to go back to Bobby Clark and Bernie Perron and Bill Barber, last group in Philadelphia sports where anyone won 2 titles in Philly sports. So obviously, BG is a legend. And on May 5th, we're going to celebrate his career. A lot of his, teammates, former teammates and the such, we'll get them on the program and the various shows that day, special guests and all that, epic stories about Brandon. But also that night, if you don't know this, because we announced this yesterday in the 9 o'clock hour, the night of May 5th is BG Live. And that's going to be a big, big event at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. BG Live, you can be there. Now, you got to get tickets for it, so get them at 94WIP.com. They're available right now at 94WIP.com. My understanding is there's a couple hundred tickets. I don't know exactly how many, but I certainly think this is something that will sell out. So I would encourage you to get them sooner than later, 94WIP.com. All right, let's listen to Baldy. Something he said earlier this week when he was on with the afternoon guys. It caught my attention because it follows suit with something that's been said by a lot of people in the last month and a half, or month, that is, I guess, since free agency happened. It's kind of annoyed me. And I just think there's too many people just taking the Eagles' greatness for granted because you just assume it'll continue. And I love Baldy. Baldy's my guy. But listen to something he said about the Eagles' losses. I think he's downplaying how much they've lost, but most people will agree with the way he's presented it because many phone calls we've gotten has been of this mindset. This isn't the way I think. Here's what Baldy said.
Did they really lose great players? I mean, you can say Darius Slay is on the downside of his career, hasn't been signed. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson has been on a 1-year contract for the last 5 years for 4 different teams. I mean, there's a reason why, he gets bounced. I thought, Josh Sweat was a good player, really good player. But honestly, when he got drafted, you probably remember this, Ike.
Mhm.
When he was drafted out of Florida State, nobody thought he'd play 6 years.
Nope.
They thought that knee was so bad it was a ticking time bomb.
Yep.
And they had to manage him. But, Josh was a great player. And he really gave it everything he's got. I don't know how much more his knee can hold up. Just based on, the medicals when he came out. And Milton Williams came on, was a good player, but, they've been stocking that position pretty good. Mekhi Beck can play way beyond anybody what he thought he could do. And I didn't think they would be able to keep him. So, Tyler Steen and Kenyon Green, and, they've got bodies there. They might try to upgrade it here in the draft, but I don't think it was a horrible offseason of losing that many guys, to be honest with you. 2 starting defensive linemen, but guys waiting in the wings to kind of take their place and develop.
See, I just disagree with that. What he said is one of the things that's kind of my point today. If you're just waking up to it, what I'm saying today is I'm not annoyed at the Eagles. I'm almost kind of annoyed at, like, dare I go after our listeners, our
The
callers.
fans?
Yeah.
Well,
like,
and apparently Baldy and Richie and me and everyone else.
Yes.
But doesn't that tell you something?
You know what,
You
James?
hear Baldy and you're like, he's wrong. You're Richie, you're like, he's wrong. You're me, you're like, he's wrong. Like, maybe you're wrong. Is that a possibility?
Yes. It is possible. You butthead. It is possible that I'm wrong. But here's the other thing.
That's a good one.
It's possible that the millions of people, because here's the phrase, and I never heard this phrase, I don't think until this year, and I've heard it so many times in the last couple of weeks. Howie's got this. Howie's got 32nd pick. It's not as good as having the 10th pick, but Howie's got this. Losing 5 defensive starters, no big deal. Howie's got this.
All right, and they don't. Whoever said it, Brandon Graham said that yesterday. He didn't.
I've heard it so many times.
Didn't mean just Howie has this.
No, you keep going to this whole organization.
There's so much. Let's talk to the former general manager about this concept.
Okay.
I am amazed, Ruben, at how everyone seems to think it's like Howie is sitting there with a minute left on the clock, and it's like, oh, Howie, figure this out.
Well, it was
the
his
right
problem
guy.
when he wasn't drafting well. The thought out there was that he was not listening to his people.
I mean, Louis Riddick clearly has said some stuff through the years. You can tell he wasn't, and I'm going way back, but you can tell Louis Riddick was not happy as someone that was in this organization with how things were run. And obviously,
And
go
when
back to the
Louis
chip
was
years.
here,
The
how
chip years
long
were a
ago was
disaster.
that? It really does feel like things have improved
I agree with
and
that.
changed for the so much better.
Yes.
By this process of just, caring. Howie and Jeffrey, they care and they will do what it takes to make this team and this organization better. They learn, they weed out
they
the mistakes.
will try to make them better. That's the
Yes.
thing when you say they will
But
do
Joe,
what it takes to make them better.
And here we are with 2 Super Bowls now in the last 7 years. It's working. It's working. The process of acquiring talent.
But
we're getting better
the
at
best
it.
thing that Howie did was that when he had 2 years off or whatever, when he was doing whatever he was doing, he was actually improving himself as a leader, as a GM, and he has done that, and he's proven it to us. So you have to have some faith that he's going to be able to do it again. And listen, I guarantee you, my feeling is he's not going to have the 32nd pick. I think he's going to trade somewhere. He's either going to trade up, he's going to trade down, he's going to do something to help this team.
Yeah.
He always does something. And I know there's some consternation about, 32nd pick. I don't think the 32nd pick is that big of a deal in the NFL. There's a lot of players you can get after the 32nd pick.
The beauty of this draft is we have 20 picks in the next 2 years. And Howie has talked about it. Hey, a draft pick can be used to pick a player. It can be used to go acquire someone else's player. You can use a draft pick for currency in a lot of ways, in a lot of manners.
I wish we could have done it when we were in the MLB. You just can't. You just can't do that. I mean, you're almost designed to be bad for a while after you're good because you can't pick earlier in 30th.
Well, part of my point, though, Ruben, also is, and I've been trying to make this point, and maybe not articulating it well the last 2 months, is the NFL is also designed to bring down teams that reach greatness. And obviously teams like the Patriots and Chiefs were the 2 unique examples this century, this century, where they maintained greatness. But the reality is between the lower pick, cap issues when you have better players, a more difficult, challenging schedule because you finish with a first. Like, these things are all designed to take a team like the Eagles that went 14-3 and try to turn them into an 11-6 that might make the playoffs, but might have to play in the divisional round of the second round. And hence my point, it's harder.
But the talent pool is much, much greater in the NFL draft than it is in an MLB draft because you have a pretty good idea what your players are going to be when you draft them because they come out of college and they're pretty darn good and they're pretty ready. In the major leagues, it's totally different.
Well, high school kids and all
plus,
that, yeah.
Plus, you think about all the positions that have to be filled. I mean, you're talking about 22 positions, and so it's a totally different. It's a totally different, and the talent pool is much greater. I just think that there's a real opportunity to get fantastic players later on in the draft in the NFL than you can in the MLB.
Well, look, 215-592-9494. You can weigh in on all this, including also the Phils with a nice bounce-back win yesterday, and I mean that in two ways. One, obviously coming back in a tight game, but also given the prior week that they had, it was a good bounce back. One other thing before the phones, because we're now on YouTube. Everyone can see what's going on. So I'm going to speak for those watching on YouTube right now and ask Ruben Amar. Ruben, what has been going on with you the last 5 minutes?
Is he stretching?
Is it stretching because of soreness? Have you had microphone issues, headphone issues? Like, you've been all over the place what's going on?
I've had headphone issues, and I have them pretty consistently. I have to start bringing my own in because, and I got embarrassed when I brought my.
Be a freaking pro here, all right?
I got embarrassed by John last time I brought my headphones in because he thought I looked like an alien when I brought them in because they had
the microphone.
It has a microphone on the top of the thing. So I guess I'm going to have to pony up and bring my own.
Joe was offended by the mic.
Oh, I didn't care.
And the other thing the other problem I had is I had a cramp. It happens from time to time. I'm not hydrated enough.
Oh no!
Not hydrated.
Well, you're
enough.
flying on planes all over the place, jet setting like you are.
It
This
wasn't
is what
jet
happens.
setting. It just it was
big
quick
time.
turnaround. It's a big turnaround.
Were you in a private plane? A private
when was
jet?
When do you think Ruben was on a plane
You guys didn't know that.
He owns a private plane.
Yeah, people actually thought I owned a private plane.
Ruben, Ruben,
people are silly.
Ruben, I was on a private plane one time.
Yes.
Where did I sit? We've covered this on the show, but probably before you were here. This is a good story.
It's classic.
Private plane, and I think it might have been Crocker that was like, you're the guy. Where did I sit? Take a guess. This is a true story, and Larry Anderson talked about this during a Phillies broadcast.
I don't have any idea.
The toilet.
There's no chance.
The whole plane ride.
Is that legal?
I don't know because we had
do it on purpose.
It was it was a plane
because you were
a plane that held eight.
You were afraid?
Eight regular seats. So on the way down, on the way down, we had 7 or 8 people on the plane. On the way back, we had 9.
Kidding.
So because on the way back we had 9. Croc was,
embarrassing.
this is going down to Dutch's.
That's embarrassing.
This is going down to Dutch's funeral. So on the way down, we had 7 or 8. On the way back, 1 or 2 people joined the plane ride. So like
you're the little man on the totem pole.
Well, John Kruk's not sitting on the toilet.
You're darn tooting.
Larry Anderson ain't sitting on the toilet.
Correct again.
So the Hammer had to take the toilet seat.
Joe,
Why don't you
that
just
happened to me
stand?
once.
Literally,
That absolutely happened to me once. I was coming back when I was doing the Soul Games.
Yeah.
I flew back on the jet because the people on the Four Seasons were the co-owners. They're like, "Do you want to rep?" I'm like, "Yeah." And it turned out, and Jaws was on it, that I was, low man on the toilet pole. And I go, I don't care. I got a seat. I got a seat on the private jet.
Toilet seats.
Why wouldn't you just stand in the aisle and
you
hold
can't
on
when you're
instead
taking off.
of?
Well, certainly you can when
you can on a private.
I will say
jet.
this:
Well, I
there's
might have stood
nothing
a
like
little bit, but-
nothing like traveling that way. It literally is the greatest thing. I've done it just a
all
few
of you have
times.
hung on private jets. All right, fancy. Like
It's ridiculous.
cool guys over here.
I
have never been on a private jet in my life.
I was working,
James.
You should put it on your bucket list.
No
Put it on your bucket
excuses.
list.
You're
All
a
right.
private jet. We have a difference in the show: private jet people and not private jet people.
And let's also get to the Twitter poll question of the day. It's brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Do more and get more in a 2025 Armin Chevrolet Trailblazer, starting at only $23,995. Together, let's drive. See Armin's inventory at arminchevy.com. Poll question: which league's playoffs are you going to watch a lot this spring? Obviously, the NBA playoffs going on, NHL playoffs about to start. What are you going to watch? Choice A, NBA. And again, we're saying a lot, meaning, pretty good amount. Choice A, NBA, choice B, NHL. C, both. You're going to prioritize watching both, or D, neither. I predict neither wins this poll. And that's not good for these two leagues. If it does, we'll see where it goes throughout the show.
What wins for you?
Boy, I don't think I can tell you I'm going to watch the NBA a lot. So I think my technical answer would be neither. I mean, I'm certainly going to watch both a little bit.
Well, that's the thing.
But
It's like a cursory. I'll have it on, and then I bet I'm going to walk away and, it'll be on, but I might not
John,
be
take
paying
last
close
night.
attention.
Now, last night's, a lame example because games are going to get better. But take the fact that the Hawks and Magic played last night in the playoffs. Now, who in the hell in America cares about the Atlanta Hawks and the Orlando? Because both
People who
teams
gamble
stink.
on it. That's it.
I mean, those
That's
teams
it.
stink.
That's it.
And by the way, they were the 7 and 8 seed. That's not even the 9 and 10 seed.
Well, Hawks are even under 500. Hawks, the Magic, I think, were 41 and 41.
NBA should be embarrassed. And look, the NHL playoffs are great. Now, obviously, people don't watch the NHL typically as much as they do other sports. But my God, you want to talk about a compelling 4-round, 2-month tournament. I mean, it's phenomenal. How much I'm going to watch? Frankly, I'm not expecting to watch a ton. We'll see. Let's go to Dennis in Springfield. Dennis, good morning.
With the 32nd pick, the defending Super Bowl champions draft a 6'3", 320-pound beer truck driver from South Philadelphia to play defensive tackle. Howie could do that, and I would love it. I would have all faith in Howie.
Yeah, I get your point, Dennis. You're leaning in and you're trying to irritate me here, aren't you? Just a little bit, Dennis.
You know what? I've been following this team for a long, long time, and I'd rather take this era for granted than the Richie Kotite era, than the Marion Campbell era, when I just took for granted that we were going to stink all the time. So I will take this for granted. I will love this, and all faith in Howie till he proves me otherwise.
Okay, listen, I do think you, all jokes aside, I think you summed up the way most people feel right now. But do you get my point, Dennis, that it shouldn't be that hard to remember the Ortega-Whitesides, the Regers, 2020. Bryce Huff last year is an example. He is certainly far from perfect with his selections. Now, it didn't matter for last year, but it could impact this year. I mean, having lost Brandon Graham, having lost Josh Sweat, having lost Milton Williams, I think I would feel better if I felt that Bryce Huff was ready to step in along with Nolan Smith and play more, but he's not. Bryce Huff stinks, right?
Yeah, Bryce Huff stinks, but I think that mistake will be covered up by Jalix Hunt.
Well, Josh Uche here. Got
Listen,
Patrick Johnson
Hunt had a good
on
start.
the other side. You got Azeez Ojulari coming off the other side.
As a developmental player, Hunt showed a lot for a guy who was not supposed to contribute much year one. That was a pretty damn good developmental year one. It really was.
Yeah, and the other thing is, except for maybe the first round, I don't know who these guys are. And except for a handful of people on TV who actually dedicate their life to it.
Sure.
No, nobody else knows who they are either. They're just taking information that the experts, so-called, put out there.
No, I think that's fair.
Making their decisions.
He's right. You're right. Dennis, give me a great, and we're going to get to one of those experts, Mel Kiper, in just a moment. Give me a great answer, a character with edge.
All right, I'm going to go Mr. Wolf from Pulp Fiction.
You got it, man. Pulp Fiction has a lot of different answers right there. Mr. Wolf, you got it. All right, coming up in a minute, Mel Kiper's latest mock draft, who he has the Eagles picking, and also Mel talking about that player. We'll get to that in 1 minute.
Imagine a home that's consistently comfortable, no matter the weather outside, with energy-efficient windows from Window Nation. That dream can become a reality. So say goodbye to those cold, drafty spots, because Window Nation builds their windows with top-quality insulation and seals, making them some of the best insulated options available.
And my house looks so sharp. It looks so sharp. And we just cleaned the new windows that are installed in all three of my kids' rooms with that new inward tilt feature, which I find amazing. So they look sharp and clean. Plus, I'm hoping to save so many bucks on my heating and cooling bills as well. But don't just take our word for it. Window Nation has a 96% customer satisfaction rating and over 20,000 5-star reviews. So you know you're in great hands.
And get this, right now they have a buy 4, get 4 free sale. Plus, you could get 0 interest and 0 payments until 2027. And if you get windows for your whole house, they'll give you a free entry door.
This amazing sale ends April 30th, so don't delay. Schedule your fast free estimate today by calling 866-90-NATION or visiting windownation.com.
All right, Jonah Cameron, John Ritchie. Phils get the win last night. Bohm gets a big hit. That was good to see. Obviously, JT and Bryce both going deep. And while Luzardo wasn't as sharp as he's been in other appearances, he was, he's decent enough. And so the Phils get the win. Look, hopefully Howie gets a lot of wins next week with the draft. We're 8 days away from the first round. Obviously, again, as it's been for about the last, decade or so, it's a Thursday, Friday, Saturday thing. We'll have all sorts of coverage next week here on WIP. And it's going to be a late night on Thursday. Whether the Eagles make a pick or not, if they jump up, they might jump up into the 20s, but I don't think they're jumping up into the teens. It's going to be on the back end. Eagles will make a pick or not. They could trade out. They could trade down and go to the second round. But the reality is that, all these experts are making their choices for who they think the Eagles may select. And with the latest mock draft from Mel Kiper, he's got them taking Alabama's edge linebacker, Jihad Campbell. Now, before we get to John's sense of how good Campbell is, let's listen to Mel Kiper. This goes back a couple days ago. Mel Kiper on ESPN with Field Yates, and they're talking about Jihad Campbell.
I think second round, I even heard. I got a text said second round when this whole thing broke about the shoulder injury, the labrum, which could push him into the summer, early September, mid-September to see when you're going to be back. A shoulder for a linebacker is an issue. So Jihad Campbell would have been, in my opinion, a top 15 pick, maybe somewhere in that 10 to 12, 13 range. 19 to Tampa Bay is where I thought he would go prior to the injury. You have him going late first round to the Eagles at that particular point. I think second round, unfortunately, because of that injury and being a linebacker with a shoulder issue, going through the process with that problem, now could be a borderline first. And it would not shock me at all if we're waiting until Friday night to hear Jihad Campbell's name called, which, he's going to be a heck of a player once he gets back to 100%. But that shoulder injury right now going into the start of the season possibly is an issue.
These are always tricky situations, and we've been down this road a few times in the last 5 years. So the Eagles obviously famously passed on DK Metcalf, did not take him. Injury situation. I'm going back about 7 years on some of these. Did take Sidney Brown second round. Injury situation. Did not work out.
Third. He was the first pick of the third round, Sidney Brown.
Okay. No, I don't mean him. Sidney Jones.
Oh, okay. He was the second round pick.
I meant to say Sidney Jones off the Achilles. Landon Dickerson, second round. Eagles took a chance. It has worked out in spectacular fashion. He's one of the great guards in football. Obviously would have been a first-round pick had he not had all those injuries in college football. So here we go again with another guy. Different scenario, but Jihad Campbell, and then there's Joel Embiid. Oh, I'll just put that one out there.
Why?
who had his injury situations coming out of Kansas. All right, John. So Jihad Campbell, when healthy, how good is he and how excited would you be if he falls down to the Eagles at 32 and they take him?
I don't think it's going to happen. I think it's this is someone watching last year and seeing us value linebackers a little bit more and taking it and running with it way too far. Jihad Campbell, the off-ball inside linebacker, we don't value them this much that we will do this unless I think he falls significantly with the shoulder, with the labral tear, because
so
that
like
is
second
a
round, you could see him take him with their
injury.
second round pick or something.
If this is a Nakobe Dean thing where the first round prospect is a third round guy still around, then sure, I think they will absolutely go, because the value is unavoidable. You can't avoid that value. It's incredible. That's what helps make you a great team. But I just don't think that the position or the injury, the labral problem in the shoulder, that's not great for the linebacker. And he's also, 235-pound off-ball inside linebacker, not the type of guy who's as versatile as what we had this year, a guy who became an all-pro because, in part, he can get to the quarterback as well.
Yeah. And I'd said edge, and I meant to say inside. And obviously this could be in part if they think Nakobe's not as ready to play early also. So that factors in. Now let's go to Mel's old cohort on ESPN, because all those years, for many years, for about 10 years on ESPN, it was a Mel Kiper, Todd McShay thing. And then McShay ran into his issues, and McShay ultimately was out of ESPN and kind of does his own thing now.
No, he's at the Ringer now.
Well, that's what I mean.
Well, it's
not.
He's at a.
He's not the worldwide leader.
Okay.
No, I hear you, James. I'm playing around.
He's at the
All
Ringer.
Right, McShay continuing his thing elsewhere. Here's his sense. Another possibility for the Eagles at 32.
I do think with the Eagles, keep an eye on the Dallas Goedert situation. I could see Mason Taylor.
Ooh, he's my
right
tight end 3. We talked about him this week. Yeah.
I think Mason Taylor could be interesting there.
And that's Mina Kimes also chiming in on that. So, John, tight end first round. I mean,
Mina Kimes knows what.
When's the last time they did that? Keith Jackson?
Yeah, I mean, I can't think of another.
Pete Jackson's probably the last tight end they took in the first round.
LJ Smith was
Second round, yeah.
And he was really good as
Goddard,
a rookie.
Ertz. They like the second round tight end.
Yeah, but not as good as Witten.
Well, this guy's
yeah, true.
no.
Good point.
Listen, I was thinking about it last night. Since 2007, the Eagles have had for, what is that now, 18 years, 19 years, whatever that is. They have had either Brent Selleck, Zach Ertz, or Dallas Goedert.
It's amazing.
That's an incredible run.
It really is.
That's an incredible run.
That's why it's so crazy to me that so many fans and even like media members in our field are willing to just move off of Dallas Goedert. I understand the money is a factor, but like
I'm not
unless you're
Dallas
replacing him with someone of similar caliber, two people say like that's going to be a big hole in the
I don't
roster.
think fans are saying that. I think that the Eagles, we believe the Eagles are saying that, but I've not heard.
I think fans are torn on it because
I think it plays into what we've been talking about, where fans are like, "Well, I just trust whatever Howie does."
But I think a lot of people, at least the calls we've gotten, have been like, "Don't lose Dallas Goedert."
This would be a step too far.
Yeah, it feels like Goddard. I don't think that's a fan thing. I think the Eagles are projecting.
I think the two. Here's the two that I think have freaked out. Is too strong a term, but concerned fans the most, as I perceive it, based on all these phone calls we get. CJ, people were like, I don't know about
Still
that
doesn't
one.
make sense.
And then the Goddard thing, if it happens.
Becton, too. I put Becton in there.
I don't know about that because I think there's Stoutland. Put anyone with Stoutland. He'll do it.
How about Chance Warmack?
Yeah, that didn't work out
Didn't
so well.
work out so well in
No.
Stoutland University. You
No,
gotta
it
have the right
didn't.
player.
Yeah.
Right mental makeup.
Yeah.
We have 20 picks in the next 2 years,
Yep.
guys.
Thank you. Amen. And they're not going to have 20 picks after this pick because they're going to trade some of them. He's going to do some work. Believe me. Think of draft day.
That's what he does.
It's happening.
And
Kevin Costner draft day? Is that
Mason
right?
Taylor-
That one. Yes. That's what I just said. I
Mac
said
at
it.
all costs. Or...
That's exactly right.
I don't
That's
think
classic.
Mason Taylor is worth our time where we would be having to draft him. If it's at
Well, he could be a
beginning of the
slide
second
down.
round.
They
I
could-
know.
yeah.
Beginning of the second round is where he's projected. Even late first round, early second, mid second. If he slides into the third, maybe. But this is another Grant Calcaterra in that really fluid athlete and route runner, not a good blocker.
All
They
right,
might be all right with that, though. I mean, that's what Zach Ertz was as
But
a
it's
tight
not
end.
what Dallas Goedert is.
No,
All
I
right.
know. I'm
Yeah.
saying the Eagles, especially
I
because
understand, but if Dallas Goedert's gone, we need to have someone who can block at the
I
tight
will
end
say
spot.
this. I think the blocking thing is more important for this Eagles team than almost any Eagles team I can ever think of because they do so much with the running back position. In this case, Saquon. It had been, Swift, but it really it starts with Hurts.
You have an inline capability
Absolutely.
with your tight end if you're going to be running
Yes.
the ball with both the zone scheme
Totally.
and the power schemes
Yeah.
that we employ. You got to have a guy who can not just chop and cut off the backside, but can lead and crunch people, like
Yeah.
actually make and sustain blocks or set an edge. When Saquon's taking it outside on
Totally.
an outside zone, Dallas Goedert needs to be able to maintain and not hold, keep those hands inside. That's a huge responsibility.
I agree. I think look, teams like the Eagles and the Ravens, I think it's far more important to have a
Yeah.
tight end that can block than like the Eagles.
Totally.
15
And Mark
years
Andrews is a really solid blocker. He's the all-around type guy like Dallas Goedert. That's the part that we're going to miss most.
All right, 215-592-9494. Of course, you can weigh in on all this. It's 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia as we broadcast today from the Tasty Cake studio. Let's also represent the Philly situation and then right back to the phones because the Phils got a win last night. And let's listen to one highlight and then one comment after the game about it. So the Phils get the win. Alec Boehm had a big hit. It was a very big hit in the game. Let's listen to this moment.
And a pitch. Swung on, line to left center field. That is in for a base hit. Around third is Castellanos. He's coming home. He'll score. And Alec Boehm has given the Phillies the lead with a 2-out RBI single to left center. It's 4-3.
All right, big hit by Bowman. Obviously, a big night to see him bounce back. That was great. Bryce talked after the game. A lot of people were talking about Boehm because obviously he contributed in a way that he had not for at least a week and frankly, mostly 2 weeks. Bryce said something after the game I thought was very interesting because obviously I think most of us know Bryce not considered team leader, but a leader, but main guy Schwarber, Bryce secondary level leader on this team, even though he's obviously been the best player. He's got a thought on how he wants to see Boehm try to dig out of the hole he's been in, and it's about remembering something. It almost kind of goes back to childhood to a certain extent. Here's Bryce Harper last night.
Said it a lot, man. I just want him to enjoy the game, and enjoy the game that he plays. Life could be a lot harder. Life could be, a lot tougher. We get to play this beautiful game every day, and I was standing on the on-deck circle in like the third inning, and I was thinking about it, man. It's a great game we got to play, and obviously you're going to go through ups and downs in life and season, but it's still and it's a hard thing to do. It is every night coming in and playing this game, but at the end of the day, we're all healthy, we're all strong. Just go out there and enjoy it, because it'll go quick, and you'll start thinking to yourself, why did I take it so serious? And it's gone now.
All right, Rube, does that resonate with you? Because I'm split on it. For the most part, I like it, but on the other side, it's like, well, guys are making millions of dollars and they're given a lot of responsibility, and it can't just be about the love of the game, to use another movie. What was that? That was
the love of the game.
For the love of the game. Yeah. I think it's a nice message by Bryce. Does it work? Does it to remember that as a kid you loved the game because it's a game? Does that work for the almost 30-year-old struggling third baseman?
I wish I had those words said to me when I was playing. In fact, John Kruk was one of the guys that actually helped me through that. I was going through a really big struggle my rookie year, and he put his arm around me and said, man, just go play. Just go play and have fun. Remember what it's like. And that was huge for me. And it was a big turnaround for my career. And it does mean something. It is a really tough game. And it's hard when you're in it and struggling your ass off like these guys have been struggling to be able to go home and not feel embarrassed and not feel, a less of a person. That's a hard thing to do. Baseball is hard. You fail a lot. And sometimes you just need to hear it.
And
your
teammates are counting. And that's your
And
teammates are counting on you and that's the problem, I would assume, the hardest part when you fail and that now he's not got a chance to bat this inning.
They care. And, Marsh is one of those guys that cares the most. And Alec Bohm probably cares because he's been really good and never been this bad in his career ever. And so now, there's an expectation for him to be better. There's a narrative from last year. There's all types of stuff going on there that, sometimes you just need to just breathe, take a deep breath and remember this is a game and to try to have fun. I know the fans, we pay a ton of money I get that. I understand it. And they get paid a ton of money to play this game, but it's hard and they have to figure out a way to enjoy it still.
All right, let's go to the phone. So the Eagles, do you agree with my contention? And again, I'm not ripping the Eagles, that there's just been too much belief in Howie, from the standpoint of almost no matter what, he's got it. And then the Phillies reaction to last night with everything with the Phils.
Mason Taylor, that tight end, is Jason Taylor's son.
Wow.
Oh, the defensive end? Wow.
Yes.
How about that?
Mason Taylor has Hall of Fame,
genius
pedigree.
Yeah.
Because Jason Taylor's his dad.
Jason Taylor was a great player,
Family
man.
business, James.
Yeah. It's one of the only good things.
Family business. I like
one
that.
of the only good things Jimmy Johnson did at Miami. Yeah. And I'm not talking the U of Miami. I'm talking those 4 years he was with the Dolphins. All right, let's get to Ed in Phoenixville. Ed, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How's everyone doing?
Great, Ed.
You can hear me today. Apologize for the technical difficulties yesterday. That wasn't up to my standard as an A-list morning show caller. You win, you either win or you learn.
Self-proclaimed.
So, can I ask you a question, Ed?
You can learn when you win.
When did you hear me refer to you as an A-list caller?
Exactly.
I mean, what is this? What is this? You're like JD Drew. You think you're in the Hall of Fame before you made it. You haven't made it yet, kid. No, I'm playing around that.
There's never any self-praise from Joe DeCamera either. So,
Oh, never. Never.
Who's my man?
I mean,
me. Not my style. Not my style.
So Alec Bohm better be careful. He may find himself with a little hitting streak. I think, no, but what really struck me after the game while they were interviewing him was it was like a little bit of a lot of self-reflection, some self-deprecation. He said, I certainly haven't been helping matters, but it wasn't joyous, but I really think he's starting to come out of it. I think he, of all people, is aware of how bad he's struggling.
Clearly.
And I just think, two of the best swings I've seen all season in back-to-back games. That is real foundation for good momentum, and I just hope he continues kind of busting out of this thing.
No question.
And real quick on the Eagles, and I just need to make a quick Jordan Davis plug. I mean, I'm kind of a fan of the guy, in case you haven't noticed. I just really think the Eagles are kind of stuck in I think they'd love to keep him. I would like for them to potentially extend him before May 1st, if that works from a cap standpoint. But there's other like D tackles that aren't as good as Jordan Davis who are making like $13 million a year. And I just don't think that number is going to work for the team.
I don't either. I don't expect him to assign him this
How
fifth
many
year.
plays
I
a
really
game are those D tackles who are making that bank playing? Jordan Davis last year, and I don't know the exact number, but it was 20 snaps a game-ish.
Yeah.
And so they are still removing him in passing situations. If he's on the field and it's third down, they got stuck. The other team did something where they couldn't get the right personnel on the field. So that is my issue. I can't, at this point, pay this guy until I see him go sack quarterbacks.
Well, he did it in the conference championship and Super Bowl for what that's worth. So, I mean, he and Jalen Hurts played their best games of the year in the conference championship and the Super Bowl, and I think that
you think he's a pass rusher now? Like, I don't. I do not.
He has the ability. Well, I mean,
I
the
hope.
fact is he was healthy for the first time in his career last year. He was fit. I mean, Nick Sirianni said as much, and just hearing him interviewed after the NFC Championship game, I think he has the right mindset, and I think he's ready. He gets it. So
He's an incredible athlete too. I mean, he's one of the best athletes pound for pound in the history of the combine, like ever.
Yeah, but I'll
never
say
seen
that,
anything like what he did at the combine.
I'm just saying he has it in him. Like, he does have athleticism.
But Ed, no, I agree with that. But Ed, here's where I'm at, man. If I'm Howie and I'm making all sorts of tough calls because I got cap issues, all sorts of them.
Yeah.
I mean, I've gotten rid of CJ, GJ. I might be getting rid of Goddard. Like, am I getting rid of Goddard to keep Jordan Davis? No. I mean, don't get me wrong. He's on the team next year. I'm not trying to confuse people. But my point is the decision that they have to make, which is whether to give him that fifth year, guaranteed and exercise that thing. And it's about $11 million he would be making 2 seasons from now. And they need to make that decision in the next couple of weeks. Am I giving him that number when I know I got to sign Jalen Carter? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Ed, give me an answer, my man, for a character with edge.
How about Rick Wild Thing Vaughn?
Oh, that's a good answer right there.
That's a really good answer.
Yeah, that answer works for me for sure from the great movie Major League. Let's listen to Howie. He was talking yesterday. Big picture on the Eagles. You can tell there's some challenges with some of what they've got. Here's something Howie said.
Where we are right now, we have a lot of good players that have earned their paychecks. We have others coming up through that will be in position to earn paychecks. And so we want to get as many young, talented players on this roster as we can to add competition, which is one of Coach's core values, and also because of the financial situation that we're going to have going forward in our effort to try to win another championship for the city.
John, I don't know how you show guys like CJ, GJ, and potentially Goddard at the door and then say, let's open up the bank for Jordan Davis. That doesn't make sense to me.
I think they're opening up the bank.
Nah, but $11-12 million, that's not nothing.
I'm a bigger fan of his than I know either of you are, but that's
he just doesn't play that much.
I think he's awesome as a guy. I wish he could do more as a pass rusher.
I wish he would play
more. I can't
more.
pay him until he's a completely balanced out player who can give me more than 20 or 25 snaps in a game. If we get him up to 45, 50 snaps, and if I see him penetrate, if they ask him to do more than just 2-gap things, that'll go a long way as well.
All right, well, look, you can react to all this. The draft is coming up in 8 days. 215-592-9494. Plus the Phillies bouncing back last night. Coming up next, we'll get to something Rob Thompson said about not arguing 2 days ago. Because, of course, it was notable when he did not come out to argue that JT, horrible call against JT. What Topper said about that, that's up ahead, plus Ross Tucker at 8:25. More of what Howie said from yesterday, including evaluating character issues with prospects as you approach a draft. That and more on a really busy Wednesday morning. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie on WIP.
During the NBA play-in tournament, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving all customers a shot all new customers a shot at $250 in bonus bets. Join FanDuel today at FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, and you'll get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. From three-pointers to steals to assists, FanDuel has so many ways to bet your favorite player props. Plus, after the game tips off, you can even combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. Just visit FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, to get in on all the NBA play-in tournament action. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP. That's FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, for your chance at $250 in bonus bets.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's time to make it official. Sports Radio 94 WIP is celebrating the man, the myth, the strip sacking legend.
Brandon Graham rips the football out of the hands of Tom Brady.
May 5th is now BG Day.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
All day long, 94 WIP is honoring Brandon Graham with classic stories, special guests, and the best BG moments of all time.
Oh, was he walloped by Brandon Graham?
Live all day, May 5th.
I just want to thank everybody.
Then cap off the day with BG Live, a special one-time event with Brandon at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Get your tickets for BG Live at 94WIP.com.
What up, Phillies?
Natural Lawn of America gives your lawn the natural care it deserves. With organic fertilizers and safer, eco-friendly weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn ensures your lawn thrives year after year. Act now and get free seeding every year. Time is running out. Call 800-FREE-SEED today.
If you're serious about what's under your hood, then you need the highest octane on the market. New 94 Octane, available exclusively at Sunoco. Nothing else will match it. Go to Sunoco.com to find a participating station near you.
Includes all rebates and incentives. Offers cannot be combined. Excludes taxes and tax. Still trying to get past second base with other dealers? You don't know Jack. Choke up on the bat. Dig into the box. You're already in scoring position with Jack Dell and the team at Dell Chevrolet during Dell Chevrolet's Grand Slam Sales Event. Dell Chevrolet continues to hit it out of the park on its quest to be the Delaware Valley's #1 truck destination with over 300 trucks and SUVs in stock ready to roll. Worried about financing? Jack Dell is a time-tested expert when it comes to finding a gap and muscling one deep in the hole. Buy with no money down and 0% financing every day at Dell Chevrolet. Plus, with the Dell Vehicle Exchange Program, you can get out of your old vehicle and into a new car or truck and keep your payment the same, or maybe even make it less. Dell Chevy is located on Route 30 in Paoli. If you're worried you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Online at DellChevrolet.com. Se habla español.
Jack, sell it for less.
Attention! Now, why does Jeremy have a megaphone? Yeah, well, he's pretty jazzed about the new Mega Millions from the New Jersey Lottery. More Mega! It's got a built-in multiplier now, and more eye-popping jackpots. Something Mega got more Mega! Even better odds of winning. It's more... Mega? When I say more, you say mega! More!
Play Mega Millions today. Now $5. Mega! Must be 18 or older to buy a lottery ticket. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I can't believe you scored tickets para Nati Natasha.
After saving so much at T-Mobile, I thought, ¿por qué no darnos un gusto?
There she is.
Nati, can we get a picture?
Claro que sí. Wow, that's a nice picture.
The S25 takes awesome selfies.
Tag me and I'll follow you. Get a new Samsung Galaxy S25 phone with Galaxy AI at T-Mobile and 4 lines for $25 a line.
With autopay discount plus taxes and fees. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us at canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See details at T-Mobile.com.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ow! No!
Sweetie, come here. Don't worry. I see a lot of patients with the exact same thing.
Ever since the ice skating rink went in next door?
Or is it more than
Dr. Clark's business is heating up.
So many patients need my help. How will I find time to see all of them?
They need to hire a scheduler, stat.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, Pennsylvania, it's time to step up to the plate for another thrilling season with the Fightin' Phils. And now, every time the Phillies strike out 10 or more batters in a home game, you score. That's right. When they whiff double-digit batters at the bank, you'll get a $5 casino bonus to play Philadelphia Phillies Slingo. Exclusively on BetMGM. The best part, you can claim this bonus once per week, every Monday through Sunday throughout the baseball season. So keep watching the Phils, cheer on those strikeouts, and get ready to take your thrills to the next level. BetMGM is a proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies and an official gambling partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus to wager. PA only. All promotions are subject to qualification and eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as non-withdrawable site credit. Bonus bets unless otherwise provided in the applicable terms. Rewards subject to expiry. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All power, zero compromise. Ego cordless outdoor power equipment features advanced lithium battery technology that exceeds the power and performance of gas without the noise, fuss, or fumes. From blowers and trimmers to mowers and pressure washers, one battery powers over 90 tools. No wonder it is the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Power beyond belief. Visit egopowerplus.com to learn more or to find an Ego retailer near you. That's egopowerplus.com.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. On Monday night, the national champion UConn Huskies came down to the WNBA draft in Manhattan to cheer on their former teammate Paige Beckers, who was selected first overall by the Dallas Wings. Among the entourage was Caitlin Chen, a graduate student transfer from Princeton. Then in round 3, Chen was surprised to hear her name announced by the expansion Golden State Valkyries. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Lesson Fund. Phil's Giants again this evening, 6:45 live here on 94 WIP. Phil's a 6-4 winner of the Giants last night, thanks in part to the contributions of two players who've been struggling mightily. Brennan Marsh, RBI on a sac fly. Alec Boehm, RBI single in the 6th. On NBC Sports Philly, Boehm knows driving runs in is what he usually does.
That's part of what's so frustrating, right? It's like this is where I'm supposed to come through. This is what makes me who I am. And obviously, when you're not doing it, it doesn't feel good. But being able to kind of calm down, slow down, get back to it, and just get a good pitch over the plate and put a swing on it. Doesn't matter where the runners are or what's going on in the game, pressure-wise or anything like that. Just guys got to throw a good pitch for me to hit. I got one on the first pitch there, and
former Eagle James Bradbury making a free agent visit to the Buffalo Bills today per ESPN. Laborers District Council of Philadelphia and vicinity are committed to providing the safest, most well-trained workforce for the construction industry. Laborers building a better future today. Weather brought to you by Dietz & Watson. Partly sunny, windy, high 56, currently 47. Dietz & Watson meats, cheeses, condiments, and Dietz Nuts meat snacks are the perfect snack. Online, DietzandWatson.com. for local retailers near you. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
3-0 pitch, and Harper swings and hits one high in the air to right. It's deep. Yastrzemski is back at the track, looking up, and it is gone. a towering fly ball to right that Bryce Harper hits out over the out-of-town scoreboard for his third home run of the season. And it's a 2-run shot here in the bottom of the 7th as the Phillies now lead it 6-3.
Well, big moment last night. Didn't feel quite as big in the moment. First off, I think a lot of people were surprised it went out, including Scott Fransky. Second off, of course, the Phils already had the lead, but given the Alvarado struggles in the 8th, that Bryce Harper home run turned into the difference in the game. That was big last night. So the Phils get the win, which was good to see. Good morning to you. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. All right, we'll keep the draft talk going in about 5 minutes when Ross Tucker joins us. We got a lot to. I mean, we're going to rifle through players with Ross. You know, the Nolan kid, the Campbell, all these options for the Eagles. I mean, he's an animal being all over this stuff. So we'll get Ross's assessment of what's viable and what's not, and who's good and who's not for the Eagles coming up over the next few minutes when Ross joins us shortly. Also, reminder, Brandon Graham Day. It's happening on May 5th. It's going to be a big extravaganza day here on May 5th as all our programs celebrate the great career of Brandon Graham. That night, BG Live. And what that means is an event that you can attend at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville, as Brandon will be there, and he and I will be up on stage really reminiscing about his career, retrospective of his career. And it should be quite an evening. Tickets are available. You got to get them on our website, 94WIP.com. Obviously, this is something I think we think is going to sell out. So we would encourage you to get tickets sooner than later. Take your family and friends, take your parents, take your kids, take yourself, whatever. 94WIP.com. Get there because it's going to be a great night. All right. John, we talked a decent amount yesterday about Rob Thompson not arguing when that horrible call and a series of calls that happened against JT in the 7th inning 2 days ago.
He did not get out of the dugout.
He did not
until the next inning when the lights were out.
Yeah, whole different issue, and that cheesed a lot of people, and I was one of them. I thought it was a mistake because I thought the team could have used even if it's an automatic ejection because Ruben, what is the rule? You're not allowed to argue balls and strikes anymore at all by leaving the dugout.
At all.
Automatic ejection, right?
Almost automatic, yeah.
Yeah. And it didn't used to be that way, right, Ruben? It
was totally different.
It's changed.
It's changed, and it's taken some of the personality out of some stuff.
I agree.
I think it seems sort of unfair that I'm sitting here saying, "Hey, you should have rallied and gotten off your butt and gotten out there and yelled at people."
I agree with you.
I don't know that I would have done it.
I agree that you were being unfair.
I think no, really. I think on the one hand, it's foolish to abandon your team, but I think your team needs to see you
supercharge,
protect them.
Yeah.
Your team needs to see you PO'd about what just took place. So, man, it's a damned if you do and a damned if you don't.
Let's listen to Topper, what he said yesterday on this topic. This was before yesterday's game.
In the 7th inning when JT gets run off on that pitch, is that a spot where you think about getting yourself tossed? And if not, why? Why not?
Because I generally don't let things that I can't control bother me. And I think it's important to stay in the game and stay calm for your club. There's a time when you may want to rally the troops a little bit, but I didn't feel like that was the time.
Is April just too early for that?
Not necessarily, but I mean, it was a ball, but it wasn't egregious, I didn't think. So, and I can't tell from the side anyways.
All right,
it was egregious.
Can't say I love that.
It was egregious, but you can't tell them. And the reaction
you can tell with JT's reaction though,
yeah,
Ruben.
and he typically doesn't react that way.
Your reaction, Ruben.
But you
it
can't.
was egregious.
Yeah. But you can't make you can't be contrived. I mean, if it's not doesn't come from the heart, man. I mean, it didn't look silly. Even the players are like, really, dude. Come on.
Yeah, but here's my argument, Ruben, against that. And I will acknowledge he's in one of the tougher spots. Like we all as Ruben, you as an announcer that night, we as viewers that night, we can see it. It's ironic. We can see it easier than the manager on a side view. That is true. But I will say this. This concept of if I can't control it, I'm less apt to react. That doesn't work for me because that's of course, there's all sorts of stuff you can't control. But what you can control is how you react to make sure the umpire knows that you think he's not doing a good job and to try to psych your team up.
Make sure your team knows you have your back in those situations.
Yeah, and I thought he missed the mark on that one.
His reply to that question said to me, Joe, that if the game was closer, he'd have done it. But at 8-4.
You know what? I disagree. His reply
that's
to
the
me.
way I took it.
No, the way I took it was it's not in my nature. And I think one of
He
the
got
things,
tossed last
and I think,
year.
but I think one of the things a lot of people, and I'm one of them, are saying is, but put it in your nature. It wasn't in Nick Sirianni's nature to calm down, but you know what he did?
It's a great point.
He calmed down.
You're damn right.
Right? So, sometimes you got to be out of your nature.
He said there that that's something that he couldn't control. Yeah, and I do think that you're kind of taking.
Well, it's true. You can't control.
You can't control any of it, though. You can't control any play in baseball.
But that's the point. You can take
sense.
control of that moment. That's what we're talking about here.
Exactly,
we wanted
John.
you to take control of that moment.
Exactly.
Even though it might have been wasteful and you might have cut off your own nose to spite your face and it might have been foolish. We thought as fans that it would have set the tone for this team and sent the right message.
That's exactly right. All right, Ross Tucker on the draft. We're going to get to Ross in 1 minute and break down all sorts of players. Ross in 1 minute. Hey, April showers, you know the saying, they bring May flowers, but bald tires, well, that don't bring anything good. They bring trouble. On slick spring roads, worn out tread means longer stops, less control, and way more risk. Don't chance it. Roll into United Tire and Service for a free tire inspection. I was at United Tire last week with Greg getting my car worked at. Look, phenomenal. There's 10 different locations throughout the Delaware Valley, so obviously it's not hard for you to have one that's, within 10 or 15 minutes of you. They're all over the place. Get yourself to United Tire. Roll into United Tire for great service, obviously for tires as well, and for serious deals on top brands, including an extra $50 off any Ford tires. That's right, Ford tires, $50 off at United Tire and Service, locally owned, locally operated. Find the location nearest you at unitedtire.com. That's unitedtire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United. Let's talk to Ross Tucker. We love having Ross on the program. Starting to get exciting with the NFL draft coming up now in just 8 days and 9 days and 10 days for all 3 rounds. And Ross joins us this morning. Good morning, Ross.
Joe, good morning. Long time no see.
Settle down.
Oh, what's going on here?
Settle down before we go any further, Ross. Do you have it out of your system, or do you got to say more?
No, those are the moments where we need. Those are the moments where we need video camera or to be live on YouTube or whatever you guys do now. But,
all right. So what
John
Ross
and
is?
Rhea and Kevin and James. If you don't know, my wife and I went against Joe and Villanova Amy.
Is that what you called her, Villanova Amy?
In what? They won in what?
He called her the Johan Rojas of beer pong. All right.
Wow.
She stunk.
Whoa.
And by the way, I was the Brandon Marsh. I wasn't much better. Correct.
Exactly lighting it up yourself.
Correct.
You're trying to pass the buck right now?
No. I'm just saying she was worse, but I was bad. I mean, Ross, I probably hadn't played beer pong in 10 years. I mean, honest to God.
That shouldn't matter. Beer pong is not something that you take 10 years away and you can't throw a ball in a cup.
But I got to say this. As bad as I was and she was, Ross and his wife especially, machines. So, Ross, I give credit to you guys. Now, some could argue it's a little dorky to be so good at that.
Credit for being good at beer
when
pong.
you're
a lot of time and effort.
It's awesome.
Yeah, but when you're in your mid-40s,
my wife and I will whoop you guys too. I'm right there.
Ross, you guys were good, man. I was very impressed.
Well, thank you. My wife was on fire. That's actually how we met 20 years ago, or 24 years ago, actually. But the point is, here's what you guys need to know. Joe was bad. Amy was so bad that it was hilarious. It made the night.
I agree with you, actually.
So you're just bad. She's at least bad enough that there was incredible entertainment value from it. It was awesome.
Yeah, her shots were going sideways. It was astounding. I mean, she had a better shot to hit the table that was next to us than our table. It was couldn't believe it. All right, Ross,
Were you upset with her at any point?
I wasn't thrilled, but I also wasn't doing good enough.
Competitive, sometimes
it wasn't even close, John.
Top
it wasn't even close.
Competitive.
It was so
too competitive to where it's dysfunctional.
Correct.
So you were mad at Amy.
Yeah.
Did you take it out on Amy with anything that you said or did?
Yeah, I said we're not playing again together. That's what I said.
Oh no!
All right, Ross, let's get to the draft, man. So first round, obviously in 8 days, Eagles. Final pick. Let's rifle through a lot of options and theories and all sorts of stuff. Let's start with Walter Nolan. We've heard an awful lot about him as a possibility for the Eagles at 32, or maybe even if they move down. Walter Nolan, how good is he? Would he be a good fit for the Eagles? Where's Ross? Where'd he go? We just lost Ross.
Oh, no.
All right, Ross is.
He wanted to come on and give you a hard time for beer
He
pong.
was on a phone. And his phone just zapped out. We'll get right back to Ross in a moment. Let's go to Mike in Philadelphia. Mike, good morning.
Hey, morning, guys. How you guys doing?
Doing great, Mike.
I just had a what's it called? One of the characters with I was thinking Maverick from Top Gun.
Yeah, Maverick does have edge. That's a really good answer. We're looking today for a character that has edge. Good answer.
No, that's not the best answer from that movie. Even.
Well, who would you say?
Talking about edgy?
Well, who?
Iceman.
Iceman's edgier than Maverick.
Iceman might be edgier.
Iceman's way
He's
edgier.
too dorky to be edgy.
Who's gonna snap his teeth at the air?
Yeah.
Maverick or Iceman?
Maverick has a lot more
That's an edgy move.
Because Maverick's dangerous.
I agree with you, John.
What are you talking
No,
about?
I agree with
Iceman's not dangerous.
No, Iceman's too methodical.
Iceman is a wild card.
No.
What are you talking about?
No.
Maverick is the bad boy.
Absolutely.
He's an edgy guy.
Iceman is Danny Glover in Lethal Weapon. Maverick is Mel Gibson in Lethal Weapon.
Great guy.
Absolutely.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong.
Okay, well, you can't be
Both
my
of you.
wingman any day. I'll put it that way. All right, let's get back to Ross Tucker. Ross
I can't
is with
believe
us.
you don't
I don't.
understand the dynamic of Top Gun.
I will
that
agree.
you think Maverick is the nasty, edgy bad boy, and Val Kilmer,
Mach 7
and
with
Iceman.
Dude, listen to what
he's the nice guy.
The
You
blondie,
think Val
what's her
Kilmer's
name?
the
What's her-
good,
what's her-
friendly,
what's her name?
upstanding citizen American
What's her name?
pilot man?
What's the girlfriend's name?
Charlie.
Charlie, yeah. Kelly McGillis. Listen to what she's saying. Like, you're not going to your hair on fire, Mach 7, that whole line. Yeah, this is a whole movie. That's what he is. Trying to figure out
So
from his.
what is Iceman then?
Iceman is methodical. John.
He is the antagonist.
Well, I'm
to
aware of
his
that.
Protagonist.
I agree with that.
And so that
No.
inherently makes him edgier.
Horrible answer.
He is the villainous, partner in crime to compete against for
listen,
Maverick.
Time's yours. You can weigh in right now, and we'll get to the best calls on Time's Yours coming up in about an hour or so. Who's more edgy in Top Gun, Maverick or Iceman? 215-238-4500. You guys settle this dispute on Time's Yours. 215-238-4500. Obviously, weigh in on anything and everything going on in sports and life as well with Time's Yours at 9:45. All right, Ross is with us. Ross, I'm not sure where we lost you, but let's start with Walter Nolan. How good is he, and what kind of fit would he be for the Eagles?
Yeah, I mean, he's pretty much as gifted as anyone. There's a reason why he was the number one overall prospect coming out of high school. I think if you watch him in college, it's kind of up and down. There are times where you can watch a few plays and say, this guy's Jalen Carter, this guy should be a top 10 pick. But then there's too many other plays where the consistency is just not there. I think that the Eagles embrace the opportunity to get talented, inconsistent guys and make them more consistent. I think that's sort of been one of the themes the last couple of years. I would be surprised if he's still there at 32. There's only so many guys that have the gifts in their body that Walter Nolan possesses, and guys like that do not last until the end of the first round. So the question would be, if he gets into the 20s, because the Eagles have so many picks next year, and they have 4 fifth-rounders this year, if they would make a move to move up several spots to get him. The only thing I would say about that is, everybody I talk to says there's going to be 30 to 35 starters or 30 to 35 D tackles go in the first 3 rounds. So is it really worth moving up for that guy when there's other guys that might be just as good? You don't have to move up at all. Heck, you might be able to move down and still get him.
Ross, how close to proving himself for his 5th year is Jordan Davis for that picking up the option for the Eagles?
John, I think that's low key one of the most fascinating decisions for the Eagles this offseason, because there's no way around it. With where they took him, he's been a disappointment. I mean, you don't take a guy with a top 15 pick and he plays the number of snaps that Jordan has played and the impact that he's had. I mean, we see what it looks like with other guys, right? Like we see what Jalen Carter looks like as the 9th pick. We see what Nolan Smith looks like as towards the end of round 1. Jordan Davis any way you look at it, has not been what we were hoping he would be with that pick. That said, and I'm actually surprised this happened because usually bigger guys like him that have conditioning issues, usually they kind of wear down over the course of the season. He played his best football in the playoffs. By the way, so did almost every Eagle, which is wild. I mean, think about Milton Williams and Sweat, but so did Jordan Davis. Jordan Davis ended up getting a couple sacks in the playoffs and showed that he actually has some pass rush. And I think because of that, and because of how much Milton Williams and guys like that get paid now, I think the Eagles are going to look at that fifth-year number and say, you know what, he's getting there, and we think by year 5 he's worth the $12.5 million or whatever it is.
Yeah, I'll be surprised if they don't. I really will. All right, Ross, let's rifle through a couple more of these guys. So in the latest mock draft Mel has, he's got Jihad Campbell to the Eagles, who wouldn't fall that far if not for the injury situation. Do you have a sense of the injury, when he'll be available to play, and when healthy, how good is he? Chances to get him at 32, what do you think?
Yeah, so this is, I think, the most interesting part of the draft, Joe, because I know we keep talking D-tackle, D-end, D-line, but it's so deep that the Eagles could get really good players at those positions in round 2 and round 3. So what I think is the most interesting aspect of this draft to me is what happens if Malachi Starks, the safety from Georgia, falls to them?
Yep.
What happens if Jihad Campbell's there for them? What happens if one of these tight ends is there for them at 32? I mean, it sounds like Goddard's as good as gone. I would it shock me if they took a tight end at 32? No, it wouldn't. I mean, they took Goddard in the second round. They took Ertz in the second round, and 32 is almost second round.
Yep.
Campbell is extremely gifted. By the way, you guys know he's a South Jersey guy?
I do now.
Yeah. I think what's it called? Timber Creek, maybe?
That got a laugh out of Devin. I mean, yes, I knew it. I knew it 13 seconds
Mic
ago.
off laugh.
Yeah.
He's a South Jersey guy that went to Alabama. He is like exactly how you draw it up in terms of height, weight, speed, everything that you're looking for. He even can give you a little bit off the edge as a pass rusher. You know, there's some people that think he has more there. So he would almost fit the Zach Bond, at least height, weight, speed.
But is
profile.
that only if he drops significantly, into late second, early third, Ross?
No, I think they would consider him at 32.
Wow.
I think they would. I wouldn't be shocked if someone takes him late in the first round at all because of his ability. That's the other thing too, is like I keep seeing all these people saying, the Eagles, they won't take a tight end, they won't take a linebacker. I think based on what they just did contractually with Zach Bond and Saquon Barkley, I think we should stop saying the Eagles would never do this, the Eagles wouldn't do this,
I agree
they
with
don't do that. They've kind of, and maybe you can say those guys were their 2 best players and that they deserve. I get all that, but I think the Eagles, on some level, are zigging while everybody else is like.
Game changes, times change. They do too.
I agree.
Right.
Yeah.
So, John, everybody in the league is now trying to do the Howie Roseman model from 5 years ago. Like, no running backs. Like Joe Shane, when I watched Joe Shane on Hard Knocks, it was like he was reading a book that Howie wrote 5 years ago. But it's like, hey, Joe, it's 5 years later, bro. Like, the Eagles evolve. Howie Roseman, Jeffrey Lurie, they evolve. So I wouldn't put it past them taking anybody at 32. If the best safety, I mean, I don't think a running back, but if the best safety,
Yeah. So Ross, I hear you. So let's talk about safety. Let's talk about Starks, Malachi Starks. They've never taken a safety in the first round. I agree, it's on the board as a possibility. How good is he? Would you feel good with Starks being the 32nd pick if the Eagles get him?
He is very, very good. And yes, I would. There's some people that thought he had a little bit of a down year compared to the year before. I did a Georgia game the year before for CBS. I think the guy is fantastic. They obviously have a ridiculous track record at this point with guys from Georgia. And that's a really, really important position in Vic Fangio's defense, right? We all know he likes to play 2 deep safeties. He likes to have those guys alternate who comes up in the box. Like they really have to be really good players. And I love Sidney Brown's play style. I love Sidney Brown's personality. But he's a major question mark. And I know that people think that they might sign Justin Simmons after the draft. That's true. But he didn't light the world on fire last year in Atlanta. There's a reason why Justin still isn't signed. If they can get a guy that is clearly a starting safety and a high caliber safety on a rookie contract, I kind of think you have to do that.
So our other NFL GMs, looking at what Howie did with assembling another Georgia team in the NFL, are they looking at that and saying, this has some validity, this idea of guys who have a built-in relationship from the start could have something working for it?
I don't know about that part of it, John, in terms of guys that know each other, are friendly, can support each other.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's fascinating. And I also think that makes every contractual situation interesting, right? So when you get to Nakobe Dean, when you get to any of these guys, is there a tiny bit more incentive to kind of keep the group together because they're all rowing the boat in the same direction?
But we don't know because we've never seen anything like this before in the NFL where a GM decides to put 7 Georgians, or 7 or 8, if we're including the practice squad right now, on the same NFL roster.
Right. And the one thing that they are taking from the Eagles for sure is the guys from like top 5, top 10 programs.
Yeah.
Because what people are realizing is with all of these guys, it's a projection, but the better school they play at and the better level of competition, the less of a projection. And look, they're not afraid to take Jalix Hunt from Houston Christian in the 3rd round. And by the way, I think he's going to be a really good player. I mean, I was critical of that pick a year ago. I thought a 3rd round pick for a project from Houston Christian was a little too rich for my blood. They nailed it. I mean, that guy
they did.
is more than likely going to start and be awesome. But I do think, like I talked to a couple GMs, there's less guesswork in their mind. They feel like they have more information on the guys that start multiple years in like the SEC or the Big Ten.
Makes sense. Does. Ross, what about James Pierce? We've seen him attached to the Eagles in many of these mock drafts. The edge rusher from Tennessee. How good is he? And is he a viable guy at 32 that you'd be happy with?
So he reminds me a little bit, Joe, of Walter Nolan in the sense that coming into the year, okay, any mock draft you saw, anything that talked about the top 5, top 10 prospects, James Pierce was in all of those. So what does that tell you, right? That tells you he had a really good year the year before. He's very physically gifted. People thought he was an elite guy, but the fact that he's being pegged to the Eagles late in the 1st round tells you he did not have the year people were expecting him to have. He's not consistent. He's up and down. And he's a guy that I think needs a little bit more in his repertoire, right? Like he can really roll off the ball. He's got a good first step, but he's just not very polished. Some teams will say, listen, he might never figure it out. Other teams will say, we can get him with our guy, Jeremiah Washburn, who has done an unbelievable job with the edge rushers. I mean, think about Nolan Smith. Guys, last year in the preseason, that last preseason game against the Vikings, Nolan Smith's out there doing nothing, and I'm thinking, boy, that was a bad pick. And then by the end of the year,
raw.
By the end of the year, he's awesome. So we don't give position coaches, and John, you know this, nearly as much credit for the work they do or how important they are. That's like
a lot of teams
thing in the NFL.
Ross, a lot of teams out there that have position coaches that don't even coach. A lot of teams out there, they think, well, you're in the NFL, you've made it. I don't need to teach you more. I'm telling you, that really is the mindset.
That's horrible.
In some places.
That's horrible
for the position coaches.
Horrible.
Not here, though.
No.
And I'm telling you, just yet another thing. You add that to the list of reasons why we are the world champions.
All right, Ross, one last thing. I think there's one topic that's not Eagles that ties into the Eagles that's most interesting with this draft, and it's Shedeur Sanders and the Giants. Because the Giants have needed a quarterback since, Eli was 4 years from retirement. Should the New York Giants draft Shedeur Sanders or not?
No, I don't think so. And I don't think they will. I mean, are you talking about from an Eagles perspective?
Yeah, I'm saying it's interesting I'm saying it's interesting for Eagles fans because, Jaden Daniels changed the division last year. He's going to be a factor for a decade. Shedeur Sanders has a chance to. And what I'm getting at is, is he good enough that the Giants should hitch their wagon to him or not?
No, he's not, in my opinion. And I did a Colorado State team last year. I would be shocked if the Giants took him at 3. There's some talk that they would take Abdul Carter, the Philly kid from LaSalle College. They would take him at 3 and then maybe trade back up through Shedeur Sanders. I highly doubt that. I don't think the Browns, would trade for Pickett and sign Flacco if they were just going to go ahead and draft Shedeur at 2. I don't think the Giants would have signed Jameis Winston and Russell Wilson if they were just going to take Shedeur Sanders at 3. Like, why would you do that? Why would you sign or bring in multiple other guys when you know you can get the guy at 2 or in this case 3? I just don't think that that's the case. I think they're much more likely to take like a Jalen Milroe from Alabama at the top of the second round. That's what I would do. I think they'll go with Russell Wilson early in the year, hope that he plays well, hope they can win enough games to keep their job. When they find out midway through the year that that's not the case, then their last-ditch effort, their Hail Mary is Milroe. Maybe Milroe can light it up as a rookie and do enough stuff that they'll keep us for one more year. I mean, that's the reason why the Eagles are the Eagles. I can tell you at least 5 teams off the top of my head where the GM and the head coach are clearly on the hot seat, and every decision they make is to try to save their butt.
Yeah, short term. Yeah,
that is not good. That is very, very bad for a franchise.
Yeah,
but that's where the Giants are for sure.
Well
Ross,
said.
You think Shedeur goes to the Saints at 9, or is he going to be sticking around on even longer than that?
Well, I thought he was going to be sticking around for a while, but this Derek Carr shoulder thing, which by the way is bizarre. How has a guy had a shoulder injury this bad out of the blue? In April. I've never heard of that before. I still haven't heard one person tell me what Derek did to hurt his shoulder, but whatever.
Right.
I do think it's more likely. I got to tell you this. I don't know. Imagine you're Kellen Moore. Okay. If you take Shedeur at 9 and he stinks, you're never going to be a head coach again.
Right.
So does Kellen Moore feel that good about, there's a chance that he takes Shedeur Sanders at 9 and 2 years from now, Kellen Moore's back as the Eagles' offensive coordinator.
Does it give him more security that Dion is part of that package, or less security that Dion is part of that package?
I don't think there's any way you could argue more. How would it be more? If anything, it could only be less.
Ross, great work, pal. We'll talk to you next week one more time before this thing happens. NFL draft in 8 days. Thank you, Ross.
Sounds great. See you guys.
Great stuff, man. All right, coming up in 1 minute. Something about Jalen Hurts that you probably don't know that is notable, and information that just broke in the last couple minutes. What it is, we'll tell you coming up in 1 minute.
You're ready to propose. And yes, it can be a bit intimidating shopping for the diamond. And that's why men all around the area will tell you, no matter what, you have to visit Benari Jewelers. They have a way of transforming intimidating into informative and confusion into crystal clarity. And here's how. Benari, their team starts by putting you at ease. They show you every single thing you need to know about making that important purchase. How to evaluate the cut, the color, the clarity, and no hard sales, just education, putting you in the driver's seat. You feel like an expert browsing through the largest selection of diamonds, and not just any diamonds. These are hand-selected, with only a few making the grade to become a Benari diamond. The others land at big box jewelers with high-pressure sales to move them along. But with Benari diamonds, the value shines through. You'll walk away with a superior diamond that she'll love for years to come. Benari Jewelers, when ordinary won't do. Everything is at Benari is extraordinary. Exton and Newtown Square, online at BenariJewelers.com.
All right, on this Wednesday morning, with both of our teams locally on the in the winter level out of it for the spring. Obviously no Sixers, no Flyers. Flyers have one more game. We've got a Twitter poll about the playoffs up ahead in both basketball and baseball, and it's brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. In 2025, Armin Chevy proudly celebrating 25 years of serving the automotive needs of the Delaware Valley. Together, let's drive. Which league's playoffs are you going to watch a lot this year? That's what we're going with, a lot. Not the 5-minute, 10-minute skim by, but you're really going to devote time to. You're really going to, 4 choices here. NBA playoffs, you're in. B, NHL playoffs, you're in. Choice C, you're into both. Choice D, neither. You tell us. We'll get to the results next hour we'll surmise how people are digging or not digging those two leagues for the next 2 months. All right, Jalen Hurts. I said something about Jalen Hurts you probably don't know. Ruben, you looked at me like, huh, what do I not know about Jalen Hurts that broke in the last couple of minutes? I saw that look of intrigue on your face.
Yeah, I'm intrigued.
Let me read from an Adam
Interest
Schefter,
peaked.
an Adam Schefter post. Adam Schefter recently posted, Eagles quarterback Jalen Hurts has been selected to the 2025 Time 100, an annual list of the 100 most influential people in the world.
Wow. It's awesome. Good for
That
him.
is
Yeah.
An incredible
How about
That's
that?
awesome. That's awesome.
How about that? That's
How
pretty
do you
cool,
feel about
right?
that?
For our
Well, it sounds
superstar
absurd,
quarterback.
right?
It's the
Why?
same thing absurd about it at all.
Congratulate. How is he one of the most 100 influential people in the world?
Because he's
Because
the
the way he goes about
quarterback
his
who
business.
won the Super Bowl.
Player on
So
the
we're
best
single
team
most-
at football. At the
He's
best
one of the highest
sport.
paid players in the sport.
Hard for me to imagine.
He's got
I
an
mean,
all
good.
female. He's got an all female
congratulations. The
team.
leader of the
He's got
world
an all
champions.
female team. He's like out in front on all these types of things.
Congratulations.
He's Jordan's football guy. He's the only Jordan football guy. Like, what are you talking about?
And he
Well,
overcame
let's-
a whole slew
All right, let
of
me start with this.
criticism.
How many? No, seriously. Congratulations, someone. Let me just start with this. How many countries have nukes? Is it 8 or 9? Like the leaders of those countries have all got to be. If you can nuke the world, you got to be on the list,
The majority of people. So I've been going through it.
right?
The majority-
Whoever's got a nuke is on the list of the top 100.
There's a
Has
couple
to be.
like
Who has to
obviously
be?
the president
Has
is.
to be.
But there's a lot of actors and actresses.
Yeah, I don't think it's being literal. It's a magazine that's trying to sell issues.
Well, no, that's my point. I think
is
they're
the most-
stretching. They're stretching.
Like, sure, the 100 most influential people,
mean,
probably 94 of them people haven't heard of. You know what I mean? Let's be honest, or whatever.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I haven't
90 of them, or whatever.
I mean, you can say congratulations, but also say it's highly bizarre. I mean, John,
Is he ranked?
I don't think it's bizarre.
It's not
like, why are
ranked.
you saying
I think it's right in line with the rest of this list.
you think Jalen Hurts is one of the most 100 influential people in the world?
So I think
Yes.
there's probably
athletes.
Think about his
yes.
platform.
No,
Holy cow. The leader of the biggest team in the NFL, the most, arguably the most popular sport going, especially in America, the biggest.
I don't know. So,
Come on.
okay, let's talk sports for a second. Who do I think would be more influential from sports? LeBron, obviously. There's a whole bunch of NBA
Not
players.
on the list.
Well, how's LeBron not on the list?
I'm going through it. So far, I've seen a French swimmer.
I mean, LeBron does get out
and-
the vote stuff that influences people to vote in elections. That's far more influential than Jalen Hurts.
So what they put in
How is
there?
he not on the list?
If you, I handed it to you. Derek Jeter wrote his tribute. So it's just there's
Derek Jeter wrote whose tribute? Jalen Hurts?
Jalen Hurts' tribute. Yeah.
I just find it. So I was going to start with LeBron on sports, but if LeBron's not on the list, then what's the point?
I mean, I'm sure LeBron's been on the list before.
Yeah.
So-
they're
so-
not going to make the list the same thing every year.
well,
Again,
then
Joe,
it's a stupid list.
it's a magazine. They're trying to sell
Well,
magazines.
I agree with you, but you are already saying the list is phony baloney. Then that was my point from the beginning.
I'm saying that no, that's not what I'm
How is
saying.
LeBron James not more influential than Jalen Hurts?
He probably is.
Well, then it's a stupid list. That was my point.
Oh my God.
Am I wrong?
I just find it
No.
interesting.
Okay,
that
thank you.
No.
But
It's all
I
good.
I
think
find it interesting that
Jalen
he
belongs.
gets this great honor. And
No,
you have
Yeah,
found
and you
a
just
way
said
to,
that's more the point. Instead of
literally-
just being like, that's cool.
I
Like, look at
said
that.
congratulations
No, you
to
said
him.
but. It was
Nah,
all you said it.
there's
Even
no
when everyone was waiting for the but as you said
Well,
it. Like,
because
tongue
it's
in cheek.
absurd.
and you don't really mean it. Like you
And
might
you
say
said it's
congratulations to him, but you
congratulations?
certainly are not giving the you're just saying congratulations to him, but you're not at all like lauding the accomplishment or saying it's cool.
I
or whatever.
just think it's.
You're like, this is
I don't
dumb.
think it's
You
real.
you basically went, hey, congratulations, Jalen. This is dumb.
Well, it
You
is
said-
dumb. I mean, I
you
brought up the nuke thing, and
you-
you guys all shot that down.
You
Like,
brought up the point to say it's an honor that he shouldn't be honored.
well, of
for.
course not.
What?
Why shouldn't he be honored?
Because he's not one of the most 100 influential people in the world.
According to whom?
Me.
Okay.
Well, you're wrong.
Do you agree it starts with whoever's got a nuke? If you got a nuke, you can influence influential people more than right?
I think that's probably true.
Okay,
yes.
I'm just starting
I mean,
there.
if you're like,
You know what?
you don't have to be so
No,
literal
that's not
about
my
it.
list.
Yeah, you're being
I'm
too
not
literal.
including
That's
the
not, I don't think that's the point of the
on
list.
my list.
It's
Probably
definitely not the
I'm
point.
gonna
Alright.
give
The
you
point
a
is to sell
breakdown.
magazines. That's the point of the list.
I mean, we got an economy. We don't know, should we have tariffs or not? Whoever can figure that out, more influential. I'm just saying.
I can't wait for the Times yours today. So it has been broken down into
215-238-4500. Call Times Yours to react to this, please.
It's broken down for
Oh, my
artists.
Lord.
Okay. There's
Okay.
artists, icons, leaders, titans, pioneers, innovators.
All right.
Where do you think Jalen was? Which list do you think you want?
What were the choices?
Artists,
A lot of choices.
icons,
Uh-huh.
leaders, titans, pioneers, innovators.
I guess leader?
Not in that one, no.
Innovator.
Innovator.
No.
Pioneer.
No.
Pioneer.
Our boy's an icon.
Oh.
Oh, really?
Icon.
Good.
How do you
Well, he's
feel
all-
about that?
he's all
Kevin?
the
I
same.
mean,
Our
good for him.
icon,
I-
our
I-
iconic
good for him.
quarterback.
It's I'm with Ruben. Good for him.
He is iconic.
Good for him.
Iconic quarterback.
Good
We
for
have an
him.
iconic quarterback. How cool is
Okay.
that?
All right, look, you can react. There's a lot going on here. All of a sudden, people getting mad at me. What
Time's
I do?
yours. 215
What I do?
238
You said he's
Because you're
absurd.
diminishing
You said
of
he doesn't
massive
deserve
accomplishments.
You were
this
like,
award.
congrats,
Joe.
but lame.
But you guys all agree
If you
LeBron is
made
more
this list,
influential,
if
right?
you made this
I'm
list,
not a LeBron guy.
you
Sorry.
would be
I'm
over
out.
the moon.
I'm out on LeBron.
Yeah,
but he's
that's
more-
enough
but
of
he's
LeBron.
more
The whole
Focus on
thing,
LeBron.
the whole thing that happened in Orlando and all that business, or Miami, I'm out on him. Ridiculous. Freaking ridiculous. I'm not a LeBron guy. I'm out.
All right, you can react to it all.
You're
Whatever
in
else we're
so
talking
much
about here
trouble.
today. I don't know. What's going on here on 94 WIP?
Burst pipes, leaks, clogs, corrosions. It's going to be hard for me to get through this one. Or even a loud, mysterious noise like Joe makes from time to time. Don't wait for one of these plumbing problems to strike. And he is familiar with plumbing problems. Contact Horizon Services today and stop worrying. No matter the time of year, you can always trust the experts at Horizon Services to solve any of your plumbing problems because they've seen it all. And you won't be waiting around for days for a plumber to arrive. Horizon Services offers same-day service, so they'll make sure your problem is fixed fast. And as always, with Horizon Services, the job will be done right the first time. If it's a bigger job, say maybe a water heater installation, Horizon Services has money-saver warranties, rebates, and flexible payment options. Doesn't matter what season it is, you shouldn't be worried about not having enough hot water for everyone in your house. And you shouldn't have to worry about your wallet when you need to take care of your home. Horizon Services, they are available 24/7, so don't wait. Schedule a visit at horizonservices.com. That's horizonservices.com. Book today knowing with Horizon Services, help is on the way.
Go Birds Radio. Listen Saturdays 1 to 3 only on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Sponsored by Bet Parks Online Sportsbook and Casino app. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. Bet Parks.
With Caesars Palace Online Casino, Iconic Play is just the beginning. Download today and register with code RADIOLAUNCH. New users get a $10 sign-up bonus, a 100% deposit match up to $1,000, and 2,500 reward credits after wagering $25. Must be 21 and physically present in New Jersey or Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harris Philadelphia. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, navigation? Take me to Kia of CherryHill.com.
Kia of CherryHill.com is offering super low lease payments on Telluride, Carnival, Sportage, Sorrento, and the all-new K4. Kia of CherryHill.com is home to over 300 new Kias available for immediate delivery. Kia of CherryHill.com has a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Available 24/7 at Kia of CherryHill.com.
New Harley-Davidson starting at $99 a month at Stars and Stripes Harley. Over 600 Harleys in stock. Only $99 a month for a brand new Harley-Davidson at Stars and Stripes Harley. Visit starsandstripesharley.com.
Payments based on extra models and base color with 30% down, 84-month term, 6.99% APR with approved credit. Doesn't include freight, setup, tax, title, and license fees. See dealer for details.
Come into your local AAA Car Care Center this month and buy 3 select tires. You'll get the 4th tire free, plus a free alignment. Only at AAA Car Care Centers. And on the plus side, AAA members save more. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
When something happens to your car, you might say,
My car!
but what you really need to say is something that can actually help.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
And just like that, State Farm is there to help you file your claim right on the State Farm mobile app. So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
Or you could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change.
What's up, baseball fans? Go yard with BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. All season long, BetMGM is offering top odds on your favorite home run bets, fast and convenient ways to play same-game parlays, special boosts and tokens, and so much more. With BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite teams and players. And from the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. Whether you want to combine multiple bets for the chance at a bigger payout or place a live bet as the game unfolds, BetMGM, the best place to bet the long ball, has all the home run betting options you could need. Download the BetMGM app, sign up, and get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense reminds you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age and older. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get the Zone, AutoZone. Raiders 4-time Pro Bowl defensive end Max Crosby is the latest celebrity professional athlete to take on an administrative role, even if it's mostly honorary, at his alma mater. As assistant general manager of the Eastern Michigan Eagles, Crosby will assist with recruiting, athlete support, alumni relations, and of course, fundraising. You know what? He can write a check tomorrow. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by NovaCare Rehabilitation. Win the Super Bowl, get named MVP, and the accolades keep coming. Jalen Hurts named to Time Magazine's 100 most influential people in the world list. Quite the honor, despite what Joe DeCamara says. Hurts tribute, written by none other than Derek Jeter, who said he connected with Hurts after the Super Bowl win. Jeter says Hurts only asked about one thing: insight on going back and winning again. Aaron Nola on the mound for the Phillies when they play the Giants. Again, 6:45 live here on 94 WIP. Phils beating the Giants last night 6-4. NovaCare Rehabilitation, your trusted physical therapy partner throughout the Delaware Valley. Schedule your appointment today at novacare.com to get back to what you love. Partly sunny, windy, high 56. It is currently 48. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
I'll be there.
Swung on, line to left center field. That is hit for a base hit. Around third is Castellanos. He's coming home. He'll score, and Alec Boehm has given the Phillies the lead with a 2-out RBI single to left center. It's 4-3.
Big hit last night. Hopefully, the start of better times moving forward for Alec Boehm and the Phils. Speaking of which, Rig had in the update, and I hadn't even gotten to it yet today because there's been so much going on in today's show. But, John, this is one of those Aaron Nola starts we kind of circle and say, let's see in a couple hours what he's got. He's 0 for 3 this year on excellence.
Wow.
You know, he hasn't been bad in all of them, but he hasn't been excellent in any of them. And so let's see what he's got tonight.
It doesn't. His performances have not been as bad as the record indicates. But
Hasn't been sharp.
Let's see a win. We need to get this team rolling in the right direction. We need to get a series under our belt, a 1 series under our belt.
Yeah.
And right now, this one's 1-1. We got 2 left against the Giants. Aaron Nola, get us going back in the right direction. You haven't been able to be the stopper consistently in the past, but that's our greatest hope.
Devin, you believe in Aaron Nola? Because we were getting calls a day or two ago, earlier this week, where people are saying his contract looks like a disaster.
So it's too early to say, no, I don't believe in Aaron Nola and the contract's a disaster. I think he's certainly had a rough go to start the season, but he's recognized that. And I know that it sounds like he's making excuses and I'm making excuses for him, but he has said, he traditionally has not and historically has not pitched well in the cold weather. So I do think that is a factor. I think he will get there. He will have good games. Even when Aaron Nola signed his contract, I wasn't ever, a massive yes, he's an ace type pitcher.
So
he's always had his ups and downs.
I thought he has. I thought he was, but he has.
He's had some great moments, but he's also, for what stood out to me, and I think a lot of Phillies fans, are moments where he just falls apart in one inning and,
that's
and blows
for sure.
up a game.
And on the whole, for a season, 2 of his last 4 years were very average. So, I hope he gets back on the excellent side.
I'm a big supporter of Aaron's, but
you drafted Nola.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned about his velocity a little bit. Because he was down to 90, 91, 92, and you like to see him in the 93, 94 range. It makes all of this stuff a little more sharp.
Sure.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how he bounces back today.
Is that something that you've seen in the past where at the beginning of the season it takes him a while to sort of ramp up to full speed, full velocity, or is this something that's newly concerning you for this season?
I think it has happened in the past, and he is more of a warm weather guy, and it's not to make an excuse because you don't, you got to pitch in every weather. It is what it is. But only interesting to see how he bounces back from his last start. Just I like to see more crisp stuff from him.
I agree. All right, well, we'll see Nola tonight. Obviously, a game you can hear right here on WIP. Let's go to the phones. Also, coming up in about the next 5 or 10 minutes, we'll get to some of the comments that have come in today on YouTube. Because obviously, with our program on YouTube and the ability to comment on YouTube, we get all sorts of comments. I don't know, Ruben, have you been on camera yet? Has this been going live with you here?
I think it has, but I'm not sure. I think it has. I think we got some. I think last week we went live. I was on. Yeah.
Good. I mean, we've had suggestions of what should be behind us because we have all this opportunity to put stuff behind us.
Right.
Seltzer, tell me if this one would fly. I'm going to throw this out there behind Mr. Amaro. Cliff Lee jersey.
I see what you did there. There you go.
For all the pluses and minuses?
All the pluses and minuses.
2 pluses and 1 big minus?
No, I'm with you, man. I'm joking around. But my point is, we do like that kind of feedback. You can let us know on Times Yours. You can let us know with comments on the YouTube, show thing right there. Comment, and we'll get to some of the, good, fun, creative, maybe complimentary, maybe critical comments in the next couple of minutes. Let's go to Rick in Easton right now. Rick, what's happening, pal?
Good morning. So when it comes to the Eagles, I feel so confident and positive with their situation. When you live through 1960 through 1979, you really should feel very confident and unbeatable with how Howie has set up this team and where they're heading, in my opinion. They still have the best roster in the league. The best GM has 20 picks over the next 2 years. That's like giving kids toys in Christmas. This is like child's play. And with possibly losing Goddard, this is the richest draft for tight ends. I think he's going to probably make a move to go get one of them. 7 guys are not going to last, are going to last 3 rounds. And I feel so confident, Joe, because they got the best and the biggest O-line in football, which is the nucleus of any successful team. They have incredible skilled players, and their defense, with the defensive line with 2 shutdown corners, I think right now I have felt the most positive I ever have with the Eagles, especially after winning the Super
I think
Bowl.
that's fair. I mean, I don't think they're as good as they were 4 months ago, but the overarching feeling of confidence in the organization, I think, should be right now at an all-time high. I think that's absolutely accurate.
But when I look at the big picture, I'm looking at them retaining 80% of a lot of talented players that are not just multiple all-pro players, but potential all-pro players. And that's not just, sifting in the wind here. These are legitimate. I mean, what's the upside of those 2 cornerbacks?
Yeah.
What's the
Well,
upside?
I'll give you the upside. Quinyon Mitchell could turn into Jalen Ramsey. It's a high-end comparison, but could he? I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't know that he's quite as athletic, but he's really amazing.
Yeah.
And Cooper DeJean looks to me like he could be we got to see him play on the outside more now, because obviously it looks like that's where he's likely headed. But he looks like he could be a top.
Well, he's going to be outside and inside.
5 corner, yeah. But top 5 cornerback in football. I mean, he's got that chance.
Yeah, and Cooper DeJean's getting all the press on social media. Of course, the pick 6 didn't hurt, but Quinyon Mitchell might be better.
Oh, I think Quinyon is better.
Definitely better. Yeah,
I think Quinyon is better.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
I think the next step for Quinyon is to catch the ball, and I'm not saying that to be a jokester. Like,
he did have 2 picks in the
at
playoffs,
the end,
so yeah.
at the end. But if he can turn, because I think it was maybe only 0 or 1 in the regular season.
It was 0. His first 2 were in the playoffs.
If he can turn that kind of sticky coverage into 4 or 5 picks, that takes him up a level. That's the one thing I would say he lacked this year during the regular season. But he's phenomenal.
I said this before, and I'll say it again. Can you imagine being a GM on draft night, your phone rings in a tally?
Yeah. Well, you're not kidding. Rick, give me an answer, my man. A character with edge.
Incredible in this movie. She was the bride, Beatrix Kittle. Uma Thurman was very edgy in Kill Bill.
Yeah, you got it.
We're getting a lot of criminal answers.
Answer.
You had started the show saying
killer,
no
right?
criminals.
Yeah.
I mean, from John Wick to Kill Bill to the Wolf. I mean,
we did say no criminals.
These are all like legit criminals.
Yeah,
like
unless it's
murder,
petty crime. You're allowed to have petty crime.
And they're killers.
Petty crime is okay.
So who's not a criminal? Rick Vaughn's not a criminal.
No.
Maverick's not a criminal. And the guy from The Outsiders not a criminal, right? So is that the only 3 that aren't criminals? I mean, that was the stipulation. That's what we said. So,
man, criminal is that's a sticky.
You're allowed to have a speeding ticket. You're not allowed to beat people.
I think you're
up.
allowed to maybe steal from a candy from a store. Like we can petty stuff is fine. It's like murder.
I agree. I agree.
We draw the line at murder.
We generally say
that's our line. No, I mean anything
no.
under no.
All right, let's go to Dave in Wilmington. Dave, good morning, pal.
So the basis I'm learning from this show today is Jim Condon, the North Korean dictator, has nuclear weapons, so he's a better influence than Jalen Hurts.
I didn't say better influence. I said more influential.
Well,
that would be correct.
I said bigger.
Oh, bigger. Yes, correct.
He's a bigger influence.
I would say that. When you say that's accurate?
Well, as far as influence goes, that's the key word.
That's the word.
Having control of a nuclear weapon is fear. It's not influential.
That's interesting.
Well, I think it's influential. I mean, I'd also say what the North guy does with the South people is part
what
of
influences it. That fear is
I
what.
mean, it's also a question: what are we
forces
influencing? Like influencing the next generation of people to be something is a different type of influence.
So now
than
you got him back in the top 100?
Yeah,
because you had him out last segment. You had him out of the top 100.
No, I never said he was out. I just said LeBron James was in front of him. That's all I said.
And let's be honest, LeBron James hasn't influenced anybody except in flopping for the last.
No, he's influenced the NBA though, man, and he's influenced people in all sorts of ways. I don't love all of his influence, but I mean, as if for instance, the player empowerment in basketball.
Yeah, LeBron's had a lot of influence.
LeBron led that. I mean, LeBron has been much more influential. No, look, he had a
I
big
mean,
head
he's
start.
arguably the most influential player in the NBA since Jordan. Not arguably, probably
he
is without a doubt. He might be more influential.
may be.
Yeah, in some ways, at least.
For certain.
Yeah.
With everything that he's been able to do.
Yeah.
And he really has been able to set quite the example.
But I think LeBron's
through the
really
years.
deeply hurt the NBA. It's a really odd
Big
dichotomy
time.
because he's one of the great players of all time. But I think
And he's a good guy. Like,
I
he's not
know.
a bad,
It
but he
kinda-
has been horrible for the NBA.
I think he's really hurt the NBA a lot.
It derailed what they're trying to do, which is entertain the masses.
And the irony is, he's one of the players that actually plays.
The old
but the
school way,
empowerment thing for
Taking
players just
advantage
they
of
don't.
it.
Play.
He's also not
They
a
have
Chuck
taken
threes guy. Like, he
Yeah, I
plays
know.
basketball. You
I
know?
know. There's all sorts of
And
ironies
Joe,
there.
just to make you feel better, because
Yeah.
I know these things are important to you.
Yes.
He's been on the list 4 times.
Okay.
From this
Right,
show
give
today,
him a break.
apparently it's okay to go steal candy bars.
Huh?
As long as you don't kill people.
Yeah, killing. We don't like killing. Yeah, we're not a fan of that. Anyway, Dave, what do you got on the Phillies?
So it was a really good game, except for that little tornado that came through last night. Like, that wind was ridiculous.
Well, the
It
wind
was crazy windy.
and it really played a massive role when that left fielder missed the ball. I mean, that was
Thank you.
a pivotal moment in a baseball
Like
game.
Yeah.
Huge.
Thank you
Like,
very
at
much.
one point, the wind felt like it was like 50 miles an hour. Literally, me and my son were sitting there. I was like, "Is there a tornado getting ready to hit us?"
Dave, give me an answer, pal. A character with edge. It's not a criminal.
John McClane. John McClane.
Great answer.
That is a good answer.
That's an awesome answer.
Love that one.
That's a really good answer. Like that a lot. All right. What people are saying based on what they're observing, watching our show on YouTube. The YouTube comments, we're getting to that in 1 minute.
Whether you are a weekend warrior or competing at a high level, you are an athlete with goals, NovaCare Rehabilitation is here for you. NovaCare's Select Sports Center of Excellence, they are specialty locations that are focused on the needs of athletes. So if you're injured, NovaCare is going to help you get back to playing your sport. They'll also help you prevent injuries from happening. NovaCare, they're going to help you to compete at your highest level of performance at all Select Sports Center of Excellence. Athletes are treated for their specific injury, training needs, and goals. Most importantly, care is provided by sports-specific physical therapists using advanced training and technology. For more than 30 years, NovaCare has long been the trusted Delaware Valley and South Jersey leader in physical therapy, hand therapy, and sports medicine. Select Sports Center of Excellence, just one more way NovaCare is help meeting your needs. To learn more about Select Sports Center of Excellence, go to novacare.com today. Excellence is earned. NovaCare, the power of physical therapy.
All right, we're about to get to what people are saying about us on YouTube today. Now, Ruben, I need an answer here. Okay. Prediction. People are going to be kind or rude?
Rude.
Rude.
Ruben knows.
All right. Seltzer, what are people saying today about our show on
Yeah,
YouTube?
Ruben's not wrong. It seems like we've been doing these comments for a few days now. It seems like we've got some themes developing in the comments. One is your hat. I'm Awake says Joe needs to order a new cap immediately. You know,
I
the
lost-
backwards cap with the hair coming through the front.
Yeah, I lost. It was either my
It's not a
prep,
great
either
look.
my prep or Fairfield or both recently, so I'm a little low on my hats right now.
But you could also just, show
Why
your
are
hair
you
like
in
I do
need of
every day.
wearing a hat?
Yeah, didn't we go through this already? Why don't you not wear a hat? How about that?
It takes extra
Mister, I'm
time.
gonna make fun of people's hair.
Extra time to gel it up in the morning. Sometimes I just got to move.
Why do you
fast.
have to gel it up?
Because I'm not going to come in here and look like you.
Why?
Yeah, John's hair looks good.
No, remember the one day you didn't gel it up, and we were like, Joe, your hair looks different. It looks voluminous. It was working.
I
and then
appreciate that, but
you
it
went
doesn't,
away from that.
doesn't work for me. I mean, I'll
Okay.
take the compliment, but I don't feel
You
good
just-
about it.
Throw a hat on.
If I don't
instead.
have gel, I got a hat.
I respect it.
Well, maybe you
I
should
don't.
rethink your
I think it's
position on
weak.
gel.
Yeah, I think it's weak.
Maybe
When in
gel
doubt,
is not.
throw a hat on.
Just
Well,
Just
Ruben's got a
ungel
hat
your-
on. No one's making fun of Ruben. I mean, why am I always? What did I do to the world?
Well, Ruben was a professional baseball
He was,
player,
and he's cooler than me.
and He wore a
Ruben-
baseball
I
hat
don't
his
know
whole
if I wear- I
life.
don't know if I
Then,
wear the hat
as a
better, Ruben, what's it like to be so cool? I mean, you're not Dutch
Oh,
cool,
come
but
on.
you're a cool guy, man. I don't have that gene.
I'm not that cool.
I'm gonna
Well,
guess.
that's what someone who's
I'm gonna
cool
guess.
says.
I'm gonna guess you had more game with the ladies than I did. There's
There's
That's
no
not a
question
low
in my
bar
mind
there.
about that.
Low bar.
That's not a guess.
That I can guarantee you.
All right, James, a couple more comments.
All right, another theme that's been popping up here is John's look. Yeah. So we have Rick said John looks like he's about to go shopping for a new pair of boots to sell beef jerky in.
I don't disagree with that.
There's another one.
He's got that
And
Poconos
jerky.
look. Like he could go to the Poconos right now.
Mopar says John has that visiting Tombstone, Arizona, walking with swagger through the OK Corral jacket, selling beef jerky. The beef jerky thing seems to be a big theme here.
You know, the beef jerky, I am less into beef jerky lately. And this was a realization I had last night. I think I overdid beef jerky.
Oh, no.
You do
to
that
where
sometimes.
I made myself
Yeah.
sick of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a problem because I love it. And
you
I do have.
binge things. You're like, whether
I
it's
do.
shows or
Yeah.
coffee when you started that, like you really do dive
And
all
now
in. Yeah.
I'm to the point where I'm questioning whether coffee is even for me.
I love it.
Come on, man.
True.
All right, let's do one more. And this is a question because they can't see you during the commercials, Joe.
Yes.
Tell says,
Unless we're on film, which we're not supposed to be.
is Joe getting his push-ups in during the commercial?
That would be
Never once.
Okay.
It's not a bad
Not
idea.
even sure he can do them.
I just haven't implemented it. Let me build it up a little bit more before I embarrass myself around these guys.
Implemented your
workout
mid-break
program?
your commercial
No, you know,
push-ups. Second,
What we
are
need
doing
to
here?
what we need to implement is when it's happening. What we need to implement is the
I'll do
contest
push-ups with you
date.
if that'll motivate you.
Here's my concern. I'm going to be very candid here. I'm worried about John saying, "Oh, that one doesn't count.
Well,
oh, that one doesn't count.
Wow.
No, you got to go down more." Like I don't need
Doesn't
that.
matter how
I don't
many
need
you
that
do.
in my ear while I'm trying to, improve.
That's the weakest reason for not doing push-ups I've ever heard in my
Of
life.
all time.
You're right.
No wonder you're not getting
I'm
it.
afraid of
What a
criticism.
shock.
I'm afraid of criticism. Let's go to the phones. Let's talk to Derek and
Poor
Paoli.
excuse.
Derek, what's up, buddy? Hey, by the way, everyone, get those
Yo.
comments. Keep it on YouTube, coming in on YouTube. We enjoy them. Go ahead, Derek.
Listen, man, I used to be a big fan of yours, man, but this thing you got going with hurts, man. You sounded like ignorant, man.
Ignorant?
The 100 most in the world from Time Magazine, and you poking fun at him because you don't like how.
No, I'm not poking fun at
bro,
him. I'm poking
right?
fun at Time Magazine. I think
But
it's
why,
ridiculous.
though? But why?
Well, let me
But
ask you,
why?
Derek, let me ask you a question. Before this list came out, if I asked you 3 hours ago, Derek and Paoli, do you think Jalen Hurts is one of the most influential 100 people in the world? Would you have said yes or no?
I never thought about it. in
Well,
the
of course
world,
no one
but
thought
as
of it.
far as,
So
like,
I'm-
listen,
What's the answer?
As far as a person, I think Jalen Hurts ranks, like, for me, as athletes go, I put him at the top for me, right?
Yeah, but Derek,
As a
we're also
50-year
judging the
listen,
person that lives in India. Like it's the
Listen,
world.
listen.
It's in Philadelphia. It's the world.
Look, the first thing you said was, I think LeBron's more influential. LeBron's
of course
41
he
years
is.
old, right? Listen, he's 41 years old. He's been on the list 4 times, like Rhea said, right? Like Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, but
is
that's
whole
not a
lot
that's
more
not a
than
reason.
just a
But
quarterback,
Derek, that's
bro.
not a reason to not. This is my argument with MVP voting. Like Michael Jordan should have won
That's
more
totally
MVPs.
different. That's totally
No, it's
different,
not
man. That's
because
totally
you're
different.
no. What you're saying is when someone has already been there, done that, he shouldn't get the acclaim the next time round. I disagree.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say
Well,
that.
you're
I'm
bringing
saying
up the
right
idea
now.
that LeBron got
Listen,
it 4
he's
times, so
26 years old. Listen, let
and
me
he's
tell you why I
accomplished
think-
a ton, and I'm happy for him. I am. Derek,
Listen, Jalen Hurts is 26 years old, right?
Okay.
He makes $255 million. He's going to get another big-time deal, right? And he keeps his head straight ahead, right?
I
In the
know
social
that, and
media
I
era,
admire
listen,
that. I admire
come
that.
on, bro. You're supposed to, as him being the quarterback of the Philadelphia Eagles, and
All
you
right.
saying you a diehard Eagles fan, how you not willing to celebrate that, bro?
Derek,
I
I'm gonna
guarantee
ask you one more
if the
time.
news broke,
I'm gonna ask you one more
Kelsey
time.
won this award.
Here we
he's
go.
Telling us why he won it, bro.
All right, Derek, here we go. I'm going to give you one more shot. And it's a yes or no. Couple hours ago before this list comes out, I asked you, do you think Jalen Hurts is one of the most 100 influential people in the world? Would your answer have been yes or no?
In my opinion, I'm gonna say yes. I love Jalen Hurts more for what he is off the field.
No, I understand that.
Sports, listen, sports is sports. We watch sports, we cheer this and that. Like as a 50-year-old black man, bro, I'm more into what they are as people, right?
No, I
'Cause
get
he can
that.
be a lot more
I get
things,
that.
especially at the quarterback position, bro. Like, just think about that, bro. And I was going to call on this morning and give you some props because
you
you
should.
always the one to be like Jackie Robinson Day. You do a lot of
course.
Martin Luther King reference and all that. I do like you like that.
Thank
but
you,
this
sir.
Jalen Hurts thing, you like
Like, because you don't think he's a good quarterback. Now he can't be, times.
I don't think he's an elite.
Derek,
I don't
he's
think
just
he's
been
an elite
wrong.
quarterback.
It's okay. He's
Yeah,
just
that's
been
just
wrong.
fine.
Like,
That's
it's okay
crazy,
to be
bro.
wrong.
It's crazy.
Someday, when Jalen wins his
bro.
third Super Bowl or whatever, he's going to be like, guys, what an idiot I am.
All
I
right.
should have realized that what happens
Listen,
above the shoulders
my
is
son-
more important than what happens below the
All right.
shoulders. And that's what
My
part of the
son
reason
just turned
Jalen's the second
21,
best quarterback in football.
All right, Derek, give me a
My
character
son
with
just
edge.
turned 21. I pray he represents himself out in public like Jalen
I think
Hurts
that's
does,
great.
bro.
I think
my
that's
prayer,
I agree,
bro.
Derek.
all
You know
right.
what I'm saying? That's my prayer.
Give me a character
For
with
an
edge.
edgy person who I wish would come step to you, and she's a female. Sandra Bullock in The Blind Side would rip you apart.
All right, fair
I
enough.
like that.
Sandra Bullock, and then that
She got some
movie
edge there.
that turned into a big
Now,
controversy.
she's a real person. Does that matter?
Yes, we said none of that
Ah.
because even the
Oh.
kid disowned her. What was his name?
Yeah.
Michael
Oher.
Michael Oher is mad.
And this has been going on. We interviewed Michael Oher not long after that movie
Yep.
came out. I read his book. He wasn't happy with it years ago.
And people didn't seem to know it then.
People didn't seem to notice it, I think,
Wow.
until I guess he filed the lawsuit.
That's wild.
Yeah.
All right, 215-592-9494. Time's yours and more calls up ahead on 94 WIP. All right, let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook. Obviously, a lot of sports going on. I mean, NBA and NHL playoffs obviously occurring, MLB, all sorts of games going on. And you can lock in on all of it with FanDuel Sportsbook, as always, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino at FanDuel.com/hammer. With the NBA playoffs, you can get started. New customers with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. That's a $5 bet. You win it. That's a win-win because not only do you win the $5 bet and what comes with that, you also get $250 in bonus bets. What a deal. So apply it, obviously, for the NBA playoffs with the three-pointers, the steals, the assists, all the different ways you can bet. Individual player props, ultimately who's going to win the game, ultimately who's going to win the championship in 2 months. All the opportunity is there for you at FanDuel.com/hammer. Once again, that's FanDuel.com/hammer.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. It's time to make it official. Sports Radio 94 WIP is celebrating the man, the myth, the strip sacking legend.
Brandon Graham rips the football out of the hands of Tom Brady.
May 5th is now BG Day.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
All day long, 94 WIP is honoring Brandon Graham with classic stories, special guests, and the best BG moments of all time.
Oh, was he walloped by Brandon Graham?
Live all day, May 5th.
I just want to thank everybody.
Then cap off the day with BG Live, a special one-time event with Brandon at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Get your tickets for BG Live at 94WIP.com.
What up, Phillies?
Hola, amigos. Ryder is here to help me beat the books with the BetMGM Network. It's time to get seduced by the juice. The Detroit Pistons face off against the New York Knicks in the first round. The Pistons own the Knicks in the regular season, winning 3 of the 4 matchups. You can bet Pistons on the series spread at +1.5 at +140. Hashtag Team Huevos. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak high. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Same game parlay from Bet365 just keeps getting better.
Well, it's even easier to make a bet. Choose from the most popular markets like hits, run line, totals, and home runs. So many to choose from.
Download the app, start building your bet, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Through June 23rd, get 400 megabit Xfinity Internet with free equipment and unlimited internet data. Plus, get one unlimited 5G mobile line included, all for $40 a month for 1 year. And ask how you can get a free 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply with paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Xfinity Internet required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year, rate increases to $70 per month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual fees vary, not guaranteed.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think. They'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
What up, fellow Gen Xers? Elizabeth Banks here. As the original Latchkey kids, we took things into our own hands, like house keys and video game controllers. And now it's time for us to do it again, because the recommended age to get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. We're at over 6 times greater risk compared to adults under 50. So go to vaxassist.com and schedule. Gen X, this is our shot. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Oh, by the way, Ivan's no longer on the project. His wife got a new job, so they're moving across the country.
Robin's top researcher is deviating to a new market. This isn't standard.
And now we're short-staffed. Who's going to finish all these projects?
She needs a cluster of new data analysts, and there's no margin for error.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
At CJ's Tire and Auto, we're driven to keep you and your car moving. Right now, only at CJ's Tire. Take advantage of big everyday savings on tires and service, like up to $100 back on select DynaPro, Ion, and Ventus hand-cooked tires. And at CJ's, we're more than just tires. We're looking out for your whole ride, from routine maintenance to major repairs under the hood. CJ's Tire and Auto has kept our customers moving for over 53 years with integrity, safety, and expert service. Now through April 30th, save 15% off instantly on a spring maintenance package and make sure your car is road trip ready. With 18 locations and over 100,000 tires, including hand-cooked tires at cjtire.com, CJ's makes tire shopping easy and your ride smoother than ever. Don't let worn-out tires slow you down. Roll into your local CJ's Tire and Auto today and get up to $100 back on a set of hand-cooked tires. cjtire.com. CJ's Tire and Auto. We keep things moving.
Offers valid through May 31st, 2025. Offers cannot be combined with other promotions. Get $100
$100 back on set of Dyna Pro HD2 and Evo AS tires. See
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Window Nation. Annual Time magazine list of the 100 most influential people in the world includes Jalen Hurts, with his tribute being written by the captain. Derek Jeter says he admires how great athletes deal with success and failure. Jeter added he connected with Hurts after the Eagles' Super Bowl victory, with Hurts asking Jeter only one thing: Jeter's insight on going back and winning again. Phillies hope to win again this evening when they play the San Francisco Giants again. 6:45 p.m. live here on 94 WIP. Aaron Nola on the mound. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free. Pay nothing until 2027. Now through April 30th. Schedule your free estimate. 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com. Partly sunny, windy. High 56. It is currently 48. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Former Eagle John Ritchie. Future President Joe DeCamara. This is the morning show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
3-0 pitch, and Harper swings and hits one high in the air to right. It's deep. Yastrzemski is back at the track, looking up, and it is gone. A towering fly ball to right that Bryce Harper hits out over the out-of-town scoreboard for his 3rd home run of the season. And it's a 2-run shot here in the bottom of the 7th as the Phillies now lead it 6-3.
That's a big moment. Became bigger once Alvarado ran into trouble in the 8th. That home run, the difference in the game. Phil's winning 6-4 last night. Ruben, I thought of one former Phil when that home run was hit last night. Who is it? Who is it? Who was known for hitting home runs that would go really high, fly balls that would find their way out of the park? And I'm not ripping him. He's the all-time Phil. Mike Schmidt hit a ton of home runs that were just those high.
Yeah, but he also hit a lot of line drive.
Well, he
bullets.
hit that too. He did. I mean, look, he had 548 home runs. You hit every type. I'm just saying, my recollection, and I was on the younger side, was a lot of those, fly ball types that just kept going and would find their way out.
He'd create some backspin with that stuff, man.
Let me see if I get
Some
this
serious
right,
backspin.
Joe. It's not that impressive that Jalen Hurts is on the 100 most influential. And really, Mike Schmidt's home runs weren't that impressive.
I'm just saying they were fly balls that would find their way out.
You got anything for a hat trick?
Yeah.
How about go after Brian Dawkins?
All right, I'll give you one on Doc. I'll give you one on Doc. Here we go.
no.
That whole group. And me and Trot are very close. That defense only, I believe the number is 1, only created 1 turnover in the 5 big playoff losses that decade. So the Rams game in 01, the Bucks game in 02, Panthers game in 03, Super Bowl in 04, and the Arizona loss in 08, 1 turnover, 5 games.
Proud of yourself?
No, I'm really not. I'm not. I'll tell you what I am proud of, that we ate some good food earlier today. Hey, thank you to Wendy's.
Oh, buddy.
The sausage burrito is my go-to.
It's incredible to me that they cook the eggs individually. Like you got the egg with the yolk. I love that part. That it's fresh cooked.
It was great.
Each one of them. And then the breakfast baconator.
Oh my
you
God.
got
It's so good.
everything you could ask for in a breakfast sandwich.
Cheesy
on
egg,
there.
burger, like it's unbelievable.
The bacon, the sausage, the cheese, the egg, all on that. It's all there, and it's wonderful.
You got some seasoned potatoes worked in.
Put
All right,
those
look,
on your breakfast baconator.
correct.
That's what I did.
So
Don't sleep on the chicken. Don't sleep on the chicken
the
biscuit.
biscuit.
Don't
honey
sleep
chicken
on it.
biscuit.
And some
So
honey.
good.
Honey on there.
Yeah.
Well,
All the
get
flavors.
yourself some Wendy's. We had a great breakfast this morning. They have, of course, breakfast. They've got it all: basic bacon and sausage burritos, the honey buddy chicken biscuit, the breakfast baconators we're talking about, and the seasoned potatoes. Freshen up your morning with Wendy's breakfast. If you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, well, got to be Wendy's. Get yourself to your local Wendy's today. All right, to the phones we go. Time's yours in a few minutes. Mark in Delaware right now. Mark, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Before I get to my 2 Eagles points, let me just make a point. Joe, you'll probably never be one of the most 100 influential people in the world, nor one of the most athletic or good-looking gentlemen while working with Dave, John, Mark, A.K. Ben Davis, Ruben, and ESP,
Okay.
and now Ross Tucker and his wife.
Well, yeah.
You're below everyone he just said.
In looks and talent
I
and
think so,
everything?
yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, for the love.
That's
Okay.
a little harsh,
So-
Mark.
That is a little firm.
Hey, the truth hurts. You know what I'm saying?
That's a
The
firm
truth
reminder.
hurts.
That's like a old Verlander fastball way back.
Well,
With some ride.
An old fastball.
That's right.
So let me get to my two Eagles points.
Yes,
so
sir.
Number one, earlier, I guess I don't remember what it was yesterday or Monday, but you guys were talking about trading Tanner McGee.
McKee.
For a draft,
Yeah.
McKee. I'm sorry, McKee, for a draft pick. We've got 20 draft picks over the next 2 years. If there's a concern about how he's drafting, why would we want to do that?
Well, look, I don't think they would do it for a third, but it's something to be considered. And here's the one thing I'll say, Mark, on all these 20 picks, because it is great to have 20, but it is notable that it's not like they're loaded at the top of the draft. For instance, if you go back earlier this decade, they were walking into a bunch of drafts with 2 first-round picks, and then sometimes they would trade one and that whole thing. And that's
20 picks. I mean,
no,
we
I know,
can
but a third round
manufacture.
No, I agree.
Moving up
I agree.
into that round.
Look, Mark, you bring up a good point. When you have that many picks, you don't feel, let's call it desperation, to acquire another third. But let's just know a third is more valuable than having a bunch of sixth. And they have more of those type of things than they do, 1, 2, and 3s.
I agree, but if you trade McKee, then you're just going to have to draft another.
I agree. I wouldn't do it, man. I like Tanner McKee.
Such a deep pocket, such a deep comp pick pocket because of the way how he conducts business.
Well, that's going to continue.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And those comp picks are 3rd, 4th, 5th round. So you just conglomerate all of these, mid-round picks, and you can change them up into something earlier, second round.
You can do
first
some
round.
damage. Hey, Mark, give me an answer for a character with edge.
So she was definitely not a criminal, but definitely had an edge, especially when she was being questioned in court. I'm going to say Mona Lisa Vito and My Cousin Vinny.
That's a good answer, man.
Great one.
That's a really good answer. All right, let's get
Emmy
to
win. Wait, she won
Oscar,
the
Oscar,
award
yeah.
for that, right?
Best supporting,
yeah.
Supporting actress. Yeah, from Marissa Tomei. Vinny and King of Prussia. Vinny, good morning.
Hey guys, how you doing today?
Great. What's up, Vinny?
Nothing. I wanted to run a question by you. I'm a good friend.
Here, Vinny, I'm going to get you back on hold. Let's get you in a better phone, and we'll get you right back on the air. Just a little hard to hear you. Will in Northeast Philly. Will, good morning.
Both trying. How y'all doing today?
Awesome, Will.
What's up, pal?
All right. Hey, man, great to hear from y'all. Always love and respect. I think the Phils, you just got to give them a little more time, to keep filling each other out and to figure out the lineups and everything. I think they're going to have a great run. Like I was saying before, I was comparing it to the Eagles' run. They got the right pieces in play right now. All they got to do is start, connecting with one another, connecting the dots.
Well, I would actually say connecting with the ball more regularly, but I get your point.
Yeah, you got to give it a little more time.
Because it really isn't as much about the line. Honest to God, this is one thing I'll say Dombrowski was somewhat right about before the season. It's not as much about how you order the guys, how you sequence them in the lineup. It's about the fact that the guys just got to hit.
Right.
I mean, that is true.
Right, and I always say that, But what I did see, I did see that they was playing small ball, they was making sacrifices, and they was bringing the runners in. And what I like them to do a little bit more, what Bryce was trying to do, is still more bases, man. And
Hey, they're trying that this year, and you know what they're doing this year more than I remember in a bunch of years? The double steal.
Right.
Doesn't it feel like they've tried that
Yes.
maybe 3 or 4 times already this year?
I've seen it a lot, but I don't remember if that was other teams doing it to us also.
Well, there are times when stealing third base for me was a lot easier than stealing second base at times.
Really?
Because the pitcher, even though it's a much shorter throw for the catcher and all that, the pitchers, they sometimes just get into a rhythm, and then when they get into a rhythm and they're not picking you up and they give you, there's a lot of tells, man. It's sometimes really, especially in college, for me, it was a joke. I could just walk
just because they've got their back
They
completely
give you two
to
looks. They give you 2 looks. They pick up home. You can scoot, go.
Yeah.
Unless they have a pickoff going. I mean, listen.
Just not as accustomed to worrying about the guy on second as they are
Also,
to
the
worry about
second
the guy on
baseman or
first.
short has to get over there as opposed to the first baseman who's standing there. It's a little bit more complicated.
It is a little more
Yeah.
complicated, but it's really about the patterns. They get into a rhythm, and as a first base coach, I try to talk about that all the time. That was part of my job, is to look for those tells. Like a guy, every time he'd look in it, as he looked away, you can start scooting because he would go home almost every time. There's a lot of different patterns you can pick up. It's a lot easier.
Hey, Will, give me a character with edge that's not a criminal.
And keep working the picture. I'm going to go with this one. I don't know if it will make it, but here's Johnny, Jack Nicholson and Shiner.
Well, he does so much bad stuff at the end, right?
Yeah, it might be like too bad.
Too evil.
You know?
Trying to kill his kid.
Murderous.
Almost always.
We don't mean like that kind of bad.
Yeah, that's
Not
a lot.
evil.
All right, let's do what we do every day at this time.
The time is yours. Can't wait. Unlike everyone else, we actually check our voicemail. Tell us, what do you want to say? The time is yours.
Well, the first thing I want to say before time's yours is we're going to get to time's yours in 1 minute, because I want to tell you right now about PI Dental Center, which I should have said before we cranked up time's yours. PI Dental Center, with their decades of experience in complex dental treatment, of which I've been a patient now for 2 decades. I mean, they are just the best at PI Dental Center. Phenomenal with what they do with Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough. Both, of course, as I tell you all the time, board-certified specialists. Look, they specialize in the restoration and the replacement of teeth. And board-certified prosthodontist is what I meant to say. Look, incredible people, great experts, Fort Washington, easy to get to location, and the best in the business. PI Dental Center are also the originators of the Teeth in a Day. That's a revolutionary treatment that deliver fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere 1 day. If you need help with your teeth, you got major pain, major problems, well, get yourself there. Start with their website, pidentalcenter.com. Visit pidentalcenter.com to request your new patient evaluation. All right, time's yours, of course, is brought to us by Xfinity Mobile, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. Xfinity Mobile customers now get exclusive access to Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig on the go. Let's hit it with time's yours.
Joe, may you be visited by the ghost of Val Kilmer tonight for saying that Tom Cruise, who jumped up and down on Oprah's couch, was more edgy in Top Gun than Val Kilmer. That is one of your worst takes of all time. I hope Val Kilmer comes to you in your dream tonight and shakes you up.
Well,
Time's yours.
just to be clear, sir, it's not Tom Cruise versus Val Kilmer. It's Maverick versus Iceman. Like, you're wrong.
Joe, what are you talking about, Joe? Nukes. Jeez, we're talking about inspiring people, not strong-arming people, Joe. Influential, inspiring. Jalen Hurts, not Nuke, not strong-arming people. Come on, Joe.
Well, inspiring is part. All right, chairman of the Fed, Rhea, you got the
rules
list.
through
Is
fear.
the chairman
That's
of
the point.
Is
That's
the
what we
chairman,
learned.
No, exactly. That's
is the chairman of the
fear
Fed
is how Joe rules.
Is the chairman of the Fed on the top 100?
I do not believe he is.
I mean, like the economy.
We're not talking like forced influence here.
No, then you just put those lists up and you just change the names of who's ever in
Pretty
the office at the
much.
time.
The list should have been, here are 100 influential people. Okay, Jalen Hurts, he's an influential person.
God, not everyone is.
It says most. It says the most influential people.
All right, Hosier's on the list. Okay,
Who?
just settle down.
He's a musician.
No
He's a
way Joe
musician.
knows who that is.
0%.
Hosier's?
Hosier.
Never heard of her.
Kristen Bell.
Who?
Kristen Bell.
I've heard of her. I don't know much about her. I've heard of her.
That's actually kind of random. That
I know.
You
She
don't
does a
know
lot
who
of stuff,
Kristen
yeah.
Bell is?
I've heard of her. I don't
But
know
you
much.
can't,
I
like,
couldn't
place her.
tell you facts.
And you're reading People magazine?
Yeah,
Sarah
I don't know
Marshall.
how
You
to
keep
That's the
forgetting
thing.
Sarah
It's like
Marshall.
nothing
Bro,
really
not enough.
registers. It's almost
I'm
like
having trouble with that.
Well, this
he
is why
can't really
Ruben,
learn
that's
new
like
things.
low on the list.
Guys,
really?
by Friday, I got to know Ariana
I
Grande.
didn't know
You
this.
do. I was going to say his first People Mag report is due in a couple days.
On Friday,
so-
I will have and
Scarlett Johansson.
we'll get to her in another week. I know a little bit about her. Once we lock someone in for a Friday for the celebrity I got to know, then I will not forget. That's
So
the
this
point.
Friday, it's Ariana Grande.
Yes, and then I'm going to keep a tally so I can always go back and have this stuff in my mind.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
You're so weird.
Hey, Joe, Iceman's more edgier, you icehole. I'm just.
Oh, come on, man.
Mm-hmm.
Joe, you pipsqueak jealous loser. This is ridiculous. Could you be more of a hater of Jalen Hurts? Will you just keep your opinion to yourself when somebody gets something that they deserve? An innovator. What are you? You're a pipsqueak loser that's jealous of Jack Fritz.
Well, I don't know about all that.
Came in hot there.
Come on, man.
That was aggressive.
What is this nonsense?
Add it to the list.
Joe, did you really just say that you think you would win on Jeopardy? Are you serious? Are you serious, dude? Because you're stupid.
That's not what I said. And that's not what I said. But okay, listen.
All right,
What was that movie?
Hey,
I'm an idiot.
Justin, will you save that in my drops folder for drop of the week, please? Thank you.
Everyone just takes their. This last hour turned vicious.
Holy cow!
Okay.
Yeah, well, you know, Jalen Hurts gets his cool on her, and you got to just slam him, and then you get what you deserve.
Yeah. With that, time's yours. Fortunately, finally, we shut it down.
Mercifully.
The Time's Yours line. Leave Joe and John a message of your thoughts, compliments, and complaints. Call 215-238-4500.
All righty. Twitter poll question of the day. It is brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Do more and get more in 2025. Armin Chevrolet Trailblazer. Starting at only $23,995. Together, let's drive. See Armin's inventory at arminchevy.com. All right, poll question. 2 league playoffs, obviously, either going on or about to start. NHL starts soon, and NBA started last night. Which league's playoffs are you going to watch a lot this year? That was the phrase we went with, a lot this year. So NBA, NHL, both or neither. John, how do you think this thing shook out?
Sadly, I think D is going to win this.
D not only wins, it gets basically 2/3 of the votes, just about. 64% say they're not planning on watching a lot of either sport. 24% say they plan to watch the NHL, which is a pretty hefty number for the NHL.
That's big, yeah.
That's a solid.
And I'm assuming based on the 62% that means the NBA is really low.
Yeah, NBA's 10%.
I mean, that's
wow.
That I mean,
that's incredible.
5 years ago, even the NBA wins that poll easy.
Correct.
Hold on, not as incredible as these glasses. Can you hold these up for everyone's view?
Pretty bad.
Look at these glasses. These are impossible to see.
They're like frosted.
The opaque frosted glass. The glass is so dirty. It's thick with what is that?
Can I help the guy?
Oil and grease.
Dude.
It really
when
is.
you take them
What are
off,
you
do you know
doing?
that you aren't supposed to touch the glass?
It's
you're
frosted glass. It's like frosted glass, like privacy
Can
glass.
people be nice
I
tomorrow?
know.
I'm just asking for
Yeah,
people
you're right.
to be nice.
We should be nicer.
All
But
right,
you should wash your glasses off or clean them.
I
or
should.
be
All right, we need a
helpful
winning
to yourself.
answer, and we need it fairly quick.
I like John McClane.
A
That is a
character
great
with
one.
edge. So McLean,
Rick Vaughn was the other.
The
Those were the
Bride.
two.
The Bride
she's a
and
killer,
Kill
though.
Bill?
She's a killer.
and Mona Lisa.
But she's defending herself.
No,
No, she's a
you
killer
can't kill.
first for Bill, and then she
Oh,
defends
All right,
herself.
Rick
She
Vaughn-
starts as it.
All
Yeah.
right, we got to move very
Okay.
fast. Rick Vaughn or John McClane, Rhea?
John McClane.
I think it's John McClane.
John McClane.
He's already got it because John just said John McClane. I would have gone Rick Vaughn, but John McClane wins. Congrats to Dave with the answer, John McClane. Hey, have a great rest of the day. Joe and Hugh, they are up next.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies Giants leading off starts at 5:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Left field, that's going to go. Nick Castellanos.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
During the NBA play-in tournament, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving all new customers a shot at $250 in bonus bets. Join FanDuel today. You'll get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. From three-pointers to steals to assists, FanDuel has so many ways to bet your favorite player props. Plus, after the game tips off, you can even combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to get in on all the NBA play-in tournament action. That's FanDuel.com/GIGLIO. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Spring savings have arrived at Conacelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike and Conshohocken, and you don't want to miss out. Conacelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models. Gas, gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Conicelli has it all. And at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Conicelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike and Conshohocken to see why Conicelli is a nice place to do business.
No matter what car repair I need, there's only one name I trust. Well, really two. One is Meineke, and the other is Bob, the owner of my local Meineke. Bob has been taking care of my car for years. It's nice to take your car to someone you trust and someone who is part of the neighborhood. And being a single mom, sometimes money's a little tight. So Meineke makes it easy with flexible payment solutions where I can pay over time. Having a safe, reliable vehicle for my family is important, and that's why I trust Bob and why I trust Meineke. Meineke, doing car care right.
The Truist Championship is coming to Philly. Watch top PGA Tour players including Rory McIlroy, Xander Schauffele, and more take on the Philadelphia Cricket Club's iconic Wissahickon course, May 7th through the 11th. Don't miss your chance to see who is worthy of joining the city's vast list of sports legends. Kids 15 and under get in free with the ticket at adult. So bring the whole family to enjoy a variety of fan activities and excellence at every turn. Tickets are on sale now at truistchampionship.com.
Breaking news! Newsflash! Just announced! TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating massive savings all month long with their employee pricing for all event. Take advantage of true employee pricing this month only on a huge selection of Jeep Grand Cherokees, Jeep Wranglers, Ram 1500 trucks, Dodge Durangos, and more. Don't miss your opportunity to save thousands this month at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Just minutes from all bridges. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Upgrade to a Carrier Infinity heat pump and enjoy reliable comfort, lower energy costs, and up to 38% reduced CO2 emissions over 15 years. Now through June 27th, save up to $2,000 in cool cash rebates and special financing on qualifying systems. Don't wait. Save energy and money today. Visit nopaycarrier.com to learn more and find a trusted contractor. Carrier. Turn to the experts.
Hey, weekend warriors, how's a little trail therapy sound right now? Hop in. Let's go for a ride in the all-new Nissan Armada Pro 4X. Tune out all those work emails and turn up that twin-turbo V6 engine. Instead of letting the kids play online, show them some epic inclines. Turn your 8-person family dinner into an exhilarating off-road adventure. The all-new Nissan Armada is here. Intelligent four-wheel drive cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature-Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie. This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea.
Did you know that my superhydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Forget those blue or pink-colored balloons, cake fillings, or smoke bombs. Phillies slugger Bryce Harper had a more creative idea for his child's gender reveal. He had his bat supplier create 2 custom-colored bats. When teammate Trey Turner received a text with Harper's baby's gender Monday night, he handed Bryce the blue bat to swing. So congratulations, it's a boy. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome on in. It's the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio. You guys with us. 215-592-9494. That's how you hop board. Kyle Quinn behind the glass. You guys on the phones. We got a ton to get to today. A nice win by the Phillies. The NFL draft is just 8 days away. Elliot joins us at noon, a daily mock. We'll check in with you people. The big decision the Eagles have to make in a couple weeks. Good morning, Hugh.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Philadelphia. Hey, Summer, y'all need to quit playing with me and let Summer get here. Woke up this morning, man, it was brick.
It's like less than 50 today.
Yeah, it was a little cold, man. I refused to put a jacket on, though.
That's. I mean, is anyone surprised?
Refuse. I brought one, though, because
Okay.
baseball.
Wow.
Well, it's baseball today, and I got to.
You playing?
No, Harper's playing, and I got to be outside, so I brought a jacket.
You better bundle up. All right, Hugh, you know what? Whether it's spring or summer, whatever, that was a good win by the Phillies last night, and they needed it. I needed that victory last night. Hugh, that felt good to watch. They Luzardo wasn't as great as he's been his first couple games, but he was still good. Bullpen, hey, Romano does another good job. Good inning by, Alvarado to get out of damage there. Closed out by Strom, and didn't you feel good watching Alec Boehm get a big hit in a big spot?
Yeah, he needed that. And you're talking about it's funny, right? Because I think about yesterday and the day that we had yesterday. Everybody was upset, and this is the beautiful thing about baseball. If you could just weather that storm and get past that valley and get back up to the peak, you'll be okay.
Yep. And look, we had some calls yesterday saying, hey, Bryce Harper, wake up, help the team, do something big. And he did. That was a big home run last night. 2-run shot. Without that, they don't win that game because they gave up that 4th run. So the Phillies get a victory tonight. We'll do more on the Phils, but a good win last night and hopefully get another one tonight at Citizens Bank Park with Nola on the mound. But Hugh, yesterday, aside from just the Phillies game, I was listening in to Howie Roseman and the NFL draft, pre-draft, whatever they call it. They do a press conference where they kind of vague, but they give you some hints and they ask questions. But it just it brings you to reality of where they're at. They're 8 days away from the NFL draft. And he was interesting. I was driving in this morning and I heard Joe DeCamera talking about the mentality of the fan base when it comes to the Eagles and Howie, and that this total trust of the Eagles as we enter this part of the offseason, right? It was a lot of trust in free agency, even though they lost a lot of good football players. And now we have this trust entering the draft. And I as we get closer to it, I don't know who they're going to pick at 32. None of us do. The 32nd pick's hard to guess. But here's what I can tell you. There's been, I get this feeling, I get this sense, Hugh, in the city right now, that people are convinced the Eagles have figured out the NFL draft. There was a time where everyone said the Eagles, they overthink it. Howie overthinks it. They take the wrong player. They make too many mistakes, right? Whether it was Jalen Reagor over Justin Jefferson, or you could find 5 other mistakes they made over the years. And the last 4 years, it's been the opposite. They've hit a lot of really good draft picks. I'm looking at their drafts right now the last 4 years. Devontae, Dickerson, Milton Williams, Davis, Juergens, Dean, Carter, Nolan Smith, Quinion, Cooper. I mean, it's been excellent drafting, top of the draft. But I just want to say today, I am a Howie Roseman guy. I believe in Howie. He's a great executive. But nobody's this good. And I'll say it in terms of, like, if you're watching a hitter and they hit home runs in 5 straight games, they're probably not going to hit a home run in the 6th and the 7th and the 8th, regardless of how great of a hitter they are. If you're watching a great shooter in the NBA and they're on a heater and they hit 70% of their threes and 70% of their threes and 80% of their threes, well, the next time they're probably not going to do that again. It's the reality of the draft. So, Hugh, as we're 8 days away, I'm curious where everyone's at. 215-592-9494. Are you convinced the Eagles have figured out the NFL draft? I am not. I am convinced they've gotten better at it. and they've mastered some parts of what they've done here. But I'm not expecting or anticipating a draft like last year or the year before because, quite frankly, I believe some of this is just luck. That's not all skill. Like last year, for example, Quinyon Mitchell fell to the 22nd pick in the NFL draft. He was the top corner by everyone's board, and he fell to 22, and the Eagles made a great decision to stay there. And then Cooper DeJean, every single expert we had on, every single time we brought him up last year, we all said, he's a first-round pick. And then he was there for them to trade up and grab at 40. Great decision by Howie and a great move. But it doesn't happen if he's taken at 26, where he probably should have been taken. So I'm not convinced the Eagles have figured out drafting. I think they've gotten better at it. But there's this assumption they're going to knock this draft out of the park. I hope they do. But again, no shooter hits every shot. No great hitter hits a home run every day. I think at some point this comes back to the mean. And I hope it's not this year. But I'm just saying, I'm not convinced we are now the best drafting team. No doubt about it. We got it. Where do you come down? 215-592-9494. Here, are you convinced the Eagles have figured out the draft?
It seems like this has turned into Hugh Douglas's long talking segment because I feel like
it really is.
I have to kind of set it up a little bit so people can understand where I'm coming from.
Okay.
You asked the question, do I think the Eagles have figured out the draft?
Yeah.
I think the Eagles have figured out how to identify the personnel that they need in order to have success. And the reason why I say that is this. I look at some of the scouts. One of the things that I noticed when I got back to Philadelphia, Chris Naoli is one of the scouts that they have. He's an international scout. And he's a guy that I played with in Jacksonville. Chris played a long time in the NFL, and I know him fairly well because he was my teammate in Jacksonville. And I look at some of the other scouts that they have on their roster, like Jared Kilborn, Chris Naoli, Rob Streeter, Matt Holland. A lot of these guys that I'm mentioning have some type of NFL experience, have some type of, dealings inside the NFL, the intricacies of the game. And I think that what Howie has done, he's put together a brain trust. And they've put together, they have a template of the type of players that they want for their football team. And they've put people around them that they can bounce ideas off of and have different people chime in on certain individuals. And they've amassed a bunch of smart young players that they can plug and play and have the success that they've had over the years. I think that's what the Eagles have done. So I guess in order to answer your question, have they mastered the draft? In a sense, yes, because they've identified who they want or who they think can fit into their system and fit in seamlessly and implement whatever it is they want to implement. Because here's the thing, Joe, one thing that jumps out to me, and it might be a small thing, but the players that they drafted, the Cooper DeJeans, the Quinyon Mitchells, it feels like in a small sampling size that they've locked in a way that most rookies don't. I remember my rookie year way back when. I was too busy trying to run the streets and be in New York and figure out New York as opposed to being in my playbook and learning my plays. It feels like these guys are locked into their job, they're professionals, and they take what they do very serious. Because you look at both of their rookie years. A lot of times we always hear stuff about the rookie wall.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have no rookie wall. They didn't have no rookie wall that they ran into. They didn't have that. They played seamlessly, and it felt like as the season progressed, they got better.
You can make a case they did. I mean, look at Cooper in the Super Bowl making that play. And look, those are great draft picks. And I won't be surprised if the Eagles make another couple really good draft picks. It's just they're on a heater right now.
Note to self, can't talk too long because then you start messing.
Yeah, put that alarm in there for 10:10 every morning. All right, but my point is nobody's this good at the draft. It's not a Howie's not this good or the Eagles aren't this good. Nobody's this good. They are on a heater right now. And look, you can make a case to me today. They're going to do it again, right? Maybe the heater will. I made the comparison. Typically, if a guy hits a home run in 4 straight games, he doesn't hit it in the 5th, right? Like eventually, the hot streak runs out.
But if he gets you a grounder, or if he hits a bunch and keeps that hitting streak going,
hitting streak could keep going.
Yeah.
There's been a sense the last month, they lost a lot, but we got the draft. They got this figured out. I'm not sure about that. 215-592-9494. I mean, I mentioned the word luck. Let's go back 2 years ago. Now, Howie made a great move to short the Saints and get a first-round pick from them into the future. He did short the Saints, and that turned into the 9th pick in the draft, which, of course, became Jalen Carter. But, guys, if the Las Vegas Raiders select Jalen Carter at 7, which, I don't know, maybe if he didn't have some off-the-field issues, he would have been that pick, or he would have been the first pick, or whatever, then maybe we have Tyree Wilson, who has started 4 games in 2 years. Like, part of it is these players have fallen to them, and they've been smart enough to take them. 215-592-94. I was here from Howie yesterday talking about the draft coming up next week, and he does throw the word luck into here as he talks about the grades they have for this year's class.
The way we go into looking in the draft is we always take worst case scenario and work back from that. And we got to be really comfortable with whatever is our worst case scenario, which will always entail getting a good player. There's never 32 first round grades on our board. We don't have 32 first round grades in this draft. So obviously it depends on how things go. You go through a lot of hypotheticals. You try to put yourself in any possible position so that you're ready to execute. Just even looking at last year, the guys that we thought were most realistic being available at 22. We feel like we got fortunate to get one of the guys that we didn't have in a lot of the scenarios. So, luck plays a part of it. Obviously, everyone's looking at things differently. Everyone has a different vision for what they're looking for their team. Everyone has a different vision for the particular players that they're looking at. And you just hope that, kind of makes sense for your football team.
All right, Howie also speaking about what he's learned, what he has to do is they have the 32nd pick here. Howie on his approach next week when he gets on the board.
You have to be patient. One, you have to allow things to come to you. The chances that you're trading up into the top 10, top 15, top 20 are slim. That's hard to do. So you have to really kind of understand the strengths of the draft. You have to spend a lot of time being realistic about who do you think you have an opportunity to get so you can spend a lot of time with them.
Howie Roseman yesterday on all that. 215-592-9494. Are you convinced the Eagles have figured out the NFL draft? There seems to be a feeling that they have. So a lot of people believe that they figure this thing out and they're going to keep rolling with these great draft picks. Look, Howie's really good, and he's always been really good. He's gotten better as time has gone on at a lot of things. But I'm just not convinced we're going to keep hitting draft picks the way we have the last few years. It feels like an almost unsustainable run of just fire. I mean, their top 2 picks in each of the last few years have been, in 4 years in a row, their top 2 picks: Dickerson, Devontae, Jordan Davis, Cam Jurgens, Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith, Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean. I mean, that is an all-time run. I don't anticipate it being that great for much longer. Kyle, where do you come down on Howie, the draft, and if they've really figured this thing out?
Unfortunately, people probably aren't going to like me a lot today.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to call some people out, but nobody should be convinced that anyone has figured out the NFL draft. It's the NFL draft. Like you said, like Howie said, there's always a lot of luck involved. I like the way things are trending, and I'm a huge Howie guy, but the syndrome, the Super Bowl syndrome, is wearing me down. To say I trust Howie is one thing, but the whole, like, the fans who say, whatever the Eagles do, I'm good with. You're mailing it in. Mailing it in. I don't know what happened to my city, my fan base, but we should always be holding the Eagles to the highest of standards. It's why the Eagles, I think, are as good as they are right now, because this fan base has always held them accountable. And when you're an I don't care, whatever type of fan base, you get a team like the Jacksonville Jaguars.
I don't know.
No,
it's a shot at you.
know,
shot at you.
Man, it's a shot at me.
No, you were a Jag.
I wasn't drafted by the Jags.
You were a Jag, though. You went there voluntarily.
That don't count. It counts. But like we cannot be this fan base. Please don't be this fan base. Like, give me an opinion on what you think the Eagles should do and what you think they shouldn't do.
See Kyle talking. He ain't talking to us. He talking to the callers.
Everybody.
Because
and you too.
What do you mean?
You have the Super Bowl syndrome more than almost anybody.
You have it on a daily basis.
No,
I'm tired of it.
No, I have a unique perspective.
An annoying perspective.
No, it's annoying because you don't want to hear what I have to say.
No, I hear what you have to say all the time.
And you don't like it.
That's okay.
Because the truth, you don't like the truth.
You
don't like the truth.
I also think it's worth noting, along with Hughes Super Bowl syndrome, and a lot of people share.
Hughes, we're seriously talking.
Yeah. The best executives in sports, once they figure something out, everyone starts to copy them. So the advantage they have goes away. Like Theo Epstein was the best, right? He turned the Red Sox around, turned the Cubs around. What happened at the end of the Cubs and Red Sox with him? Well, teams started picking up. Billy Beane had a run where he was smarter than everyone. Then everyone was like, I'm just going to do what Billy Beane does. And they started to copy. And I'm not saying Howie's smart enough to jump ahead of the next curve. But at some point, like, because I know what people are going to say today. Joe, when he started drafting out of the SEC, he started. Well, guess what?
Awesome.
That's not like the novel concept.
Right.
Anyone could take an SEC player.
I think if you said to Howie, have you figured out the NFL draft, he'd laugh at you.
He would say no.
He knows it's not an exact science. Like, need I remind everybody, there was a sign across the Schuylkill
right over there
that said fire Howie Roseman. And really up until, look, there were a lot of people that had questions about Nolan Smith. Nolan Smith looks like he's turning into a pretty good player.
Oh, yeah.
But right up until, I guess the Jordan Davis stuff, everybody had questions about Howie Roseman and the Eagles in the draft. It's the NFL draft, people. Get the syndrome out of your brains. You're mailing it in as Eagles fans.
I don't think that's the case.
It is. Mailing it in, Hugh.
I don't think that's the case. I had the privilege of being here when Jeffrey Lurie, like a year or two after he bought the team. And I can tell you, that first couple years I was here, I can say with confidence, they had no clue about what they were doing. They were throwing darts against the board, hoping for the best. And as they grew and they started to learn the game, they got better. Now, there was a time where I was gone, and you're talking about the Ragers and the other guys and all those stuff.
It's a bad one.
Yeah, like some of the other draft picks.
Andre Dillard.
But what I think they've done, they've put a brain trust around them and a infrastructure around them that allows these young men to thrive and feel comfortable being in this city. And they have, I'm going to even say, having Big Dom here. I think everything. I know I didn't make
I feel it did help with the Jalen Carter situation.
I feel like having the Big Dom here, having who is it, Connor Barwin here, having ex-players and people that the kids feel like, because at the end of the day, when they come from college, they're still kids.
Sure.
So let's call it what it is. And to have that kind of structure around them to protect them and do things for them that they can't do, I think that helps out tremendously.
We've lost the plot when we're talking about, are you convinced the Eagles have figured out the NFL draft and Big Dom's a part of the conversation? Get lost.
Listen, I'm trying to tell you. Okay, so why is it that every other team, to your point, this is a copycat league?
Yes.
And no other team has been able to emulate this.
Well, they're on a run.
And why is it that all of a sudden,
on a hot run?
No, but and then why all of a sudden is it that Howie is talked about like, hey, Howie called, don't pick up the phone. He's about to fleece you.
So I think Howie's always been good at trades, contracts, free agency stuff.
The draft is different.
The draft was one thing people thought he was bad at, and now it's almost like. Let me give you a quick example, then we'll get to the phone lines. Imagine if you have a student who, for like the first 5, 6, 7, 8 years of their school life, right, like first grade, second grade, like their grade school life, they're like a C student, right, and that's fine, right? They're not dumb, but they're a C student. And all of a sudden they get to 8th grade, 9th grade, and they're getting straight A's.
They go, just blow up.
So there's one of two things. Maybe they have figured out how to study right. Maybe they have like their mind has met their study habits. Maybe that's Howie, right? Or maybe they're just on a little hot streak here, and maybe that's not really who they are.
It's a hell of a hot streak.
It is. Well, I agree with that. I don't think anyone can master or figure out the NFL draft to this extent. 215-592-94. Let's go to the phone lines here. Chris in Middleton, are you convinced the Eagles have figured out the NFL draft? We're 8 days out from round 1. What's up, Chris?
Happy hump day.
Chris, what's up, buddy?
Guys, Hugh Douglas.
Yes.
You see what happens when you long talk? You stumble over your words and you give
Little
Kyle
bit.
drops for the drop.
I mean, but that's Kyle gonna get a drop regardless. That's how it works.
Let's just hope Trey Hendrickson doesn't come up again today. What's up, Chris?
Guys, it's Howie season's about to start. He's definitely figured out the draft. We won the Super Bowl, and we have 8 draft picks this year, and even more next year. This, should give wet blanket people like Kyle confidence because he keeps us loaded with draft picks so that when he does miss, because you're going to miss, he has maximum ammunition to come back and right the wrong. And that's what is making Howie so good at this. He's finally starting to, as you guys are highlighting, he's finally figuring out, through the process of who to pick and hit better on those picks. But the one strength that he's now coupling this with was always his amazing ability to load up with draft picks. And not only that, to move about the draft and move to get the guys he wants, which is how he got Cooper DeJean that you guys were earlier referencing. That was a trade up. And again, that's what he's great at. is those aspects, accumulating the picks, moving around the draft board, and now making them more efficient.
So I agree, Chris, but you
that's why I
also need a little bit of luck to make it work. Like if Cooper DeJean was picked where he should have been a first-round pick. We all realized that after watching him for a full season. He was sitting there at 40, and Howie jumped on it, and that's why Howie's so good. Can we keep like you're not going to get as lucky every year. Like this year's version of Cooper might be taken where he's supposed to get taken.
Joe, again, you're not going to, but when you have all those draft picks, it gives you more of a likelihood to have the ammunition to be able to make those moves, and that's what's going on. And guys, on this here day, I'm going on the record. I'm planting my flag on Hump Day. Howie will trade up in the first round to get the Philadelphia Eagles select tight end Tyler Warren, Penn State.
Another Nittany Lion for you.
Yeah. All of you people, we're going back to back. We are W-A-R-R-E-N Warren. Let's go, Howie.
Chris, good phone call. I mean, you'd rather have the Mason Taylor over Tyler Warren?
Yeah.
Is he better, or you just want his aunt here?
I just want to see Andre.
Come on.
The thing
Please, you're honest.
The thing that Chris started off with is exactly what upsets me. He said literally these phrases back to back. Of course, the Eagles have figured out the draft. They just won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's
nothing to do with each other.
That's been a problem for Kyle for the last couple of days.
So annoying.
Well, but here's why that doesn't work. Two drafts after they won their first Super Bowl, here was the draft class. You guys ready for this? This was same Howie Roseman, same guy. Andre Dillard, Miles Sanders, J.J. Arcega-Whiteside, Sharif Miller, who I forgot he was even a person until right now, Clayton Thorson. Okay, that was the entire draft class. Miles Sanders was the only guy worth anything.
Oh, my gosh, it's awful.
Same guy, same Howie Roseman. He wasn't.
What draft class was that?
2019.
2019?
Yeah.
I'm not trying to defend Howie, but what did that 2019 draft class look like as a whole?
Well, I'm sure there were some good players.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm just saying, what did it look? How
about this? Let me give you 2020, okay? And obviously, maybe the best pick in the franchise's history, certainly Howie's run. Jalen Hurts was a second-round pick in 2020. That's an all-time great pick for the Eagles. You guys know what the rest of that draft class looked like? Rager, Davion Taylor, Kayvon Wallace, Jack Driscoll, John Hightower, Sean Bradley, Quez Watkins, Casey Toohill. Same guy. Again, I don't think Howie was an F student then. It was a tough draft. I don't think Howie is an A-plus drafter now. It all evens out. I'm not convinced they have totally mastered and figured out the NFL draft. 215-592-94.9. If you're looking at 2019 draft class,
yeah,
there's got to be some good players.
Ed Oliver, Nick Bosa.
Who was drafted around where they
Quentin
drafted
Williams? Quentin Williams.
Dillard went what? 22.
Dillard, I just saw it. He's 22.
So what was right after Dillard? Montez Sweat was there.
Titus Howard.
Montez Sweat.
Josh Jacobs.
Josh Jacobs is better.
Yeah. Marquise Brown, Hollywood decent.
Mm-hmm.
Sweat was Washington. Yeah.
Well, that's a better pick for sure. All right, 215-592-9494. Your phone calls here. You convinced the Eagles have figured out the NFL draft. We're 8 days away from the first round. We got a great prize to give away. We'll get you set up with, Hughes Clues. Plus an interesting anecdote from Baldy about the Eagles and the draft. We'll react to that next. It's the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's time to make it official. Sports Radio 94 WIP is celebrating the man, the myth, the strip-sacking legend.
Brandon Graham rips the football out of the hands of Tom Brady.
May 5th is now BG Day.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
All day long, 94 WIP is honoring Brandon Graham with classic stories, special guests, and the best BG moments of all time.
Oh, was he walloped by Brandon Graham?
Live all day, May 5th.
I just want to thank everybody.
Then cap off the day with BG Live, a special one-time event with Brandon at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Get your tickets for BG Live at 94WIP.com.
What up, Phillies?
During the NBA Play-In Tournament, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving all new customers a shot at $250 in bonus bets. Join FanDuel today. You'll get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. From three-pointers to steals to assists, FanDuel has so many ways to bet your favorite player props. Plus, after the game tips off, you can even combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. Just visit FanDuel.com/John R, JONR, to get in on all the NBA Play-In Tournament action. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Omar Reese with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. Former Cowboys left tackle Tyron Smith is calling it a career after 14 seasons. NFL Network insider Ian Rappaport's reporting that Smith will sign a one-day contract with Dallas and retire as one of the organization's all-time greats. Smith spent the first 13 years of his career in Dallas and was a 5-time All-Pro and 8-time Pro Bowler before playing his final year with the Jets. Meanwhile, the Dolphins and 7-time Pro Bowl corner Jalen Ramsey have agreed to explore trade options. Ramsey's due a little more than $25 million fully guaranteed this season, but Miami has already paid Ramsey's $4 million roster bonus, so a new team would only pick up about $21 million. Dolphins general manager Chris Greer also saying the team is not exploring trade options for receiver Tyreek Hill. And the Giants, who hold the third pick in the NFL draft next week, are to hold private workouts this week with Colorado quarterback Shedeur Sanders and Alabama quarterback Jalen Milroe. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Find what you love and love what you find. A Total Wine and More, the place to go for sipping rosés with seltzers on ice, making margaritas with your favorite tequilas. It's warm out, let's go. Our prices are low on spirits, beer, and wine. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly. B21. If you're serious about what's under your hood, then you need the highest octane on the market. New 94 Octane, available exclusively at Sunoco. Nothing else will match it. Go to Sunoco.com to find a participating station near you.
Phillies baseball is back, and I'm bringing you the tailgate must-have: Surfside iced tea and vodka and Surfside lemonade and vodka. The best part, zero bubbles. Ask for Surfside at your local bars and liquor store. Must be 21 or older. Please drink responsibly.
John Ritchie here. Are you looking for a lawn care service that delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets? That's why I choose Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn care company. Their custom approach uses organic fertilizers and safer weed and insect controls, ensuring a healthier lawn season after season. Right now, take advantage of their limited time offer. Free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED today. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here's Comedians and Sketchers Getting Comfortable, presented by Hands-Free Skechers Slip-Ins.
Hey, I'm Bobby Slayton, and I'm here with my pal, comedian, and Skechers ambassador, Mr. Howie Mandel.
Why did it take so long to invent something as amazing as slip-ins? I know it seems simple, but it took Skechers to invent a better pair of shoes.
Yep, with Skechers Slip-ins, you just step it and go. You don't have to touch your shoes. And by the way, Slip-ins are for the whole family, men, women, and kids. In all your favorite Skechers styles, find Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check for your wallet first before hitting the drive-thru.
$6.
Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I think that they've got more firepower in this draft, or as much firepower in this draft as any team out there. And when you give a roster that's good enough to beat the Chiefs in the Super Bowl, that's good enough to win the Super Bowl, when you give a Super Bowl champion roster 20 draft picks in the next 2 drafts to go have fun with, you become a team to watch. And that's obviously not even factoring in their aggressive tendencies to begin with. So that, to me, is the team to watch, as always, on draft weekend.
The voice Adam Chef. Let's get me excited. Draft 8 days away from the first round of the NFL draft. The Eagles are a team to watch, and they've been excellent at this 4 years running now in the NFL draft. Are you convinced the Eagles have figured out the draft? I'm not there, and it's nothing to do with the Eagles as much as I don't think anyone can master the NFL draft. It's hard. I mean, you go back through NFL history, teams have great 3 or 4 year runs. They build up great teams, and then it's hard to sustain them. I mean, look at some of those Patriots drafts. They had some big ones when they built that thing around Brady, and then it fell off for a few years, and they had some better ones, and then they got back to Super Bowls, and then it fell. I mean, it's just, and that was Bill Belichick. I mean, that was the greatest coach along with Andy Reid that I've ever seen. So it's not easy to master this draft. A lot of people, though, are convinced they have done it. All right, 215-592-9400. Let's hear from Baldy here. Baldy, interesting anecdote when he was on one afternoon about the players and the draft and the Eagles, and really kind of hit on something that Hugh's been talking about for a long time, about what the Eagles are looking for.
I'll give you a quick story. I talked to a guy that played with the Eagles. It does not necessarily say his name, but he interviewed a lot of players at the Combine at a particular position. And he was dumbfounded at how little some of the players knew about even drawing up a play or what their assignments were. And so you get some of these guys that just aren't that smart, can't think on their feet. Like, they don't sound like Philadelphia Eagles to me.
Hugh, it sounds to me like what you've spoken about a lot, which is not necessarily, you don't necessarily need the guy that maybe is the top
the
of
most
the charts.
athletic.
Right.
You need a smart guy that works hard. What they say, hard work outworks talent when talent doesn't work hard, or something like that.
I think you nailed that, actually.
You think so? I got that one? Because that's what the NFL is. You know, when you look at it, and I know this might be hard for a lot of people to fathom, because we like to throw the word around, he stinks a lot. But
a lot of guys stink.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, to be even in consideration to be drafted, you have to have some type of elite talent. I mean, that's just a fact.
Sure.
So now, how do you separate yourself from everybody else? And the one thing that I think the Eagles have done, they've drafted guys that might not be the most talented, but they listen and they're smart. And they found the pieces that fit into what they're trying to do. That was one of the biggest things that jumped out to me. And that's just not Howie. That's the people that he's amassed around him that understand the game and understand what he's trying to do. Howie is the figurehead in all of this. There's no question about that. But I think what Howie has done, Howie has put a bunch of people around him that he trusts their opinion, and they tell him, like, listen, this guy right here, he does this, that's it, but he fits well for what we're trying to do. I keep going back to Cooper DeJean, man, and I had a chance to talk to him in a small sampling size. And the one thing that he said to me that really stuck out to me is that he studies a lot on his off nights. The fact that him and Quinyon would talk a lot after practice. Like, they would stay, like, people don't know this, but being a football player is a 9-to-5 job. And what I mean by that is they go to work at probably about 9 in the morning. They get the lift in maybe a little earlier. But most of the times they don't leave till 5 in the evening. And when they leave work, they take their work home with them. I'm pretty sure nowadays they have iPads and stuff like that. So they're constantly being fed information. And these guys are picking up their iPads and they're reading them. Hell, I remember when I went home from practice, I was done. I was done with football for the day. And that's the difference. It's because when they're in this, the guys that they have, when they're in this, they're in it for the whole 6 months and beyond. That's the biggest difference, I think. And that's why the Eagles have had so much success, because they've identified these guys that are, I mean, they identified their why. That's the best way I can say. They have identified their why, and they come in and they work hard, and it's seamless to play in the NFL for them.
So I get that, and I think how he's evolved with the draft. I think they have. I think they're better at it now than they were 4 or 5 years ago. I'm not questioning that, but when I hear so many people think they've mastered this, you're right, Hugh. But at some point, isn't someone else going to draft that smart player ahead of them? Like, they don't have
infrastructure, Joe.
Well,
I don't think so.
But okay, but I do think.
But it can still be a player we want that's
right.
off the board.
Well, no,
no matter where they go.
It can't be. But here's the thing: when you're in a position that the Eagles are in, and they had the kind of talent, you just don't like. We're sitting here and they're saying, okay, at 32, you've identified one guy. No, it don't work like that.
You've identified
plenty of guys, because
you don't know what's going to be there. Yeah,
that, and you don't like you on the board. You have your draft and what you need, and you have what everybody else needs. And you also, if I'm not mistaken, I've never been in a draft room, but I assume it's like this. You play out the scenarios of where guys might fall.
Totally.
By the needs of the team.
He said yesterday they play out the worst case scenarios. And
yes.
I mean, look, they've done a lot of good things. My point on, though, is like I'm going to give you some of the top picks the last few years. Quinyon at 22, Cooper at 40, Jalen Carter at 9, Nolan Smith at 30. When I've watched those 4 players just last season, you know what I said to myself a lot? How did they fall to the Eagles? Like, how did 21 teams say, nah, Quinyon Mitchell?
Jalen Carter was the outlier, though. I'll tell you, Jalen Carter was the outlier.
We know why he fell, right?
Yeah.
But Cooper DeJean, there's no way he should have been the 40th pick. I don't care what you tell me. That's crazy in retrospect.
I'm gonna simplify this a little bit. You know why Cooper DeJean probably failed the way that he did? Because he was a white corner.
You know what? I think that as much people might think you're joking, I think there could be something
I'm dead
real.
ass serious,
no, I think there is.
I don't care what color he was. He could play.
And you saw it at Iowa.
And but seriously,
yeah.
People made such a big deal out of him playing a position that normally, like, they compare Jason Sehorn.
Right.
Why does he, like, seriously, why does he have to be compared to Jason Sehorn? Just because Jason Sehorn is white? The guy can play.
Yes.
Like, flat out.
Yeah, he's more Charles Woodson.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. He's a smart player. Yeah. And I think that was some of it. I know it might sound a little ignorant, but hell, there's a lot of stuff going on nowadays that's not ignorant.
So I'm with
you. That's what I think it was.
But my point on that is that's like teams. There's good teams copy everyone, right? The team that wins, and the Eagles are the standard in the NFL. Teams are going to copy them, so they're going to start looking at the Eagles. What are the Eagles doing? Well, they're not overthinking it. They're just taking really good football players. So now those guys might not be there for the Eagles when they pick. 215-592-9494. All right, let's go to the phone lines here. Jeff in Wilmington, are you convinced the Eagles have figured out this whole draft thing? What's up, Jeff?
The moment was too big for him.
Is he at Buc-ee's again?
The moment was too big for him.
He might be in one of those 18 bays of
gas. He might be in the bathroom getting it in.
Excuse me?
Using the bathroom.
Okay.
Doing what, though?
Let's go to Aaron, who's up next. What's up, Aaron?
Good morning, Philadelphia.
Good morning.
Aaron, what's up?
Hugh.
Yes.
I thought you and I were on the same page yesterday with the Hughes clues. I mean, you said inappropriate mascot name.
Yes, it's inappropriate.
Animal.
Yes.
So I'm sitting down, I'm thinking moose. No, it's not an appropriate name. Bear. No.
Oh, when you said no.
And then it came to me. A light bulb came on over my head. So I dialed 215-592-9494. So excited, waiting for Kyle to pick up the phone. Kyle picks up the phone. I said, I got the answer. Beavers. Not the right answer.
Mm-mm.
I thought we were on the right.
No, but see, you're in San Diego anyway, so the draft party tickets wouldn't really work out.
No, and you know what? When I said
I would have been willing to fly out for that party.
Okay.
And when I said inappropriate, I meant inappropriate for the state that they use the mascot for, because there's not a lot of Wolverines in Michigan.
Yeah, and I thought about
Very rare.
the Ike Reese clue, and that wouldn't have gone over well either, would it?
Yeah, it probably would have, because I can't stand the Wolverines.
Because he's
a Spartan.
He's a Spartan. He's Sparty.
Anything on the draft?
Well, I was talking about the Beavers answer.
Yeah, that wouldn't have worked. All right, what do you think? Have the Eagles figured out this whole draft thing?
All right, Nosferatu. Consider me Van Helsing today, because I am so sick and tired of this Super Bowl syndrome that Howie's getting lucky.
Van Helsing was a
You
vampire.
you don't get lucky over the last 5 years. You don't build your team that wins a Super Bowl, off of luck.
Well,
this guy has got the formula. The most important pick that this guy's ever made, Jalen Reagor, because he had to sit there and for a year watch Justin Jefferson run up and down the field and set all kinds of records. Your point of, when somebody brings up, we've got to, when somebody says they've got to fill holes, that, there's problems with the team. No, we won the Super Bowl last year because of depth. And we need depth, so we need to feel the positions that we need.
Right, but now we're assuming we're going to nail all these draft picks to fill the holes. And I'm saying it's not easy to keep hitting, 60% of your draft picks. That's hard.
We are in a position that 31 other teams would love to be in. We have the most talent on the roster of any team in the NFL right now. And then we're in a position that we can just be patient. If we want to move up in the draft, we can move up in the draft. If we want to move back in the draft, we'll move back in the draft.
You're mailing it in.
And hey,
You're mailing it in.
no, I'm not
Yes,
mailing
you
it
are.
in.
But Aaron,
I'm 8
everyone
days
can
away.
move up or down.
Yeah,
in the draft.
whatever they do is fine.
No
worries.
That's what it's all about.
It's
about
not.
having options.
Well, they do, but Howie's usually gives himself options. I mean, they have an excess of picks. You're right. The next 2 years, 8 this year, 12 next year. They have an excess of picks, but he's had lots of picks before and made bad picks.
Well, hold on. Doesn't the amount of picks that Howie's accumulated indicate that he knows that a lot of the draft is luck?
Yes.
He wants more shots at the dartboard.
Yeah, just throw as much as you can and hope you hit as many as you can. Yeah, I think if you ask Howie, deep down, he knows he's been on a heat. Again, it's like this. It's like watching a 3-point shooter nail 7 in a game. They're probably not going to nail 7 the next night, even if they're a good shooter.
Basic math, Aaron.
It's math.
Joe, I'm 8 days away from cashing in on my bet.
Which one?
I'm so excited.
What do you got?
I don't give a shit.
What bet?
But listen to me.
What bet?
Hey, no.
Can you focus?
You're talking about Howie
That's hard to
Roseman
do.
having a bad draft. That was 6 years ago, my friend. 6 years. Look at his draft since.
Right, but my point is he wasn't
had
as
an influence on this team winning.
I get it, but can we count on that again and again and again?
Well, I'd rather be an Eagles fan right now than a Jacksonville Jaguars
Of
fan.
course, Aaron, we appreciate it, but we all would.
That was brutal.
I mean, we all would. That's not the point. The point is, I guess we could frame this a different way because we all know the Eagles are in a good spot in the grand big picture. Do you expect them to nail this draft?
I think they'll get some good players out of it.
Yeah, I don't expect it. I don't expect them to nail another
do.
draft in a row. Now, they could, and I wouldn't be shocked. Like, again, guys on a heater hitting a bunch of threes. Do I expect them to hit the next one? Maybe not. Do I be shocked to be this? No. But I don't expect them to just hit a home run like they have the last couple of years. This is rare to hit home runs like that.
I think what the Eagles have done, they've identified the players that they need in order to have success. And it's the infrastructure, man. Just think about this for a minute. Think about all the other teams that guys that have played here that go to talk about how different it is. That's what sticks out to me. I remember when I went to Jacksonville, man, and it's a small thing, but just the food in the cafeteria it was different. I remember I'm walking in the cafeteria and I'm like, damn, you got to pay for the food? Like, or you don't have this many varieties. They do a great job of taking care of their guys. And I know it sounds like a small thing, But when you don't have to worry about your nutrition and things of that nature, and you're being monitored to be at your optimal playing football, it makes it easier to play football. And they like everything that they do since I remember, and it's just gotten better. It's top tier. And I think that's the biggest difference, man. And I know for a lot of people, they might not understand it because it's a small thing, but having somebody that you could call at any time of the night, if you need anything, if your wife need to get some Pampers for the baby or whatever, or you need, hell, let's be real, if you got to get out of trouble, you get pulled over somewhere and you need to get out of trouble, you got somebody that you can call that has your back. That's different. That is something, or keep you out of trouble. Hell, you've been drinking and you say, hey, man, I need somebody to come get me. And they call the Uber or whatever. That's different. It's not like that everywhere.
They're a great organization, maybe the best organization in the NFL. But like this whole, what Aaron just said is you don't build a Super Bowl team with luck. Sure you do. I just want to remind everybody the reason that Jalen Hurts was Super Bowl MVP quarterback. Let's remind everybody. The Eagles wanted to move off of him for Russell Wilson, who didn't want to come here.
Deshaun Watson,
who didn't want to come here. There is luck involved in every move you make. They say sometimes the best move you make is the one you don't. That's luck.
Let's just go to the Jalen Hurts pick. Can we all be honest? If the Eagles knew, and I think they had a hunch he could be something, that's why they drafted him with the 53rd pick. If they knew what he was, he would have been their first-round pick, guys. They would have taken him with the pick they took Rager if they knew what he was. They didn't know, and he fell to them in the second round, and they made an excellent pick. All right, 215-592-9494. All right, how about this? We got a 4-pack of tickets today to the sold-out Eagles 2025 draft party. You can go watch the Eagles nail another pick with us next Thursday night at the link.
But you got to get through me first.
Well, you got to get through. The gatekeeper.
I'm gatekeeping tickets.
You are. All right.
Gatekeeper don't sound right, though. That sounds kind of mean and selfish.
But you kind of sound like you're the one that gives. I mean, it's your game.
It's my game.
Yeah.
Hughes Clues.
Yeah, let's play it. Hughes Clues. Let's do it.
Have you seen my dog Hugh? He's got a brand new clue. Begins with the tramp stamp. Everybody's looking for Hughes Clues. Come on in. Hughes Clues. It's Hughes Clues and you.
Can I just say this real quick?
Mm-hmm.
Because I've seen all the hate that I've gotten for my first clue.
Ignore the haters.
I definitely do that. And I'm just letting y'all know it just makes it worse. It just makes it worse because I've leaned into the hatred. It works opposite for me. You know, like some people getting their feelings when you hate on them. That don't bother me. It just makes me, it galvanizes the way that I feel.
Never forget what Reggie Jackson said. They don't boo nobodies.
They don't boo nobodies. So here's the first clue. This is a food that comes in many varieties.
You proud of yourself today?
Proud. I'm so proud.
A food that comes in many varieties.
You know what? It's gotten to the point, Joe, where when I give these first clues out, I can close my eyes and I could hear the people calling me mean and hurtful names.
They're in their car. They're in traffic. This
guy right here, looking like a highlight. What they called me yesterday, a highlighter. I got the green highlighter on today. Look like a green highlighter.
You are bright today. All right, 215-592-9494. All right, also don't forget, we'll back to your phone calls in a second. Your guesses for Hughes Clues, 4-pack of tickets to the Eagles sold-out draft party at the link next Thursday night. Starts at 7 p.m. We'll be live doing our show at 6. Well, not this show, but a draft show. We'll be on starting at 6 next Thursday night. But don't forget, what was it, 15 years ago in the first round, the Eagles selected a defensive lineman from Michigan. His name was Brandon Graham. And that guy,
BG.
How about this day we're having? On May 5th, BG Day on 5/5, honoring Brandon Graham's legendary career all day on air. And the celebration continues that evening with BG Live at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. BG will be on stage with Joe DeCamara talking about stories from his career, never before heard behind the scenes kind of stuff. It's going to be great, all about his career. Come on out. Tickets available, 94WIP.com for BG Live, Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. We'll be out there. Let's go to the phone lines here. Dan in Westchester. Hey, Dan.
Hey, how you doing? How you doing, guys?
Hey, Dan. What's up, buddy?
I love this conversation. I wanted to comment on this because while I was waiting, I did a few things looking up what is the hit rate of draft picks in the NFL. And a hit means the player was a significant contributor or signed a second contract with the team. And it's different. It differs by position, but just quickly, first round overall 50%, second round 33%, third round 16%, all the way down to the seventh round where it's less than 1%. By position, quarterbacks 46%, wide receivers 27%, tight ends 33%. Defense is the shining star. Between 50 and 60% of all defensive players are hits. So back to your question, I think, what does it mean for the Eagles to have figured it out? To me, it would mean instead of hitting at 40 or 50%, they get a couple of percentage points. Maybe they're at 52% or 37%. That's what a success means. It doesn't mean you're going to get 60, 70% of your hits right.
Right. And to your point, Dan, this is really interesting. I mean, to your point, as I look at their last four drafts, first and second round, Devontae Dickerson, Davis, Juergens, Carter. I'll include Nolan Smith as their second pick, but he was obviously the 30th pick in the first round. Quinyon and Cooper. I mean, Dan, off the top of my head, that's a 100% hit rate. Their last 8 top 2 picks in each of the last 4 drafts. That feels like it's an unsustainable percentage.
And they know that too. They know that they got lucky on a lot of those. And they know it's probably the best draft they're ever going to have in the history of the Eagles. And look, I get the point that maybe they have a little bit of magic in the office and their strategies, but every team has really smart people trying to figure out what their needs are, what the formula for success is. Every team is doing that. And when the Eagles are successful, believe me, they're going to try to figure out what is the magic formula for the Eagles. How can we gain 1 or 2% in our...
Well, no question. Everyone's watching them and copying them now.
And they're going to do it. They're going to copy, and some of them are going to hit it. And that means some of the players that the Eagles might want won't be there because other teams have figured out how to grab them.
Well, and a lot of Howie's former people in this front office, I know Hugh was saying they have a lot of people there now helping him, which they obviously have good people now. They're in other front offices now, right? Like the Cunningham guy, the woman that worked here, she's with the Browns. So they know how Howie thinks, and they're populating other front offices.
And that's why they're getting jobs. And Dan, to your point, every team does not know how to do this. Jacksonville Jaguars still ain't figured it out. Who else hasn't figured it out? The Giants had a formula, and they fired everybody. They haven't figured it out.
Yeah.
This is something that when you talk about sustainability, there's only 2 teams that in my mind that I think of when you talk about just wins per season have been able to sustain this. Pittsburgh Steelers and the Philadelphia Eagles in a 10-year span.
Chiefs.
Okay,
Chiefs.
I forgot. My fault. The Chiefs. I was thinking. I said Pittsburgh. I said Pittsburgh first. So it's not easy to sustain.
He said New England, by the way.
New England is on the bottom end of all of that, but they were in there. They were in there too.
They've fallen now.
Yeah, they've fallen now, but everybody hasn't been able to figure this out.
Well, they haven't. All right, Dan, what do you got for us for your guess for Hughes Clues? Food that comes in many varieties.
Cereal.
That's a good guess.
That's a really good guess. Dan, not it, but we're off to a rolling start here. 215-592-9490. For more calls on this coming up, are you convinced the Eagles have figured out the draft? I mean, the last 4 years would say they have. I look at it as they're on an incredible hot streak, but I don't expect this to continue at this pace. Your guess for Hughes Clues, we've got a 4-pack of tickets to the sold-out Eagles 2025 draft party. Plus, you could also get in on the Phillies. Good win last night. Finally, some contributions for Bohm and Morris. We'll get to that and what Bryce Harper said about those guys coming up next. 215-592-9494 is the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Nissan Rogue with available Google built-in helps you make the most of your drive. Take care of the small stuff, like,
hey, Google, cool down my car.
And,
hey, Google, turn on the dog feeder.
Or change up your adventure.
Hey, Google, navigate me to the nearest music venue.
Handle your drive like a pro.
Experience the ultimate connection in the Nissan Rogue. Nissan offers 6 vehicles with starting MSRP under $30,000. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. Not equipped on all vehicles. Requires compatible device. Sequences shortened and simulated. Activation of Nissan Connect services package required. Only use features when safe and legal to do so. Data rates may apply. Subject to third-party service availability. Google Play, and Google Maps are trademarks of Google LLC. Available on Nissan Altima, Kicks, Leaf, Rogue, Sentra, and Versa. All prices are manufacturer suggested retail price. MSRP for base models. MSRP excludes destination and handling charges, tax, title, license, and options. Dealer sets actual prices.
Stop! Where's everybody going? Club Risque, the Delaware Valley's premier gentlemen's club, where there's always something happening. Free lunch weekdays, happy hour specials 6 days a week, the hottest entertainers in the world 7 days a week. And this week, it's adult film superstar Giselle Blanco, appearing in all 3 Club Risque locations, Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. Giselle Blanco, this Thursday through Saturday. Club Risque, your home for all UFC and championship boxing, shown on their multiple TV screens. ClubRisque.com. Hey, Pennsylvania, it's time to step up to the plate for another thrilling season with the Fightin' Phils. And now, every time the Phillies strike out 10 or more batters in a home game, you score. That's right, when they whiff double-digit batters at the bank, you'll get a $5 casino bonus to play Philadelphia Phillies Slingo. Exclusively on BetMGM. The best part, you can claim this bonus once per week, every Monday through Sunday throughout the baseball season. So keep watching the Phils, cheer on those strikeouts, and get ready to take your thrills to the next level. BetMGM is a proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies and an official gambling partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus to wager. PA only. All promotions are subject to qualification and eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as non-withdrawable site credit. Bonus bets unless otherwise provided in the applicable terms. Rewards subject to expiry. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Spring savings have arrived at Conacelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken, and you don't want to miss out. Conacelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Conacelli has it all, and at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Conacelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken to see why Conacelli is a nice place to do business.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky Pete's. Our selection of seasonal cocktails make any meal better. Come sip and enjoy our bourbon cherry lemonade, made with small batch bourbon, muddled fruits, and refreshing juices. What a winner! Is fruit your flavor? Try a watermelon shandy cocktail. A smoky grapefruit with mezcal and fresh lime. Or sip and enjoy a berry martini. All pair perfectly with our seasonal menu features. Come sip and enjoy at Chickies and Pete's.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Lowe's is the destination for Ego outdoor power equipment this spring. See what's new and exclusive, like the 17-inch string trimmer with Line IQ technology that auto-feeds to save you time, and the 22-inch Select Cut self-propelled mowers with a multi-blade system for precise cutting. Shop Ego Days, happening now during Spring Fest at Lowe's. We help, you save. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
You know what's better than a limited time deal?
an unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Los Angeles Lakers are staring down a legacy-defining postseason. LeBron James turned 40 this year, and while he's still putting up all NBA numbers, the clock is ticking. The team made a massive bet by trading Anthony Davis for Luka Doncic, one of the boldest moves in franchise history. Now with Luka in his prime and LeBron nearing the end, the pressure's on to prove this duo can deliver a title now, not later. I'm Maggie.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Every Phillies game.
And it is gone.
Just listen to 94 WIP on the free Odyssey app.
And the pitch. Swung on, line to left center field. That is hit for a base hit. Around third is Castellanos. He's coming home. He'll score. And Alec Boehm has given the Phillies the lead with a 2-out RBI single to left center. It's 4-3.
Boehm needed that one. And
Way
so
to go,
did the Phillies.
Alex.
He needed that, especially because the at-bat before grounded to a double play at runners on. Welcome back, Midday Show. Hugh Douglas showed you there, 215-592-9494. Phillies get a win last night,
Hey,
Hugh.
I called that too, by the way. Even though, company man Douglas over here.
Nostra Douglas, when you call it right.
Yeah,
when you're in your feelings about the company man thing?
Not
You
today. I'm
obviously
okay.
are.
You're stoned, man.
That
you can
is-
tell
no,
when
no,
he
no.
brings up
Head.
a comment from.
No, I
from
took
like
I took
week
a
ago,
gummy
day
yesterday.
ago.
I was cool.
No one called you that today.
No.
Not yet.
Not yet. I mean, they might be
No,
thinking
people
it.
are more mad at Joe today.
Oh, that's okay.
Oh, it started already?
Well, because I don't think the Eagles are going to get every. I mean, we had a caller last hour who mentioned the hit rates, right? The percentages. The Eagles are hitting 100% in their first 2 picks 4 years in a row. That's not going to continue. I'm sorry. You can be mad at me, you people. That's fine. It's just not.
Trust me, I'm fine if you want to say I trust Howie Roseman, and he's gotten better at the draft.
Yeah, he
clearly has. Like, because he used to be very bad. But this whole idea, and I hear this all the time. One, they just won the Super Bowl, so whatever they do is fine.
Yeah,
is
you ain't trying to hear that.
nonsense.
That dog ain't
Shut
hung.
up. Tired of that.
Powerful.
You're
Powerful
mailing it in if you're just whatever he does, I'm good with. Mailing it in.
Yeah.
Be a Philadelphian.
And also, it's kind of fake because
Kind of hard not to
course
be
it's fake.
Kind of hard not to roll with him after we just had a parade. though.
that's fine.
No, rolling with him is fine, but like there's rolling with somebody and there's blind faith.
Remember a couple years ago, the Patriots drafted a guard that was like the 4th round on people's boards, and then Sean McVay laughed after the draft. That was it kind of went viral. What if the Eagles do that next week? And I don't think they're going to. But what if they take a player that Mel Kiper and McShay and all these guys have as a 3rd round
reach.
player? Yeah, a total reach by every expert.
A guy we never heard of.
And you know what's going to happen on Friday. But you know what? Howie's got this.
I will say this, that I understand. Let me say this first, because I understand what you're saying, but that's not going to happen because of where they're picked.
I don't
You
think it's
know
going
what
to
I
happen.
mean?
I'm just saying if.
Yeah, and I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah.
And I think that when you look at what they need, it's been all over the board. So I don't think that from what they did last year in the position that they're in, that anybody would be like, oh my goodness. Now what's going to end up happening? It's going to be one of those teams 1 through 10, because most of those teams in that area need a quarterback. They're going to reach. Somebody's going to reach for a quarterback.
Well, I'll tell you what. Speaking of that you want to know the test of the Eagles could do and how we could do no wrong.
What if the Eagles reach for a
They
quarterback?
take a quarterback in the first 2 rounds next weekend. Now that would test everybody.
Yeah, I
That's
think,
when people will be stuck between. It's like,
what the hell are you doing?
Well, tearing at both arms, because are you a Super Bowl syndrome guy?
Yep.
Or a Jalen Hurts can do no wrong guy?
Well, they would tear this city apart, and we haven't seen that in a long time. 215-592-9494. It'd be wild. All right, back to the Phillies though for a second, then back to all your phone calls on the Eagles, and you can react to the Phillies win last night. So Boehm with the big hit, a couple innings after he grounded to double play. He needed that. They needed it. Huge hit there. Let's hear from Boehm after the game, talking about his night, his season, and where he's at right now mentally.
That's part of what's so frustrating, right? It's like this is where I'm supposed to come through. This is what makes me who I am. And obviously, when you're not doing it, it doesn't feel good. But being able to kind of calm down, slow down, get back to it, and just get a good pitch over the plate and put a swing on it. Doesn't matter where the runners are or what's going on in the game, pressure-wise or anything like that. Just guys got to throw a good pitch for me to hit, and I got one on the first pitch there. And
You know what's interesting? I hadn't thought about this, Hugh, the way he framed like his role here. You know, Alec Boehm is not a huge power hitter, right? He doesn't hit many home runs. He doesn't walk a lot. A lot of Alec Boehm's value is getting hits with runners in scoring position, like knocking in runs when they're on base. And it probably had to eat at him even more because when he failed in those spots, he knows like that's my role here.
That's your bread and butter.
Where, like,
that's your wheelhouse.
If Schwarber has a double play, in the back of his mind, I don't know if he thinks this way, but he might be like, I'll get a home run next at bat, right? Like I'll help us win in a different way, even if I screwed up this time. If Boehm doesn't drive in the run when he's on base, that's the only way he helps them win. So maybe I didn't even think about how much it was probably eating at him that he was so bad with runners in scoring position, because that's kind of what his
frustrating.
thing is.
It's been frustrating for him, man. And you know, for a baseball player, it has to be, you know, you fail more than you have success.
Yeah, a lot more.
And it has to be compounded being in a city like this. Not saying it's a bad thing, but to have to know that you're failing and then have to hear it every day from us, that has to be a tough spot to be in.
Yeah, well, it has to be. So another good night last night, for actually one of the first good nights in a while for Bryce Harper at a home run. But it seemed like after the game, Bryce was actually more happy for March and Boehm, for them contributing even more than himself with a 2-run home run. Let's hear from Harper after the game last night.
I said it a lot, man. I just want him to enjoy the game, you know, and enjoy the game that he plays. Life could be a lot harder. Life could be, you know, a lot tougher. We get to play this beautiful game every day, and I was standing on the on-deck circle in like the third inning, and I was thinking about it, man. It's a great game we got to play, you know, and obviously you're going to go through ups and downs in life and season, but it's still, you know, and it's a hard thing to do. It is every night coming in and playing this game, but at the end of the day, you know, we're all healthy, we're all strong. Just go out there and enjoy it, because it'll go quick, and you'll start thinking to yourself, you know, why did I take it so serious? And it's gone now.
You know what that sounds like to me?
What's that?
Sounds like a man that brought a baby reveal bat to the game and didn't do nothing with it.
So he's reflecting?
He's reflecting. And taking, especially after you do what you did last night.
Yeah.
You reflect on that, and, you know, just like, hey, maybe, you know, he went so far and said, maybe that was a bad idea on my part, but hey, I bounced back from it.
Well, name on the front, not the name on the back.
That's right.
You know?
Do you also think there's a little correction here? Remember the beginning of the season when they were like, especially Bryce seemed to
No
say
more daycare?
No more daycare, and now
Yeah.
he's telling them just to enjoy
Bring
it.
him back?
Yeah. I'm telling you, that
I'm
was
out
a
on
reflect. See, y'all need to learn how to read between the lines, man.
Well, we try to. You need to.
That's the baby blue reveal bat, and thinking to yourself, maybe that was a bad idea. maybe being so harsh on the young cats was a bad idea.
Or is the baby blue bat symbolic of Harper trying to bring the daycare back?
Literally, the daycare with the baby.
Maybe I made a mistake. Maybe we need to have fun. Maybe we should bring back Garrett. What's his name?
Stubbs.
Stubbs.
No.
I was about to say Garrett Wilson. Garrett Stubbs.
No,
we need to bring him back. I don't know where that came from.
I know. Now, bringing Garrett Stubbs back would be a clear,
cheap vibes off.
Clear admission.
It
That the
ain't
vibes
been
need to
right
come
since
back.
he been gone. The music, the vibe, the shimmy. They ain't shimmying.
You're gonna be the long
There you go, Kyle. Get it back, Kyle. Get that thing back, Kyle.
You want Stubbs back?
Yeah,
I don't.
Look,
let me get this head bob going.
It could be that they're having more fun, or they're finally, like, they've been going through the process of growing up.
No, y'all
And
really
maybe
made them
it's
feel
working.
bad yesterday.
Who did?
Y'all.
About Harper?
Oh, the whole team. Y'all was ready to fire everybody. Everybody sit everybody down and get rid of
They
them.
had a bad stretch.
Yeah,
they had a bad
they
stretch.
earned us.
No, I'm not saying.
We took the pledge.
I'm not
Seriously.
saying. I'm not
Unlike
saying.
some people.
I'm not saying they didn't earn it.
This proves you didn't take the pledge.
I did take the pledge.
Not seriously.
My job here
Oh boy.
is to give you perspective from a former athlete's point. That's all I'm doing. Y'all hurt their feelings yesterday. They're not robots. Yes.
They have like a $300 million payroll.
Major League buddies, Hugh.
Holy hell!
What
They
about
could
my
get a
feelings?
hit for days.
My feelings.
Major League
Feelings.
buddy. Okay, I'll pull that back. That does sound like I'm instigating a little bit.
You know what that is? That's company man stuff right there. That is total
After I
company
said it, I
man
was
stuff.
like, yeah, that
You know what?
that do sound like a little company man.
We
right
also
there,
get this from Hugh every day. It's a new thing.
What?
My job is to do this.
I
We
keep,
know
'cause I
what your
think-
job is,
'cause
buddy.
I think y'all keep forgetting.
No.
And y'all get mad when I give you my opinion.
We know what your job is exactly.
No, Kyle gets thoroughly irritated. Kyle gets irritated. Like, what are you talking about?
I think you think this whole thing is one big joke.
Okay.
As I laugh at everything.
That's fair. I do. I okay, maybe.
This-
a little,
hold on.
Okay. Lather Vaseline on me.
Okay, this is a serious show.
Okay. Let's talk about this for a minute, shall we?
Yep.
I mean, I do think it's kind of ironic that people melt down like every day.
No, it's fascinating, ironic.
I mean, it is. It's fascinating. The meltdowns. You know, my best part about this
Poking
is
fun at our
I'm not
insecurities
poking
and
fun.
emotions. I get it.
It's
Get it? Company man.
I like it when it gets personal. You know, no, you stink. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry if I'm telling you saying something that you
that
really
attitude has birthed the greatest era of Eagles history. Holding them accountable, putting their feet to the fire.
I
Hugh.
do not have
You
a
don't want to
problem
be the
with that.
Jags.
I do
But whatever
not want
city.
to
You start
be the
to
Jags.
slip up, you become the Jags.
Yeah,
You think about that every day.
We saw you become the Jags. He got out of it.
See how
But
he
he became the Jags.
that's how I get personal.
Yeah.
See, then it get you goes personal.
You were a
You shouldn't
winner,
do anything for us.
and then you left here, and look what happened.
And you know what's funny about that? They send me emails every day talking about Jaguars legends. Like I'm coming to like a Jaguars get together.
Hold on,
Hells no, I'm
Hold
not
on,
coming
hold on,
down there.
You're a Jaguars legend.
So I guess the email person did. I don't know. I don't think he was there when I was there.
I think that says more about the Jaguars than it does anything else.
Weren't you on list of like top worst free agent signings the Jags have ever had before?
Worst
I probably
moves in
was.
Jaguars history? I think
Don't care.
I'm gonna find that
Well, you should.
article.
I don't care about the
No,
Jaguars.
They're whatever city.
No,
they don't care.
You know
I
what
don't
it
care.
was? It was the top 25 moments of Jaguars history, and it was when they cut you.
Yeah. They'll be all right.
I mean, what are we paying for?
That's a sad organization when that's one of your best
That's
moments.
right.
Well, it is. No,
But you
you're
know
right.
why they're sad?
They are sad.
No one cares down there.
They don't care like we care.
People got to hold people accountable.
That's right.
That's what we do.
Hold their feet to the fire.
And you know what? Good night for the Phillies. We give them praise when they earn it. Good night. Big night for Bohm. Harper with the home run. 215-592-9494. And you know what? Things are looking up for Romano here. I mean, he's throwing 96 again at the pen. Clean inning.
And he ain't looking. He's stressed out like you said.
He's not as stressed out. Those eyes are not bugging out of his head as much. Let's go back to the phone lines here. Will in the Northeast. What's up, Will?
Dream team, how y'all doing today?
Hey, Will, what's going on?
All right. You know, that was a great game yesterday, man. And what I did see them, they was having fun. They wasn't taking it so serious, but they knew that they had to win. You know what I mean? Bohm, Ramuto, and Turner. I'm glad y'all like starting to, get the feeling back, baby. That's all we've been waiting on, for y'all to get the feeling back. But the whole thing is, we got new teammates and everything, you know what I'm saying? So everybody is starting to learn one another a little bit better now, you know what I'm saying? And I think, like I keep saying, man, sometimes we jump the gun on how we think our season is going to turn out or whatever. I'm not jumping the gun, man. I'm sticking with it. This is going to be another Eagles run as far as baseball. And I really believe these guys is going to pull together and they're going to do what they have to do to win. And the one last thing I want to say, man, I want to see more of trying to steal bases, man. Start incorporating that into the gameplay, man.
Well, Stott had one last night, and Turner's run more this year. Turner's not hit much yet, but he's run more this year, and he's played better defense than he has the past couple of years.
Right, and listen, I'm enjoying it, man. It don't hurt to gamble, baby. But let me say something about Howie, right? Howie is that guy. If you go to the casino, he at the crap table. This guy's just throwing number after number after number, right? And then it comes to a point where everybody that was betting with him start to bet against him because he's like, oh man, he's going to crap out soon. But he one of them type dudes that's hot and he stay hot. So guess what? He got the hot hand right now. And let them keep rolling, baby. Let's keep rolling them dimes in, baby.
Well, I'd love it. If we hit another draft, it'd be awesome. It's just hard to keep doing that. All right, well, what's your guess here for Hugh's Clues?
I know this specific food is and everything, but it may not be the right answer. How about cheese?
Cheese.
That's a really good guess.
Yeah, you know what? The guess is it's not it, obviously, but we appreciate the call, Will. When you threw this out this morning, I didn't know I didn't know what I'd hear for guesses, but these are good guesses.
Yes, because they're listening and they're thinking. See, this is me imputing my wisdom on the people.
Oh my God!
Because they're starting to understand how my mind. They're starting to get it.
It took
And the
until
guesses
1:45
took
yesterday
them
to get a winner.
Some years. It took-
1:45.
But yesterday, I think yesterday was the day where we had the turning point, and everybody's locked in now.
Oh, okay. Yesterday.
Yeah,
So
yesterday was the
locked
one.
in on a Wednesday. I did find the article: 100 moments in 100 days. Hugh Douglas cut during training camp on Hard Knocks.
Yeah,
they enjoyed watching you get cut.
This year
not
marks
just you getting
the
cut.
25th. This was in 2019. This year marks the 25th anniversary for the Jaguars. To celebrate, we're counting down the top 100 moments in franchise history.
That's
Do they even have 100 good
That's
moments?
what I'm saying.
Well,
That's-
that
that's why
speaks
they-
to how crappy they are that they had to list a player getting cut
That's why
in the
they-
top 100 moments.
Exactly.
That's why they needed to do the Hugh.
Yeah,
thing.
they
It's
were
sad.
mad at me because I didn't care. Well, I mean, I cared, but I didn't care enough for them to, them talking saying mean and hurtful things.
The
about
article's pretty funny. I mean, they're talking about how you actually were good with the Eagles, and they're like, "No, really, he was."
me. Yeah, I was.
I know.
Pretty good.
We know that. They didn't know that.
I don't know what happened to that guy.
I
but-
don't know where he went. Chris
That guy was hurt.
Chris in Newtown's up. What's up, Chris?
Yo, guys, good morning.
Good morning, Chris. What's
Hey.
going on?
I'm glad we're going to drop the Phillies for a couple seconds because it's only April. So let's talk back to when I called you late yesterday, talking about that trade with New Orleans. Now I did a little homework to see if my thought process was really good. Now you see, you guys, I'm an Eagles supporter. I'm a New Englander that transplanted, so you guys got yourself a good sports fan here who knows his crap. So anyway, we were talking yesterday about trading Tanner McKee.
Mm-hmm.
All right, which is something that New Orleans needs. Eagles have all these assets coming in with draft picks and a bunch of players that they could move that would work with the style of team that New Orleans has. Now, Hugh, hear me out. You got Jordan Davis, who really doesn't fit the Eagles' defense, what they run. The Saints run a 3-4. That nose tackle would be good for them. You incorporate Tanner McKee and Jordan Davis, who's coming off that rookie contract. Now you're looking at, again, Cesar Ruiz, center guard. He's already signed for a 4-year, $44 million. You got Eric McCoy, another center guard, who signed for 5 years, $60 million. You got Chase Young sitting there, 3 years, $50 million. And then, there's talk about a safety. Yeah, the Eagles could use a safety. You know what? You got a veteran in the Honey Badger that's sitting there that's still got a couple years left in him, and he's only making $4 million a year.
Yeah, there are more players on that roster, and so he's basically saying, Hugh, that if the McKee Eagles Saints thing came together, the Saints have some players on their
that
team.
we would want. No, I heard
Yeah.
because he mentioned this yesterday. But
Chase Young, yeah.
But Chris, we run a 3-4-2. We run a 3-4.
So you don't want to give Jordan up?
Well, I think Jordan, for what he is, he serves his purpose. I think that for a lot of people, Jordan is a guy that the position he was drafted in, you expected more from him. But I think he fits well in his defense.
And he does. He does to a certain extent, but he can't stay on the field is the problem.
Well,
Now,
for whatever reason, he didn't get the snaps that you thought he was going to, like the pass rushing snaps.
Well, and the jump in snaps you expected in his third year didn't really happen.
yeah.
Milton Williams took those snaps.
And I think that, and part of that is because of the situation. Milton's a better pass rusher, so you're going to have
Now,
your
let
better
me
pass
talk
rushers
about
on
a
the field.
pick. Now, let me talk a pick out of 32 because I don't think the Eagles should move. I don't think they should move at all. Now, again, I'm a New Englander, so I got a couple guys on my heart set at that number 4 pick. But what I'm thinking about is that wraparound. Now, you're talking about a guy that's going to make an impact right away. You guys are going to think I'm nuts, but look him up, watch his tape. Arizona running back, Cam Scatterbo.
Oh, he could play. No,
That's the running back I was talking about.
Yeah,
I like the Scatterbo.
Chris, in that game,
he could add to the exciting whites.
In that game against Texas in the playoff game, I think I saw that the only player on Arizona State that was even invited to the combine was Scatterbo, and he was like the fact that he was doing that with no other NFL players with him is really impressive.
Was incredible. Now, hear me out too on it. Again, I hope he falls. I'd love to see New England pick him up with that second pick. But anyway, he ran a 4.6 at the combine. He's 5'11", 220. I played. Joe, I'm not going to bring up you. I met you in person. And Kyle, I met you. Hugh, we all know about you. Game speed is totally different. He ran a 4.6 at the combine. He ran a 4.5 on his pro day. He runs faster than that when he's got the ball in the field. And even better yet, which is, again, my New Englander and me coming out, he only fumbled 8 times in 4 years.
Yeah, no, he could play. Chris, he could play. And you're right. He does run faster than than that number.
He runs hard.
Yeah, you watched it when in those big games. He does.
runs
Chris,
hard.
what's your guess for Hughes Clues? What are you thinking today? Potatoes.
Good guess,
Chris,
man.
not it, but we appreciate it.
I tell you what, I feel like this one is not going to go that long today. It feels like people are going to get this one.
You trying to
I
talk
don't think
this
I'm
into
gonna get.
existence?
No, I have a feeling.
Okay,
I'm not going to get to my third clue,
Mm.
and I really want to get to my third clue. I really do.
Will you get to clue 2? We'll find out. 215.
I really want you to too, but
I want to get to my third clue.
You
I
might
don't think I'm. I don't think I'm.
You might not really
You
want
really
to.
love the third clue.
The third clue. Is
He
the
loved
best.
it. He really has.
Little dangerous.
All right, Keith and Mayfair is up talking Eagles draft. What's up, Keith?
Boys, how you doing this morning?
Good morning,
What's
man.
up?
How you doing?
Living the dream. Before I get to the yet another Howie take, because we all have them, I wanted to ask you guys who did it better last night. Was it the Trey Turner no look behind the back basket catch, or do you think Kepler's Cirque du Soleil duck and roll catch did it better?
You know, they were both really good. I actually think Trey's was better. Trey's played. He hasn't hit much yet, and I hope he starts to. But Trey's played a much better shortstop to start this season. That with the win last night, Keith, that's not an easy play to make.
It was gorgeous
Yeah.
the way I did not see that. I didn't see either one of them making it because of the wind. Like Harper's home run's not a home run without that wind. Things like that. But
Well, and that ball
that's not easy
the
to
ball
do.
from JT that fell, that the left fielder probably gets that on a normal night. That ball just kept tailing away from him. It was like, wait a second, he's not going to catch that. That ball hung in the air forever.
Look, if we need wind to get through this slump, I'm good with it. I'm not complaining. All right, guys, stick with me here, okay? Howie fought off Andy Reid. He fought off Chip Kelly. He almost fought off a beer can, right? Almost.
Almost got some stitches for that one though.
We'll have to see
but
about
I mean,
that.
like
by the
he
way.
handled it like a champ. He didn't blame anyone. He was like, "Meh." So like I give him the win on that actually.
I think, he survived. He got through it. I agree.
It better not ruin his
Hopefully,
draft.
hopefully his brain's not scrambled by draft night. But go ahead, Dave. Keith, what do you think?
I'm not asking you guys to sit on the Super Bowl laurels of this past year. I want you to like last 10 years. What's that? 3 Super Bowls in 10 years. So, you know, that's not a bad stat to look at. You don't get there without a good draft. And it's not has he figured it out, but has he maneuvered himself in such a way to get the best draft capital per trade? And he is doing that. So I think he has figured out the aspect of how to go deeper in a draft when necessary to fit the needs. And that is something that a lot of other GMs are not getting. So has he figured it out? No, because it changes every year and it's going to be Las Vegas rules apply. But at this point, I can honestly say I think he has figured out how to maneuver picks for the Eagles.
And I think because he's been around so long, he's so good at knowing what other teams are going to do, like that institutional knowledge he has of the league and the other GMs. That helps, Keith. And we appreciate the phone call. 215-592-9494. Are you convinced the Eagles have figured out the NFL draft? Hugh is feeling great about it. I think they're better at it, and Howie's had a great 4-year run. But I don't expect them to keep hitting at the rate they have. In the last 4 years, their first and second picks have hit basically each time. That's remarkable. 215-592-9494. Your phone calls on Howie, the draft, the Eagles, and the Phillies from last night. Plus, another thing to come from yesterday's press conference. A deadline is approaching here pretty quickly. What should the Eagles do with a player we talk a lot about? That's coming up. 215-592-9494. Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP. During the NBA Play-In Tournament, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving all new customers a shot at $250 in bonus bets. Join FanDuel today. You can start with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. From three-pointers to steals to assists, FanDuel has so many ways to bet your favorite player props. Plus, after the game tips off, you could even combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to get in on all the NBA Play-In Tournament action. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's time to make it official. Sports Radio 94 WIP is celebrating the man, the myth, the strip sacking legend.
Brandon Graham rips the football out of the hands of Tom Brady.
May 5th is now. BG Day.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
All day long, 94 WIP is honoring Brandon Graham with classic stories, special guests, and the best BG moments of all time.
Oh, was he walloped by Brandon Graham?
Live all day, May 5th.
I just want to thank everybody.
Then cap off the day with BG Live, a special one-time event with Brandon at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Get your tickets for BG Live at 94WIP.com.
What up, Phillies?
Wawa's new $2 for $6 menu is here. Craft the order you want and save big while you're at it with your favorite options now priced at $2, $4, and $6. Grab a $4 smoothie and $6 classic turkey hoagie, or a $2 iced coffee and $4 roasted chicken sandwich. From built-to-order hoagies to snacks, drinks, and more, pick one deal or try them all. Wawa's $2 for $6 menu. Available now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
Swing for the fences with the Fence Authority, with 4 stores throughout the region and one of the largest inventories of wood, vinyl, and aluminum fencing with the best workmanship warranties in the country. Your new fence is waiting at fenceauthority.com.
Hey, navigation? Take me to Kia of CherryHill.com.
Kia of CherryHill.com is offering super low lease payments on Telluride, Carnival, Sportage, Sorrento, and the all-new K4. Kia of CherryHill.com is home to over 300 new Kias available for immediate delivery. Kia of CherryHill.com has a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Available 24/7 at Kia of CherryHill.com.
Caesars Palace Online Casino is now live, and your palace has everything. Hundreds of your favorite slots and table games like blackjack and roulette, plus exclusive titles you'll only find here. And every play earns toward exclusive benefits you can redeem at any Caesars Rewards destination. Your palace awaits. Download and register today using promo code Radio Launch to redeem your exclusive welcome offer.
Must be 21 and physically present in New Jersey or Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harrah's Philadelphia. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Are you looking for a lawn care service that delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets? Choose Natural Lawn of America. At Natural Lawn, they use environmentally friendly products to grow lush green lawns naturally. Time is running out. Schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program today and get free seeding every year. For a greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding, call 800-FREE-SEED. Don't delay. Act now. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Choose the locally owned and family-operated Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Is today the day? The day you try something beyond your usual at Wawa? The day you decide to live a little closer to the edge? The day you put dill pickle ranch on your crispy chicken sandwich? Or your panini? Or your pizza? We dare you. We dill pickle dare you. Try Wawa's new lineup with dill pickle ranch and crispy pickles. Now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Okay, everyone, what did you think of the chocolate bar?
It's too chewy.
Feels kind of chalky.
Too much nougat.
I need to go brush my teeth.
Business is booming for Steph's small marketing research firm.
After all these focus groups, there's only one conclusion. I need more researchers.
And she's way too busy researching
Does this have peanuts?
to waste time researching resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Breezy with some sunshine through the rest of today. High 56.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back, Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio. You guys with us, 215-592-9494. We're going to have Elliot join the show coming up at noon today. A lot to talk about with Elliot as the draft is 8 days away. This segment brought to you by Meineke. When you step on your brakes, you hear a squeal or grinding, take your car to your locally owned and operated Meineke. Find a location near you at Meineke.com. We'll get back to all your phone calls on the Eagles, the draft. Have they really figured out the NFL draft? Where do you come down on that? Are you convinced of it? 215-592-9494. And, of course, the big Phillies win last night. But, Hugh, along with all the draft stuff yesterday that Howie was talking about, and Nick, because Nick was part of the conversation yesterday as well with that press conference, they did ask Howie about a deadline that's approaching quicker than I think a lot of us anticipated. I think it's May 1st. The Eagles have to make a decision on Jordan Davis's fifth-year option. Now, he's under contract for this year, but you have to decide by May 1st, are you picking up the option on his contract for 2026? So it's a yes or a no. If it's a no, he becomes a free agent after this season, which means this is his contract year. If you pick it up now, he's guaranteed $12.9 million in 2026. Here's Howie talking about that decision. And, you know, last year they had to make the decision on Devontae, similar situation, but they re-signed Devontae to a long-term deal, which kind of complicated them picking it up because they didn't really have to worry about it. This seems a little different. Here's Howie yesterday.
At this time last year, we were actually talking a couple hours before with Devontae Smith with his extension, and that had come a couple of weeks before the fifth-year option deadline. With Jordan Davis, unless there's any news on him, just what makes the differences between those two situations, and how influential will the draft be in your decision on whether to pick up his option?
Yeah, just to be consistent, we're not going to talk about any particular player in their contract situations. I would have to go back and look at what you're saying there. I'm probably not educated enough right now to talk about specifically how that worked with Devontae, but at the time, obviously, we were nearing completion on Devontae's extension. I don't know the timing of it. Did we exercise the option at the same time that we executed the extension, which I think we did, but I'd probably have to look that and get back to you on that.
Yeah, he totally dodged the question.
Because he didn't have the information.
He didn't want to answer it about Davis. Here's where I'm at. Look, Jordan Davis is fine. He does one thing well, which is help stuff the run. If I'm Howie, I would not pick up the option on his contract. I would not lock myself into $12.9 million in 2026 by May 1st, because that's when you have to do it. He's on the team this year. He's going to play this year. He's going to help this year. And I would play it out. If he has a big year, right, if he takes a step forward, then I wouldn't mind re-signing him. But I don't want to give him the 12.9 for 2026 right now before this year. Last year, he only played 37% of the snaps.
I was about to ask you that.
30. So where are you on Davis? Because it's a complicated decision. It's nothing to do with this year. You're locking yourself in to 2026 at 12.9 million. You have to do it by May 1st. You in or you out?
I think it's very interesting, Joe. And the reason why it's interesting is because it's how you value what he does with the team. Now, you talked about the snap count. Now, to me, that's not as big of a thing because the only guy that didn't rotate for the most part on the D-line was Jalen Carter. He was the guy that was on the field most of the time. Now, most of these guys on a regular, they play like 30 snaps a game. And the reason why it stuck out to us this year is because a lot of times Jordan wasn't on the field, or he would get like 12 to 15 snaps a game. Now, it all depends on, and I know I'm answering your question in the long form, but it all depends on how he graded out in those plays that he was out there. Because a lot of times I can make an argument that the reason why he didn't play enough or play as much is because a lot of times the teams were in passing situations and they wanted their best pass rusher on the field. But on those rundowns, how well did he grade out? And I think that's the biggest thing. So to answer your question in a long way, yes, I would pay him because right now I'm thinking that he meant more to that defense in the run stuffing than we want to give him credit for.
So to me, is what he does worth $12.9 million, right?
Yeah, because that's what basically I'm saying in a long way, but that's basically what we're talking about.
Yeah, I think so it's interesting the timing of this. The timing of the 5th-year option, it's not a coincidence. They put it after the draft, right? So teams can
figure out what they have and figure out,
I mean, I think a part of this is going to be, do they draft a defensive tackle next
that
weekend?
can do both.
And if they do, I don't think they're going to pick up the option because they have his replacement then picked out. And if the board falls a weird way, if they end up getting a corner and a tight end and whatever, maybe they say we'll get a defensive tackle next year, and then they say, all right, just to cover ourselves, we're going to pick up the option for 2026.
And I'll say this: it all depends on if you want to keep him as depth.
That's expensive depth, though.
It is. But again, I don't know how he graded out in those downs that he was out there.
Yeah.
And it's kind of hard to say because as a fan, you see, who was it? The other D tackle? Can't think of his name right now. The one that just left, Milton. Sorry about that, Milton. Sorry, Milton, if you listen, probably not. But he was a pass. If you could find somebody that could do both, that might change things. But I think that his contribution was enough that initially they're gonna keep him.
I just look at what they have on the books already for 2026. They got Jalen, they got Lane, AJ, Mailata, Devontae, Barkley, Dickerson. I mean, these guys are not going to be cheap next year. Then the Jalen Carter extension could come. I can't allocate almost $13 million in 2026 to a run stuffer. I think I could find one cheaper somewhere else. Maybe at the bottom of the draft, maybe a free agent next year.
I mean, you can, but
it feels like a lot of money.
Again, he played well in the Super Bowl too. He played well in the Super Bowl. His contribution in the Super Bowl, I think, helped them, get to where they wanted to be. And it all depends, Joe. Like I said, again, if he graded out well on those downs that he was out there, you'd be hard not to sign him back.
Yeah, it's not I don't want him here. Like, I actually would be interested in declining the option and try to bring him back for cheaper. I mean, like, I don't mind him here. When I think $12.9 million, I don't think a guy that plays 30% of the snaps. It just doesn't feel like it adds up to me. I mean,
you need those run stoppers, though.
I know they let
and then when you talk about, I mean, I hear you with the 12-point-something million, but that's still cheaper than what you probably get if you go sign somebody else to do their job, like a Calais Campbell or somebody like that.
I don't know. They let their starting right guard go for $10 million a year. I'm going to pay a defensive tackle that plays 30% of the snaps.
Yeah,
$13 million.
Don't you just think that that's kind of a spot where if they address it in, on day 2 of the draft, they get a guy, defensive tackle, who's a little more well-rounded. He's a run stuffer, and maybe he could end up rushing the passer, kind of like Milton Williams. That's cheaper. It's controllable. You got him for the 4 years.
Yep.
Like, I think I'd be okay with walking away from that price tag.
Yeah, and I think that to your point, Joe, I think that's probably why it was timed the way that it was, so that you can figure that out as you go. And then after that, right after the draft, you have a training camp, so you can figure out after that training camp if you're comfortable enough putting whomever you draft in that position.
Yeah, I think this is all going to come down to next weekend. If they get a defensive tackle that they like and that could play that role, I think he'll be here this year, but not moving forward. 215-592-9494. You could chime in on that as well. Should the Eagles pick up that 5th-year option on Jordan Davis? It's a lot for me for what he provides. Big V in Mount Laurel, talking Eagles and the NFL draft. Big V, what's up?
Big U, Kyle, how you doing? And
what's up, man?
Joe Giglio.
Hey, Big V.
Joe, I can't believe that we're on the same page today.
Uh-oh. Wow, I got to change my mind then.
No, that means you're in your right mind. But you change your mind, then you're on the wrong side. But anyway, listen, let's talk about that, pick up that 5 years. No, I mean, he didn't play that many snaps. There's not that much proof that would warrant, 12+ million, for this next contract. Let it play itself out. Let him see if he can, really produce, really shine with the rest of the superstars on the team, and then reward him properly for that. But in terms of the Phillies, man, I'm glad they won. I really couldn't deal with another day of hearing all of that Philadelphia whining.
Whining? Who's whining? We're just telling the truth around here, Big V. Come on now.
Some of us actually take these teams seriously.
We took a pledge, Big V, that you didn't take it.
Nope. Certainly did not. But,
no, with pride.
But, yeah, I mean, just give them time. It's baseball. I mean, they're just getting up to 10% of the season, and everybody, wants them to go, win the division tomorrow.
That's right. Yeah.
Or in the case of you, Joe, you wanted them to win it yesterday.
We'd like them to look better.
Well, the games count, Big V. They all count. We got to win enough to make the playoffs.
They do. But the big topic at hand was, oh man, I forgot. What
Are
were we
you
talking
convinced
about?
the Eagles have figured out the draft?
It'd be like that sometime, B. You don't worry about it.
Of course,
Of
yeah,
course.
because I'm starting to be more like Hugh and getting to my long talk and then losing my chain.
That's great.
See,
That's great.
don't want
I
that.
like everybody. I like how everybody want to use me as an excuse when they mess up, but it's cool.
I'm
okay
sorry,
with it.
Hugh.
No, it's cool. I'm okay with that. I'm built for this.
But listen, I think they have it to a level of success that would keep the Eagles on pace to being a dynasty.
So you expect them to keep hitting all their first and second picks every year, like home runs?
Well, I mean, the law averages say that they cannot do it.
Well,
every
that's my
year.
point. That's what I'm saying.
But reality is that a lot of people call it luck, and people call you lucky when they're jealous of you. The true thing is that you have preparation, timing, and execution.
Well, but Howie used the term luck yesterday. I mean, he used luck.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
keeping
forget
people
about
from
that.
being, upset with him for being like the big guru of the
Oh,
NFL.
so you think he was trying
Everybody-
he was trying to come down to the level of the common GMs, the common folk?
Correct.
I got
correct,
you.
Correct.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because people get really jealous when you have brilliance. I mean, look at why y'all always jump on Hugh.
You think we jump on Hugh for his brilliance?
Yeah.
And
That's what I be thinking.
the ambiguity.
Genius comes in all shapes, sizes,
It does.
and colors.
And sounds, especially when it
sound.
comes to Trey Hendrickson. We hear that sometimes too. He's a good player. 17 and a half sacks last year.
Yeah. Excuse me.
You have to look at what
I
Colin
like how
Powell
you
said
set that
about
up, though.
success. Success is
You on
usually
a heat.
given to the
Joe's on a
person
heater.
who's prepared for it.
Big V, what's your guess for Hughes Clues? What do you got?
Let's go with chicken.
Chicken is not it. Big
That's a
V,
good guess,
appreciate
though.
it. It's actually, this is on me. I messed up. You were supposed to give a second clue before Big V. Big V, hand up, my fault. You didn't get all the clues you needed. I'm sorry about that. Hugh.
He'd be all right.
Yeah, I know.
That's a good guess.
Not that big of a deal.
Big V better get off that damn speakerphone.
Yeah,
next
the
time he
whole
calls
thing was a
in.
mess.
He's a
There,
problem.
yeah, he's a huge problem.
I've had to warn him before.
All right, well,
he won't be warned again.
We might have to put him in caller jail. All right, Hugh, what do you got for us? Clue number 2 today.
You've probably had this recently.
Well, that goes for a lot of things.
Yeah, you probably had it. Well, you probably had it recently.
All right. See,
I'm looking at the freeze.
I ain't had ever one of those. I'm just saying.
I like how you responded to it.
Yeah, I'm just like, I ain't. Yeah.
So you said you expected this to happen before the third clue. We'll see. We'll see if we get.
Yeah,
to
I don't
that
think
third
I'm gonna
clue.
get to the third clue. I don't.
We'll see. All right, let's go to David in Westchester. What's up, David?
Hey, Joe. Hey, Hugh.
Hey,
What's up?
David.
How you doing? Hugh, I have a favor real quick. I'm going down to that game today, and I need that winter jacket of yours so I can stay warm. You mind not loaning it to me?
Yeah.
I left it at home, but I got it. It's clean too. I took it out of storage.
It's not really baseball weather out there.
No.
It's chilly.
It's a little
It's
break.
not. So, my one and only game this year, and I got to go down there and freeze. I'm
Yeah,
not
it's gonna
very
be
excited.
cold, man.
Yeah.
That's why I'm mad. I'm mad at baseball
Mad at baseball
because the way they did this.
What do you want him to do?
Start the season a little bit later.
But then it ends at Christmas.
What, the season to end in December?
Well,
You're
I'm
gonna
just
be freezing
saying.
for the most
I'm just
important
saying.
part
I
of the
woke up this morning mad about that.
It's going to be snowing in the World Series if you're in charge.
I'm just saying, man.
What's with football guys and the cold? I saw Boomer Esiason saying, Juan Soto, it just doesn't like the cold weather. What's going on here?
Well, it's the truth. Like football players are built different.
Is it football players or former Jets?
It might be the Jet and you guys.
No, because Boomer. I
You
know he
don't,
worked
you
with
don't claim Boomer?
Oh no,
The Jets don't really claim you.
Boomer was a Richard. No, they don't. Boomer, and I know I know we work with Boomer. I know he's in the company, but Boomer knows he's a Richard. Boomer was a Richard when he was a quarterback for the Jets. Nobody wants to touch that, huh? It's okay.
Well, I don't know.
There's nothing we can really add to that.
Island,
You
I'm just
played with
saying,
him.
Lonely Island is cool. Yeah, he was a Richard. But no, it's baseball is not to be meant not to be played in cold
But hold
weather, in
on.
my opinion.
They play the playoffs in October.
The boys of summer. What does that mean?
And when do they crown a
And
champion? In
but it's
October.
the boys of summer.
But the weather now and the weather in October
Tonight,
is not
people
that
are going to
different.
be out there pretending that it's not cold.
No, they'll know.
And
it's
they're going to
cold.
freeze.
They can
They're going
grow
to
a
freeze
pair.
tonight.
My God.
Also, you could buy a ticket to a different game. No one forced David to go tonight. I mean,
No,
that's David's decision.
see how you just put it on David. David, it's your fault you blew it. No, but listen, David, you know what it is? Because I'm still mad about the opening day, the home game. I'm still mad
What
about
are you
that.
mad about?
Because it was warm.
That has nothing to do with the
It was
Phillies
warm.
or baseball.
It is their fault.
No, this is
You should do a better job of scheduling these damn games when it's warm. People coming down. It's gonna be cold, but it's gonna be warm this
So hold
weekend.
on. You want the Phillies play on the road the whole first month and then backload the home games?
I want it to be warm when I go to the games. It should have been. That day was lovely. That day was beautiful.
But you're not going
It
tonight.
was,
What
and
do you
it was
care?
cold. I'm worried about the people that are going.
You're worried about
You know,
them?
I got to tell you,
Put
I
a
think,
coat on.
Yeah, I think I'd rather have to wear a hoodie at the baseball game than go to
It's
what
the
was the
little
game we
kids,
went to
man.
last year when it was like 100 degrees?
Oh, see, that was hot.
Sitting out in just the direct sunlight.
That was a little
That's
swampy.
brutal,
Yeah,
man.
that was a
Can't
little
do
hot.
it.
That was a little swampy. That's when you get a little swamp. You got a little
I'd
swamp.
rather be a
going.
little cold than, you know.
Oh, well, a nice little breeze.
Yeah.
You rather
Nice
be
little
really
breeze.
cold? You rather be cold than really hot?
No. So I'd rather be like, if it were the extremes, I'd rather the summer.
Me too.
Summer over winter.
Yeah.
All the time.
Yeah.
But if I'm going to enjoy a baseball game outdoors, like I can do 50 with a little wind.
It's just
That's
bundle
better
up.
than because he was talking about the boys of summer. The
60.
boys of summer is when it's 100 degrees
65.
and it's just sunny.
65.
Bundle
65 is like
up.
beautiful.
Put
Yeah,
your
I'd take
coat
65.
on and
Yeah,
get
of course
out
you
there.
would. Everyone who
Man,
wouldn't
listen,
take
let me
65.
tell
It's like
you.
room temperature.
When I walked out the door this morning and I was going to the car and it was
It
cold,
was like 40 degrees out.
I refused to walk back in because once I hit the door, it was like it's a wrap.
You
I'm
never
not
took
going
my
to get a
advice.
jacket.
Leave the coat in the car.
Well, I did it this time. I left it in the car, but
Okay.
I'm not walking back in the house.
Yeah. All right,
Just too
David.
much.
Dave, what do you got on the Eagles?
We're
You
sorry
can-
about that, Dave.
Yeah,
We went off.
you said it.
No, thank you. So do I get the code or not? That's where we.
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
don't
you
get
got
the
it. You
coat.
need a coat. Yeah.
No. As far as the Eagles go, I think as far as Howie Roseman, I'm the idiot who adorned him general manager for life. He's learned from his mistakes, and he's not. No one hits on 100%. It's impossible, which is why you need all these draft picks, which is why you don't trade away your whole draft class. Because you need these picks to fill in the holes. And Howie has taken his personal, feelings out of it. I don't think you'll ever see another Jalen Reagor over at Justin Jefferson again. But they have a formula, they have a process, and for the most part, I think he sticks to that process now, and he listens to people around him, and it's made him not only a better GM, but it's made this team what it is. And I think he's going to be able to sustain this going forward, for life, according to me. So I think we're good to go.
Well, I hope you're right, David, and we keep it up. We're going to win a lot of football games. All right, David, what do you got? What is your guess for Hughes Clues?
Ooh, first off, great clues, man. I'm proud of you. All right. How's that?
Sarcasm.
No.
That's what that is.
Yeah, total sarcasm.
I'm going beef. What's for dinner?
Beef is not it, David. Appreciate it. Hugh, you
We
were
have beef every day.
We do on this station.
On
There's
this
a lot of
station,
beef.
it's a lot of beef.
A lot
Not
of
me.
beef. You were convinced that people were going to get this one early.
I
and
might make it to my third clue.
well,
you know what it is?
we're bordering on
I kind
noon
of
here.
need you to.
No, you know what it is? Never mind. I'm not going to say it because that'll give it away.
Don't do that.
No, I'm
You can't cheat the
because-
process.
No, I'm not going to cheat the process. I was about to say something like that.
Because you've done this before when you just want to feel good and big
I
self-esteem.
feel
boost.
good. Listen, I feel good regardless.
Well, until someone says you're a company man.
No, that one, or
Or
I got
afraid of
trust
commitment,
issues. Oh
afraid of
yeah,
commitment, yeah.
commitment. Yeah, those two right there.
Well,
That digs into me.
He gets the personal text after those things come on to air. Doesn't
Yeah.
like those. Jamal and Willow Grove. What's up, Jamal?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey,
What's
Jamal.
up,
What's up?
Jamal?
These people are nuts. You can't guess the draft. There's too many variables, dude. There are just too many variables.
Yeah, but a lot
There's
of
not
people,
enough
Jamal, they
content.
think he's solved this thing. He's figured the whole thing out now. No reason to worry anymore.
Yeah, but I agree with Kyle. Howie also admitted that a lot of that was luck.
Mhm.
He literally said it was luck. So my thing is that you can be lucky, you can also be lucky. You can unlucky. You can hit on a pick, you can miss on a pick. I mean, just look at last year. It happened in the Falcons game. A small twist of luck and we lost at the end. That can also happen in the draft.
Well,
I
Jamal,
just
look
think-
at last year. I mean, Quignon and Cooper DeJean fall, right? Like, in retrospect, if you redo the draft, there's no way those guys are the 22nd and 40th picks.
Well, fact. Also, there's never been an Eagles draft like that. So occasionally, I hate to use the term lightning in the bottle, but it happens. And we're getting that Super Bowl hangover again, man. We're so drunk on another Super Bowl that we're not thinking clear. This happened before. So I'm going to be cautiously optimistic. I won't do that again.
Yeah, it's called Super Bowl
just-
syndrome. A lot of people have it, and unfortunately, there's no cure. I mean, if we had
Proud
a
of
cure,
you, Jamal.
yeah, Jamal's somehow
Hold strong.
You have the antidote for it somehow. You're one of the
Hold
few.
strong.
dude, we've been in Philly our whole life. This happens all the time. Anybody pretending is nuts.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
A lot of pretenders out here.
2008. We won in 2008. We swore we had enough. We didn't in 2009, and we haven't been back. Well, we've been back, but that core hasn't been back. So it happens. But, like, as far as a draft like that, I mean, come on. The odds are that got to be up there with the Powerball, dude. I mean, are these same people going to say we can guess the lottery? No, you can't. That's the whole thing.
Well, I don't know right now. If you
I can
ask,
see Hugh saying that.
Yeah,
What's that?
A lot of
guess a lot
I'm
of.
not dealing with gray area Hugh. I don't have time for
What do you
that.
mean? What do you mean, gray area, Jamal? I feel I'm offended.
Yeah, that feels like the new one that he was going to
Gray
Gray area.
Hugh.
No, I just have a different perspective. It's not gray.
It's called gray area.
You do. It's just so contrary to what we remember as a player. Sometimes I'm like,
Wait,
This is not the guy that slammed Jimmo into the ground.
You know
It's
what
not
it
him.
is, Jamal? Because it's called growth.
Oh, jeez.
It's called
You
growth.
sure? That sounds like a political answer, sir. You won't confirm
No,
nor deny.
you're supposed. Listen,
Sure.
if when you get older, you're supposed to change your ways. Now that old person is still in there, but we suppress him a little bit. We keep.
I think Jamal's got you pegged dead on.
He does. Jamal has figured you out.
Yes, gray Harry Hugh. You still my guy, but you gray area.
I
Hugh.
can't believe
All
that,
right.
Jamal. I feel attacked.
You know how they put the
it's
early
all right.
bracketology out for college basketball?
Is that
Gray,
a gray
gray
area?
area Hughes got a chance to make a big run next year in the bracket of Hughes. Really does. Jamal, what do you got for us for Hughes Clues, your answer today? What are you thinking?
Honestly, I never know what Hugh's thinking. I'm just going to go down south pie. I don't know.
Pie. Pie's not a bad
That's not a
answer.
bad guess.
It's not. I mean, I don't know how often do people have like an apple
I don't
pie?
know, Jamal. The way you came in hot, I just knew you had it. I'm a little bit disappointed.
Well,
I just wanted to say that because he called me great.
he got you. He nailed,
I'm disappointed.
he
in you,
nailed
Jamal.
it. All right, we are giving away, and this thing's going to roll into the 12 o'clock hour. We got a 4-pack of tickets to the sold-out Eagles 2025 draft party at the Link, presented by Lincoln Financial Group on Thursday, April 24th at 7 p.m. Draft party activities include Eagles locker room tours, Eagles cheerleader and swoop appearances, and more. We'll be there doing the live draft show starting at 6 p.m. all the way through the Eagles pick. Maybe it'll be moving up. Maybe it'll be staying at 32. Maybe a trade back to day 2, but I'm thinking they're going to make a trade on day 1. All right, coming up on the other side, we will have Elliot Shore Parks with us in studio next. We got treated to in studio Elliot. His take on Howie, the draft. Have the Eagles really figured this out? I mean, you look at the hit rate of their last 4 drafts, the first couple picks in each one. It's remarkable. Devontae and Dickerson and Cam Jurgens and Jordan Davis and Nolan Smith and Jalen Carter and Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean. It has been a remarkable run of drafting. Are you convinced the Eagles have really figured this out? I'm not. I think they're better at it now, but I'm not convinced they've totally figured it out. Teams will catch up. Hugh's feeling it, that they've really found a formula here. Where do you come down? 215-592-9494. Should the Eagles pick up that 5th-year option on Jordan Davis? And a big Phillies win last night with a big hit by Bohm. They're back at it tonight with Aaron Nola against the Giants. 215-592-9494. That gets you aboard. Elliot next. All your phone calls as well as we give away this 4-pack of tickets to the draft party on Sports Radio 94 WIP. A great lawn. It's like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies Giants leading off starts at 5:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Left field, that's gonna go. Yeah. Nick Castellanos.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Attention! Now, why does Jeremy have a megaphone? Yeah, well, he's pretty jazzed about the new Mega Millions from the New Jersey Lottery. More Mega! It's got a built-in multiplier now, and more eye-popping jackpots. Something Mega got more Mega! Even better odds of winning. It's more... Mega?
When I say more, you say Mega! More!
Play Mega Millions today. Now $5.
Mega!
Must be 18 or older to buy a lottery ticket. Please play responsibly. If you or somebody you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Ike Reese here for my friends at Dietz & Watson. Baseball is back, spring is in the air, and that means grilling season. Fire up that grill with hot dogs, sausages, and meats from Dietz & Watson. Enjoy endless sandwich combos with freshly sliced meats, cheeses, and condiments. And don't forget about their protein-packed Dietz Nuts meat snacks. There's something for everyone in the family. Head to DietzandWatson.com to find the local retailer near you and grilling recipes. Dietz & Watson, premium meats and artisan cheeses since 1939.
Hey, Pennsylvania, it's time to step up to the plate for another thrilling season with the Fightin' Phils. And now, every time the Phillies strike out 10 or more batters in a home game, you score. That's right. When they whiff double-digit batters at the bank, you'll get a $5 casino bonus to play Philadelphia Phillies Slingo. Exclusively on BetMGM. The best part, you can claim this bonus once per week, every Monday through Sunday throughout the baseball season. So keep watching the Phils, cheer on those strikeouts, and get ready to take your thrills to the next level. BetMGM is a proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies and an official gambling partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus to wager. PA only. All promotions are subject to qualification and eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as non-withdrawable site credit. Bonus bets unless otherwise provided in the applicable terms. Rewards subject to expiry. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Breaking news! Newsflash! Just announced! TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating massive savings all month long with their employee pricing for all event. Take advantage of true employee pricing this month only on a huge selection of Jeep Grand Cherokees, Jeep Wranglers, Ram 1500 trucks, Dodge Durangos, and more. Don't miss your opportunity to save thousands this month at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Just minutes from all bridges. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Hey, John Ritchie here. It's time to fire up the grills and enjoy mouth-watering, juicy steaks, incredible burgers, and seasoned chicken from Wild Fork Foods. Whether you're tailgating or hosting a backyard bash, Wild Fork has you covered. Enjoy a 2-pack of ribeye steaks, only $10.98 a pound, or grill up some chicken thighs, antibiotic-free, only $2.40 per pound. Visit their Neshaminy store or one of their other Greater Philadelphia locations, or shop online for same-day delivery. Visit wildforkfoods.com today.
Gain Super Flings are here to take your laundry to the next level.
Talking about Gain Super Flings. Super size laundry packs. These things are huge. Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings laundry packs have 4 times the Oxy cleaning power and 3 times the Febreze freshness versus Gain Original Liquid.
Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings for next level laundry.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 5/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-source single line activation on qualifying plan. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Shedeur Sanders isn't just Coach Prime's son. He's become the most polarizing quarterback in this NFL draft. The talent is there. The swagger's off the charts, but questions about his pocket presence and athleticism are real. That said, one team that should take the leap, the New York Giants. Shedeur brings star power and leadership to a franchise desperate for a jolt. It's time to turn the page to Shedeur in New York. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. The Broad Street Bombers play on the home of the Phillies.
Grand Slam!
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back, Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giulia, you guys with us. 215-592-9494. That is how you hop in as we discuss all things Eagles draft. We are just we got 8 days away here, Hugh Douglas. 8 days from the first round of the NFL draft. We'll be doing a live show. Joining us then, as he joins us now, is going to be Elliott Shore-Parks. He's sponsored by Cozy Jewelers. Step up to the 5th C. That's color, cut, clarity, carrot, and cozy. Elliott, how we doing?
What up? How you guys doing?
Hey, I'm doing well, Elliot, but before we get started, Elliot, we had a little bit of a problem on the show yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, did we?
Yeah, and it had something to do with you. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean, I didn't have a problem, but my co-host,
we were a little
they
bit
had
hurt.
a little bit of a problem with you, man.
Okay.
So we about to
I'm
put you on the
excited to
stand.
get into it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We about to put you on the stand, dog. Just let you know.
Okay, all right.
All right, so Elliot, you tweeted out a couple days ago your scoop on Malachi Starks, right? That the Eagles,
Correct, yes.
they have interest,
They had him in, well, no, the scoop was they used a top 30 visit on
and
him.
you do think they'd have interest in him in the draft?
Yes.
Obviously.
Yeah,
Okay. So that was great.
Oh, I know where this is going.
And when you
See,
tweeted
I just
it,
wanted to say before we get started, I didn't have a problem with it because I understand your position.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
My
okay,
co-host,
so
they
you
ain't
tweeted
really
it.
like, they ain't like
Have a
tweeted it.
backbone.
tweeted it during the day, right? You put it
Yes,
out there,
yeah.
and you tagged WIP and
Naturally.
the afternoon show.
For obvious reasons.
Well, that's right, because they do the Eagles Inside.
Yeah,
DC.
I didn't have a problem with that because I knew what you were doing.
I mean, you got to
I
play the game.
Well, but I wouldn't have had a problem with it either, except you tweeted it during our show. We were live on the air, and you ignored the midday show with some a scoop. Like, we could have talked about it.
So I do think, actually, in retrospect, the best move for me would have been to call in and say I have breaking news.
That would have
been the best move.
That's what an Insider of the Year
Yeah,
does.
you're right. No, that's a good point. And look, I think this is good constructive criticism for next time. Right?
Way to work the system.
Yeah, I think that's the way to do it. But I would also say, when you guys give me a trophy, I'll tag you in my tweet.
That's what I'm telling them again.
Yeah, like if you want to,
you got to know your brand. I'm just saying, you got to know your brands.
You got to buy your way into those mentions.
Guilty. I mean, we supported you for Eagles Inside of the Year.
You did. You're right.
Yeah.
You guys have always had my back. Yeah.
I mean,
I'll still have his back. I just thought it was. I mean, I didn't
no,
have a
it
problem
is.
with it.
I think calling in might be my new thing.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
fine. I mean, I don't want to
I'm
go
thoroughly
there, but
irritated, Kyle.
I mean, we do have a chance at a 4-hour propaganda scheme against someone next year. If we need,
You're
if we
right.
need
You're
to go
right.
there.
I have to court all the voters,
Yeah,
especially
yeah.
since Spike and Jack will never vote for me.
Well,
so
that's
I got to
exactly-
court,
Hugh,
the
you,
real football guys at the station.
you put him on the stand, and then all 5'9" of him walks in the studio
And you laugh.
and looked at you, and you
Whoa, whoa,
crumbled.
whoa, whoa,
No,
whoa, whoa, whoa.
I've been an advocate for Elliott since day one.
You
Yeah.
crumbled.
I like his
crumbled.
bravado, but I put him on the stand. I told him they were coming.
Yeah.
Hey, no, I did tell you they're coming after you.
No, I appreciate
I
the
I
feel
feel
heads
like you
up.
didn't take
with
it
it.
seriously, though, like the pledge.
Also, I like that
serious. I
Kyle
did.
says all 5'9" of me, as if Kyle's like 6'4" or something like that.
I'm 6 foot. I
Well,
mean,
he's basically
Nah,
he
you're
was
not
saying
really
he's taller
6
than
foot.
you, but he's
Well,
tall.
he
he's
might be
very,
taller
very
than me, but yeah, I don't think he comes across as taller.
What
than me.
percentage of people that
that's
are
not how it works.
I think we're
That's not how
roughly the
height
same
works.
size.
Come across.
If we were at a bar, no one would be like, "There's the tall friend."
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I see
They're
what
like,
you're
both
saying.
of those guys are average height.
Height is not subjective.
I think if both of us were in the same place, nobody would be like, Kyle is way taller than Elliot.
Well, no, but I mean, but that's because
Yeah.
it's not significant. But like, I just
He said, but it's significant to you.
Yeah, so Mr. 5'9" over here.
well, like, hold on, because I think it mattered in talking about how Hugh just was intimidated by when
I
he
was
walked
not
in.
intimidated. I
Not
thought
an
it was,
intimidating guy.
First of all,
You were supposed to be the muscle.
You
and
act like if
wow.
I was
I
6
didn't
foot,
have-
he
but
would
I
be
didn't-
intimidated.
but I
I think
didn't-
I could be 6'4" and there
Well,
would be
but
no
hold on,
problem.
but 5'9" hits
would
different
not-
than
I
6
didn't have a
foot.
problem
No,
with
no,
it.
he gets squirrely when people stand up, and you stand up
Yeah.
during our times where you're in
I'm
the
always
studio.
surprised. I mean, I know you guys do it for 4 hours every day, but when I sit, I feel like I can't do it as well.
I know. I like.
Yeah, you're a standard.
I'm a standard.
Yeah.
Well,
Does-
because I'm
doesn't-
5'9", you know?
Doesn't 5'9" hit different than 6 foot?
Of course.
Of course it
Thank
does.
you.
I
Okay.
agree.
Well,
But
that's the point.
But I agree. It
I
sounds
think you're
different.
asking the wrong people.
And
though.
like on a dating profile,
gotta ask
I
women.
agree. But like, yeah, well, to Hugh's point, if me and him both had dating profiles and he said he was 6 foot and I was 5'9", I think he would have a better shot.
Hold on.
But if we were in a bar, I don't think they'd be like, look at the tall guy.
Okay, well, there's dating profiles, but what about in an intimidation standpoint from like you're boxing somebody? The 6 foot guy has a significant advantage.
Well, I was gonna say I do take boxing
But
classes.
do you fight 6
Oh
footers?
heck, look at you.
Yeah. Well, I'm not fighting yet.
Do you fight 6 footers, or would you?
Wait a minute, yet? Will you fight someone one day?
No, I mean,
hopefully
not.
one day.
I mean,
yeah.
I was just
Maybe
saying,
if it's a very safe environment where the
Well, we're
promise is
selling-
not
If
to
I
hurt
keep
me.
calling him 5'9"
Yeah, I
with
was
that
about to
aggressive
say, this might be
tone,
the first
then he's gonna
WIP
come back
fight.
here.
I'm just saying, we're selling tickets to BG Live. If you get in a boxing ring, we could sell tickets to that.
Yeah, I think that would do well.
I mean, people would show up to
I-
that.
I
Oh,
agree.
the tickets would fly
I
off
agree.
the
I
shelves.
didn't realize how much footwork is part of boxing, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
I figured it would
a
just
lot.
be like who can
you
hit
got to
hard.
follow through.
Muhammad
with the
Ali?
punches. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's a whole body because when you throw a punch, you throw it from your legs. I mean, you know
Right.
it's the arm, but you throw it from your legs.
Yeah. I would say not intimidating when I do the Ali shuffle is what they call it in class. It doesn't come across as
The
intimidating.
Elliott shuffle.
I'm shocked.
Yeah, it looks like just kind
The
of
Shore
like
Park
prancing
shuffle.
around.
The
yeah.
Shore Park Shuffle could really get some run.
Yeah.
All right, Elliot, let's talk about yesterday and what's coming up. 8 days away from the draft. Howie spoke yesterday and Nick. So we've been discussing today, where do you come down on the Eagles and their ability to draft well? So the last 4 years, their first 2 picks in each year have been hits. I mean, like they've gotten either their stars or at least they've contributed a good amount to some winning football and championship football. Have they really figured this out? Because you remember the old days with Howie, even just 5-6 years ago, people said he couldn't draft. Now, some people think he can't miss. Where are you on Howie as a drafter?
So I think the Eagles are just as good at talent evaluation now as they were back in the day. Like when they drafted Dillard, when they drafted Reagor. I don't think they have a better eye for talent now than they did then. So in that way, I don't think they've figured it out. But I think the difference between the Eagles now and the Eagles back then is if you're a rookie on this team coming in, it is so much easier for you to succeed because of the talent on the roster. Like when Dillard came here and Reagor came here, they had talent on the roster, but it wasn't where, I mean, you guys know now when you look at the team, like when offense, you could argue every player on the offense is top 5 at their position. On defense, probably not there yet, but they are ultra talented on defense. So whoever they drafted 32 this year will have a chance to step into a role where they are surrounded by talent and it will make them easier to succeed. So I think that's part of it. But I also think they're organizationally better at developing players than they were back then. I think they have a better coaching staff. I think Nick is so much better and cares more about developing talent than Doug did. And so just the time they spend throughout the week developing these guys, I think is a key part of it. So I don't think they're better at evaluating players. I just think they have a better infrastructure once the player gets here.
That's an interesting perspective because, J.L.X. Hunt, right? He kind of came out of nowhere and he helped. And you can make a case that was similar to when they took Davion Taylor, but he was a bust, right? Where he didn't work out. Mm-hmm. I hadn't thought about that maybe it's not the picks, it's how they're developing the players.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I've been on.
Even though they go hand in hand.
Yeah, because it's like you get in, it's almost like when you go to college, you learn, and if you don't know how to study, then it's an issue. So you have to learn how to study. But when you come here, they take the skills that they've already identified that you have, and they apply them to help you be a successful pro.
Well,
that's kind of how I look at it.
I would say too, to keep that analogy going, like the smartest people at school are not always the people that are smartest. They're just the people that are most disciplined, the people that have the most help, the people, right? So
it's not IQ always.
And I do think one thing I've learned, I think at least from 12 years of covering the team, is the guys on the practice squad are still ultra talented. They just don't get the opportunity that the starters do. Obviously, the starters are better. But the point I'm making is everyone in the NFL is talented. Like Jalen Reagor is, top 5% in the world at football. But when Jalen Reagor got here, I don't think the Eagles were as well positioned to help a player like him as they are now. So I think these guys that will get drafted next week, I think there will be players who are more talented than the guys the Eagle draft, but the guy the Eagles draft has a better chance of success because of where he goes.
Probably, but some of it has also been some luck, right? Like if you redraft last year, or if they did it again the next night, Quinyon and Cooper don't last to 22.
Well,
and 40.
I don't think that's. I think actually none of that's luck.
Well, how is it not luck? If the player gets taken ahead of you, you can't take that player.
But then you could argue that's true of every pick besides the first pick in the draft. Like there's no luck. That's just how it played out. Like 21 teams passed on
fortunate.
Quinyon.
They were fortunate then.
But I don't think that's fortunate.
Well, what is it?
I think it's just how it played out. 21 teams made a mistake not 21, but you get my point. Like a lot of teams passed on Quinyon, and that was poor evaluation by them. And the Eagles did benefit from that, but I don't think that's luck.
But if it didn't happen, the Eagles don't draft as good of a player. Like it's nothing to do with the Eagles, right? But besides actually calling in the pick, the Quignon had to be on the board for them. If Quignon's not there,
right,
it's the same Eagles.
But it's not. But it's not like they randomized 21 names prior. Like teams went and made the selection.
Sure.
So
well, how about let's go to Cooper then. He shouldn't have been the 40th pick, right? Clearly, he's a first-round player based on what we just saw last year.
Yes,
there's some luck involved.
But I think by you saying luck is involved, in my opinion, you're slightly diminishing what the Eagles did. Like they were the team that took Cooper. They were the team that traded up for Cooper. They were the team that developed Cooper. Those other teams didn't luck out of not getting Cooper. They elected not to take Cooper.
I agree. But if the Eagles are just as smart if the team before them takes Cooper DeJean, but they just don't get Cooper DeJean. Like, have the Eagles gotten any better at this? Nor do they get a little bit more fortunate that a player that was really good just was there.
Well, but I think what you're talking to is the Eagles are better at this than other teams. So because of that, we can sit here and go, well, how did no one else take Cooper DeJean? Well, the Eagles took him because they're better at I think they're better evaluating talent, but also you're looking at Cooper as a finished product. Like, I don't know if Cooper DeJean gets drafted by the Browns if we're sitting here and going, how in the world did he fall to 40?
Sure, but I think over the last few years, there's been quite a few times. I remember Nolan Smith, we were doing the draft show, Cooper, we're like, the best player on the board on TV is there when they pick. You know what I mean? Like, a guy that's not supposed to be there. Right. I feel like it keeps happening, and I hope it happens again. But I don't know, is that sustainable that a guy that's supposed to be the 15th best player is there at 30?
See, but the reason I think what the Eagles have is sustainable is because it's not based on the player they draft. It's about when they get into the building, how it works there.
So you're kind of with Hugh that this is an infrastructure development thing more than Howie.
For sure. Yeah, I think I honestly think Nick Sirianni doesn't get enough credit. Like, how many players under Nick have reached their full potential?
A lot.
I mean, Saquon, AJ, Devontae, Jalen. I mean, all these guys have turned in career years.
Dickerson, Juergens,
and the rookies. Yeah. I don't think it's coincidence that since Nick has gotten here, these players are developing. And look, Stoutland deserves credit. Fangio deserves credit. Christian Parker.
Well, that's his staff.
The coaching staff. Yeah, the coaching staff deserves credit.
All right, Elliot, after yesterday, what's your feeling on this? Like, if you had a guess right now, next Thursday night, we're doing the draft show. 3 options. They trade up, they stay at 32, or they move back and we don't have a pick in round 1. Like, what do you think is the most, like, if you had a guess right now, what would you say happens?
I think they are most likely to trade up. And I would say second would be stay put and third would be trade back. I think we have this idea that they'll trade back because they did it in 2018 or, after the 2017 season. So 2018 draft. But they only had 5 picks in that draft.
And Lamar Jackson was there.
So if there's no quarterback and look, you never know what the offer will be, but if there isn't a quarterback, the Eagles don't need to go out and collect picks. They also have a ton of picks in next year's draft. So I think the value of the 5th-year option in the first round does matter for a team that is, I don't want to say financially strapped, but it is more complicated than it's been in other years in terms of their money and who they have to pay. But I also think you heard Howie say it yesterday. If they don't have 32 first-round players in this draft, then I think that means they're more likely to trade up.
I felt that too.
Yeah, I don't think it's a trade out thing.
With that.
I felt that too, and it was kind of weird because I thought he would give an answer like, "Hey, we think we're going to get a good player where we pick." He didn't say that. He said we don't have 32 first-round grades, which is
I think he's just being honest.
I know, but this is in this lying season. Like, he chose to be honest yesterday.
Well, I also think that the whole thing with this is, I guarantee you, if they draft a player in the first round, like, they will say they had a first-round grade.
Of course, they're going to say he was one of the 16 or 17.
It's subjective, right?
He will say that too.
Yeah.
But I do.
Well, you have Super Bowl syndrome.
I do not have Super Bowl syndrome.
Everyone hears it.
Well, what's wrong with Super Bowl syndrome?
I have clear and concise
because
vision.
when you have Super Bowl syndrome, you're not seeing things as clearly
I
because you're clouded by the Super Bowl.
I'm not. I gave you some strong reasons, even though Jamal talking about I'm gray area Hugh.
Well,
I'm not.
You are.
I gave you strong reasons why I felt the way that I felt.
Accountability lacks in Super Bowl syndrome.
See, but I would counter.
There was a caller in the morning show today that said the Eagles could draft a truck driver from Philadelphia with the 32nd pick, and they would be good with it.
It's out of control.
That's Super Bowl syndrome.
But let me ask you this:
I don't have that.
But just to play devil's advocate a little bit here, I think you guys have a overly critical syndrome. Like, they are.
I don't even know what I'm critical about.
They win 80% of the games they play. They made 2 Super Bowls in 3 years. They won a Super Bowl. They won 2 Super Bowls in 7 years. Obviously, they drafted a truck driver that would right. But in all seriousness, they drafted a rugby player who had never played the game,
in the 7th round.
Yes. But I'm saying,
funny.
I think you're attacking Hugh, which is nothing new
They
here.
attack me every
Unfortunately,
day.
it's unfair. You're calling it Super Bowl syndrome. At what point is it just they deserve the benefit of the doubt?
Benefit of the doubt's different than blind faith, though. Like, I think we can still analyze critically the moves that they make in the future without just saying, well, they won the Super Bowl, so this is fine. They can still fail.
I agree with that, but I also think that we need to acknowledge it right now. They are clicking on all cylinders, and most moves they make are working out.
Yeah,
sure, but
they're the best organization in football.
It never is what it seems, though. Like, I could make the same case that when they drafted Jalen Hurts, everyone flipped out it was a great pick. They might pick a player next Thursday that is a bad football player, and everyone's going to call on Friday and say, I love it. That's where, just like in 2020,
That's the syndrome.
That in 2020, Jalen Hurts was a great pick, and 80% of this town said, fire Howie.
So, yeah.
So we just go too far with whatever we're in. We're happy now.
Right.
We're angry
I
then.
get that, but I think what I'm saying, though, is like they are operating at a level right now where the chances of the player they draft being a Pro Bowl player next week are like high. Like there's
or regression to the mean is likely.
No, it's probably 50 to 60%
that a player makes a Pro Bowl.
That the player they draft is really good.
Well, I would say 60% is a very high number. Like,
all right, would you be confident to say it's above 50%?
I'll put it this way. I'll put it this way. I would be stunned if the player they pick next week is a bust. I would be stunned.
I wouldn't.
At 32?
They're due
At 32, I would
one.
be stunned. No, but you're saying they're due for one. That's not the way to look at it, in my opinion. They are operating right now at a level where the players they plug into their system have such a better chance of success that the chance of it being a bust are so slim.
If Steph Curry makes 7 threes in a row, would you be stunned if he missed the 8th? I wouldn't. He's due to miss. He's a great shooter, but he's not going to make every shot.
I agree with that, but the difference, in my opinion, is that is based off of one action, which is just shooting a basketball. This player is coming into a system.
There's a lot that goes on.
Yeah, there's like a lot of things would have to fail in with their current structure.
I get it.
Yeah, like think if they draft a right guard, right? He's going to be blocking for Saquon. He's going to have Jalen at quarterback. He's going to be playing between Lane and Cam Jurgens. Like the chance of this player failing are so slim. So I think that would be where I would push back on calling it Super Bowl syndrome. Like if the guy they draft next Thursday has a very good chance of being a Pro Bowl player, and saying that is not Super Bowl syndrome. It's just the reality of where this team is.
Bryce Huff came into a system and it didn't work out. It's not 100% hit rate.
It's not 100%.
And I think
right.
people operate under the assumption that it kind of is or close to it, and it's not.
It's not 100%.
Way closer to 50-50.
No, but I think it's way higher than 50-50.
I disagree. No.
How many players that start for them are bad?
Well,
look at their free agent.
Let's use Jordan Davis. Jordan Davis is not bad. That wasn't a great pick at 13.
It wasn't a great pick, but he's not a bust.
Sure, but when you say it, they're due for a bust.
I don't think they're due for a bust. I think you're looking at this in a flawed way. Like to compare it to Steph Curry.
So they'll never have a bust again.
No, they will. It will happen, but I would not bet on it. I mean, you're right that they're due in the way that they're not going to hit 100% on every draft pick for that. But where you're wrong is you're thinking it's going to happen this year.
I'm not.
You have no reason to think it'll happen other than just, maybe it'll happen.
No,
but if you look at how they
think
draft.
It's just as likely. Like it's 50-50. It's the 32nd.
It's not 50-50 though.
But it is.
I think it's more like 80-20.
So the Eagles math trumps NFL math. Is that what we're saying now? Like the history of the draft.
I'm saying I'm saying, no, it's not syndrome. The way they are drafting right now, why in the world would you think it's 50-50?
Because the 32nd pick has about a 50% chance of being a good player.
And I think law of averages at some point.
But I think the average of the 32nd pick over the history of the NFL is a borderline meaningless stat.
Wait a second. That's the best team in the league. Like, think about that pick. And now sometimes people trade in. It could be the Browns.
The Chiefs drafted Clyde Edwards-Helaire at 32.
Right. The best team
and they have the best operation going in football.
You just said the Eagles were the best organization.
Right, but it's debatable between the team that is a dynasty right now. I mean, we can be honest about things, right?
Yeah, no, the Chiefs are unbelievable. I think a player that goes there is a good chance to succeed. Right?
Well,
sure. But for what it's worth, the Chiefs have not been a great drafting team. The Eagles have been a great drafting team.
Now, but 4 years ago, people didn't think that. Like, what I mean is,
but why does 5 years ago matter more than the last 4 years?
It all matters.
Yeah,
even
it's the totality.
It out. It's like a kid that gets 3 A's, but they got 3 C's before that. They're a B student.
The syndrome is weighing this more than all of it.
Was Nick Sirianni even in the head coach 5 years ago? No, right? This will be his 5th year coming up. So why does Doug Peterson's staff in 2020 impact how you feel about the chance of
it's Howie Roseman though?
But I'm saying the infrastructure that the Right, but Howie making the pick is somewhat a small part of this. Like, it is a part of it, clearly. But once that player gets in the building, they have set it up where this guy can succeed.
Yeah.
So I get your point. They're not going to hit on every one. But to say 50-50, I think is just like almost completely ignoring what's happening down there.
But I think Doug's teams also did win a Super Bowl and had a pretty good structure in place.
We're just assuming the
Not
Eagles
in
have figured
2020,
out something that no one has ever really figured out for a long period of time. Teams have great runs. The Patriots had some great runs drafting the Chiefs, but like no one does this in the draft for 10 years.
But I don't think they've
ever
figured it out. I think that they are clicking on all cylinders right now. And you're by saying it 50-50, you're somewhat assuming that is going to fall apart and next year. And I don't think that's going to be the case. So in 5 years from now, maybe 50-50 or even less than 50-50. But this year, I think it's like 80-20.
But it's also an inexact science. Like did the Patriots get dumb, or did they just eventually made some picks that didn't go their way? I don't know.
Well, the Patriots fell apart too.
Right. But they were great at something and then they fell off at some point. This happens to every team in the NFL. Look, they could hit next week, and I think they very well might. I'm just saying I'm not.
But if you're saying it's 50-50, then you don't think it's very well. Like you don't think they very well might if you're saying it's 50-50.
Well,
you think they have a
50-50.
Yeah, but that's not you don't have confidence going into the pick. No one would say you have confidence in a 50-50 outcome.
I do not have confidence they're going to pick a player that is going to be like Quinyon again. Like that.
Why? They just did it.
Because how often do you get a Quinyon Mitchell that is that good in his rookie year and helps you win the Super Bowl?
Well, they've done it the last 4 years.
I understand, but that to me is why this is why I was annoyed at free agency, because I think they think they figured this out. Like, screw the free agents, we're going to draft our way to championships.
To go back to the Steph thing, if he made 7 straight threes, right?
Yeah.
Would you bet he would make the 8th?
No.
I think that'd be foolish.
I think that's a good spot to bet that he won't. Actually.
That's where you bet he could miss, but the point I'm making
that's
is
where
like
you fade him.
But the only argument you have is he could. There's no real reason to think the pick will fail next week.
But that's just reality.
It's not reality.
Well, it is. No, that he could miss a 3 is absolutely reality.
It's reality he could. He could, but the reality is not that the pick is likely or 50-50. The reality is the pick is likely going to be a very good player. That is the reality of the world we're living in.
I don't think it's likely.
Well, you have no reason to counter. So
well,
it's
the
32nd pick in the draft. It comes at about a 50% hit rate. That's the pick.
But you're looking at the history of the league. That is less relevant than this current situation.
More.
No, it's not.
It's a larger sample.
But it's irrelevant to what we're talking about now.
Why?
Because if you told me over the next 10 or 20 years what the hit rate would be for 32, then I think your information is relevant. But what we're talking about is the player that will be selected at 32. We know the team he's going to. We know the setup. Like, your thing is based off of just averages of a billion situations. But again, we're talking about a situation we know the outcome of.
Right, but most of those teams were the best team in the league, and they only hit 50%. Like, the team that picks 32 just won the Super Bowl, right? Again, I know they could trade in and out.
You can just say it, yeah.
Right, so they're only hitting 50%. Why would the Eagles now hit at 80?
Because the Eagles have hit at 80%, if not 100%, over the past 4 drafts.
So I'm to believe something is so inherently different than the Howie of 6 years ago. Nick?
Yes, I think the Eagles are very different than they were 6 years ago. And also, I would say, when's the last time you saw a roster as talented as this roster?
Well, I mean,
offensive line, receiver, running back, quarterback. Right. So I think that factors in as well.
Sure, but I mean, Kyle brought up a good one. Clyde Edwards-Helaire. The Chiefs are really good. Andy's really good.
But the difference between the Chiefs, in my opinion, is the Chiefs really don't have special skill players. They have Mahomes, Kelsey, and Reed.
But that's the best offensive coach in the league. Shouldn't that be the structure in place to get the most out of a talented player?
But the structure to help a player, the structure to help a player is not scheme, right? The structure to help a player.
Partly.
No, it's part of it, but I think the bigger part of a structure is, are they coaching them throughout the week? Are they getting extra reps to develop, right? Do they have someone in the building that is dedicated to helping this player adjust to the NFL?
Why wouldn't every team think they have that?
The Eagles are hitting at a higher rate. So
clearly, but the Chiefs, though, like, the Chiefs aren't just some scrub team. Like, every team obviously thinks what they're doing is the best.
But would you say the Chiefs are a good drafting team?
No, that's the point.
So then why are we using them as an example?
Well,
they're a great team, but they're not good at drafting. The Eagles are good at drafting.
But they have been just for a few years.
But that's like,
it's not like they always have been.
It's like saying
we've seen a large sample size with the same guy who there was a sign across the damn river, Elliot. The sign across the river.
Things have changed. I don't know what you want me to say.
I know, but
that's
the
Jalen Reagor
point
in the first round.
Yes, but I don't get why you're using older information to inform your current
opinion. It's all of the information.
But you are leaning on less relevant information.
Not necessarily. We're just using all of it. I think leaning too far on the most recent is the syndrome.
I didn't say 100%, but for you to say
the syndrome is some people are.
Okay, so if you have a student that gets a bunch of C's for a while, then gets a bunch of A's, and you say, what do you think is going to happen next? I'd say a B is probably on the way.
So
because it's a B student.
But I would also argue that if he's getting A's now, you can look and say he is a better student than he was when he was getting the C's.
I think that's fair. That's fair. But have we gone so far to
better, but it's not a guaranteed.
But that's not a syndrome. I feel like you guys are diminishing.
I think you're not understanding what the syndrome actually is. Because
I think you're.
I did not have syndrome. I had vision.
He just keeps it real. Like
I keep it a B. Every day.
I think to say
you can't realize the syndrome he has.
I think to say that the idea that you trust the Eagles more in this draft because of the recent success is fine. That's not the syndrome. The syndrome is whatever they do, I'm fine with it.
See, I never said that though. I just want to say because y'all over here saying I got the syndrome.
I think
ain't never said
you
that.
express other symptoms. Yeah.
No, you said that was one of the symptoms, and I don't express though. I don't have those.
No, yeah, one of them.
No, that's not. No, see, you changed.
You have other symptoms.
No, I gave you concrete evidence of why I feel the way that I feel.
What evidence?
There's no evidence.
See y'all like how they like to move
but like
along?
they have the syndrome. I don't know what to call it, but they
You
are
did call
they
it,
are
like,
openly hating
Debbie Downer syndrome.
Yeah,
What
exactly.
got the Debbie Downer syndrome?
What hating?
Debbie Downer syndrome's a good way to put it.
That's a Debbie Downer
It's not
syndrome.
Debbie Downer. It's reality.
No.
Debbie Downer is the reality of the situation.
Y'all are
living in reality.
always looking for something bad to happen.
Me and Hugh are living in reality.
Yeah,
We're
every
just
day.
attacking it from all angles.
What reality are you
The
living in?
reality of this team has hit on every pick in the first 2 rounds for the past 4 years.
Yeah,
So
I know.
why are we being overly optimistic to say it'll probably happen again? What's the syndrome there?
Debbie Downer.
The syndrome is the guy saying that if they draft a freaking what was the guy truck driver? Yeah. It's like, can we have opinions on what you think the Eagles should do, what we think is best for the team now?
The funny part is we did this twice already, and they've gone backwards each time. But this time it's going to be different.
So I agree. Now, that's a different discussion. I do agree with you on that, right? But ultimately, if I had to place a bet on if the pick at 32 is going to be a hit, I think it is a better than 50-50 odd.
So, all right. So that's fine.
Thank you.
My position is, I think it's very unlikely they get the impact in year one out of these first 2 picks this year they have in the last few years, and it's going to hurt next year's team.
Why do you think it's less likely?
Very unlikely.
Why?
Because the odds say it doesn't happen.
So at 22, you feel like, okay, that could happen. But at 32, there's no shot.
No, I didn't say there's no shot. But this offseason, they lost a lot of talent, right? We got to hit this. But they've lost a lot of talent.
I'd push back on that too. But go ahead.
They have lost a lot of talent, and their way of filling those holes is going to be through the draft, right? This is the biggest asset they're going to use the entire offseason. They didn't sign anyone of note, right? I like Ojulari like you, but the odds of that player having the impact of their number 1 free agent from a year ago or the number 1 draft pick is so slim.
But I disagree.
It just is.
But we just saw Quinyon do it. We just saw Quinyon and their 2nd round pick, who was drafted later than 32, do it.
But we just saw the Zach Bond thing happen. Like, what's the likelihood that just because they did it most recently, that's going to happen again?
Aziz Ojulari is going to be this year's
The
Bond?
last thing I'll say is what you guys are missing is you're using information that's relevant to other teams. The Eagles are operating right now where we could have confidence that the way they're operating, they're going to hit way more than they're going to miss.
This is Super Bowl syndrome.
It's the infrastructure.
I think you guys have Debbie Downer syndrome.
No, the Eagles aren't so far above everyone that we can't question everything.
They won the championship game in the Super Bowl by 50 total points.
That's great.
What else would you define so ahead of everybody?
The NFL's not set up like that. You don't continue to stay above everyone just because you were.
But I think
the league brings you back.
But I think there is. Okay.
They're already back. They're not as good as they were on that day.
Look, I appreciate you guys trying to present the argument to keep us all honest, but I think
that's what we're doing.
We're not
the
trying.
Super Bowl syndrome thing, I think is incorrect.
Oh, it's out there. All right, Elliot.
Maybe they'll draft a truck driver and we'll find out.
Well, you and I both know what the truth of this is, right? What will test this city to see if no matter what Howie does it, it's fine.
Take a quarterback.
That's it, and we'll find out next week.
The syndrome thing hits a nerve with people.
I know, of course.
I wonder why.
Elliot,
I don't hit a nerve. I'm just trying to understand why can't you see my vision?
You crash out when we say this.
215-592.
I think you're missing your opinion skewed as well. But
Jamal hurt my feelings.
He got you. 215-592-9494. For your phone calls on all this and another clue for Hughes Clues on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's time to make it official. Sports Radio 94 WIP is celebrating the man, the myth, the strip-sacking legend.
Brandon Graham rips the football out of the hands of Tom Brady.
May 5th is now BG Day.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
All day long, 94 WIP is honoring Brandon Graham with classic stories, special guests, and the best BG moments of all time.
Oh, was he walloped by Brandon Graham?
Live all day, May 5th.
I just want to thank everybody.
Then cap off the day with BG Live, a special one-time event with Brandon at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Get your tickets for BG Live at 94WIP.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. During the NBA play-in tournament, FanDuel Sportsbook, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving all customers a shot at $250 in bonus bets. Join FanDuel today. You'll get $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. From three-pointers to steals and assists, FanDuel's got it all. So many ways for you to win, including player props, and same-game parlays. Find the bet or bets that works for you and lock it in at FanDuel.com/hammer. FanDuel.com/hammer to bet the NBA playoffs and, of course, the NBA play-in tournament. FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Nissan Rogue with available Google built-in helps you make the most of your drive. Take care of the small stuff, like, hey Google, cool down my car. And hey Google, turn on the dog feeder. Or change up your adventure. Hey Google, navigate me to the nearest music venue. Handle your drive like a pro.
Experience the ultimate connection in the Nissan Rogue. Nissan offers 6 vehicles with starting MSRP under $30,000. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. Not equipped on all vehicles. Requires compatible device. Sequences shortened and simulated. Activation of Nissan Connect services package required. Only use features when safe and legal to do so. Data rates may apply, subject to third-party service availability. Google Play, and Google Maps are trademarks of Google LLC. Available on Nissan Altima, Kicks, Leaf, Rogue, Sentra, and Versa. All prices are manufacturer suggested retail price. MSRP for base models. MSRP excludes destination and handling charges, tax, title, license, and options. Dealer sets actual prices.
Phillies baseball is back, and I'm bringing you the tailgate must-have. Surfside iced tea and vodka and Surfside green tea and vodka. Now available in a variety pack with 3 brand new flavors. The best part, 0 bubbles. Ask for it at your local bars and liquor store. Must be 21 or older. Drink responsibly.
Natural Lawn of America gives your lawn the natural care it deserves. With organic fertilizers and safer, eco-friendly weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn ensures your lawn thrives year after year. Act now and get free seeding every year. Time is running out. Call 800-FREE-SEED today.
Get ready for round 2 of outrageous fun at Cheerleaders Philadelphia. Friday, May 16th, Cheerleaders presents the Wieners and Wingettes Hot Dog Eating Contest. Doors open at 8 a.m. and 10 hungry contestants will go bun for bun, battling for the grand cash prize. A sizzling combination of competitive eating, the allure of the Cheerleaders, Wingettes, and the non-stop excitement you expect at Cheerleaders. The competition will be fierce, the hot dogs will be flowing, and the Wingettes will be there to add to the excitement at Cheerleaders.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, an elite of Lexus dealer and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2025 Lexus models are here and moving fast. Tony and his team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Face it, you deserve a Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereeth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Listen up, Gen Xers. Elizabeth Banks here. The recommended age for pneumococcal pneumonia vaccination has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. It's up to us to lead the way. We've done this before. Music videos, fanny packs, even the World Wide Web. So let's do it again and get vaccinated. We're at over 6 times greater risk for pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults under 50. Gen X, this is our shot. Visit vaxassist.com to schedule. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Have you tried hands-free Skechers slip-ins yet? Because if you haven't, you're missing out on technology that changes how you think about shoes. First, these are not just regular slip-on shoes. They're not just a pair of loafers without laces. But what makes them different is the technology inside that lets you just step into them. There's a built-in hidden shoe horn that slides your foot in, so they look, feel, and wear just like a pair of shoes you're used to. Except you don't have to bend down, struggle to put them on, or touch them. Try them at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Former Eagle Hugh Douglas, current minivan driver Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back, Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio, you guys with us. 215-592-9494. We appreciate Elliot being here with us. That segment ran a little bit later than typically does.
Little long.
That's on me. I got caught up in the argument, the back
It's a
and
good
forth.
argument, though.
Well, it was. I mean, he's got some syndrome, but that's okay. It happens.
He got you. That's how you just explained it. Oh, he's been touched.
Got to touch the syndrome. It happens.
Various symptoons.
Yes, he
of
does.
the syndrome.
And doesn't admit he has it, but that's okay. It happens to the best of us. Hugh has it. A lot of people do. A lot of people have it.
There's also degrees of the syndrome.
Yes, you could be, you need to be put in a solitary or away from everyone else so you don't spread it. You're not quite there yet.
I like how that's how
displaying signs.
You just have the syndrome. You got the Super Bowl syndrome. That's not it. I have vision.
Yeah.
Midday leg parlay over here. That's all I got to say.
Weren't you losing one of your contacts in the middle of the break?
I did. Hey, pal. Anybody that wear contacts, the worst thing in the world is when one of them goes squirrely. And you're trying to get it right without actually taking it out because you're not equipped to take it out. Yeah, but I got it right. Doesn't help that I'm blind. Yeah, I saved it.
215-592-9494. We'll get to the latest on Dallas Goedert, who's still here, by the way, even though no one expects him to be here.
He won't be here next week.
He probably won't. We'll get to that coming up. Your phone calls. But Hugh, before we go back to Lions and all this stuff, Eagles draft, syndrome, the Jordan Davis thing, and of course, good Phillies win last night. Hugh, you didn't think you'd get to the third clue.
I didn't think I was going to get to my third clue.
We
are here, people.
4 pack of tickets to give away to the sold-out Eagles 2025 draft party next Thursday night at the Link. Doors open at 7 p.m. Hugh, give the people a third clue.
Hey, this is a good clue, y'all. Now, listen up. It can be long or short. It could be thick or thin. It could be white, brown, black, or even yellow.
Excuse me? You really think you're funny for that one?
I do. A lot of girth. I do. Now everybody's thinking about, wait a minute.
What?
This is a radio show.
It's a family show.
How about that D, baby?
Oh, my God.
Because y'all mind in the gutter.
Well, I mean.
Nasty individual.
My goodness gracious. All right.
To be fair to the guessers and Hugh with his clues, we had an entire segment right there where nobody got the guess because we were yelling at Elliot.
Yeah. That's true. Yeah.
So should I give him the rest of the clue?
No.
No. Let that one marinate a little bit. Yeah.
Plus, we have that audio now of you saying all those things.
Yeah, you're in trouble.
Hell,
we're gonna use that audio a lot.
Listen, you gotta listen up.
Yeah.
That's a good guess, though. I think somebody's good. The next person's gonna get it.
I would hope so. Otherwise, you're gonna have to repeat those words again. Mark in Delaware. What's up, Mark?
Not much. How are you guys doing?
Good,
What's up,
Mark. What's going on?
So I actually thought, Joe, you might have been on the right thing, but now I'm on Hugh's side because after listening to Elliot, I think I don't think the Eagles are just getting lucky.
So I don't think that, Mark, they're just getting lucky. Some of this, you make your own luck. I mean, they did acquire that pick from the Saints, which they eventually were able to turn into Jalen Carter, right? They had an extra pick in the draft. That's making your own luck. But the luck involved is that Jalen Carter, we all knew, was probably the best player in the draft. And unfortunately for him and other people involved in that, he had off-the-field issues. And a few teams said, nah, we're not going to take him. And he fell to 9. Like, that's where the luck is. But to your point, They made their own luck by having a top 10 pick for him to fall in their lap.
Yeah, and on the other thing that you had said, Joe, was you said something about like how lucky or what's the chances of hitting again on like Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper?
Yeah.
I mean, what's the chances any year on hitting on number 21 or 22, whatever Quinyon was, and then your second round pick?
Not great. Yeah, like less than 50%, right?
Right. So I'm going to go what Elliot and Hugh was saying. It must have to do with the coaching and the system that they're in.
Infrastructure.
Yep.
All right, let's go off that for a second, because if Elliot's right and you're right and you guys are all right, then I soon expect them not to pay players. I'm serious. I'm not. Why am I paying all these players if I have created a system where I can develop stars? Because Quinyon and Cooper played like stars last year. If I could develop stars, why would I pay guys second contracts? Like, let's just use Cooper for an example. If they really have found a system here where they can identify smarts and traits and put them in here, they get coached up and they play well, in 3 years, I would say, see ya, Cooper. I'm going to draft the next Cooper.
Well, I think to your point, Joe, you identify the guys because in the NFL, you're always looking to get better.
Yeah.
So if, say, for instance, since we're using Coop, say Coop plays well for you, but you find somebody that plays the same way Coop does, but he's a lot more talented and he's a lot more versatile, then you can move on from a guy like that. Because in the NFL, you have to remember one thing. They're always looking to draft your replacement. And if they can find that replacement that's cheaper than you, then yeah, you're right. They are going to do that because of the way the league is going. Quarterbacks eat up most of your draft.
Right, of course.
They eat up most of your. They eat up.
Salary
I should have said draft the salary. They eat up most of your salary.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the way the NFL is going. That's why he is that position is the absolute most important position on the football field.
Mark, I am open to this possibility that they have created an infrastructure where they're good draft picks and they look better because the coaches and maybe what they're doing. I'm open to it. I got to see more of it to believe it fully, though. Go ahead, Mark.
Yep. No, I totally agree. So.
All right. What's your guess? Hugh's clues. What are you thinking?
I was going to say donuts until Hugh's last clue, but now I'm going to say, how about a loaf of bread?
A loaf of bread.
That's a good guess.
Mark, good guess. Not it, though. All right.
It does fit some of that description.
It does fit, yeah. A very interesting description.
Yeah,
well, yeah, because it comes in, all different colors.
Yep. Shapes and
Long,
sizes.
short.
And,
shortbread. It can be long or short. It could be thick or thin. It could be white, brown, black, or even yellow. Couldn't wait to play that. Couldn't wait.
I mean, that's going to get a lot of run on this show. Let's go to Dave, who's up next on WIP. What's up, Dave? Dave, back on hold. Tom in Abington. What's up, Tom?
Yo, fellas, how we doing today?
Tom, what's going on?
What it do, bad clue Cinco de Mayo, Hugh?
You got a twofer this week.
Yeah. The Cinco de Mayo one's a home run.
I'm feeling it, Lamont. I'm feeling it. Before I get into it, Elliot just came on your airwaves and pulled a big old lie.
What did he lie about?
All right. Well, listening to Brett, Isaiah, and John Fritz in the afternoon yesterday, they revealed that the Malachi scoop was actually by one Jeff Mosher before him.
Oh, so this was a recycled scoop, and he didn't even share it with us.
That's right. So if he came on the airwaves with breaking news, he'd be a liar.
So I get it now. So
that makes sense.
He wanted to put it out there, but only so much. He didn't want to, really broadcast it. So that's why he avoided us instead of. Wow. So Hugh, he did that, and then he lied to us.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's a shame. That's really.
I smell an investigation on the show.
Yeah, you got to get investigated again.
Yeah, and
be so nice to him next time.
Right now, he does not have our full support on this show for Eagles Inside of the Year for next year. Not right now. He doesn't.
And I'm proud to have had a hand in it. Okay, so Howie Roseman has figured out the draft. So I want to get to your analogy with the students and the A's, B's, and C's, Joe. But before I do that, I forget who it was, but someone came on these very airwaves and was a roommate of Howie Roseman's in college. And he said that Howie Roseman was a nut for the draft then. He had boards set up and everything.
That's on ESPN now.
I think it's Peter Schrager.
Yeah.
It's Peter.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, so he's been at this a very long time, and we have just seen him morph into what it has become. Gentleman earlier with his percentages in the 100% in the first 2 rounds of the last 4 years. I don't know what his percentage was before the last 4 years, but I'm sure it was way worse than that.
Oh, yeah. I could pull it up. It was. I mean, it's, some of those years, it was like, maybe 50-50, maybe less. I mean, some of those years was Barnett, Sidney Jones, Andre Dillard, Miles Sanders. Miles was good. Yeah. We had Rager and Hurts, so 1-1. So, yeah, it was probably around 40 or 50 before this.
Now, when you use your student analogy, I go back to when I was in nursing school 20-some years ago, right? Now, I didn't know how to take the tests that they were given, and I was struggling. And then my neighbor taught me how to take the tests. And then I breezed through because there was a certain way you had to go about it. And that's what we're seeing with Howie. He's just learned. So, yeah, he has figured it out. Sure, there's a little bit of luck involved, but there's a little bit of luck involved in everything.
Yeah, and to your point on time, I mean, most GMs aren't afforded, 15 years. They get fired, right? They struggle, they get fired, and everyone moves on. He has been afforded more time than most GMs, so perhaps, yeah, that's part of it. He's figured out the formula here. All right, Tom, what's your guess?
Well, you know what? I thought I had it until that last clue, Hugh. I mean, you're out of control. I love it.
Wait a minute, Tom. That was a great clue.
Totally out of control. I mean, this is a family show.
Think about it. Tom, I'm give you a little help. Think about it before you give your answer. Just think about it.
Okay. Don't we just assume that everybody does that?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, okay. I'll go with a banana.
A banana, Tom. Tom, that's not a
yellow,
bad
black,
answer.
Brown.
I've never seen a
I
black
don't know
banana.
about the girth varieties.
Well, if you let a
you get the baby bananas. I forgot they call
Oh.
the itty bitty ones. Yeah.
Never mind.
Oh, yeah?
Itty bitty.
She's like, well, yeah.
If you let a banana ripen to the point of where it's like just for days and days and days, it will turn black. That
Yeah,
can
that's
happen.
true.
Okay,
This is true.
I wasn't expecting that guess, but that works.
It's a creative but wrong guess.
It is totally
He
wrong.
said
yeah.
creative, but wrong.
It's dead wrong, but it's a good guess nonetheless. All right, against my better judgment, Cowboy Jim is up. What's up, Cowboy Jim?
Could someone tell me what hospital Tom from Abington works at as a nurse? Because I don't want to go there.
Well, you know what? I don't know where he works, but I'm not going to tell you even if I did. Why are you
Yeah,
going to
I know,
bother him at work?
Well, I don't want to end up with him, taking care of me.
What airline do you work at?
Whatever, dude. Listen, when Hugh, Joe, I need your help with Hugh about this.
Okay.
So Hugh was bad-mouthing the Jacksonville Jaguars about food, about diapers, about DUIs. Do you think Hugh's talking about himself?
DUIs? Who had a DUI?
Oh,
that's what you said.
Del Rio.
Help me get out of DUI.
You're talking about. I didn't really say. Did I say he had a DUI?
You said he got some trouble.
I didn't say. I wasn't specific. See, I don't think I was specific, but yeah, I was about to say something else. Yeah, Jack. Forget Jack. How about that? I almost forgot. I forgot what I was saying for.
Did you forget you're live on the air? And
freaking football team. Cowboy Jim caught me off guard, and I thought I was somewhere else.
Man, you got real comfortable. Go ahead, Cowboy Jim.
And Hugh, I love how you say, "Oh, the nutrition." The Eagles come on the airplane with a cheesesteak or a bag of Popeyes. Where's the nutrition?
That is one day, Jim.
One day.
When I was playing way back when, the rookies had to go get the chicken from Popeyes every road trip. That is a tradition. Gotta have the Popeyes.
Come on now, Jim.
That's the only time you eat it. And then on top of that, you're burning it off because you're gonna play the game Sunday.
Burning it off. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, how much salt it is in that?
It's called a cheat meal.
Are you a nutritionist now, Jim? Is that what we're doing here?
Well, I'm just calling what I see.
I got you.
Listen, at 1:40 yesterday, you cowards had to pick on Emmitt Smith. Okay, but so
he was chewing on the air. It was totally disrespectful.
the greatest running back of all time.
Well, it's not. That's
Three-time
actually
Super Bowl champ.
Barry
Hall of
Sanders
Famer.
is better. Jim Brown is better. I mean, come on now.
Hey, Kyle, how many rings do you have? And don't count.
That's
Jordan.
enough, Jim. We're yeah, we got to cut that off right there. He's going to defend Emmitt Smith. I mean, the guy went on a radio show and chewed his way through it. It was a joke.
Yeah, no one cares.
He was chewing.
He's chewing.
He definitely was.
He took a second bite of whatever he's eating. Emmitt
Sound like a sandwich.
Yeah,
that must have been a good sandwich that you wanted to go on a rant about the Eagles, but you had to bite the sandwich
You
while
cooked
you was
bacon
going
on the
rant.
air.
It's
I
not
feel
the
like you
same
don't
thing.
really have room to talk.
I mean, it's not the same thing. Though.
Well, you disrespected your coworkers that day.
Oh, they were hot. Abe is still hot behind that. Like to this day. Abe still is talks greasy to me on the regular.
I think Emmett needs to take lessons from you on how to do a good radio interview. Like when you went on with the Carolina station, you buttered them up with the whole.
How they go? They always go back to
the fact that the teams that the Eagles have played throughout this 8-game win streak.
They weren't tomato cans.
They were not.
They were
Objectively not. They played the Ravens.
they played them. Ravens had the ball for the whole third quarter, couldn't score.
The Ravens had the MVP of the league.
Yeah, they did. And what the Eagles make them look like? Tomato can.
Because the Eagles were great. not because they're a tomato can.
That's such a spin. It's
you like that, don't you? Tomato can. Made it look like tomato can.
It's unbelievable. This stuff is.
I mean, you had your own little gaff with your mouth full yesterday on the air anyway. So
he's a good player. 17.5 sacks last year.
This is what this turned into. See, that's what happens when I drop all this knowledge.
It's one of
y'all can't handle it.
It's so good.
Try to diminish me.
You know what the best part is?
That's true.
None of this audio is doctored. This is all real.
try to diminish me.
He's a good player. 17.5 sacks last year.
Trey. Yeah, that.
I need them to trade for Trey Henderson during the draft so we can play that.
Can we lead a pass?
It was yesterday.
Never.
Pass. It was yesterday. It was yesterday afternoon. Let's go to Tom in Middletown. What's up, Tom?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Hey, Tom. What's going on?
Hey, listen, thank you for inviting me to the den. I can't call it the living room because I've already been to someone else's living room.
Yeah,
there's only one living room.
That's Sunday morning.
Yeah, this is the den.
Yeah, so this is the den. So thank you for inviting me to the den.
Well, you're welcome. You're always invited here. Tom, what are you thinking today?
Now, Kyle, I thought we were tight, man. You put me on after Cowboy Jim.
Here we go.
Yeah, that's on Kyle.
Do you want to get less tight? You can complain about how long you're waiting.
All right. Well, listen, I'm gonna make you even madder because ESP made his voice loud and clear, man. He was on point with his opinions.
Well, but he has a syndrome. You got to take it with a grain of salt. He has Super Bowl
one syndrome guy to another.
Mm-hmm.
No, and listen, here's what I'm thinking too. And you got to read into like what Howie said earlier. He said, "Let it come to you. Got to let that draft come to you." He's sitting at number 32. What's going to happen? He's going to read who's dropping, who's rising, and all that, and then he's going to make a splash later in like the mid first round draft. Okay, if he has a targeted player. If he doesn't have a targeted player and he's just looking to fill, depth and stuff like that, then you sit at that. You don't give up your trade equity. I mean, your draft equity or, any kind of equity. Just sit where you are.
I agree. I mean, Tom, I totally trust Howie's process. He knows what he's doing to move around the board, understand other teams' value. Like, none of this means they're going to keep hitting star players every time they make a pick. Like, that's hard to do.
No. I understand that, and you had a previous caller, and he was like pretty cool about it. He said that he reminds Howie like playing craps. I think of Howie playing Texas Hold'em and wearing those mirrored sunglasses, and nobody could read what he's thinking. I'm telling you, he's got something, and he's going to read the first part of the draft and see who drops, see who falls, and then he'll start making his moves. So I just think there's something that could be, or we stay status quo and we add depth because we do have the coaching staff that is able to develop players, and ESP was right on that. I mean, you could get a player at 32 and 50-50 shot, he's a Pro Bowler.
Well, yeah, and it's the chicken or the egg thing. Is Howie drafting better, or are they putting the same kind of draft picks into a better situation and they're better? I mean, no one knows the answer, but it's obviously worked out really well for them the last years. Go ahead, Tom.
And I don't think it's just all Howie. I think it's his staff. I mean, the scouts, the advisors, everything. Everybody interviews everybody. I mean, I just think they're getting good information now. We seem to be a class organization now. And we're not swinging and missing a whole lot.
Well, no, especially early on.
Like G.I. Joe say, knowing is half the battle.
There it is. We got to.
Yep. Now, I got a guess for Hugh.
What do you got?
Now, he threw me off on the third clue.
Threw everyone off.
He had me on the first two, but okay. Now, and let me frame this a little bit. Okay, I eat salsa.
Work it out. Work it out, Tom. Work it out. You got this.
I eat BLTs. I use ketchup, and last week Hugh referred to tomato cans a lot, so I'm going to say tomato.
Tomato's good, Tom. We appreciate it, but it's not it. Are there black tomatoes?
I'm googling it right now.
Maybe if you left one out for a long time. I don't think there are black tomatoes. 215-592-9494.
Long tomatoes?
You can find a long tomato.
What they're called? They're called.
No,
There are black tomatoes. They're called black beauty tomatoes.
Wow, I'd never seen one.
Yeah.
You can definitely have a long tomato. I have seen yes. I've seen a long tomato. I don't know how to describe it.
They're black beauty tomatoes.
They're what?
They're called black beauty tomatoes.
Black beauty tomatoes. So
rare black beauty tomato seeds. Yeah. Looking at them.
Tomatoes a good guess. Not it, though. All right, your phone call's coming up. Plus, you know what we do every single day at 1 o'clock. The Daily Mock at 1. That's next. Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP. During the NBA play-in tour, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving all new customers a shot at $250 in bonus bets. Join FanDuel today. You'll get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. From three-pointers to steals to assists, FanDuel has so many ways to bet your favorite player props. Plus, after the game tips off, you can even combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for the chance to win big. FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to get in on all the NBA play-in tournament action. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Go Birds Radio. Listen Saturdays 1 to 3 only on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Sponsored by BetParks online sportsbook and casino app. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. BetParks.
Spring is here. The sun shining, the flowers blooming, and the backyard officially a margarita oasis. Kick off the warmer weather with tequila from Fine Wine and Good Spirits. Stock up for Cinco de Mayo with Lunazul Tequila Blanco 750 milliliter. Grab 1800 Tequila Silver 1.75 liter for your outdoor happy hours. Both are $4 off. Both are perfect for margaritas. Shop more tequilas on sale for spring in-store or online at fwgs.com. Offers end May 4th, 2025. Please enter responsibly.
Don't let April showers bring unwanted water damage to your roof. Call Home Genius Exteriors today and get 50% off materials with no interest and no payments till 2026. Plus, for a limited time, get free gutters with every roof install. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-U-R-GENIUS for your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
Here's what's happening at Borgata. Don't miss out on the action at Borgata's Poker Room, where great cards, lucky seats, and high hands bring excitement to every player. Open 7 days a week. Excitement is waiting. You're only miles away from your happy place. Experience award-winning restaurants, exciting bars and live music, big-name entertainment, and a spacious casino filled with your favorite slots and table games. The action at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa doesn't stop. Start planning your getaway today.
Visit theborgata.com for more details. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, not to be dramatic, but you should smell this. It smells so good.
Whoa, that's quite the reaction to mixing and matching Gain scents. Let's hear another from Ashley, who mixed Gain products and went,
I'm so excited.
yes, you are. What about you, Isaiah?
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. And Emily summed it up like so.
It is just chef's kiss.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Mix, match, more happy with Gain.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to truegreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Lowe's knows how to help pros save. That's why the new MyLowe's Pro Rewards program lets you unlock exclusive member deals on the things you need every day on the job. Plus, MyLowe's Pro Rewards members can get volume discounts on eligible orders through a quote of $2,000 or more. Join for free today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Exclusions, more terms and restrictions apply. Program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines.
Only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly. Be 21.
Hi, I'm Kelsey Grammer. Wounded Warrior Project supports injured veterans by connecting them with fellow warriors, by serving them through mental health and wellness programs, and by empowering them to live on their own terms. No one should face a battle alone. Join us at woundedwarriorproject.org.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Draft prospect Travis Hunter caused a stir by saying that he wouldn't play football anymore if the team that drafted him won't let him play both ways. Hunter was the best receiver and the best cornerback in college football last year, but teams might be worried he wouldn't hold up in the NFL. Whatever you think the team should actually do, you have to admire Hunter's confidence. Travis Hunter doesn't just think he can do something that hasn't been done in the NFL. He's absolutely sure of it. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Where every moment of Phillies baseball happens.
And that is gone!
Sports Radio 94 WIP. The Daily Mock at 1 o'clock.
Yes, it is that time. And we don't have many of these left. I always feel melancholy around this time because there's not many Daily Mock at 1 o'clock left. We just got to.
But that means football season around the corner.
And it means the draft is almost here. We're 8 days away from the start of the NFL draft next Thursday night. By the way, we still have this draft giveaway here, a 4-pack of tickets to the sold-out Eagles 2025 draft party. Who's clues? But today, here for our Daily Mock, we are going to Pro Football Network with their latest 3-round mock. Here's what they have it as. Number 1, Cam Ward, quarterback Miami to the Tennessee Titans. Number 2, Travis Hunter, who's, what did he say yesterday? If you don't let me play corner receiver.
Retiring. God bless the fact that he made so much money in college with the NILs.
He's going to retire.
That he can retire and do whatever he wants to do.
Yep. He goes to the Browns.
Podcast,
in this one.
Whatever you want.
Yeah, do his thing. He's going to the Browns. Number 2, wide receiver corner out of Colorado. Number 3, Giants select Abdul Carter, edge, Penn State. Number 4, Patriots select Will Campbell, offensive lineman, LSU. Number 5, this is a little bit of a different one because usually Mason Graham goes 5 in these mocks. This one they have, I don't know how you say his first name. Let's call him Tet McMillan, the quarterback, McMillan, wide receiver out of Arizona. Tet McMillan, wide receiver out of Arizona. I've seen him come to Mike Evans, a bigger Drake London kind of wide receiver. So there's your top 5. Hugh, we scroll down to the Philadelphia Eagles at number 32, and we have ourselves a new name. With the 32nd pick in this mock draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Tyler Booker, offensive lineman, Alabama, a Crimson Tide guard with what they say an eye-popping power and intense leg drive. Booker is a refined prospect who could be a day 1 starter in Philadelphia, a first-round guard, Tyler Booker, Alabama.
And he's from up this way from New Haven, Connecticut, man, 6'5", 324 pounds. That's a big-ass guard, man. And they say, and he can move, ran like a 5'3". That's not bad for a guy to get that much body moving in one direction. That's not bad. That's not bad at all.
I don't give a shit.
I know. And you know, as soon as I saw this, I was like, yeah, Kyle's not going to like that.
All right, so he was first.
Did they not listen to me?
They did not hear you.
So he played mostly left guard in college. He did start a game at left tackle, so maybe they think there's some versatility there. I am reading his strengths, though. NFL.com. How about this one? Prototypical size and girth with elite length. Prototypical size and girth here.
A lot of girth. That is funny.
All right.
Do they come in all different shapes and sizes?
I guess
too?
he does.
It can be long or short. It could be thick or thin.
Yeah, you can
It could
wait
be
to put that together.
White, brown, black, or even yellow.
What do we think of Tyler Booker? Seriously, they take him at 32. In, out. This would, I mean, if they're drafting him at 32, he's got to start day one at guard. I mean, I'm not drafting a backup guard with the first round pick this year. If he's the first round pick, he has to start. Last time we brought this up, it was that Gray Zabel guy, and Kyle blew a gasket. Hugh, are you in on Tyler Booker?
No.
No, I didn't think so.
No. I mean,
you're anti-guard.
Well, it's not that I'm anti-guard. It's I understand if we take a guard, I understand the premise.
Join me, Hugh. Be anti-guard.
But it's like, no, we couldn't get a defensive player with that pick.
Whoa!
What do you mean?
I
never thought I'd hear the day.
Do you think?
Listen,
that's a need?
It's a luxury. It's a luxury. But we need some more depth on that side of the ball. I'm not a dummy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, but I'm not a dummy, which some people might differ. But I understand that we're going into this a little thin on the defensive side of the ball.
I think you made the whole Delaware Valley spit out whatever they were drinking.
Yeah, like, what do you mean?
He said defense? He said it?
Well, it's a luxury than being thin.
I thought you meant about the dummy part. I thought you meant about that.
That too.
I have vision. You know how many times I got to tell y'all I got vision. Mr. 8-leg parlay over here.
There we go.
Trying to tell y'all.
Joe, you put in a parlay today, right?
It's not yet. I hit 6 out of 8 yesterday.
See, I'm about to hit it. I'm about to hit a 10-leg parlay.
No, you're not.
I'm about to put one in today.
I would bet against that. Much like I bet against the Eagles drafting just star after star every first round.
I'm feeling lucky. I'm feeling lucky. I try to explain
10-leg
every day.
Your Hawks lost by 30 last night.
Yeah, they did. You know, that's the first thing I did. Every day I come in here and I try to explain the best way I can to you people. And you people just don't understand. You get stuck on little nuances, or you just don't like my opinion, and you just want to make personal attacks.
Nobody
you just want to make personal attacks.
Anything.
And the ambiguity. Way to keep me grounded.
Okay, if Tyler Booker could play tackle, I'd be okay with this because at least you could give
6'5". I mean, it probably not a stretch.
Okay, but he didn't do it at college for whatever reason. He only played one. If you told me he was Lane Johnson's heir apparent, he played guard for 2 years next to him, similar to how Juergens played guard next to Kelsey, I could understand the pick and say, okay, solidify the offensive line, and he's the future right tackle. I sign off. I can't do just a straight up guard in the first round.
No,
not here.
If you want your mock to be accurate, and you pick the Eagles, have the Eagles picking a guard in the first round, you already lost. It's not happening. It shouldn't happen. Howie's not a moron. Well, I don't think he's going to have I don't have the syndrome. He's not going to be 100% success rate in the draft. I do trust him enough to not take a stinking guard in the first round. If he does, I'm going outside the NovaCare.
You picketing?
I'm picketing.
Wow.
Seriously?
Yeah.
At what time? I mean, you can't do it before work. You mean after work?
You can do it before work.
No, he can't.
Sure, 6 a.m. Wake up early.
Nobody's going to see him.
Oh, the news. The news will see.
Hold on. Yeah, we have the morning show. We'll cover it.
Okay, so yeah, that's right.
That's a big story. The camera teasing that story. They're picketing outside the NovaCare. It's just Kyle. It's just Kyle. All right, Tyler Booker for our daily mock at 1:00. I actually have been amazed by how many different names I found this year. I know they have the 32nd pick, but like when we rarely have repeated the same names. I think Pierce a couple times we saw, and
James
Walter
Pierce
Nolan. But there's been like what you think? There's been like 10 or 12 different names we've got in the last 3 weeks.
And that just kind of shows you how good the Eagles are, in my opinion, because there's no, I would think that there's no like exact science with what pick that they might get with this.
Yeah, and they have a lot of holes, but nothing so glaring that they like, oh my goodness, if they don't take this, they're screwed.
Sure.
They don't have that.
But we could find out that it was glaring after the fact.
So I went through their depth chart earlier just to look like what do I think their biggest needs are. That other defensive end spot, if we consider Jalen Carter an end, right? Like I'm thinking like Carter, Davis, and the other guy, it's just Ojomo, and they have nothing else there. Like I'd be almost shocked if they don't take a defensive lineman or an edge in the first round.
Yeah.
It just feels like that's a hole. They've lost a lot there between Milton Williams and Brandon Graham and Josh Sweat. I'd be surprised they don't take that in the first round. 215-592-9494. All right, let's go. Actually, you know what we're going to do right now? Hugh, why don't you give away a fourth clue? It's 106.
You ready?
106.
That's 2 L's in a row.
2 days in a row?
Because nobody's thinking.
Well, okay. You thought you were you were on your high horse there. They're going to get this in the first hour.
because nobody because what it is, because I think people are thinking too abstract. I'm not that deep, people. It's not that deep. It really isn't. And when you hear this, you're gonna think about. I tweaked the last one a little bit, Kyle, because I want to help people out.
Well, you said it's not that deep after the last clue, so we're talking about the shorter variety.
No, I'm saying.
Oh no.
Okay, I tweaked the last one a little bit to help people out. It can be called by many names, like Bismati, Brown, Jasmine, Black.
So you want to give it away?
Oborio, or Bamba. I mean, at this point, might as well.
Wow. So you've given up.
I
mean,
didn't give up.
That wasn't clue number 4.
I know. I told you. I told you. I modified.
He waved the white flag.
And he waved the white flag. It's over. I mean, the next caller is going to get it now. And if they don't,
I bet you. I guarantee you the next caller doesn't.
You know, we need.
That's disrespectful.
I bet you the next caller doesn't because they weren't paying attention.
So now it's on me to pick who's not that sprite by their name. I mean,
see why you got to say it like that?
Well, I mean, if you can see the screener.
I said you probably had it recently. I said a food that comes in many varieties. And I said it can be long or short. Thank you. It could be thick or thin. It could be white, brown, black, or even yellow. I thought the white, brown, black, or even yellow would give it away.
I know, me too. I need a literal white flag in here so people can see you wave it on YouTube. Like, just wave the white flag.
I can't believe this, man.
Kyle, who was the Phillies bullpen coach? It was like 2015. He and they were in the bullpen phone went out. They were in Baltimore, but it felt like he was literally waving the white flag as the Phillies were like 50 games under 500.
I can't remember his name.
I could picture him. I've seen the meme a million times. He's waving the white flag in the dugout because that's how he's trying to, like, the signal.
The rally towel or whatever?
Yeah, because the bullpen phone was out, so they couldn't call down. So that was his signal to warm someone up.
McClure?
It might have been. It's like 2015. They were in Baltimore. Let's go to Chris in Philadelphia. What's up, Chris?
Hey, how you doing? So,
what's up, Chris?
With Howie Roseman, how you doing? With Howie Roseman's success, Hall of Fame success, there's 3 parts. It's discipline, studying, and preparation. The first one. Second one is fear of failure, like when he took Jalen Rager instead of Justin Jefferson. And his third part is the Eagles' coaching and development of the players they draft.
Well, I agree. I mean, that's all part of why they've been better at drafting. So you think they figured it out because they've got all these things locked in?
Correct.
All right. I hope you're right. It just feels like they're on such a heater that it's
really. You think it's gonna not peter
well,
out?
At some point, it's just hard to imagine they're going to keep drafting this well every single year. I mean, I hope you're right, Chris. But even with that, it's hard to sustain it like this.
But there's probably not teams that go through the process that Howie and his team goes through. One, the worst case scenario, the next scenario, the next one. They go through that so thoroughly. They're prepared whatever comes up.
Well, even he said it yesterday. They actually run mocks where they're doing the worst case scenario to see what they would draft and how they would go about it. And obviously it's worked out, spunnily for them. All right, Chris, what's your guess here for Hughes Clues?
Pasta.
What'd I tell you? What did I tell you?
Oh my gosh!
What did I tell you?
Chris, that's not it.
Oh my goodness!
Chris.
What did I tell you?
Wow!
Y'all gonna start listening to me?
You might be.
Start listening to me.
He might have been right. I mean, that was.
I mean,
I teed it up.
You raised the white flag.
I tee. Nobody listen. My clues are phenomenal. Nobody pays attention. Nobody pays attention.
You might have just sold me right there.
I have a theory, actually. So we have these theories on why the Eagles are better at drafting. I have a theory that when people call in, they have a guess in mind, and your next clue doesn't move them off.
It don't matter. It doesn't matter because nobody.
You need to be open to changing your mind.
You need to be malleable.
No,
like you. Yeah.
This is why I don't get upset when people say stuff because they don't listen to everything that you're saying. They get caught on one thing that you say, Joe. Mm-hmm. And they go with that and not hear the whole conversation.
Like
every day.
If that doesn't illustrate Hughes' point, I don't know what does.
No, every day. We talk every day, and that's why I'm talking. Nobody hears what I'm saying, and they just go off of one thing that they've heard and just keep it moving.
Well, maybe
I am a genius, Mr. 8-leg parlay over here, trying to give y'all these great clues every day. I teed it up for you.
You're starting to lose me.
Yeah,
with the
you're
I'm a
crashing
genius.
out here.
I got to take advantage of the
It's a
situation.
crash out.
I got to take advantage of
crashing
the
out.
situation. I'm not crashing out. I told you nobody listens. We talk on this radio station every day. You get about 2% of the folks that actually hear what you're saying. Everybody else already got their mind made up how they want to think.
Yeah.
I said Bismarcky Brown, Jasmine Black, or Boreal, and Bomba. Bismarcky should have gave it away.
I don't know how you could have been any more clear. I will say, to your other point, though, maybe the long talking is the problem. Like, if people are if they're only able to understand you in short bursts,
what am I
you might have to stop long talking.
What am I supposed to do?
I think we were on to
Because when
something.
we do the short talking, they don't hear that. So you do the long talking.
You know, have you tried medium talking?
Okay, I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna try that tomorrow.
Okay.
I gotta. You know what? I gotta start timing my conversations. Then I gotta figure that out.
Yeah. Well, you know what? We could do a timer for you. Maybe we'll play off like the Oscars. You're going too long. The Kyle plays the music, and the long talking ends. Rob's in Delaware. What's up, Rob?
Gentlemen.
Rob, we're on the air.
Rob, what's up?
You know what? I love that long talking thing because yesterday with the long talking and the cold weather thing, I thought it might be a walrus because of the long teeth. But you know what? Getting to the Eagles thing and the draft, I agree with you, Hugh, and
Elliot.
Elliot, yes.
See, you realize what you're saying that loud. You're agreeing with Elliot. This isn't a place you want to be, Rob. Why do you agree?
Well, because that's what I was kind of thinking beforehand. I thought the fact that we had such a great infrastructure, besides, with the coaching, you got Elliot, you got Jeffrey, and it kind of expands their ability to look at people and see guys that may not be in the first round, but they have potential, and they see that they can develop these guys, give them discipline, especially with the players they're playing with, that help bring these guys along, the coaching and everything, so that kind of widens their ability. And I loved that guy, what was his name, Tom from Middletown? His analogy, like a poker player, like Howie has his not just Howie, Jeffrey, all the coaches, they have a strategy going in, and they see how things play out in front of them. So then that changes their gameplay on who they're going to pick and who they can develop. And that's where they move from there.
Well, they do.
I'm not in that room. I don't know how that works really, but I think that's a lot to do with it.
Yeah, no, I'm sure it is, Rob. I'm sure it is. And they're good at it, and they've gotten good at it. I just wonder if it's sustainable. To hit at this level is pretty remarkable, and they've done it now for 4 straight years. All right, Rob, what do you got for us? What's your guess for Hughes Clues? Come on, get these tickets.
I love Rice, man.
Well, you hit it. 100%. You love Rice, and you knew it. It only took 3 hours, Rob.
Good job, Rob.
Good job, man. We'll see you at the Eagles draft party.
That is great.
Awesome. All right, there he goes. Rob in Delaware wins our tickets there. 4-pack of tickets to the sold-out Eagles 2025 draft party at the link, presented by Lincoln Financial Group, Thursday, April 24th, 7 p.m. Feel good now?
I feel good. I got it off my chest, and it proved my point. Nobody pays attention.
That was insane.
I tried to tell you.
Jolly texted in. I can't believe what he just heard.
He's a Rice guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Most of it. Rice is.
The clue was obvious to anybody, even if you're not a Rice guy.
And I'd say most people eat rice often. It's a universal food. Mm-hmm. It should have been a food on everyone's mind today. I imagine most people listening have had rice very recently in some form. Hugh gave all the forms out, the colors and all that stuff. You know what I think threw people?
What's that?
People don't know. This is how we got here today, because I guess your algorithm. I don't think most people know there is a such thing as black rice.
It's called forbidden rice, and I read about it because it was back in the day. Kings and rich people ate it because they thought it had healing properties or magical properties, and that's why it was called forbidden, because most people that ate it couldn't afford it because they made it pricey. So it was called forbidden rice.
Yeah, and now you know it is forbidden rice. All right, 215-592-9494. I just want to go back to something that people are agreeing with Elliot with, and it's a fair point. And you both came at the same thing in different ways, Hugh, about the infrastructure here, right? Mm-hmm. That's why they're able to draft well now, not just because they're identifying good players, but they develop them when they get here. I agree. I think it's part of it. But I'm looking back now, the Patriots, when they began their dynasty with Tom Brady, they had a run of years where they drafted really, really well. And they had, every year they were drafting a couple players that end up as Pro Bowlers. Vince Wilfork, and you go to Deion Branch and Richard Seymour and Matt Light, like the bulk of the team around Tom Brady. And they did that for years. Logan Mankins, really good players. And then the same team, same Bill Belichick, same infrastructure. They had a run of about 3 years kind of in the middle there where they didn't draft very well. I think it's such an inexact science that to say they figured it out, it feels to me like we're setting ourselves up for a little disappointment there. I expect them to draft some good players, but I'm not expecting it to be at the level the last couple of years. Macho in Kansas City is talking about that Jordan Davis option. What's up, Macho?
Damn, one more person early. That was a sweet layup, Hugh.
I mean, I tried, man.
That was sweet.
Nobody
Hey, that was sweet. Anyway, the Jordan Davis thing, right? 5th-year option with all these young guys. Like I told earlier, when I called earlier, when you close your eyes, you hear him speak, you hear a little bit of Fletcher Cox. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like he's going to take that role of taking these young guys and showing them the ropes. Yeah, he doesn't produce, but at this point, we need his leadership. So I feel as though we should just pick him up, let him school a couple of these guys. Another thing I want to say with Howie in the draft, when you draft defensive players, you're going to hit like 65%. When you draft offensive players, you're going to hit 50%. So Howie's been drafting defense. He's been he's just playing the numbers.
Well, that is interesting because they've solidified the offense. And yeah, defensive players seem to hit a little bit more. There's less busts, like quarterbacks are busts, receivers can be busts. And they've done that in recent years. Yeah, Macho, like I don't mind Davis being here. It just feels expensive for what he does. It just feels expensive to me.
Well, we're not going to pay him because he haven't been done much. So he's not going to get something crazy, right?
But the 5th-year option is based on your draft status. So he gets, because he was picked at that pick, the 13th pick, 4 years ago, he would get $12.9 million next year. It's like, it's non-negotiable. Like after that, they could negotiate a longer term thing. But the 5th-year option is $12.9 million. Doesn't matter what he's done.
Right. Well, I feel as though it's worth it, right? Because 12 point whatever million to school the next guys is coming in, and then this is going to be his contract year. Everybody plays harder their contract year, so I feel as though he's probably going to show out this year.
Well, that's an interesting idea, Macho. We appreciate it. Actually, so if they don't pick up the option, it would be his contract year because then he'd be a free agent after this season. So you could look at it both ways in terms of getting him to where you want him to be. Twitter question sponsored by the PI Dental Center. Your smile is the first thing others see when they meet you. Learn about and schedule your evaluation at PIDentalCenter.com. Let's see where everyone is on the Philadelphia Eagles today. Are you convinced that the Eagles have figured out the draft? 62% say yes.
Yeah, I think that I gave a compelling argument this morning. The people that actually heard me when I was talking.
Hold on.
Talking about
when you win the poll, they're listening to you.
Yeah.
When they don't understand your clues, they're not listening to you.
Yeah,
that's
how it works. No, it's not because
it's
a little bit convenient.
It's not. It's the truth.
There's some gray area Douglas involved in this.
For sure.
It's the truth. I can't help it. I'm spitting the truth, and only 63% of the people get it. Thank you, the 63% that voted.
62. Now you're rounding up.
I mean, you know me.
You totally took 62 and made it 63. Just to make yourself feel better.
No, but the fact that I teed the question up and the person said, what did he say? He said pasta?
No, he didn't say rice. I know that.
He said pasta. Pasta is good, though.
Yeah, well,
not the answer.
Great.
Not the answer.
What's your favorite kind of pasta? There's so many different kinds.
What's the pasta?
Linguine guy, spaghetti
guy?
guy?
No, the holes. The holes.
Rigatoni?
Oh, yeah, the holes, man.
Wait, no, the long one with the holes.
Yes. There it is.
That's rigatoni?
No. Are you talking about bucatini, like spaghetti that has the hole through the middle?
They got it's round and with the hole, like it's
all right. That's not helping because there's a lot of those.
I don't know which one it is. Then.
Did you say piccata?
Piccata? Did I say right?
Piccata's like a lemon sauce.
I'm not Italian. I don't know. I don't know my.
Dude.
I don't know my.
Penne
or rigatoni.
Let me see what the penny look like. Yes, penny.
But the rigatoni's a little bit, a little thicker. You want that? Let's see. Rigatoni.
That's it. The rigatoni. Yeah. That's the one I like.
There's something thicker than the penne.
It's thicker than the penne. Yeah.
Y'all are so childish.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I'm pasta facts.
I'm an orzo guy.
What's orzo?
Is that like it looks like rice? Yes.
You find it more.
I know that one.
I use that more. I think that works more in soup. The orzo.
Sure, but I think you'd be surprised.
Is it okay? More under another kind of food, like with it? Because
I would say it's
orzo with sauce, like your regular pasta sauce, feels a little weird.
No. Every sauce has its appropriate application. I think if you put it in like pasta salad, that's a banger.
Yep, that works.
Mm-hmm.
Well, pasta talk on the show. Yeah.
Well, we came up.
It
Yeah,
did.
it did come up.
What are you going to do? All right, 215-592-9494. Are you convinced the Eagles have really figured out the draft? A lot of people, including you, including Elliott, including everyone out there, it seems, think the Eagles have really figured this out. I think they're on a great run. They're better now than they used to be. But I don't know if anyone ever figures out the NFL draft. All right, plus all that, and on the other side, Jalen Hurts, one of the most influential people in the world. We'll get to that next, and what another all-time great had to say about him. 215-592-9494. It is the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Oh, that's on me. I got Hatfield. I forgot about this. We had so much fun today. Easter's just around the corner, people. And you know what that means? It's time to elevate your celebrations with the unbeatable flavor of Hatfield ham. So when you're planning your Easter grocery shopping list, remember, add the delicious tradition that is Hatfield ham. If you want to put some more pork on your fork, grill up a juicy, delicious marinated pork tenderloin served with a side of bacon Brussels sprouts and a salad. Now, that sounds good. The possibilities are endless. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and retailers near you and find your flavor with Hatfield.
It's time to make it official. Sports Radio 94 WIP is celebrating the man, the myth, the strip-sacking legend.
Brandon Graham rips the football out of the hands of Tom Brady.
May 5th is now BG Day.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
All day long, 94 WIP is honoring Brandon Graham with classic stories, special guests, and the best BG moments of all time.
Oh, was he walloped by Brandon Graham?
Live all day, May 5th.
I just want to thank everybody.
Then cap off the day with BG Live, a special one-time event with Brandon at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Get your tickets for BG Live at 94WIP.com.
What up, Phillies?
I'm Michael Jenkins here to help you beat the books with that MGM Network. The Athletics are in Chicago tonight for Game 2 of their series in the Windy City. They're around minus 160 on the money line, and that is the play, as their offense ranks in the top 10 in baseball in OPS and slugging and should stay hot. Plus, White Sox starter Jonathan Cannon has given up 9 earned runs in his last 9 innings. Not great. I'm Michael Jenkins from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books and download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Jack Fritz from WIP here. You've heard me talk about Scott Auto Group, where I've been buying my cars since high school. I recently stopped by Scott Kia to check out some of the latest 2025 models, like the all-new Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for only $229 a month, the all-new Kia Sorento S model SUV for $238 a month, and the all-new sleek K4 EX starting at $196 a month. Visit Scott Kia of Springfield or go to scottautogroup.com. And as always, tell them Fritz sent you. It's always smooth sailing at Scott.
Subject to credit approval. Not all buyers or vehicles qualify.
During the NBA play-in tournament, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving all new customers a shot at $250 in bonus bets. Join FanDuel today. You'll get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. From three-pointers to steals to assists, FanDuel has so many ways to bet your favorite player props. Plus, after the game tips off, you can even combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. Just visit FanDuel.com/Ike to get in on all the NBA play-in tournament action. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Breaking news! Newsflash! Just announced! TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating massive savings all month long with their employee pricing for all event. Take advantage of true employee pricing this month only on a huge selection of Jeep Grand Cherokees, Jeep Wranglers, Ram 1500 trucks, Dodge Durangos, and more. Don't miss your opportunity to save thousands this month at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Just minutes from all bridges. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
John Ritchie here. Are you looking for a lawn care service that delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets? That's why I choose Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn care company. Their custom approach uses organic fertilizers and safer weed and insect controls, ensuring a healthier lawn season after season. Right now, take advantage of their limited time offer. Free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED today. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Hey, Pennsylvania, it's time to step up to the plate for another thrilling season with the Fightin' Phils. And now, every time the Phillies strike out 10 or more batters in a home game, you score. That's right. When they whiff double-digit batters at the bank, you'll get a $5 casino bonus to play Philadelphia Phillies Slingo. Exclusively on BetMGM. The best part, you can claim this bonus once per week, every Monday through Sunday throughout the baseball season. So keep watching the Phils, cheer on those strikeouts, and get ready to take your thrills to the next level. BetMGM is a proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies and an official gambling partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus to wager. PA only. All promotions are subject to qualification and eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as non-withdrawable site credit. Bonus bets unless otherwise provided in the applicable terms. Rewards subject to expiry. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey, more like Mira joyed that Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
Hugh Douglas.
Shark meat is not good because they pee through their skin.
And Joe Giglio.
Well, you could have told me that before I ate the shark.
On Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back, Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio. This song could work for the Eagles. It could certainly work for Jalen Hurts in the Super Bowl. He was the Super Bowl MVP. And I thought that would be the highest recognition Jalen Hurts would get in 2025. I was wrong about that, Hugh. Time Magazine today named Jalen Hurts one of the 100 most influential people.
Say what?
Of 2025. The 100 most influential people of 2025. Before I tell you who joined Jalen Hurts list, let me read you what. So every person that made the list, and these are people in all walks of life. It's not sports. I mean, I'm going through it. I think there's very few athletes on here. There's some politicians, very well-known politicians, including our president, vice president. There's artists like Ed Sheeran, actors. I mean, famous people. But they had someone write like something about that person. So Derek Jeter was the one that wrote about Jalen Hurts. And here's what he wrote about him. Quote, I admire how great athletes deal with both success and failure. What Jalen Hurts went through and being benched during the 2018 National Championship game would break a lot of people down, but not Jalen. He focused on what he could control and found a new path to success. In the NFL, Jalen didn't let a Super Bowl defeat in 2023 shake his confidence. He used that loss as motivation and kept a picture of himself walking off the field after losing as his phone lock screen. This past February, Jalen found himself on the Super Bowl stage again. This time he led Philadelphia to a convincing victory in its rematch with Kansas City. We connected shortly after, and the only thing he asked was about insight on going back and winning again. Sometimes people win, then exhale. Jalen is not exhaling. He's embracing the next challenge, win or lose. Jalen's resilience and determination offer all of us something to admire. Hugh, your thoughts on Jalen Hurts as one of the 100 most influential people by Time Magazine?
Number one is an interesting list. I'm looking at the list now. Some fascinating people.
Eclectic.
Yeah, eclectic is a good word, Joe. I'm okay with it. I think a lot of that, especially in this climate. And I was in Georgia when Jalen got benched in that game, and Tua Tagovailoa came in and he did what he did. And there was a lot of talk about Jalen transferring. There was a lot of talk about it. Rusty Manziel's a big guy down in Georgia. He does a lot with the kids and scouting in Georgia. And there was a lot of discussion on whether or not he was going to stay. And his dad was upset about the way that it went down and everything, but Jalen stayed. Jalen stayed, and he got an opportunity to, redeem himself, if you will. And now he's going to the Super Bowl, and he's accomplished more. And this is just when you compare him side by side, he's had a much better career than Tua Tagovailoa.
Yeah, he has. He's a better player.
Yeah, he's a better player. So I have no problem with that. And being here in Philadelphia and boots on the ground and what he went through last year, and how he was unwavering in the way that he handled all that, I think that's very, very commendable. Now, a lot of people say, "What are you talking about?" He got ridiculed a lot, man, and he probably that's not going to change. And there were a lot of people that the run that he went on last year, they weren't satisfied with it because it wasn't what they're used to seeing from a quarterback. I mean, if you want to call it what it is, it wasn't used to what you were seeing. But when you talk about Jalen, he might not have the strongest arm. He might not have the best QB or anything like that. But the one thing that you got to say about him when you talk about him is he wins.
Well, and he did it at Alabama.
He's a winner.
He did it at Oklahoma.
I shouldn't say he wins. I should say he's a winner.
So when I first heard that he made this list this morning, I was surprised. I mean, that was my first thought. I just wasn't expecting it. And then you realize he's the only athlete on here. I think he's the only current athlete. I may have saw one of the Williams sisters, but they obviously have other things.
Isn't Robert F. Kennedy considered? Wasn't he an athlete in college?
But I mean, he's now.
Well, not I know what you say, professional.
Yeah. And he's older now. Yeah,
I get you.
But if you had told me pick the only athlete of today, current pro sports athlete.
Serena's on here.
Okay, Serena, but
Simone.
Simone. Right, so one of the 3 or 4. I wouldn't have guessed him. Right, you would have guessed.
Maybe LeBron,
Shohei, Messi, the best, top.
Ovechkin.
Sure, those guys. That's who I would have guessed would have made it. Now, there is the story part, Hugh. His influential, right? The story of him and overcoming what he overcame and all that, and to become the player he became. I get it. It's cool that he made the list. I was not expecting it. I do think when you dive into why they pick each person, it makes more sense. They're going off of his story, how he can influence people.
Yeah, and that's kind of when you told me and then you read the quote. That's kind of how I looked at it. Yeah.
Yeah. That makes more sense. Now, they didn't actually rank them because that would be funny if they ranked them 1 through 100. Is he more influential than the president of the United States? Is he less? Is he more influential than top artists? I don't even know how you'd rank these people among each other. But he is one of the top 100 most influential people of 2025.
Look at Jalen Hurts.
Congratulations to Jalen Hurts.
Hey, icons. Demi Moore is on here.
She's right next to him.
She's resurrected herself.
He's what category is he in again? He's in the
icon category.
Icon.
Yeah.
Next to the
Adrian Brody
and Demi Moore.
Yeah.
Some people I'm not sure who these people are.
I can't pronounce the name. I know Hiroyoku Sanada though.
Who's that?
He played. Well, I don't. When I say I know him,
what does he do?
I just know the movies he was in.
Oh, he's an actor.
Yeah, he's an actor. He's an actor.
Yeah, he's with actors. He's an icon.
I can't remember the movie that Demi was up for Academy Award, but she didn't look the same. It was amazing. She looked great. Let me say that first and foremost.
How old is Demi Moore now?
60?
62.
But she looked great. And it was a movie about she's a fitness model or like one of them what do they do? The people that ride the Peloton. One of the people like the Peloton,
like a teacher, like a Peloton teacher?
Yeah, like a fitness instructor. That's what I was trying to say. And, she was trying to, she was getting fired because she had gotten older. So the movie, you got to watch the movie, man. I can't remember the name of it, but it was up for Academy Award, I think, this year. It was pretty good. Do
you think people are going to use this next year if we're debating how well he's playing? Well, Joe,
he's an icon.
He's an icon. He's one of the most 100 influential people.
Yes.
That's the reality. And I can't argue. Those are the facts. Congratulations to Jalen Hurts. Go back to the phone line here. David wants to give us a lesson on pasta. What's up, David?
Listen, let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Either one of you two are Italian?
I am. I have a lot of people
You
Italian.
are?
Yeah, yep.
Italian what?
I don't know. I got family that's
Italian retarded?
No, David.
Come on, David.
David.
I'm only messing, Joe.
Be appropriate,
Joe.
David. Appropriate.
Speaking from Italian, from an Irishman. Now, you were talking about a pasta that had a hole in the middle.
Yes.
That's called a tortellini.
No, the tortellini's stuffed. It's got a little stuff.
It's not true.
Yeah.
You're wrong.
But it still has a little hole in the middle.
This isn't the best lesson so far.
Are you a pasta guy, David?
I've cooked.
Well, I mean, we've all cooked pasta. But David, did you?
My father owned a bar restaurant for 35 years.
You've never made pasta here?
Well, like when you say make pasta, you mean put it in the bowl and cook it myself?
No.
I don't think so.
With semolina. Anybody ever heard of semolina?
Yes.
Semolina, cracked eggs. You don't put it in a bowl. You put it on top of the table.
Are you taking notes here?
And you make.
I am.
And you make
I'm writing them down.
And you keep scooping the outside of the well in together to mix it, and then you knead it, and then you roll it through the machine. Whatever you're going to make, Yankees. You make spaghetti.
Gnocchi.
You make linguine.
Mm-hmm.
You make lasagna.
I think linguine's a little overrated. I'm not a big fan. It's just okay.
You would like it.
So, how often do you make your own pasta?
Why
David?
would he like it?
I mean, I'm an Irishman, but I got skills.
Lynn, who are you to give us a lesson on pasta?
I know you came in here with your tortellini
This is a
knowledge.
disaster.
Tortellini. That's got a hole in it, you dummy.
Name.
Yeah, that's too name calling, David. We got to put you on timeout. All right, let's take a deep breath. Not put the name calling. I like David, but his knowledge today was not where he
It was
thought
a harsh lesson.
for him.
Not a great one either.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't great at all.
I feel like he had some of his facts mixed up.
You've never boiled pasta?
Not well. When you say that, like
you take it out of the box, you throw it in the hot water.
No,
and then
I
it's done
did
in 10
like
minutes.
you know how you go like to Trader Joe's and you get the pasta that's already stuffed or whatever?
Yeah.
I've done that. But to actually go home and like make my own pasta to put on the like spaghetti or something like that.
I don't mean that. I mean you buy a box of pasta and you just throw it in boiling water and then it's done in 10 minutes.
I don't think I did that.
I feel like everyone has done that. I think you should.
I don't think I have. I think I'll probably do it today though. But what I'm gonna put it over?
Whatever you want.
That sounds like a lot.
It's one of the simplest things you could possibly do.
No, see, because you know what, I have done this, and the reason why I don't do it often, because it doesn't taste right. It's a little chewy.
Well,
because that's not because I think I got the wrong pasta.
No, you're not cooking it for long enough.
See, that's what I'm saying. Because you're talking about the 10 minutes, like it's like a
10
little rubber.
to 12 minutes.
Yeah,
You gotta have a feel. All right,
Yeah.
Jay in West Philly. What's up, Jay?
Now, Julia, how can you not figure that Jalen is one of the most influential people in the world?
I never thought he
won
was.
the Super Bowl,
Mhm.
so that's 1,000 fans of Philadelphia. You got every host talk about him all day long. That's not influential.
He moves the
I
meter.
don't know. I mean, is that
In the
influencing
world
people?
or in
What you
Philly?
mean you don't know? Try not talking about Jalen for a week and see what happens.
No, but that's
It's Philly though, not the world.
Yeah,
Like people in China aren't
Jay,
talking about Jalen Hurts.
This isn't Time Magazine of Philadelphia. It's Time Magazine of the world.
Well, he influenced a whole lot of people. His story influenced everything.
Yeah, well,
He overcame a ton of things.
I think it's awesome he made it, but I just didn't expect it. Like, if you asked me this morning, do you think he's going to be on this list? I would have said no.
When you talk about him all day long.
Jay, we do a talk show in Philadelphia. Time Magazine is a worldwide
we talk about
thing.
Jalen. We don't talk about other people like we talk about Jalen.
Because he's the quarterback of the Eagles.
Oh, that's the only reason. Huh?
Yeah. No, Jay, that's literally the only reason.
Baseman for the Phillies, he not there.
Talking about the blue back, baby blue back.
Jay,
yeah.
how long you been here?
Andrew and Pat.
Jay, how long? How do you not realize we talk about whoever the quarterback of the Eagles is more than anybody else?
Talk about the Super Bowl winning quarterback. Hey, look at that. He won the Super Bowl and then you shocked. Why are you shocked? He just won the biggest game.
I didn't even know this was a list until today.
You ain't. That Time got tons of lists.
Well, sure. You're a big Time Magazine guy?
No, there's no way.
No, I just
Does
said
anybody still read magazines?
They got a ton of lists.
Everybody read
That's
magazines
what I
still?
need to subscribe to the magazine for.
I don't subscribe either. I just
Except the
saw
ones
the
my
list.
dad found.
The porn?
Now the Eagles, now why can't the Eagles be good at drafting now, Julio?
They are good at drafting now. The question is, will it continue like this?
Now why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't you expect it?
Because no one drafts this well over a long period of time. No one does.
Stay strong.
Now all I hear is about Pittsburgh know what style of players they want. Baltimore know what styles of players they want. They get them every year, yada yada yada. So the Eagles can't do that.
Sure they can, but they're not going to keep doing this well in the first and second round
Why?
ever because no one's ever done this.
I just gave you two teams that do it.
No, not to this
Every year
level,
they
Jay.
They get linebackers. They get players.
How come the Steelers don't win anything anymore?
That's
They
your
don't have
argument.
Jalen Hurts.
Because what?
Yeah, because they don't have Hurts.
They don't have Jalen Hurts.
Well, yeah, they don't have a good quarterback. Yeah, you're right. Okay.
No. I didn't say a good quarterback. I said because they don't have Jalen Hurts.
Is he not a good quarterback?
I thought he was good. He's not good?
He's better than that. That's what I'm saying.
He is one of the most influential people in the world.
Top 100.
Exactly. Tell him again, Kyle.
Top 100. Demi Moore, Jalen Hurts, all those people. Adrian Brody.
Yep. Elon.
Yeah.
Elon Musk. All these guys.
Yeah. Is Justin Herbert on there?
Why would Justin Herbert be on the list,
Is
Jay?
Bryce on there?
Why would Bryce be on there?
Oh man, look. You get away with everything. You get a pass on everything else. I thought he'd be top on the list.
Jay, you want to know what I thought last night? Jay,
I'm on the right field. He's still there for his base.
Jay, did you see Bryce Harper's base running error last night? It was a joke.
I don't watch the Phillies no more.
Then what are you commenting for?
It's gonna be cold today too.
You don't watch the Phillies?
No, for what? I know what's gonna happen. I told you this is preseason.
Oh, stop.
Wake me up when the playoffs come, and then they stink again.
You are the worst.
Then Bryce get hurt, and then he come back, and he howls, and he want to be loved and all that stuff. I want to see where he come out with two fanatic mitts.
Yeah, I mean you might not be far from that if we're being
Then
honest.
He's gonna dye his hair green to get away with everything next time he strike out.
If he does his beard green.
He might, Jay. I told you when his career is over, he's going to become the fanatic. That's the end. That's how this contract ends. Yeah.
Look how quick he turned on his unborn baby. He struck out with the bat and put the bat away.
Stop, Jay. Stop.
Pandering, boy, I tell you. Y'all keep following that bum.
So what did you call him to talk about?
Yeah, bum. That's what I said.
What
Well,
did you
he's
call
a better
him for?
individual player than Jalen Hurts.
Well,
is,
obviously.
so, yeah.
He is? Well,
Yes,
how
of
come I
course
don't
he
see
is.
no results?
Because that's
Well, he said individual
it's
player.
baseball.
No,
individual.
Oh, it's baseball. I forgot. That's y'all excuse for everything.
Individual player.
I mean, yeah.
You gotta
If we're being
listen.
realistic, yeah.
Not listening.
I did also call him.
Baseball.
Yeah.
He can't do everything. Well, Jalen can't do everything. That's what the
Well, he is
offensive
the
line-
quarterback.
That's what the receivers for.
Yeah.
He's a quarterback.
I mean, Harper does have two league
he's a
MVPs.
quarterback, yeah.
League
And well,
MVPs.
Bryce the GM. Bryce the GM. How come we couldn't get Soto?
The owner ran out of money. I don't know. You want to tell you?
He's the GM, not the owner, Jay.
No, Bryce ain't want nobody to make more money.
He's operating on a budget.
But everyone's got a budget, Jay. Even you. You know that.
Ain't got no budget.
All right, Jay. That's enough. We're done there. All right. Can we check in with you people? See what they're up to today? Let's talk to them.
You people.
It's time to hear from you people. What do you mean, you people?
So it seems like a daily thing now where somebody starts the comment section off with a comment on Hugh's outfit.
Okay. I like that.
Today, Hugh is dressed like a watermelon.
A watermelon? Green is a watermelon.
I guess so.
It is watermelon green.
It does have the
can I
does have
say
the
this?
yellow tinge, which I think watermelons have the light streaks to them.
Can you be a little bit more creative in the analogies?
I
Just
thought
a little bit.
highlighter was better.
Yeah, the
it
highlighter.
was.
Like I'm serious.
Yeah.
If we're gonna analyze my outfit for today, can we be a little bit more creative? Just a little bit. I mean, I'm not mad at it. It's just, I mean, I'm pretty sure you've been
Sounds like
sitting
it did
there
get you a
watching.
little bit.
Just be a little creative, a little bit more, a little bit more. That's all we ask.
Okay, that's not much to ask. Yep.
All right. Well, these next few are going to come after Joe, Gilio,
That's
because
fine.
sometimes you start off with a take.
Mhm.
People don't like that take.
Sorry.
Another negative take by Gilio. What a shock! Just negative all the time.
I don't even think it's negative. It's just real. It's just the reality that
Keeping it a bean.
I'm trying.
They don't
So,
want that.
No one likes the truth.
Some people have the Super Bowl syndrome.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing you can do to shake it out of them.
Sorry.
Yep. Speaking of, did you forget, Joe? They've been to the Super Bowl 3 of the last 7 years.
You know
I'm not
what?
sure if you remember that.
You guys got me. I forgot.
That's a good point.
Today I woke up, short-term memory loss. Forgot all about it.
Yep.
My bad.
Yep.
Sorry.
So after that incident with Elliott, people wondered if Shrimp Douglas was intimidated by Elliott Shrimp Parks.
I caught it straight. I
Did
mean,
Elliott.
I mean,
Elliott's
hey,
catching straight there.
I'm just saying. I thought he had some really good takes.
How tall do we think Elliott is?
5'8",
Well, no, I think he said he's 5'9".
5'8".
Oh, wow.
Wow, 5'8".
You're questioning how tall Elliott actually is.
Elliott's not that tall.
Wow.
5'8". I feel like 5'8". If you're below
Well,
5'9",
why couldn't you say that to his face when he walked
Well,
in?
I know.
I mean, I think-
Get him, Hugh.
I think his wife taller than him. Because I met them, they were together, and she was taller.
Maybe she had some heels on or something.
I don't think so.
Okay.
But she's tall. I think she's tall.
What do you consider short? Below
5'8".
So
you basically just called Elliott
Well,
short.
how tall is Moshe?
Not 5'8".
I know Moshe probably listen. I would say Moshe probably at 5'5". Moshe is a petite man. I mean, Moshe know he petite, man. I ain't saying nothing. Now that's a petite. How tall is Buddy right there? He ain't that tall. That's in the studio.
But he's not that tall. Justin's not that
But
tall.
Justin's not that tall.
Not
Justin, can you hear me? How tall are you, Justin? Like he don't want to tell nobody.
Yeah, he can't get on the mic in there. But
Yeah, he can't.
5'8".
5'3".
5'8", he said.
I didn't see
Okay,
that. I didn't
that
see
was your
that. He
threshold,
said
though, for
5'3".
sure.
He said no. He said 5'8". You missed the first 5 before the 3.
No, I know. I'm trying. I'm kidding. So he taller than Moshe.
Yeah.
So Moshe got to be at least 5'5". Justin 5'5". Moshe is 5'5". Petite.
Mhm.
Okay.
A live update in the comments. Somebody who is apparently 5'8" is not happy with this conversation.
You're
So
not
I
that-
need to outlive
5'8"
all of you.
You're a short king. It's cool.
Not worried about it.
Listen,
Shrimp.
I'm pretty sure if you're married or have a girlfriend, don't worry about it. You won. It's the little guys that don't have a girlfriend.
What if this guy does it? Now he's going to worry.
Well, you should worry then. You better get a damn good job. No, I'm being honest.
You're tough sometimes, man.
I'm just saying, being honest.
All right, I like this one. Whoever said they'd be fine with the Eagles drafting a trucker has clearly never heard Jerry the truck horn guy call in.
How is Jerry doing anyway?
We haven't heard from Jerry in
Yeah,
a while.
because he was
checking with me on the phone
recovering.
lines,
Yeah,
but
he
he's
was
good.
recovering. Yeah.
That would test things with a 32nd pick in the 2025 NFL draft. The Eagles select Jerry, the VIP caller.
Yep. Lots of comments on Hugh's third clue today.
Oh, boy.
Dr. Seuss-esque. What do we think of one fish, two fish, red
fish, blue fish,
Hugh fish?
Knick knack, paddywhack.
It's a great book.
Thick or thin. It could
Give a dog a bone.
White, brown, black, or even yellow. I thought that was a great clue.
We're going to get a lot of running.
I thought it was a great clue.
Thick or thin, long or short.
Because they nasty. Just a bunch of nasty people listening on the YouTube.
Yeah, that's right.
Just nasty.
Your mind's out of the gutter. All right, last thing, Hill. The people need it.
What's that?
You have to guarantee a Phillies win.
No.
tonight.
No, wait a minute. Hold up.
Let's get a winning streak going.
Are they asking me that? Wait a minute. Who's on the mound tonight? Nola?
Nola against Robbie Ray. We need a win.
I'm going with the Phillies. Go Phillies!
Get a guarantee?
Guaranteed.
All right.
People ask.
You deliver.
Ask and you shall receive.
I got to get it.
Yeah.
Hey, put a coat on because it's going to be cold out there, man. It's going to be cold.
How about that win last night? The
Yeah,
fly
it was
balls,
whipping.
they were moving around. The one that JT hit to left field, I thought the left fielder had it, and then it just took
I'll
off.
be glad
on
when
him.
this weather changes for the better. Because it's supposed to be warm this weekend, but it's supposed to rain. Right?
What do we got going on here?
It's supposed to rain.
I think it's going to be real nice.
Like 80?
81 side. I don't see any rain.
You don't see any rain? Well,
Yeah.
it must be my broadcast.
How did you ever play football, man?
I mean, that was it was a different mindset.
And you played
know,
in the
I wanna-
Northeast almost your whole career,
I
and Ohio.
I wanna enjoy I'm in my twilight. I want to enjoy the games. I'm not playing. I want to enjoy it. I want to be out there.
Not that old.
Enjoy. Yeah, I know. It sounds so much better.
That
when
was
you say
a
it that
pop-up
way.
thing to say.
I'm in my twilight. I want to enjoy the game.
Jacksonville changed you in more ways than we ever could have thought.
Jacksonville's different, man.
Let's grab Andy before we sign off today. Andy, what's up, buddy?
Sorry, I'm still stunned by Irish Dave and his cooking lesson.
And pasta cooking lesson.
The pasta with the whole.
I'm not sure how that works.
Yeah, the tortellinis with the whatever that is. There's a lot.
That's a lot.
So, quick, Joe, because I haven't been able to call since last week. Last Thursday, I think the funniest thing you ever said was, "You ever ridden a Green Machine, Herb?"
I needed to know. Sometimes you need to know. And yet, by the way, we got an update quickly. The other umpire in the game that Herb umpired said he was in the bathroom for 10 minutes. He sent me a photo.
So he took a dump.
He sent me a photo of Herb on the field. Yeah, 10 minutes is not number one.
No, that's number two.
Let's clear that up. Go ahead, Andy.
So anyway, back to your actual point for the day. I don't see how you could say anybody could figure out the draft. It's not like there's a cheat code for it. You know, they've gotten better for sure.
Yes.
And maybe that's just And again, I think somebody brought up that it's actually, I guess it was you, Hugh, the staff around them. I don't know if they've been hiring.
They have a good core of people.
Well, they do, and they've gotten better. Andy, we appreciate it. We got to hand it off to the afternoon show. A guaranteed win, says Hugh Douglas tonight.
Guaranteed.
You got a score? You got a score?
Oh, see, now you asking
I'm just wondering.
More points than more runs.
And
more runs than the Giants.
Can't trust you.
You can. You took the pledge. You claim. All right. Afternoon show next. You guys have a great rest of your day on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Go Phils!
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies Giants. Leading off starts at 5:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Left field, that's going to go. Yeah. Nick Castellanos.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. During the NBA play-in tournament, FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino is giving all customers a shot at $250 in bonus bets. Join FanDuel today. You'll get $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. From three-pointers to steals and assists, FanDuel's got it all. So many ways for you to win, including player props, and same-game parlays. Find the better bets that works for you and lock it in at FanDuel.com/hammer. FanDuel.com/hammer to bet the NBA playoffs and, of course, the NBA play-in tournament. FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Spring savings have arrived at Conacelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike and Conshohocken, and you don't want to miss out. Conacelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Conacelli has it all, and at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Conacelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike and Conshohocken to see why Conacelli is a nice place to do business.
At IHOP, you can get a satisfying, craveable breakfast for only $7 with IHOP's House Faves. Enjoy fluffy buttermilk pancakes, your choice of hickory smoked bacon or pork sausage, and eggs your way with the Breakfast Faves combo. Or enjoy a savory ham and cheese omelet, French toast breakfast, or house scramble, all for just $7 each. Stop by today and try any of IHOP's House Faves. Available weekdays from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., all for just $7. For a limited time, dine-in only. Price and participation may vary by location.
I can't believe you scored tickets para Nati Natasha.
After saving so much at T-Mobile, I thought, ¿por qué no darnos un gusto?
There she is.
Nati, can we get a picture?
Claro que sí. Wow, that's a nice picture.
The S25 takes awesome selfies.
Tag me and I'll follow you. Get a new Samsung Galaxy S25 phone with Galaxy AI at T-Mobile and 4 lines for $25 a line.
With autopay discount plus taxes and fees. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See details at T-Mobile.com.
Get ready for
your workouts will
stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Hey, navigation, take me to Kia of CherryHill.com.
Kia of CherryHill.com is offering super low lease payments on Telluride, Carnival, Sportage, Sorrento, and the all-new K4. Kia of CherryHill.com is home to over 300 new Kias available for immediate delivery. Kia of CherryHill.com has a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Available 24/7 at Kia of CherryHill.com.
Springfest at Lowe's means can't miss savings for your home and lawn. Right now, buy 3 bags, get 3 free on Miracle Grow 3/4 cubic foot all-purpose garden soil. Plus, buy 2, get 1 free on select exterior paint and stain via mail-in rebate. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 4/16, excludes Alaska and Hawaii. While supplies last, selection varies by location. See rebate form for complete list of eligible products. Offer excludes clearance and mist tints and can't be combined with any other offer, promotion, discount, or coupon.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins.
Join the millions of people who are celebrating going hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. Footwear you just step into and they're on.
It's crazy how something as simple as a pair of shoes have made my life better.
After trying Skechers Slip-ins, I want all my shoes to have this technology.
See what everybody can't stop talking about. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Bring spring to your door with Target Circle 360. Get all you need for Easter hosting, spring get-togethers, and more with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. From Easter basket goodies to fresh florals, getting everything the same day is easy. Open the Target app and bring the magic of the season to your door with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. Visit target.com/circle or the Target app for more details. Subscription required. Same-day delivery is subject to terms. Applies to orders over $35.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Ego, power beyond belief. Dallas Mavericks GM Nico Harrison met with the media yesterday and said that he has no regrets about trading Luka Doncic. He's in a tough spot because the early returns are not good. Luka and the Lakers look primed for a major playoff run. Harrison has to face reality at some point. We'll see where this goes, but he could be the architect of the worst trade in NBA history. Doubling down on that move isn't going to help. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Yeah, we're back on a Wednesday, the WIP afternoon show. With Ike, Spike, and Fritz, day after the Phillies get back on the winning track. Ike, how we doing, brother?
Doing pretty good, brother Spike. Listen, Much needed win last night. I mean, quite frankly, just for myself. I can't speak for everyone else.
It was a must-win.
Much needed win.
It was a must-win
last night. I think you might have said that yesterday.
I did.
That.
Yeah, felt like it was a must-win.
So good job by the good guys last night, Brother Spike. I'm feeling good. It's a Wednesday. We are 8 days outside of the Eagles, adding new family members.
Yes, sir.
To the squad.
Yes,
Happy
sir.
about that. Jackie Baseball. Listen. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Bomer, good at bat last night.
Guys like to be stroked.
And then Bryce.
Yeah.
Come on, MB3.
Wind
MB3
blown.
last night. Holla at your boy.
But I was told it was the bat.
Oh.
The blue bat, not serious about the game.
Did he hit a home run with the blue bat, or did he
did
strike
not.
out with the blue bat?
It was
Okay.
one at bat.
All right.
A beautiful moment for him and his
All
family.
right. Yes, I'm sure.
I assume we're going to leave the show talking about the Phillies are back, or everyone's done complaining.
Including you, who proclaimed them dead yesterday?
You
did.
You guys are all haters.
You're the hater. You're the hater.
Well, let me just throw out there.
Yeah.
Hey, not over yet. We're not out completely out of the water.
Yeah. We're just not throwing a tantrum.
Yes.
No.
Well, it's a big day. Mike Mayock joins us at 4 o'clock. The return of Larry Anderson to the WIP afternoon show at 3 o'clock. LA joins us.
Love it.
The new Eagles Inside of the Year Power Rankings at 4:30, and it's Wednesday, so 3:30, Flyers and 50 with Broads. But we start off with something.
We got Broads today?
Yeah, we got Broads today. Yeah. But we start off with something the most important, and that is us. If there is one thing that this show talks about the most, it is the show itself. And today, April 16th, is the 1-year anniversary of this iteration of the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike's name first, Ike, Spike, and Fritz. We have been here 1 year. So that we've been sharing shows with you for 1 year. So today, and we're going to do this first, but we'll need it from you, 215-592-9494. We want an honest grade from you of the show so far. Grade A through F. You can use pluses and minuses, but a grade of the WIP Afternoon Show. And we look, if it's a low grade, it's a low grade. We'll take it. We'll take our medicine
And we're
if
taking
necessary.
constructive criticism.
We will take constructive criticism. I will only take small bits of constructive criticism, but I will take constructive criticism. Yeah, so what you like, what you don't like, but ultimately we need a grade at 215-592-9494. Ike, with your name.
We're starting with me.
Well,
your name's first.
Your name's first on the
Face
show.
station,
Look at
all that
He's
stuff.
happy you're starting with me.
Yeah.
Well, it's usually me.
Oh, man. So I got to get us going here.
Yeah. Give us a grade.
So I'll say this.
Yeah.
In a year's time, do I need to give my explanation for my grade first or afterwards? So here's what I'll give a grade first.
Give the grade first.
I'm going to give a B+.
Okay.
I'll give us a B+.
Fair.
I think was not easy making that transition, going from Johnny Marks and doing the show that everybody had become accustomed to listening to, and really with not much warning there on the outside. In other words, it's not like people saw the change coming. There was no discourse here amongst us as hosts. Jack, Marks, we all got along.
Right.
His decision to leave didn't have anything to do with Jack or myself or the standing of the show. We were doing a very good job. So I think making that transition, having you come in, and here's the thing, having you come in and really have the pressure of keeping the show going the way it was going, and then having your own expectation of raising the bar in the show to where it was while trying to implement your sort of imprint on the show, and all of us sort of coexisting in this space, which we had never done on air for people to listen to us 4 hours a day. Not an easy transition. That being said, and in fear of being long-winded, I think we've done a great job of being able to do that. It hasn't been necessarily seamless, but it certainly hasn't had the pitfalls that one would expect. There's a genuine friendship here and a camaraderie here amongst us, and we got a lot of respect for each other. That I think that allowed us to get through rough patches at times over the last year and allowed you to get comfortable in the role that you're in as far as driving the show. So I say a B+ because I know we still have room to grow and become an even better show. We're just getting started.
Best is yet to come, for sure.
We're just getting started. So, but I do want to at least acknowledge the fact that what we've done in the last year and being where we are isn't necessarily easy to do. So I'll give it a B+.
Okay, good. A good grade, a solid grade, a solid B+.
Right.
Now, today is the 1-year anniversary of the WIP Afternoon Show. We're asking you to grade us on the show. You know, Jack, why don't I go to you second? Because it was Ike mentioned the transition from John Marks to me, but there was a period in which you were leading the show for a while, and then I stabbed you in the back, and I took over the show, and you moved to the third name.
I intentionally overlooked that and blew right by it.
Well, I got to get it out there. Eminem, 8 Mile. Say all the stuff they're going to say about you before they say it. Yep. Jack, why don't you give your grade for the WIP Afternoon Show so far after 1 year?
Phones and lock in on the show.
So I would say, obviously, the 4 months I hosted, I would give a solid A.
Right.
Yes. To A+.
Yep. Well, you were number one without me.
Huge downgrade.
Yeah.
That's what everyone on Twitter tells me.
Yep.
And my mom.
Yep.
But no, I would say, listen, we're not big pat ourselves on the back, guys. We would never open the show talking about ourselves.
No.
And I don't want to give an A because I think that would be like
It'd be a Jack Fritz thing.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Already an A. Don't have to do anything harder.
I don't think we can be an A till there's a 2-0.
Yes. We have a goal, a specific goal.
So I'll give it a B+. We're just below an A.
All right.
And really because I just think that there's so many. There's such a little bits that I love. I love the segments.
Yep.
And once we deal with the quarterback, we'll really get it up to an A.
Right.
But I'm gonna give us a solid B+.
There you go.
And I can't believe it's been a year. It really has felt like it's been a year and a half. I feel like it's been it's been actually a long year.
The time has been dragging along,
but not in a negative. It's not dragging.
It's just a lot has happened.
Exactly. It's been a big year. Top 11. We had Mount Rushmore week. There's been a lot.
We've done
a lot of stuff.
We've done more in 1 year than we did in 5 years.
Well, we even had the Jack Fritz EAGLES chant at the Phillies game. Seems like it was 100 years ago.
Yeah.
And the Eagles season itself seems like it was 4 years because it seemed like 4 different seasons.
Yep.
So I guess it's my turn to give a grade for the WIP Afternoon Show. So, as you said, the transition of I was terrified, to be quite honest with you. When Rod brought it up to me and I thought about it, I was like, well, that sounds like it would be fun. And he seemed pretty confident I would be able to do it. I was not that confident I could do it. I mean, I wanted to do it,
right?
But I did the afternoon show with Josh for a while, but I was the Jack really as the third voice in that. So I never led a show. And then the pressure of the show already being number one, when I took over WIP as program director, I was sort of lucky in that we weren't in great shape at the moment. We had great pieces and all that stuff, but it's like when you take over and you're not doing so good, there's less pressure than when you take over and things are going well. That said, I've actually had the time of my life. I'll get to the grade in a second. But this year, I've had a lot of great jobs. I've been blessed for a lot of great jobs. The WISP jobs, the Chicago job, the program director of WIP, program director of WFAN. I've had enough jobs for an entire career. This year has been the most fun I've ever had doing radio. This has been excellent. And you guys giving me the easy sort of landing, of already having structure that I can work within, and then me trying to figure out how I fit into it. I've had, my wife can tell you, anybody in my personal life can tell you, this has been outrageously fun, and I can't wait for what's going to happen. I'm going to give us a B. Now, I think the show is the best show. I think we're the best show in Philadelphia. And I'm giving us a B only because I'm always hard on myself. I think, because I see what we can do. I see what we've done in a year, and I see what we can do. So I am just thinking of the room to grow. I'm just leaving us a lot more room to get even better.
Yeah.
But I have to tell you, I didn't think, there's no way I thought the show could have been as fun as it is and having as good a time as I have. And I'm going to give you that 10 years, brother.
Yeah.
I mean, you made me promise the 10 years before. That was your only request.
Yeah.
You said, if you do this, you can't scamper in 2 years or 3 years.
Right.
You got to get me to 60.
Yep.
And that's what we're going to do. And then when you hit there, Jack and I are going to convince you to stay longer, and you're not going to be able to leave.
Well, speak for yourself.
Yeah.
Fritz can't wait till he's in this seat over here.
10 years?
Fritz is hoping I scamper.
You guys made the
Actually.
10-year pact. Yeah,
One of
yeah.
us had to get out of here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It seems like that was an AB conversation.
Well, yeah. Well,
Yeah, I didn't see my way out.
I'll
of it.
stay another 10 years
Yeah,
just so you will stay back
just
there.
stay back here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll never forget looking Jack. Jack and I had lunch after it got announced in
Right.
New Hope. Remember,
And
some guy recognized us.
I
up there in New
know.
Hope.
He's probably wondering what was happening.
Yeah, while you had one single tear dripping down your face. but
So I wasn't, because I don't think I totally grasped it.
What was happening.
At the current time.
Yes.
Oh, this is great.
Yep.
And then it set in. And like, this sucks. No, I'm just kidding.
I remember when I got the text from you when you had found out. I was having lunch with the great John Sterling in New York, the Yankees announcer.
Man, name dropping.
Well, I'm not. Nobody here cares about John, but I went to the bathroom and I just saw, like, I think the text was something to the effect of "you emmer effer" or something like that from
Yes,
Jack.
yeah, that's what it was.
So, but I love you guys. I'm having the time of my life, and from the time I'm having, A+. Couldn't have had more fun than I could ever have.
And you're finally moving down here.
And I'm finally moving down here.
Well, it
May
took you a
1st.
year.
Yeah.
It took you a year.
I told Lakin, give me a year. I need a year to be able to get down
So
there.
April 16th is our anniversary.
April 16th is our anniversary.
Okay, I can remember this moving forward.
Yes, April 16th is
I
our
didn't know
anniversary.
this until I came in today.
It was easy for me to remember because it is my dog's birthday.
There you go.
So there you go. So
Oh, look at that. April
Yeah.
16th is a big day for you.
it is a big
Because
day.
you really like your dog.
I really do like my dog. Yes. So we also have a next question today. It's somebody else's birthday today. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Ike's favorite player. He thinks he's so skilled. Doesn't think he has a cheating shot at all.
Listen, pulled out the greatest trick in the history of basketball.
Yep. No rules to stop it either. No rules to stop it. He is 78 years old. And Kareem is famous for the goggles and headband, really. So our next question today, in addition to you giving us a grade for the first year of the WIP afternoon show, is give us a famous accessory. Something that somebody has that is an accessory. Jack, do you want to give us a famous accessory?
So the Masters were on Sunday.
Yep.
Seen a lot of throwback videos of our guy, old Tiger. How about the Sunday Red? That's when you know he's on the prowl. Come on, man. Come on, man. I miss old Tiger.
That is a signature look.
Yeah.
Do you know about that?
No. So what is the accessory?
He'd always wear red on Sunday because the man who was out for the kill.
Ah,
The
there you
only
go.
time he would wear red, the red shirt is on
was
a Sunday.
Sundays.
Yeah.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah,
I like
that was
that.
his signature look.
Okay.
Not a bad answer.
Not a
Right?
bad
That was
answer.
a great
See?
answer.
He's starting year 2 the right way.
Yes,
Yeah.
Chris, I'm glad you're finally joining in.
I was
Yeah.
going to say OJ's glove, but you guys said
Oh. It wasn't his. It didn't fit. I don't think you're aware. It wasn't his glove. Ike, famous accessory?
I like how y'all just shoehorned that joke into.
Well, he did it.
I know, but you went right along.
Well, what am I supposed to do?
Well, speaking of gloves,
Yep.
as I move us along here,
Yep.
I'm going MJ's glove. Yeah,
Oh,
Michael's.
one of the dude,
Yeah.
kids our age, we all had it. Did you have a
Are you
glove?
kidding? What?
Yes. Did you have the make your own glove kit where you put the sequins on the
I
white
did not.
glove?
I know
Oh.
exactly what you're talking
Yes.
about, though. Yes.
Yeah.
I did not. No, I had the.
Oh no, here we go. I had the rich kid one. Yeah.
No, but
Oh, okay. You
probably did.
yours were
I had
stones.
I had my grandmother's glove. Like,
Okay,
she had
all
the
right.
rhinestones on her
Okay,
glove.
there
yeah.
you go. I kind of tape gravel to a mitten.
I did think about that as soon as I
Yeah,
was thinking.
I knew
like,
what was coming.
yeah.
Well, as soon as I said it, I was like, "Of course, I had the kit." It didn't look anything like his glove, by the
you
way.
had it all. You
I
had,
had it all. I had it all. Yeah, we had Michael Jackson come to the house and show me how to glue the sequins onto the glove. Mine is music as well.
Yeah.
It is Slash's top hat. Slash, the guitar player from Guns N'
Yes.
Roses, famous hat with the buckles on it,
Sure.
pulled down over his eyes. A
sir.
famous accessory. All right, it is the 1 year
Love it.
anniversary of the WIP afternoon show. We're asking for your grade and your constructive criticism to how we can get to an A if you don't give us an A. Starting us off, a guy who always gets an A as a leadoff hitter. That is Corey from Columbus.
Hey, hey man, hey this show, see, this show like the Golden State Warriors. You know what I'm saying? Like they was always a good team. You know, you got Ike, Steph Curry. You know what I'm saying? You got
I see. I
Klay,
feel you saying.
You got Klay Thompson. You know, in the producer booth. You know what I'm saying?
Damn, Fritz gets Klay Thompson.
One of the best
you
shooters
got
of all
that-
time.
Hey, you got the angry guy that always want to fight people with Draymond Green.
You Draymond.
I'm
Yeah.
Draymond.
Hey,
Just
hey,
like Jalen
hey.
was.
What?
Hey, but guess what?
Yeah.
Guess what? when y'all made me, the leadoff hitter, to keep people in check, y'all added KD to the team. You know what I'm saying?
My God.
All we do is win championships. You know what I'm saying? Because y'all was already a good team, but y'all needed because the fans rely on me because you hang up on Chuck. You don't want to go back and forth with OG. They know we got that mutual respect.
We do.
So they know we go back and forth, but sometimes I gotta put you in your spot. So A++. You know what I'm saying? Because it's the best show on WIP, the best show from 2 to 6 in the nation, in the world. Hey, is it worldly influence? Because I know somebody who is.
We'll get to that. Wait till 2:30 for that.
This is an influence. Hey, there's no influence. A lot of influencing going on. Hey, I'm foreshadowing. Not the best in the city, the best in the world. You know what I'm saying? Ain't a lot of those shows.
Not even top 1,000.
And you know what I'm saying? It's not a lot of those shows. So I'm saying this is an A++ show because we influence other people. Spike went to New York. What he do? Cinco de 5-0 and all that. Y'all taking what we did here. Jack, what he doing with the top 5 and 5? Because we put stuff out there as a group. And people steal from us,
We do.
Now everybody doing Mount Rushmores. One day, and I love you, Ohio guy, but they weren't doing no Mount Rushmores and all that. So we start doing that on the afternoon show. We influence. A lot of influencing going on in this world today, and not a lot of people can do that at a high level.
Top 100 influencer.
Hey, when you get, I don't throw the name Michael Jordan around easily. When you get a name like that as your nickname, that means you influence a lot of people. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just talking about influencing people. Y'all might know something I don't know. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But we the Golden State Warriors. Radio talk.
I love it. Except, wait a minute. Does that mean that you leave for some show in the middle of nowhere? Are you leaving for New York after?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
I ain't going nowhere, yo.
Okay. All right.
Man. Hey, but look, my accessory. I gotta give y'all. Hey, when Richard Rip Hamilton wore that face mask, a lot of people wore it.
That's
nice.
a good one.
That's a good one.
Like him.
Yeah.
They ain't do it like him. He was the face mask.
He literally kept it after his nose wasn't broke anymore. He just kept wearing it. Yeah.
You knew who he was.
Yeah.
That's how you found him on the court.
Yep. All right.
I'll holler at y'all.
All right, Corey.
And Corey, just before you go. No, it's all good.
Okay. Spike already,
It's even better.
Hang up on Corey.
KD, it's a little bit of a stretch.
Yeah,
I'll give you Kevon Looney.
What about Sean Livingston?
Kevon Looney, you gave him? Sean Livingston?
Kevon Looney has been there for all the titles.
What about Iguodala? even.
Okay. You want to give Iggy?
Like Elliott could be Durant. When he does the Tuesdays with Elliott.
Elliott as Durant.
But then he jumps in and out. Yeah, I don't know.
That might be a little too much credit. That might pump his head up. You giving Elliott Kevin Durant.
Maybe it's when they brought in Chris Paul for the year.
Well, but don't forget Kevin Durant replaced by Harrison. They won a championship with Harrison Barnes. They won a championship with Andrew Wiggins. So Elliott, just stay aware.
And now we have only Andrew Wiggins.
Yes, now we have only okay. And Corey touched on something. One thing that I wasn't aware of that I really enjoy, the little community we have. Not little, but you know what I mean. Like the callers part of everything. Yes. It's not our show, us three. It's our show, all of us.
Yes.
And that has been a fun part too. All right, 215-592-9494. 1 year anniversary of the WIP afternoon show. You can grade us. Also constructive criticism. Yoshi in Brewerytown, you're on WIP.
My man Spike. Big Ike, Jackie, baby. What's poppin'?
I know it's not 4:30 like when you usually call. It's 2:19, but we can't have that delay, Yoshi.
Yeah, come on. We're better than we fixed that, didn't we?
No, we did. But I was in a room at my job that echoes. So I was running out of the room.
There you go.
I'm
Okay.
slightly out of breath. I don't run. I lift weights.
Okay.
About the squad. Come on, man.
All right.
Yeah, out of 50 years old. Let me catch a breath. All right. Look,
Oh, my
man,
gosh.
I'm going to give this show an A.
All right. I'll take it. I'll take the A.
Boy, and let me talk.
Okay. Sorry. I just.
No, he's talking about Fritz.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead, Yosh. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna get a show an A because
It's like Daryl Morey.
the show kept on popping, and it's still popping, even when Spike came in. Like until you said a year today, it felt like Spike been on this show for like 5 years, man. Like we just been going and going and going. I'm gonna give it an A because I thought Spike wasn't gonna like me because I'll be all over the place talking about the girls and this and that. He loved me. He be DMing me on the side, talking about, yo, what I need to do to get my chest like yours and my arms like
Well.
the show gets an A.
All right.
Jack, I just elevated your game. Jack. You know, since you want to come at me from the gate, I'm going to put it on. Spike just elevated your game. I thought the show was going to fall off when it was just Fritz and Ike, but then Spike came in and elevated the show. Wow. Right, Spike? That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Give the show an A. I love this show, man. The community is great. What's the name? Like, it's just a blessing to be part of this program. I mean, y'all are the best show, hands down. Hands down. Everybody I come in contact with, they complain about everybody else. I mean, WIP is great, period. So they complain about the other guys, but they love this show.
Is there anything that we could do differently? What would you like to see us do differently?
Yeah, to get better.
To get better?
Yeah.
Don't let Jack talk as much.
Yeah, I've heard that before. Yeah.
I mean, hey, Jack, since you coming at me early today,
I just want you to lock in, Yoshi. You know, everyone gets so tight when I come at them.
I am locked in. You know what? You know why I'm locked in?
I'm gonna start calling you Daryl Morey.
Before y'all start talking about this, no, call me what's name Love Beyonce Haynes commercial, because I'm gonna tell you right now. Watching the Golden State game the other night, Corey made me think about it. They played that daggone pool commercial so many times. Y'all see going in that pool hall with them jeans on? I'm tell you right now, when she bent over and she about to break, the daggone, I'm gonna say Beyonce got it going. I don't know, Timothy.
Oh man, it's only 2:20.
Yeah,
I'm gonna tell you right now. So what? You gotta get it early, Ike. Just like I tell my wife, I gotta get it early because I need to be in bed by 9 o'clock.
Guys like to be stroked.
Did I go there? You know, hey man, and look, I'm gonna tell you right now. You want? Man, Selma Hayek is a bad woman too. I was looking at her song the other day,
there it is.
and when she came out, no, hold on, man. I just finished. Jack wanted me to lock in, so I'm locked in. I'm locked in. I want to talk about the stuff I looked at. Hey, come on, man. Hey, messing me up, man. I just wanted to talk about Beyonce Bonds and all that good stuff. And Selma Hayek.
Oh man.
I was looking at a movie the other night called Everly, and she was shooting guns in a panties. Check it out. It's on Prime, Amazon Prime.
Yeah, check it out.
Like it
That's
too.
why do I
The fanny
get pulled
pack is
into
nice.
this?
Well, Yosh, do you have somebody? Do you have?
Jack is a butt man.
Why are you still out of breath? It's been a 6-minute phone call.
Because he's a weightlifter, not a runner. You know, he's not used to running around like that.
Oh man.
Wait, hold on 1 second. Y'all check this out. Hey, Sean, come back here and get this order because I'm talking to my guys on the radio. I'm pulling this order. I'm being a boss right now.
Could you give us a famous accessory?
Michael Jordan's earring.
That's a good. That's
like
a good
that.
one. Thank you for the call, Yosh. That is a good one. I hadn't thought of that one.
Jordan's earring?
Yeah. Did you have? Did you ever have an earring?
Oh yeah.
You did it?
I did. I had both ears pierced.
Yeah, I had both several times.
I think they are still there. I think the holes are still
Yeah,
there.
you can still see what you normally when you get your ears pierced, even if they close up, you can still see it.
Have not worn earrings since I retired. 07.
Okay.
When I retired in 07, I retired the earrings.
So I had a bunch of earrings, and I had two in the eyebrow.
Oh, man.
And when I started dating Val, and I didn't want them for like 2 years, I just didn't know what to do. And I said, "Would it be okay if I got rid of these?" And she's like, "Would it be okay?"
Yeah,
please. It's way over.
You're trying to say something for
that was
years.
Probably 2011. I kept them until 2011.
Yeah, you know, I got to the mid 30s, and I was like, eh.
Yeah.
Now I'm the old dude trying to stay young.
Yes. Well, I'm still that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This might surprise you.
Yeah.
No piercings.
Yeah,
No, that is not surprising. No piercings, no tattoos, no anything.
Nah.
Gotta,
no interest. Same haircut since came out of the womb, basically.
We got to get you a tattoo.
Nah, never.
Yeah,
no,
just
one. Too white.
The first time I got my ear pierced when I was like 15.
Yeah.
Cube of ice and a safety pin.
Oh, you did the home one. Yeah.
And put a piece of thread through the ear.
Through there. Yeah.
Through the ear.
Well, that's all they really do anyway.
That might have been the dumbest thing I ever done in my life. As a matter of fact, I let
did you do
one
it?
of my dumb brothers and maybe a friend. Like we all did, all three of us. Like we took turns doing each other's.
So
like,
you numbed it with the ice cube.
Yeah, numbed it with the ice.
And then you went through the pin with the string.
Yeah.
Yep.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah. Well,
seriously.
dude, Is that any better than dude? When I was younger,
the dumbest thing in the world.
Eventually, I went to like a piercing place with the
Right.
eyebrow, but
That's
you,
what I eventually had to do.
you would go to the mall and they would use this
gun.
teenager would use a gun in the middle of the mall, like right across the street from from Orange Julius. Like
that's true.
That was not. Trust me, that was not any more
Not much
hygienic than what you
different,
did.
Not much different.
At least they were your friends. This was a stranger. All right. It is the 1-year anniversary of the WIP Afternoon Show. Today, we're asking you to grade us so far, and we are taking constructive criticism. 215-592-9494. Coming up next, as Corey mentioned, a Philadelphia athlete appears on a very, very prestigious big list. We will talk about that next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
You've heard me talk about Scott Auto Group, where I've been buying my cars since high school. I recently stopped by Scott Kia to check out some of their latest 2025 models, like the all-new Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for only $229 a month, the all-new Kia Sorento S model SUV for $238 a month, and the all-new sleek K4 EX starting at $196 a month. Visit Scott Kia of Springfield or go to scottautogroup.com. Tell them Fritz sent you. It's always smooth selling at Scott.
Subject to credit approval. Not all buyers or vehicles qualify. It's time to make it official. Sports Radio 94 WIP is celebrating the man, the myth, the strip-sacking legend.
Brandon Graham rips the football out of the hands of Tom Brady.
May 5th is now BG Day.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
All day long, 94 WIP is honoring Brandon Graham with classic stories, special guests, and the best BG moments of all time.
Oh, was he walloped by Brandon Graham?
Live all day, May 5th.
I just want to thank everybody.
Then cap off the day with BG Live, a special one-time event with Brandon at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Get your tickets for BG Live at 94WIP.com.
What up, Philly?
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Come taste and enjoy some featured items from our latest seasonal menu. We make magic with shellfish. Try our cluster of Dungeness crab legs served Chicky style for the entire table to share or make it a meal. And our shrimp po' boy sandwich satisfies with our one-of-a-kind fried shrimp. Pair any of these with a cocktail like bourbon cherry lemonade or our Italian ice crush. Now that's flavor. Come taste and enjoy at Chickies and Pete's.
Hey, Pennsylvania, it's time to step up to the plate for another thrilling season with the Fightin' Phils. And now, every time the Phillies strike out 10 or more batters in a home game, you score. That's right. When they whiff double-digit batters at the bank, you'll get a $5 casino bonus to play Philadelphia Phillies Slingo. Exclusively on BetMGM. The best part, you can claim this bonus once per week, every Monday through Sunday throughout the baseball season. So keep watching the Phils, cheer on those strikeouts, and get ready to take your thrills to the next level. BetMGM is a proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies and an official gambling partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus to wager. PA only. All promotions are subject to qualification and eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as non-withdrawable site credit. Bonus bets unless otherwise provided in the applicable terms. Rewards subject to expiry. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
If you're serious about what's under your hood, then you need the highest octane on the market. New 94 Octane, available exclusively at Sunoco. Nothing else will match it. Go to Sunoco.com to find a participating station near you.
Natural Lawn of America gives your lawn the natural care it deserves. With organic fertilizers and safer, eco-friendly weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn ensures your lawn thrives year after year. Act now and get free seeding every year. Time is running out. Call 800-FREE-SEED today.
Stop! Where's everybody going? Club Risque, the Delaware Valley's premier gentlemen's club, where there's always something happening. Free lunch weekdays, happy hour specials 6 days a week, the hottest entertainers in the world 7 days a week. And this week, it's adult film superstar Giselle Blanco, appearing at all 3 Club Risque locations, Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. Giselle Blanco, this Thursday through Saturday. Club Risque, your home for all UFC and championship boxing, shown on their multiple TV screens. ClubRisque.com.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Nothing's worse than stepping into a hot shower and hot it's not. Over time, sediment builds up in your water heater, making it work harder, driving up energy costs, even affecting your water quality. For just $49, Christian Home Services will flush your water heater, inspect your plumbing, and test your water quality. That means cleaner water, proper flow, and reliable hot showers, all helping to prevent expensive breakdowns. Call Christian Home Services today at 267-957-1989 or visit ChristianHomeServices.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. During the NBA play-in tournament, FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino is giving all customers a shot at $250 in bonus bets. Join FanDuel today. You'll get $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. From three-pointers to steals and assists, FanDuel's got it all. So many ways for you to win, including player props and same-game parlays. Find the better bets that works for you and lock it in at FanDuel.com/hammer. FanDuel.com/hammer to bet the NBA playoffs and, of course, the NBA play-in tournament. FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Stream the screams. Catch Phillies baseball with the Odyssey app on 94 WIP.
The WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. 1 year anniversary of the WIP afternoon show, as we are asking you to grade us. I will grade Jack's knowledge of what that song was. Jack, who was that artist?
Well, I know it's Black Star.
Okay.
I've known nothing about Black Star. It is
okay.
a seltzer return that I took from his photo.
Okay.
I was getting ready to say, like, yeah, I didn't think I
So Black Star is Mos Def and Talib
I know,
Kweli.
yeah,
Yep.
I know it, but
Yep.
I didn't pick it up when I heard
Oh,
it.
really?
I was trying to hear the voice so I could hear who was rapping.
So the chorus he didn't get to. The chorus is 1, 2, 3 is Mos Def and Talib. You probably
Right,
recognize
of
the
course,
chorus.
yes.
Yeah. The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. What grade would you give the WIP afternoon show 1 year in? The options, A, B, C, and F. Jack skips the D because we can only put 4 options, I believe, on a Twitter poll.
We would never skip the D on this
Never
show.
skip the D. So, Ike, what do you think?
It's called a big dose of D.
Ike, what do you think the poll is at? A, B, C, D, A, B, C, F. 4 options on the
B.
Twitter poll. B?
B is probably the strongest.
And what do you want to give a percentage?
Out of 4, I'll go with 44%.
So you are right in that B is the biggest. 27% give a B.
Wow. That sounds pretty even across the board.
25.2% A.
Right. Okay.
22.1% C.
Okay.
And then 25.7% F.
I tell you. So 1/4.
1/4.
People. 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, listen.
Look.
The right side of that. half of the poll believes it's an A or B show.
That's what I'm
That's
taking
the
it.
right side
Which is a take half and half.
Yeah.
You know, we want to have people arguing.
Yep.
One thing that people don't argue about at all is Brandon Graham. Remember BG Day happening May 5th on WIP, all day long celebrating the career of one of the greatest Eagles of all time, Brandon Graham. And then that night, BG Live at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. I am told that tickets are almost sold out to BG Live. So if you're thinking about purchasing a ticket to that awesome show, just go to 94WIP.com. So another great Eagle is one Jalen Hurts. And Adam Schefter revealed today that Jalen Hurts was named by Time Magazine, or will be named by Time Magazine, as one of the 100 most influential people in the world.
Okay.
What's your reaction?
Well, that is psychotic.
Sounds about right.
That is psychotic.
Psychotic?
Yes. He's a great player. He had a great NFC championship game and a Super Bowl. He is not influential at all. I can't think of one thing that he has influenced anybody on anything. It's not like people dress like Jalen Hurts. Little kids aren't going out there to play like Jalen Hurts.
First of all, you can't teach style.
But I'm saying if somebody's influential, like people tried to dress like Allen Iverson.
Right, I know what you're saying.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm not saying he's not poorly dressed. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying influential is a certain thing. I could name 300 people that are more influential than Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts isn't even the most influential Eagle, I don't think. I mean, like there are. I don't
You
think
mean
so.
currently on the team?
Well, he doesn't say anything either. Like, what is he influencing anyone to do anything? I could probably name 100 politicians that are more influential than Jalen Hurts. Well, I'm being honest. I'm not saying he's not one of the 100 best athletes or anything like that. He's just not people in the world.
Yes.
No,
Well,
he's
I mean,
not.
in the world, okay. Listen, they may be stretching it a little bit there, but all I'm saying is, well, okay, let me ask you this.
Okay.
Would you not agree that the way he carries himself, the fact that he is a winner, he's classified as a winner, right? Like, and there's a sense of professionalism.
I know you're trying here.
Well, what I'm saying is that
Yeah.
you can look. It all depends on what are you being influenced by. So here's what I would say: there's a sense of professionalism with Jalen that is influencing to the young black males out there, right? How you carry yourself in the media, how you carry yourself as a professional, right? Like some of these things are influential. I'm not telling you he's out there changing the world,
right,
or anything from that nature. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just wondering, he's obviously one of the popular athletes right now. He just won the biggest sporting event in the world in the Super Bowl.
Sure.
And he was a Super Bowl MVP.
Yep.
He's a good-looking young man, so he's going to be on the cover of magazines and things of that nature. He's with the Jordan brand. You don't think that's having some type of influence on people?
Well, first of all, the first part you said, I hope. I
Yeah.
don't know that he's had that
Right.
influence on young people. I have no
Sure.
idea, really.
Sure.
Now, that part of him, I hope. I hope. But I think
I would imagine he has.
I feel like if you are one of the 100 most influential people in the world, I would be able to look at it and go, oh, I know what he's influenced. Like I would see it. I would feel it. He has an influence. Look, there are kids going out there being like, yeah, I want to be a quarterback and throw less than every other quarterback. I mean, like, I just don't think so.
You don't think kids are saying, I want to go out and be a winner like Jalen Hurts?
Maybe some kids in Philly. But like, is he even?
I think the Eagles are a very popular team.
Sure. Yes.
Right?
Yep.
So I would say it's ironic because we're talking about an Eagles quarterback.
Yep.
And there's an argument to be made in some facet. And I'm not going to make everything about race, but I'm also not going to ignore the significance of having an African-American at that position that we perceive to be the most precious position in sports, the quarterback. Right?
Sure.
For years, that's all I heard. Greatest leader, the hardest position to play. So we hold it up on a pedestal when you play quarterback.
Yes.
Randall Cunningham.
Yep.
Donovan McNabb.
Mm-hmm.
Michael Vick.
Yep.
Jalen Hurts.
Well, that's cool. It's cool that we've had a bunch of really good black
Influential
quarterbacks.
quarterbacks. Those guys influence other guys to play that. They feel like they see those guys be successful playing this position. They are inspired to play that position. That's just from a football standpoint, not even talking about a business standpoint. seems to be good with his money, not overly flashy. Like, he's not out here trying to be a rapper per se. Like some of these guys that get in this position, some of them send the wrong message. I think of John Morant at times. Like some of these guys send the wrong message being in that position. He never truly sends the wrong message.
Well, and even Vic pre-arrest was not one of the guys. Like he, as far as you're like, well, you might want to emulate how he plays.
Sure.
So how he carries himself, I think is great, actually. But I don't think of him as influential at all. Maybe 10 years from now, we'll look back and we said, wow, look at the wave of things that have happened. But right now, all the things you said are true. But I still don't think he's one of the 100 most, influential people.
Do you think
in the
they're
world.
Projecting?
Maybe. I don't know. I haven't read the article.
Basically saying this, he's going to have this influence. Because I think last year he wouldn't have made this list. Coming out 2023.
Yeah, you have to win the Super.
The winning aspect of it certainly does matter.
Sure.
So moving forward, they're probably saying Jalen Hurts may be one of the most 100 influential people in the world because football is such a huge play. Just hear me out.
Yeah.
He has a huge platform. A huge platform, meaning that I don't know how many other athletes are going to be in a position where they're recognized and have the ability to influence people than being on a Super Bowl champion, being an African-American quarterback, being someone who looks good, right? Being someone who has pretty much a clean record, like doesn't have any negatives attached to him. Like he's in position to have that type of influence on people.
That part I agree with. He is in position to be. But
that's why I said, are they projecting?
His demeanor has been up until this point has not been very public at all.
Right.
Yeah,
sure, he's more private and guarded than anything.
And he's done great charity things locally for sure, but I don't think that's how he's identified yet. He's not.
That doesn't put you on the list of the most 100 influential people.
We've had great
in the world.
We talk about we've had great athletes around here doing great.
Yeah.
Connor's done great.
Great stuff. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I'm with you there.
All right. 215-592-9494.
I was trying to make a case.
Well, what I would say is I want to read. I don't know if the Times 100 list is like, and there's always 20 athletes. I have no idea if they break it down and say we're not picking all
in there. Yeah,
because you go through.
This is not all athletes.
You go through politicians and Tim Cooks and you could go through a big list of people before you even get to athletes.
Sure.
And you could pick maybe 4 or 5 athletes that are up. That LeBron and Steph Curry and Peyton Manning and blah 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 blah.
Yep.
All right. 215-592-9494. I'm going to influence you for a second.
Don't like gender reveals.
Wow.
100 most influential people.
Well,
are you even from here?
All right. There's no way.
Reviewing the grades here.
There's no way Jack thinks that he was
I think he should be number 1
All right,
on the list, frankly.
I'm going to influence you to go Gaida, like I go to Gaida. What is the past tense? Gone Gaida? I went Gaida?
Yeah, gone Gaida.
I gone Gaida. I am having all the.
You sound like honestly, you sound like a babe. Not you sound like a babe, but when you say I gone Gaida,
I go Gaida. I go Gaida. I am replacing all the windows in my home because I went Gaida. I am my front door, our sliding rear patio door, all of them. And first of all, visiting them, and actually you get that free in-home estimate. You learn what the difference is with the windows they make and the doors they make right there in Delaware County, this family-owned business. But they'll tell you about the benefits, but I'm going to tell you how they're going to make it easier for you. Interest-free financing, no money down, depending on the size of your project. Interest-free financing, 36 months. You could get up to 72 months of interest-free payments with your energy bills being lower, with the value of your home going up, and you just feel better in the home and you feel secure that you have gone and done it. They're also going to give you 20% off every window, 20% off every door. There are restrictions. There's a minimum purchase and financing subject to credit approval. Call 877-GO-GUIDA. Get that free in-home estimate or go to GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com. All right, we got to get grades. OG Wade, you're on WIP. OG.
What's up, fellas? How we doing today?
What's up, OG?
OG.
You ready to give some grades, Professor OG?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yes. Listen, I created this show.
All right, there.
So
you really
the show
did.
has been created by me.
Yep.
Okay?
Yep.
It's been number 1.
Yep.
And that's more influential than any damn thing. You know what I'm saying? Is that, and Spike, let's be honest. I'm the reason why you brought your ass back to this,
Yes, I had to keep you in line.
Nobody else.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm that guy.
Yeah.
And I give this show a A+.
Oh, I love it.
And it's mainly because I'm on it. You know what I'm saying? So obviously I want to, promote what I do.
Yeah, but you're barely on it anymore, though. We were talking about this yesterday. You're not. You're a once a week caller now.
It's not that hot. Well, the Phillies ain't been all that hot, so I ain't got nothing to talk about.
Well, we don't want your baseball opinions anyway. Yeah, don't want that at all.
Because I normally call up and tell y'all to run the ball.
I know.
You're not doing that.
But do you agree that? But hold on. Do you agree that Corey's now the #1 Jalen guy on the show?
Uh-oh.
Corey's my nephew, and
Right.
no, I would not agree to that.
Right.
I would say that I'm cemented. I'm like, there's not even you can't even put me in a contest of that. I'm the standard. Like I'm the, like it's my contest. Like the contest will be named after me. The OG Wade, Jalen Hurts, whatever. You know what I'm saying? I'm that.
Mhm.
So that's, no.
You know who OG was influenced by? This is the very first show I ever hosted on WIP late at night. Levi from Overbrook called.
Oh, yeah.
And Levi told me he made my dad, and if I was lucky enough, he would make me too.
Yep.
And this is the OG. It is a great playbook to be reading from, but that is the Levi playbook.
And we will go to your funeral.
Yes.
Yeah, I appreciate that. But listen, on this, on this hate of the influential, most influential. Well, he's a top 100. They got him at that. I think he's #1. You know what I'm saying? I would say this here, Spike.
Yes.
You're since you're seeking for the how is he? He's probably the reason why our children in Philadelphia school district has air conditioner in a schools. Okay, he donated $5,000 for every touchdown that he scored. You can't give me one player in all of sports that does that.
That's
Okay?
incorrect.
So that's
it's a great
influential
thing
in
that he
itself.
did. A lot there. OG, the number of athletes who donate money.
Name one. Give me one.
Are you kidding?
Donate money?
That donate money? Are you insane?
No, I did not say that. I did not say that. I specifically said he is the only quarterback in the history of all of sports or NFL.
He's
and
back.
college that
There you go.
donated
This is what you wanted, Jack.
$5,000 per touchdown.
Okay.
That's what I said.
Yes,
I didn't say donate money.
I have
said
no idea if
$5,000
another
for
I have
every
no
touchdown.
idea if another athlete donated money per touchdown that exact amount. You're right. I have no idea.
I do.
You
So,
do.
None. Okay, he's the only one.
All right.
He also, he's also a pillar in the communities.
Mm-hmm.
He takes care of the young kids. You know
Does he?
what I'm saying?
Okay.
He's very, very influential in terms of what his persona is. You know what I'm saying? How to carry yourself like a gentleman. Okay. He's also the only player that I know that has an all-women's team that's promoting him, and that is his agents, that does all of that stuff. So
Definitely.
He's done some groundbreaking things, and he's also
He's
now,
an
let me
advocate
give you
for
the
women
big one.
empowerment. Yep.
Yep.
Yes.
You've
He's
convinced me,
he's
OG.
the only quarterback. He's the only quarterback in NFL history that owns more Super Bowl records. There's no other quarterback that owns more Super Bowl records than Jalen Hurts.
More
Okay?
Super Bowl
So we can
records.
stop with the
What
long
records does he own?
Yeah, yes.
Well, I think he has the most
need to
rushing
go-
touchdowns of any quarterback in Super Bowl history.
Okay. All right. And you said he's the most influential person in the world.
Yeah, I do.
Okay. All right.
I do.
Do you want to give us?
Only because he's genuine. He's I'm saying I'm not being I'm serious.
No, you're
When
being
you are
facetious.
That
Yeah.
type of guy where no. Here's what I'm saying. Hear me out. Just let me land the plane. When you have a guy that is organically authentic.
Oh
See,
yeah.
you got people that's like does things for cameras and all that. This guy don't do it for that. This
Okay.
is who he is. There's no persona with Jalen Hurts, and he doesn't allow you to change that. So if you don't like it, doesn't matter.
Do you want?
That's who he is.
Do you want to give us a famous accessory besides Justin?
Yeah, my Jalen Hurts blazer. My
There it is. There it is. That's a good one. OG's back. Are you happy, Jack?
No, not really. But
Okay,
yeah,
all
I mean,
right.
I'm happy he's back on the show.
Right.
But listen, that's why we love him.
Yeah.
That's why
You
we
weren't
love him.
happy with that take?
No, I was fine.
Yeah.
It's about what do you expect.
Most influential person in the world. Louis, Nebraska, you're on WIP.
Fellas, happy anniversary.
Thank you, Louis.
Back from Augusta.
I would give this show a B plus, and the only reason why I give this show a B plus is because I want you guys to stay hungry.
Right.
Ah,
That's what I want.
okay.
Since Rory won Augusta, the Masters, where is he just gonna fold and retire? No, he wants more. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I still think you guys are the best show that I've ever been a part of, and I appreciate you guys taking my call. But I need to, motivate you, just like Spike does, to everybody that he talks to. You know what I mean, Spike?
Does he motivate everybody?
Well, that's what I try to do. I try to bring the best out of everybody.
Can I just talk Phillies real quick?
Yeah. Big win last night.
So
Surprised we haven't brought it up yet.
So our Birds just won the Super Bowl, right? And they started out 2-2 before they had the bye week on the 5th week. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so if I get the statistics right, 162 divided by 17 is like 9.5, right?
Mm-hmm.
So technically speaking, okay, we've only really played one game of NFL football. Now, I'm gonna turn to the specialist on the show, Ike. Ike, when you start the season, okay?
Yep.
Do you know what type of team you are in one or two games?
Nope.
You guys evolve during the season. So I need everybody, because I've listened to the show a couple days now. Fritzy's starting to panic button before Spike can even talk. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, guys, we didn't even know we were going to win the Super Bowl when it was our bye week on week 5. So I need everybody to calm down, relax, stay patient.
Let me ask this though: is that, and sort of drawing a parallel to, should we expect the Phillies to win the World Series, or you're telling me this is going to turn around, or you're just saying, you know what, just wait it out. You never know what's going to happen.
All of the above.
So all of the above, you're saying we're going to win the World Series this year.
Ike, if I look at your career and I see you in your first training camp,
right?
Am I going to say Ike is never going to play another season in the NFL, right? Because I'm sure you had some growing pains to go over. So because these guys we feel like they're superstars. We got the best roster in baseball, or the third best roster in baseball. We still need time to grow so they can learn.
So should we? So should we not react to the losses, or like what are you saying?
I think if we do that, we are going to lose our ever-loving mind.
What type of fan base have you? How long have you been a part of this fan base?
No,
Louis?
I get it. I'm just trying to bring.
No, but you're trying to do something that's pointless, because a fan base has been a certain way for ages before you were born. So trying to explain to everyone how baseball works, and it's a marathon, it's not a sprint, and because the Eagles won the Super Bowl last year. What happened to the Eagles when they started off 9-0 and 10-1? Why didn't we win the Super Bowl that year?
Well, some things happen.
No, because the point is, what happened with the Eagles has nothing to do with the Phillies. It's a great coping mechanism. I don't fault you for that, but you got to get off the soap. Oh, you got to get off the soapbox, brother, about telling people to stop worrying or panicking. We watched the collapse down the stretch and we didn't panic. We held out faith until we got slapped in our face with reality with New York. So that's gone out the door of just wait and trust them. They'll turn it around. We did that a year ago. We did that when we watched them slowly crumbling as the season dwindled in the second half. We did that, and we kept believing in them and having the faith, and we're going to turn it around. We just got to get to the postseason. And we went out meekly in 4 games versus the Mets. I'm not telling you the season is over with, Louis. What I am telling you is that watching baseball that's frustrating, where the players aren't hitting, they're striking out, guys not hitting in clutch situations, and telling everybody to just chill and have faith, what type of fan base do you think we are here? See, the Super Bowl has turned you this way. We won the Super Bowl, so now we're going to use the Super Bowl for everything.
We're going to talk about the 2-2 for.
Yeah. We're going to do that for everything.
We have to.
Louis. All right.
No, we don't.
Louis, give us an accessory. Give us a famous accessory real quick.
I'm going to go on Jack with this one. I feel like Mike Tyson's black shorts.
Oh, that's a good
I
one.
like that.
That's a
You
good
could've
one.
went the shoes too. Yeah, either one.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Well, his
shorts
whole
or the shoes,
presentation.
yeah.
By the
No
way,
socks.
I don't know if the WIP member wants to be identified, but did let me know. Somebody let me know. In 2017, Chris Long donated his entire salary to local charities, which was $1 million.
I think I do remember that.
And then in 2018, donated a quarter of his salary, another quarter million to Philadelphia
I think
literacy.
I do remember that. Yeah.
So we've had a couple. Not look, the Jalen thing is great, but
okay.
Yeah,
But that OG, he just threw that out.
Yeah. All right. Coming up next.
Another record for Jalen.
Coming up next.
And Louis, next time you promise to take me and Jack to Augusta.
Yeah.
I suggest you either had the tickets ready or don't promise us. The rest of your phone calls are going to be just like that last one was. It ain't going to be all that pleasant.
Until we get to Augusta.
Yep.
And then you can say whatever you want, frankly.
No, we love you, Louis.
Yeah. Coming up next.
He's got to be real about the Phillies for right now. He's got to be real.
Even Fritz is real about the Phillies.
Yes.
Trying to be real.
You get excited when they play well, get pissed off when they don't
I'm a
play
father
well.
at 2.
All right. What?
I'm tired of that.
Yeah. 215-592-9494. It is the 1 year.
It's as bad as the Eagles won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Well, what's bad about
you
it?
and your father, I'm a father of 2. You can't use that for everything.
Well, I just feel like I'm matured in the last year as a father of 2. And
Okay.
I don't know. I've gotten more angry. Like, I've gotten more real.
Okay, I got you.
Like I'm
now. I got
evolving. You know what I mean? I'm trying to be a leader of a household.
When you throw out I'm a father of 2 for everything, sometimes it is a convenient excuse for you.
Well, that's what he does. He's an excuseman. Today is the 1 year anniversary of the WIP Afternoon Show. We're asking for your grades. And a guy coming up next who always gets an A, making his return to the WIP Afternoon Show. He made his return to the Phillies broadcast this week. Larry Anderson joins us next to talk about the Phils. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Hey, with interest rates sky high, now's the time to invest your home. Let's talk about my friends, Matt and Stephanie at Emmons Roofing and Siding. Now at Emmons, they install top-tier lifetime warranted roofing and siding systems that boost your home's curb appeal and drive up your home's resale value. Free estimates and fair pricing, along with top-notch service. Emmons is the one for you. Call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 or visit emmonsroofing.com. Go with Emmons because your home deserves the best. Affordable financing also available for you from top to bottom, inside and out. Emmons has you covered.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. April showers bring May flowers, but ball tires, well, that brings trouble on slick spring roads. Worn out tread means longer stops, less control, and way more risk. Don't chance it. Roll into United Tire and Service for a free tire inspection and serious deals on top brands, including an extra $50 off any Ford tires. United Tire and Service, locally owned and operated. Find the location nearest you at unitedtire.com. That's unitedtire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Do you have an April birthday? If so, come in and celebrate at Cheerleaders Gentlemen's Club for their April birthday bash. Tonight, April 16th, you and 9 of your friends will receive complimentary admission in a 2-hour open bar with hors d'oeuvres from 8 to 10 p.m. That's Cheerleaders April birthday bash. Tonight, April 16th, Cheerleaders has the sexiest entertainers performing live on stage from noon until 2 a.m. With special overtime hours Friday and Saturday nights, Cheerleaders is open until 4 a.m.
Upgrade to a Carrier Infinity heat pump and enjoy reliable comfort, lower energy costs, and up to 38% reduced CO2 emissions over 15 years. Now through June 27th, save up to $2,000 in cool cash rebates and special financing on qualifying systems. Don't wait. Save energy and money today. Visit nopaycarrier.com to learn more and find a trusted contractor. Carrier. Turn to the experts.
Phillies Nation, the season is about to heat up, and it's your time to swing for the fences. Every time the Fightins strike out 10 or more batters in a home game, you score. That's right. When they fan double-digit batters at the bank, you'll get a $5 casino bonus to play Philadelphia Phillies Slingo exclusively on BetMGM. The best part, you can claim this bonus once per week, every Monday through Sunday throughout the baseball season. So keep cheering on the Phils, celebrate those strikeouts, and get ready to take your thrills to the next level. BetMGM is a proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies and an official gaming partner of Major League Baseball.
BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. New Jersey and Pennsylvania only. All promotions are subject to qualification and eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as non-withdrawable site bonus. Bonus bets unless otherwise provided in the applicable terms. Rewards subject to expiry. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, not to be dramatic, but you should smell this. Smells so good.
Whoa, that's quite the reaction to mixing and matching Gain scents. Let's hear another from Ashley, who mixed Gain products and went,
I'm so excited.
yes, you are. What about you, Isaiah?
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. And Emily summed it up like so.
It is just chef's kiss.
Mwah. Couldn't have said it better myself. Mix, match, more happy with Gain.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Prices are going up everywhere. Tariffs may drive up costs across the country, but not at Legacy Box.
Why? Because we're proudly 100% American made. Every tape, film reel, and photo you send stays right here in the USA, digitized by skilled technicians who know your memories are priceless.
Introducing the Legacy Box All-American Sale. Just $9 per tape. Not $15, not $12, just $9.
We're the nation's #1 digitizer, trusted by over 1 million families because we've made it simple. Just fill your Legacy Box with old tapes, film reels, and photos. We'll digitize them by hand and return everything. Plus, digital copies on the cloud you can relive and share forever.
With Legacy Box, your memories are safe from tariffs and safe from time. Heat, humidity, and age are already destroying your family's history. So take advantage of our limited time $9 tape sale.
Visit legacybox.com/value to lock in savings today. That's legacybox.com/value. Legacy Box, American made, trusted by families.
All power, zero compromise. Ego cordless outdoor power equipment features advanced lithium battery technology that exceeds the power and performance of gas without the noise, fuss, or fumes. From blowers and trimmers to mowers and pressure washers, one battery powers over 90 tools. No wonder it is the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Power beyond belief. Visit egopowerplus.com to learn more or to find an Ego retailer near you. That's egopowerplus.com. The price of gold could surge in 2025. A large bank analyst is calling it the ultimate perceived safe haven asset. That's why thousands of hardworking Americans are getting help safeguarding their money and saving with precious metals like gold and silver. Call 855-838-GOLD to learn about the top-rated precious metals company, Goldco. They're going to give you a free gold and silver kit. Plus, you can also get up to a 10% instant match in bonus silver on qualified orders. Call Goldco at 855-838-GOLD. That's 855-838-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. That was not accountability yesterday from Mavs GM Nico Harrison. I don't care about the words that came out of his mouth. Saying those words in a controlled environment without video cameras and tape recorders is what matters. Harrison still hasn't faced enough heat for trading away Luka Doncic. I'm Andrew Bogish.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hello. The starting lineups are brought to you by Hello, Larry. Xfinity.
He came back in the right way. The WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Joining us now, as he will every Wednesday at 3 o'clock, Larry Anderson. LA, so glad to have you back. How's it feel to be back?
Welcome back, brother.
Yeah, welcome back.
Thank you. Yeah, it feels great.
Yeah?
It feels great. I'm, trying to get stuff taken care of and
getting back in the booth, getting back in the swing of things. It's not like riding a bike like I thought. I got in there and I was like, what the heck am I supposed to do now?
Riding a bike is hard. I don't know why people
It's
say
very
that.
hard.
Yeah.
I gotta admit, man, I was wondering how long you was gonna milk this thing, and I'm like, seriously, man.
Almost on the verge of calling and saying, I'm going to need another homestand off. I mean, it was 80 degrees down there, okay?
Yeah.
You weren't exactly like the weather was much better down there.
Exactly.
You know how I knew you were really back? I was listening to the game on Monday night, and you not letting go that Taiwan Walker walked a guy that was hitting 114. I was like, oh, LA's back, man. He's back.
Oh, it was, well, I can't remember if it was the first hit or the second hitter. I know I got on the umpire.
Yep.
And that's when everybody's like, oh, yeah, things haven't changed.
Yeah, we missed you, man. Yes, sir. Well, good to be back. Good to have you back, brother.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it. Good to be back.
So I guess this is our first time of talking to you, and the Phil's sitting at 10-7. You know, what do you feel about what you've seen so far out of the team this year?
A little, I don't know what the word is, hesitant as to what's going on. It just, something doesn't seem right to me, and I don't know if it's just because we're not swinging the bats that well, or I don't think we are, and then some letdowns in the bullpen, some letdowns in the road. It just, I don't know. Things just didn't seem right, and it's early, and that's the only thing I say. Like, you know what? Like, and yesterday the weather was just brutal. I think the big thing about it is like some of the guys struggling, Marshy, Bohm, those guys. I mean, it's the middle of April, so there's only 5.5 months left to get out of it. So I'm not real concerned there. I mean, guys go through these slumps, and we talked to JT after the game last night, and the veterans guys, and we go around, we talk to them, we tell them we've all been there. Pick your head up, but they're all receptive to it, and it's tough when you're going through it. It's like a woe is me. Like, what have I got to do? Sometimes I hit the ball hard, sometimes I don't, sometimes I hit in double places. And everybody's gone through struggles. Anybody who's played sports has gone, well, maybe not Tony Gwynn, but, others have struggled at the plate.
Mm-hmm.
And almost every guy, that's put on the uniform has struggled at some point in time. And so it's just a matter, I think, just being patient and trusting your stuff, believing in yourself and then, going from there. But I right now, it's just the offense isn't clicking. It's just like trying to find out, is Schwarber going to lead off? Is Turner going to lead off? I think Thompson's trying to figure out what the best recipe is. And it's, when some guys are struggling and you don't have your whole offense there, it's hard to figure out, well, who to put where. It seems like whoever they were putting behind Harper was struggling.
Mm-hmm.
Or not struggling, was not every time they put him there, they didn't have a good game. It's like he needs some protection. And the way Schwarber swings against left-handers, I'm like, oh, yeah, throw him in there behind Harper. I never would have thought of it. I really wouldn't have, but I think it was a good idea for, at certain times to back Schwarber behind Harper.
Yeah, I agree. LA, you mentioned Topper, LA. In the past, he's shown his faith in his players, right? He's given them time to sort of work through things. I think of Casty and how he allowed him to work through last year, putting him out there every day. In years past, whether it was Schwarber, even Trey at times, he would go a while before he's doing anything, I guess, sort of untopper-like as far as moving guys around in the lineup in the past. How do you like the way he's approached this year? Listen, he's not waiting very long to at least shake some things up. So how do you like how Topper sort of try to manage this early portion of the season?
I personally like trying to shake things up.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he's trying to find the right combo again, but to shake it up. I mean, when this team is, a lot of the media is saying that, it's the Dodgers, then can't think of the second place team, and then have Phillies third. As far as I don't know, the power rankings or something like that, and the Phillies are ranked third, and a lot of them like. What are they basing that? I guess they're basing it on the past, but they're certainly not basing it on this year. I don't think, or they shouldn't be, because if they are, then I don't see how the Phils are third in there.
Yeah.
And again, it's early,
yep.
and things seem to, oftentimes just even out throughout the year. So I would much rather be this than like it was last year. Get off to a great start and look like they're going to, win 120 games and then lose out in the first round in the playoffs. I would rather get some of this messiness out of the way early and then come on late. And hopefully that'll happen. And again, it's a long season. There's a whole lot of baseball left. So for me to say the team's struggling offensively, they're struggling in different categories. I don't think that's not getting on the team or it's not getting on top of her. And I think he's trying to figure things out. It's just, it is what it is. And I think you just have to trust the track record of the guys in the lineup.
Talking to Larry Anderson will join us every Wednesday at 3:00 for the rest of the year. Let's talk about something good, actually. And by the way, as much as they're struggling, they're 10-7, so it could be worse. Jesus Luzardo, who has been the best pitcher on the Phillies so far this year, at least in terms of performance. What have you seen out of Luzardo so far?
I think a lot of confidence. I think he's one of the big things. I mean, health and confidence. I think the two biggest things for him. He came into camp healthy, wanting to get back to where he was a couple of years ago, and getting his health back, and he does. He seems to have it all back, and now it's just. I think from what he did in the spring, he got a lot of confidence. He's a confident kid to start with, I think, or it seems to be. And so to go out and do what he's doing early, I think just boosts that confidence. And when you've got confidence, you can do a lot of things that, maybe people don't expect, or maybe they expect you to, but you haven't done it. But when you got confidence and you trust in yourself, good things happen. And I think that's where he's at right now. He's got put away stuff that's just, and coming up with the slurve or sweeper this spring has been a big key for him too, a big help to his repertoire. And he goes out there, and I think the command issues, we haven't really seen any problems with that for the most part, and that's what I like. He's just going out there trying to attack the hitters, and he's got the stuff to do it. Just go right at him.
Now, a guy who we normally can rely on, Zach Wheeler's had a rough couple of starts, and the one thing that made me a little nervous about after the last start is he repeated over and over that his velocity is not where it was, and he seemed a little worried about it. Have you seen anything out of Wheeler aside from normal Wheeler? He hasn't really looked like himself the last couple of starts.
No, he hasn't, and it's like when something gets a little off, you start searching, and I think that's where he's at right now. He's kind of searching, like, what's going on with this? A lot of times, I think with the losing some velocity, a lot of times to me, it's a matter of a little mechanic adjustment somewhere, some way. And I don't know if he's getting his body out in front a little bit of his arm. His arm's dragging. He's using more arm. I didn't see a lot of it last time he threw in St. Louis. But watching him before, it's something that can be just off just a little bit, and it can throw everything off. And I think he's just trying to find that. And I don't have any concerns about him getting back to where we expect him to be and where he expects himself to be. I think it's a couple game hiccup, and I expect him to be back his old self, within a start or two, maybe the next start, just come back. And but the other thing is too, you start getting in your head too, and you start, am I starting to lose it, or what's going on with my velocity, and then those things roll through our head. We're all human, and so when you start getting, I guess, kind of, I would say, negative thoughts, they creep in. That when things aren't going well, even if it's a couple games, you allow those little negative thoughts to creep in, and that can make things even more of a struggle. I don't think that Zach's there. I think he really trusts in himself, but I think he's searching right now to say, well, why is my velocity down or whatever? And again, it could be something as little as a little slight mechanical fix, but I think it's a matter of going back, looking at the tape, looking at the video of last year, or earlier on his first couple starts. I just don't have a big concern with him.
Yeah, and if there's a guy who's going to work hard to figure out what's wrong on the Phillies, I think Zach Wheeler ranks pretty close to the top as far as guys that we can be pretty confident in that.
No question.
All right, LA, it's so great to hear your voice. So great to hear your voice on the broadcast, but back with us. So
yes, sir.
Look forward to hearing you tonight, and then next week with us. So thanks very much, LA.
I look forward to it. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, brother. Be well.
There he is, Mr. Larry Anderson. I can I can imagine it's a little tough to give up the warm weather as well. You know, he was, yeah.
Well, again, Punxsutawney Phil, not cooked.
Yes, no, he was right.
He called this.
Yeah.
Still in hoodie season.
Yeah.
Hold on. What did Shapiro say?
Tornado or
Yeah,
Josh?
tornado.
Oh, we didn't get his spring forecast.
Oh, we didn't get I thought we didn't do a groundhog.
You know what? What an easy bit that would look. I'm going to pull back the curtain here. Tornado talking about seeing his groundhog or not seeing his groundhog.
Yeah.
We have done that.
Yeah, somebody call Tornado. Doesn't he have a story? It was me, the groundhog. I grease. You know,
impromptu. Yeah.
Yeah, Roberto Alomar, and something. There had to be some story. All right, it's the 1-year anniversary of the WIP Afternoon Show. We are asking for your grades. Grade us and constructive criticism. Kay in North Carolina, you're on WIP. What's up, Kay?
Hello, good afternoon.
Hi, Kay.
How are y'all doing today?
What's up, Kay?
Hey. I'm okay. I haven't talked to y'all since my boys became the Super Bowl champ. But you know, because I'm a football caller, as Jack says.
Yeah.
And that's only because we don't get to really hear the baseball games on Odyssey app if you don't live in the city. So
all right,
you get this recording that tells you that you can't hear.
Yep.
But I was just calling, so the grade, I'll start with the grade. I'll give it a solid B.
Okay,
we take that.
Yeah, I'll take it. I'm already mad.
What's your biggest issue with the show?
That's me.
Yeah, no, I'll give it a solid B, and I'll give it that B is good because it's entertaining, despite the fact that Spike's takes are ridiculous.
There it
days.
is. Yeah, I know
But
it's
it's still
coming.
a solid B. He keeps us entertained. He keeps us, on our P's and Q's, so we know what we're talking about. That's just a solid B overall. Individual grades,
oh boy,
I want to give an Ike A.
That's my girl. That's my girl.
Nobody else gets an individual grade. I graded on a curve.
Well, we know what our
but
grade is. If you gave him an A and you gave the show a B, we know what our grade is. Like, you
Who
don't
was
have to
who was
say
a
it.
higher grade, me or Spike? Okay.
You do.
That's all Fritz wants to do.
But no, I really like the show. But I really wanted to call in to thank you guys. I don't know if John's going to hear it, but how you guys, embrace my mom. So my last day in Philly was February the 10th, the day after we won. We were up there. My mom was up there, and then, she passed away the next day. But before we left the city, we were listening to the radio station, and I was on my way home. She's like, "You're not going to stop at Chicky and Pete? Your friends are there." I'm like, "Mom, no, I'm not going to stop." She's like, "You always stop." And I was like, "Okay, we'll stop." So we stopped. We got to see you guys, and then the next day, she passed away. But when you have a big Phillies fan like that in your family, at least that Super Bowl was very special to me. This last one, because we got to watch it. We got to come back up to the city the next day, scream "Go Birds" everywhere she went.
Yeah.
And I just want to thank you guys for embracing my mother, especially when, she first got sick and I had to bring her down with me. Every time I came up there, John and Ike were always welcoming to us. So I just want to thank y'all because this is truly a family. We listened every day. So my mom really thought y'all were my friends. Like I really knew y'all.
Man.
So,
well, Kay.
so I just want to thank y'all.
Yeah, no, listen, thank you for the support. Your mom is a wonderful listener, and obviously both of you two big Philadelphia sports fans, and always find it when people that are from this area that move out of the area, and when something from a sports-related event happens here, like the Eagles win the Super Bowl or what have you, people want to come back here and be in the city and be amongst other Eagles fans. I've always appreciated that about the sports fans here. And so having lost my mom a few years ago, I'm trying not to get choked up, Kay.
Me too.
I am touched by that.
Months to call.
Yeah.
It took me 2 months to call. So thank you. I really thank you guys for opening up. She really enjoyed it, especially when she got to meet. She don't know Spike, but she got to take a picture with y'all. So she really enjoyed that moment that y'all had with her. It made her day that one day. So I just wanted to, thank y'all for that. I didn't want to get all emotional on the sports radio,
okay.
But
yeah,
y'all rock though. So this is why this is one of the best segments on WIP, the afternoon show, in my opinion, because it was so family oriented and y'all kept it straight.
Oh, well, thank you,
Thank you, Kay.
Kay,
God bless you and
All
your
right, so-
family.
absolutely.
All right, thank you. You guys have a good afternoon.
All right,
Go
Kay.
Birds.
Go
Go
Birds.
Birds.
I'm actually changing my grade of us to an A. After I heard another person give us a B, I was
Right.
so I was like, a B? We deserve an A. So I'm giving us an A with a room for A+. That's all I'm saying.
That is Spike right there.
Yep.
Man.
I was
That
like,
is Spike.
only a B. But it was,
You knew eventually he was
yeah.
not going to appreciate the B.
No, yeah, this is a B. I love you, Kay, but come on, a B? B? Really? He's 85, 100. Okay. This is the 1-year anniversary of the WIP Afternoon Show, and we're
Get used to this. We got another decade.
Yes, yeah. We are taking constructive criticism and your grade. So if you'd like to grade us, 215-592-9494. A guy that I give an F is next. That is Broads, Flyers and 50.
Broads,
yeah, he gets an F. He gets an F. I'm giving him an F. Broads is next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Man, PGA Championship golf is coming back to the Philadelphia area. Can't wait for it. Next year, May of 2026 at Arana Mink Golf Club. Everyone knows I'm a Mink man. Be a part of history as the iconic Wanamaker Trophy is awarded in the city of brotherly love. Witness every thrilling moment as the world's best golfers compete to have their name amongst golf's elite. Register now at pgachampionship.com/register. Again, that's pgachampionship.com/register and secure your chance to purchase tickets.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies Giants leading off starts at 5:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Left field, that's going to go.
Yeah.
Nick Castellanos.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think. They'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Spring is back at Dick's House of Sport. Baseball, softball, and golf season are in full swing, and you can find the hottest gear that'll take your game to next level performance. Test your skills or schedule a fitting in our golf simulators and multi-sport cage. Plus, fine-tune your gear with repairs, re-gripping, customization, and more expert services in store. And while you're here, score the latest spring clothing and shoe styles from the brands you love, like Nike, On, Kalia, and Adidas. Sport happens here at Dick's House of Sport.
The New Jersey Transit Police Department reminds you that we all need to work together to keep our transit system safe. Your attention is our most valuable asset. If you ride the train or bus, if you live or work near a station, be alert and aware of your surroundings. If something doesn't feel right, it probably isn't. Report suspicious activity to 1-888-TIPS-NJT or text your report to NJTPD. New Jersey Transit urges you to help keep our transit system safe. Report suspicious activity to 1-888-TIPS-NJT or text your report to NJTPD.
At CJ's Tire and Auto, we're driven to keep you and your car moving. Right now, only at CJ's Tire. Take advantage of big everyday savings on tires and service, like up to $100 back on select Dynapro, Ion, and Ventus hand-cooked tires. And at CJ's, we're more than just tires. We're looking out for your whole ride, from routine maintenance to major repairs under the hood. CJ's Tire and Auto has kept our customers moving for over 53 years with integrity, safety, and expert service. Now through April 30th, save 15% off instantly on a spring maintenance package and make sure your car is road trip ready. With 18 locations and over 100,000 tires, including hand-cooked tires at cjtire.com, CJ's makes tire shopping easy and your ride smoother than ever. Don't let worn-out tires slow you down. Roll into your local CJ's Tire and Auto today and get up to $100 back on a set of hand-cooked tires. cjtire.com. CJ's Tire and Auto. We keep things moving.
Offers valid through May 31st, 2025. Offers cannot be combined with other promotions. Get $100
back on a set of Dyna Pro HD2 and Evo AS tires.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costco's here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. The pro basketball playoffs continue tonight. 9-10 seeds in both the East and the West in the play-in games, and the Western Conference game. Sacramento, a 4.5-point home favorite against Dallas. Total in the game 214.5. And Dallas' season has obviously been a disaster since it traded its star player to the Los Angeles team in purple and gold. But Dallas still has the best player in this game and definitely has the better coach in this game as well. So I think 4.5 points is a bargain. Now, I don't know if Dallas is going to win, but I do think the game will be close. Give me Dallas plus the 4.5 tonight in Sacramento. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and take your game to the next level with the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I can't believe you scored tickets para Nati Natasha.
After saving so much at T-Mobile, I thought, ¿por qué no darnos un gusto?
There she is.
Nati, can we get a picture?
Claro que sí. Wow, that's a nice picture.
The S25 takes awesome selfies.
Tag me and I'll follow you. Get a new Samsung Galaxy S25 phone with Galaxy AI at T-Mobile and 4 lines for $25 a line.
With autopay discount plus taxes and fees. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See details at T-Mobile.com.
Hey, John Ritchie here. It's time to fire up the grills and enjoy mouth-watering, juicy steaks, incredible burgers, and seasoned chicken from Wild Fork Foods. Whether you're tailgating or hosting a backyard bash, Wild Fork has you covered. Stock up on the 2-pack of ribeye steaks, only $10.98 a pound. How about some Angus beef sliders, 15 pieces, only $12. Visit their Neshaminy store or one of their other Greater Philadelphia locations, or shop online for same-day delivery. Visit wildforkfoods.com today.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. No, wait, my phone, come back. It's my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life, come back.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Good morning, Doctor.
Doctor?
Hi, Doctor.
Doctor?
Dr. Jackson's practice is growing.
What do you mean we're still short-staffed?
He needs a good patient doctor.
How do we not have enough doctors to doctor all these patients?
And he doesn't have the patience to sift through hundreds of resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
I'm Jenna Fisher. And I'm Angela Kinsey. And together we have the podcast Office Ladies. Just because we finished rewatching The Office does not mean we're going anywhere. Every Wednesday, we'll be sharing even more exclusive stories from The Office and our friendship with brand new guests. Plus, you can revisit all the Office Ladies rewatch episodes every Monday with new bonus tidbits before every episode. So follow and listen to Office Ladies on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Phillies baseball on the radio. It's just better. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's a WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz on the 1-year anniversary of the show. We thank you for the first year, for listening, making us successful, so we all keep our jobs. Me specifically, I think Ike would definitely keep his job. Jack probably too.
Rest in peace, Mac Miller.
Oh, there you go. Yep. Rest in peace, Mac Miller. Speaking of Mac Miller, speaking of that song, joining us right now, as he has most Wednesdays at 3:30, for a segment across the country. It is it's burning up the airwaves, even in cities where they can't hear it. Is Flyers in 50 with Broads. Hey, Bros.
What's up, boys? Well, where's the Zoom? Where's the Zoom
It's
today?
broken. Our Zoom's broken.
I really am disappointed in this, bro.
Yeah, we wanted to see your YouTube face.
See, I think what you're trying to do is you're trying to
Oh.
you don't want to let me have as much power during this segment as I deserve to have. So somebody's hitting buttons back there. Jack's trying to manipulate me. I don't buy it. You guys are all scums.
Wow, scums. You really do embody Flyers fans, like always being slighted at all times.
Yes.
By the way, speaking of all this, Broads has been trying to push his own version of Ike Juice. Have you heard about this?
Whoa,
Yeah,
what?
it's pretty ridiculous. I mean, is this going to catch on like Ike Juice has? Here it is.
Yeah, fuck it up.
Fuck it up.
What is that?
Boys, come on, boys. Think of it. It's 1 a.m. It's a Thursday morning, and people want to talk Flyers. They say, yo, bros, love the show, man. Best host on the station. Want to puck it up?
Fuck it up.
Fuck it up.
Lakin is somewhere looking like he just chewed 7 Blue Chews.
You know what I realized?
Yeah.
I'm just the bit thief.
Yeah.
Now I have Ike Juice, and now I'm going to be stealing the training camp bit from Phillies.
Yeah.
That's what I do around here.
Dude, that's what radio is.
Yes.
Radio is just stealing bits.
Stealing and make it better, bro.
Yep.
Make it better.
There it is. We want you to be the training camp guy around here, not Elliot. By the way, is the Flyer season still? Are they done? Like, I don't even know. Are they still playing?
Huge game on Thursday. They gotta lose.
Oh, now you want them to lose. Hold on.
Wait, hit the thing. Hit the thing. Make them talk about it during the thing. Yeah.
Flyers in 50 with Hunter Brody.
I didn't even get a chance to get into Alex Bump winning the national championship yet. But I'll start. Look, Buffalo, big game on Thursday. You need to lose because we are now playing around with that 4th worst record in the NHL. If they win in regulation, now we're talking about the 7th. So when those lottery balls start to bounce around and, we're really praying for something good, we need to make sure the Flyers lose in regulation Thursday night to wrap up a good season. But truth be told, let me kind of, sort of debate myself here because I don't really care too much about the picks considering we did have the number 2 overall pick twice and got Nolan, Patrick, and JVR, who both are not that good. And then number 7, we got Matt May Mitchko.
Yeah, but Mitchkov should have gone number 2, right? I mean, he fell to number 7 for no reason.
Well, doesn't that happen all the time? I mean, that happens all the time where these guys kind of slip and, hey, Russia scares me and this and that, and boom, Danny Briere sneaks in there, a.k.a. Howie Roseman 2.0.
No one's calling Danny Briere Howie Roseman.
Wait, does that
2.0.
make Danny Briere Kobe Bryant 3.0? If Howie Roseman is Kobe Bryant and Danny Briere is Howie Roseman.
Let me give you a little breakdown.
Yeah.
When it comes to most influential people in this town, it goes Jalen, Danny Briere, and then you can start throwing around the rest of the list.
Danny Briere is the 2nd most influential person in Philadelphia?
Well, I mean, I have to send it a little email to who did that? Was that Times?
Time Magazine.
Was that Time Magazine?
Yeah.
So you left out my guy Danny B.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. So if they lose, just for clarity's sake, if they lose, what pick do they get if they lose? Or there's a lottery, right, in the NHL?
Yeah, there is a lottery. It just comes down to them having the 4th best percentage.
Okay.
The ball is bouncing a certain type of way. So the loss is actually pretty big. I don't care about losses until the final game because there's just too much movement. But now that we're actually here, I do need them to lose.
Yeah, when did they start using a lottery system?
I don't know. I feel like I've only known the lottery system.
Yeah, it's been a while. Yeah.
I never knew it.
Yeah.
Hey, you guys watch Western Michigan beat Boston University?
Oh, man.
Oh, no. It's the Frozen Four. Is that what we're part of the... Is this what we have to look forward to once the Flyer season ends?
No, I told you. We got prospects to talk
All
about.
right.
Alex
jeez.
Trump signed his ELC. He's going to the Phantoms. Maybe we can win a Calder Cup with all of our prospects down in the American League. And then, he doesn't burn his first year of his entry-level contract, which is great for the future to see Bub grow.
Are they going to hire the Western Michigan coach? Has that been a rumor out there?
That was talked about as like hey, we should look at all the avenues. It was just a reporter reporting should the
because Jonesy went there.
Did I just hear him say it was an American League
That's
in
right.
hockey?
Well, it's the AHL, the American Hockey League.
The AHL. You're not watching minor league puck there, Ike?
I thought you meant like
didn't
NH. I thought is there like an NFC, AFC thing?
Nah, come on, man. They won the 04 Calder Cup with Richards and Gardy.
AHL.
Was there not an East, West?
There is. Yes.
Yeah. How do you separate the NHL teams?
East West, right? It's East West.
Yeah.
This is dynamite.
You guys have to ask me to
Wow.
clarify. This is a disgrace.
Well, it used to be.
No, it's a disgrace.
It used to be. It used to have names. They used to be the
AHL's been around forever.
No, I'm not talking about AHL.
You guys are in your almost 60s.
How about this? Didn't Lindros play in the OHL? If I remember,
I think
there
so.
we go.
Hold on, the AHL.
We're talking major junior hockey right now. You're throwing me OHL.
Yeah, come on, you like
the
that?
AHL. I think we had a team in Cincinnati, the Cincinnati Cyclones.
That sounds about right.
Yeah.
Yeah, come on, Broads. Do you know that?
Yeah, the Cincinnati Cyclones. They're still kicking around.
They are?
Yeah, I'll tell you right now, they're part of the East Coast Hockey League. That's one dip below the AHL.
All right, and this bit is now one level below whatever we were doing
It's 3
before.
minutes too long.
Yeah, yeah. I love the little R&B thing in the middle of it. Can you hit it again one more time, Jack?
Fuck it up.
Fuck it up. All right,
Bros, did you mix that yourself, Bros?
There's
I
no
was
way.
just about to say, I sat in Battle's office for a good 30 minutes screaming, puffed it up at the top of my lungs until we got what we liked.
All right, Broads. When are you on IP again?
Tomorrow night, 10 p.m. Don't miss it.
There you go. All right, Broads. We love you, buddy.
Love it, bro.
There is Hunter Brody, Broads, Broads81 on Twitter, 215-592-9494. It is the 1-year anniversary of the WIP afternoon show. I give the show an A for the year so far. Started off as B, moved up to an A.
Nice.
Jack and Ike still at B+. We are asking for your grades. Of course, constructive criticism, no meanness. We don't want. 215-592-9494. Dan in Westchester, you're on WIP.
Yo, what's up, guys?
What's up, Dan?
What up, Dan?
Not too much. Condolences out to the last caller. Congratulations, you guys, for making it 1 year on the radio together. That's pretty cool.
There you go. Huh?
Thank you, sir.
So, you're welcome. I was going to give you guys a B, but after Ike upgraded the B to an A, I got to downgrade you guys to a C. And
Wow.
First of all, that was Spike.
Have you noticed, by the way, hang on a second. Have you noticed more and more people confusing
Spike and Ike?
Yes.
That happens a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's happened more recently. We couldn't be more like different. Yeah, but whatever.
I know
Okay.
Spike sounds like Ike. Ike sounds like Spike.
Yeah, but no one. So did Mike. You hosted a show with Mike. No one ever called Barcan Ike. I don't think. In any case, we'll take your C and we're gonna throw it right in the trash, Dan.
Damn right.
Yeah.
well, I got a couple reasons why. I think you guys can improve upon it. So just bear with me.
Okay.
So Tornado Shapiro and Tommy Down the Shore, just those they're like corny bits. I think you guys can just do a little bit better. So that's my main.
Hold on, you don't like Tommy Down the Shore?
Or Tornado?
Or Tornado?
I can't get behind that, dude. It's just too comic-y, corny, and I just don't get it. Maybe it's an older person thing.
Whoa! Sorry, we're having too much fun, Dan. Look, we asked for constructive criticism, and now I just want to fight with you all the time. Was there anything else you don't like, Dan?
Nothing I can think of,
All
man.
right.
You guys got good commentary. You got good banter, good takes on everything. So
All right.
I'll keep listening for now.
Do you have a next question today? Is Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's birthday, so we're asking for a famous accessory, as his goggles were famous. What do you got for that, Dan?
Dude, Snoop Dogg and weed.
Weed as an accessory?
Well, if anyone.
Well,
yeah, I would say
he smokes it like he's wearing a piece of jewelry.
Yeah, I would say him and Cheech and Chong. If anyone gets weed as an accessory, I think Snoop Dogg and Cheech and Chong.
Willie Nelson?
Oh yeah, Willie Nelson.
Yeah, but he's more than a weed guy.
Yeah, I would say if there's a
Willie
Mount Rushmore
of weed.
Yeah, it's those three. I think on the
Cheech and Chong just one face on Mount Rushmore, or both of them?
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough to have two on one.
I'd have to go one face.
One face?
They would be considered one.
One face.
Yeah, I can't see the one without the
So
other.
Snoop on the Weed Mount Rushmore, Broads? Maybe?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Snoop, Cheech and Chong, Willie Nelson. Is there another one pops into your mind?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't have
Those are
one
the three.
right off the top of my head.
Josh Gordon.
There's three pretty big ones.
Josh Gordon. Oh, wow, I
That
haven't heard that
wasn't
name.
weed.
Oh, well, no, yeah. It was something a little more
Yeah,
serious.
it might have been stronger than weed.
Yes. Speaking of, I guess, pharmaceuticals, but legal
There we
ones.
go.
Legal
There we
ones.
go.
There we go.
Oh, Blue Chew is going to make you a man. I mean,
What was that sound you just made?
it's
I
that
think you
it's
must
a
purred
snort.
into the
Yeah.
microphone.
Baby.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Blue
John
Chew.
Johnson.
Blue Chew is going to increase your performance in the bedroom, make her happier, make you more confident, which is going to make you more attractive to her, which is going to mean it's all going to happen more. It's like a magic little chew there.
Yeah.
Magic little chew. It's not a pill. We say pill. Pill you have to swallow with a drink. Blue Chew is a chewable. It's got the same.
Swallow it, and eat it.
There you go. You got the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, and Staxin, but it's chewable. And that's not the only advantage. And by the way, the important thing I want to say here to you is that this is going to make things better. This is going to make things better
For everyone.
You're going to
involved.
perform better.
Yeah.
So it's made and shipped right here in the USA, and that makes it cheaper. And another thing that's better, it's all done on the Blue Chew website, on bluechew.com. So no doctor's appointment.
Yep.
Have you tried to make a doctor's appointment lately?
The worst.
It's April 16th, right? You call up, they'll go, we'll see you. Our first opening is July 23rd.
That's not even exaggeration.
Nope. BlueChew.com always opened, and they'll help you figure out the right mix. And it is shipped directly to you, so you don't have to worry about the pharmacy either.
Love it.
Yeah. So, and we care about you so much, and we're so convinced that this will help. We're going to pay for the first month, the WIP afternoon show.
On us.
On us. It's our birthday, but we're paying for your gift. So go to bluechew.com, use promo code 94. It's free. All you got to do is pay the $5 for shipping, and then you get it in the mail, and you can
chew it and do it.
Chew it, do it. Chew it, do it. Chew it, do it. Chew it, do it. Chew it, do it.
By the way, Bob Marley should probably be on there.
Oh, Bob Marley's
that's
a
a great
good one. Yes.
Great one.
Yes, that is a good one.
Hell, he would be out there for the other ones.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Marley, a good one. Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. What grade would you give the WIP afternoon show after 1 year? B still leading at 28.1%. Second is F with 25.8%. We thank you. And then
second is F?
Yeah, but third is A right behind it at 23.6%. So not bad.
Somehow we've gotten worse doing the show today.
Well,
Well, they listened.
Yeah, they listened. So we are a week and 1 day away from the NFL draft, and the Eagles will pick 32. Mel Kiper Jr. had his 3.0 mock draft, I believe, 3.0, and he has them selecting Jihad Campbell, who is a linebacker. Here's what he said about why.
I think second round, I even heard. I got a text said second round when this whole thing broke about the shoulder injury, the labrum, which could push him into the summer, early September, mid-September, to see when you're going to be back. A shoulder for a linebacker is an issue. So Jihad Campbell would have been, in my opinion, a top 15 pick, maybe somewhere in that 10 to 12, 13 range. 19 to Tampa Bay is where I thought he would go prior to the injury. You have him going late first round to the Eagles at that particular point. I think second round, unfortunately, because of that injury and being a linebacker with a shoulder issue, going through the process with that problem, now could be a borderline first. And it would not shock me at all if we're waiting until Friday night to hear Jihad Campbell's name called, which, he's going to be a heck of a player once he gets back to 100%. But that shoulder injury right now going into the start of the season possibly is an issue.
So is Jihad Campbell, I get confused sometimes because they have guys listed as linebacker that in the NFL are actually an edge rather than an actual linebacker. Is Jahad Campbell? I don't know anything about him.
He's a off-ball linebacker.
Okay, all right. And, the whole thing where you take a guy who's hurt, especially a team who's good, has the ability to maybe wait on a guy and not need him to produce immediately when they get him. I don't know what the status of his rehab is, but a shoulder too, I don't know. I'm not as worried about a shoulder as a knee or a back or a foot or something like that, Any thoughts on Jahad Campbell?
Yeah. No, when I heard this clip earlier with Mel, this kid, obviously he's a good player, would have been would have been projected to go higher in the first round, not for the injury. So all that's well stated. If the Eagles can find a way to get him late in the second, somewhere in the third, okay.
Okay. Not at 32.
There's no way.
Okay.
I just don't see it.
Okay.
I don't see it. I know we're under a new sort of order here. As far
we care
as
about running backs and linebackers.
We pay our running backs and linebackers.
Yep.
We haven't gone that damn far over the bridge with paying Zach Bond, which you're going to pay him, and then turning around and drafting an off-ball linebacker in the first round.
Right.
Yeah, I don't see that happening.
So, and we have Mike Mayock will join us at 4. We can ask him about Jahad Campbell. I think when we talked to Baldy, he said he felt like the draft was particularly deep with running backs.
Mm-hmm.
Could you see the Eagles taking a running back? Yeah. No. All right.
I just not with the first pick. Now, if they get to that pick and they say to themselves, you know what, player that we want is not really here. We could take him early, but it'd be reaching for him. I mean, as far as would he be there for us in the second round, or should we just move out of the first round and pick up more picks and get the player that we want by moving back a few picks?
Right.
Maybe that could happen. Honestly, I think running back in the third round.
Okay.
It's a deep draft for running backs. I tell you the running back that I want, I don't think he's going to be there in the third round. They would have to take him in the second round. I want the kid out of Ohio State, Trayvon Henderson.
Okay.
Yeah.
What kind of a running back is he?
Saquon Light.
Oh, okay.
Saquon was the number 2 pick in the draft.
Yeah, I was
not
light.
that damn good.
Right.
Good. But as far as having breakaway speed and being an explosive runner, I like Henderson.
215-592-9494.
Saquon Light.
Raji in Philly. You're pretty light. No high expectations.
Yes.
Raji in Philly, you're on WIP. What's up, Raj?
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing? How you guys doing?
Raji.
Hey, man. I don't want to get in trouble, but I just want to make sure because you guys got the Elon Musk Twitter thing. But did you guys bring up the Jackie Robinson Day yesterday? It's April 15th.
We did in leading off.
Yes. Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah,
Yo,
yeah.
Because I just wanted to say, man, I think what you guys do as a radio is you guys are awesome, man. So I originally had you guys high up on the A grade, but then I heard that one caller talk about the sexual innuendos and stuff. So I was like, in the office, and they're like, it's always that's what she said, and it's when you're a kid, you kind of do that. I feel like it's kind of getting a little redundant with your show. That's why I got to give you guys a B.
Oh,
too much sex talk.
Yeah.
Guys like to be stroked.
Yeah. I think, Raj, I hear what you're saying. We like being juvenile because it takes the pressure off sometimes. We're trying to have a good time. I hear what you're saying. But
I respect that. I respect that. And
dial it back, man. Dial back.
Hardest wood I've ever touched.
See, Jack
Dial it back,
really
man.
loves it. Jack really loves it.
Yeah, I can see where that influence came from.
Yeah.
Bombs and dongs galore.
See, Jack. See what you did?
You got to make money, man. I know your demographic needs that blue chew. So,
you guys gonna stop selling that now?
You got to pay the bills around here.
Yeah, for sure. But I just wanted to ask because I love talking hoops with you guys. You guys keep it going for the afternoon. You guys are bringing up. I heard somebody say Steph Curry's top better than LeBron, and I just wanted your guys' opinion with the way their careers are going. Do you think Durant has hurt his legacy, and everyone used to think he's top 10, top 15? I don't see that.
Yeah, his legacy is taking a hit.
Yeah, huge. Yeah.
I mean the Brooklyn stint and the Phoenix Suns stint.
they didn't even make the playoffs.
Yeah.
Man, they got
Yeah.
3 max contracts. So
Yeah, and jumping around and like you know, his best thing would have been to stay. Look, he can do whatever he wants for his life and make him happy. His best thing would have just been when everyone was ripping him for going to Golden State and cheating. He should have just stayed there. And they could have won. They would have won. They could have won so many championships. It would have been impossible for anyone to question it anymore.
Yep.
Like they could have won 3 more. And all of a sudden, we could all talk to him about going to a loaded team. But if he wins 5 championships with Golden State or something, then they couldn't have questioned him. So I think the 2 things would have been stay in Golden State, or stay in Oklahoma City, or if you don't want to do that anymore because you don't want to play with Westbrook anymore, I get it. Then just stay in Golden State.
Yeah.
But he's still a great player. But yeah, I think he's hurt. There's no way he's top 10 anymore. Now he's top 25 type player. I think he gets talked about. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, man, I totally agree. I think when that happened, Curry's trajectory has now gotten higher to like he's top 7, 10, whatever you want to say. But you know, with his success. So I totally agree with you guys. I love talking hoops with you guys, and I just want to say with I think the question, your question, I got Slick Rick the eye patch.
Oh, for famous accessory, that's an
good call,
excellent
Raji.
one.
Good call, Raji.
Love you
Yeah.
guys, man. Peace.
All right, Raj.
Good call, brother.
Oh, that's a great one.
Yeah.
The eye patch for Slick Rick. Absolutely.
Bro, great sports content.
Yes.
Great constructive criticism.
Yes.
And then answer the question.
Yeah, a little basketball content in there. Yeah. Durant.
He's
People
top 20 player.
Dude, people were dying to make him top 10. That's the thing. When you talk about his legacy, that's the thing that sucks for him is that there was a path there.
Well, he let Kyrie trick him out of his position.
Yep. Talked him into Brooklyn.
That's what he did. Talked him into leaving.
Yep.
And you know, most basketball fans who wanted LeBron to win, or maybe their other favorite player to win, they didn't want Golden State to win. They were hoping for the breakup.
Yes, because they were unbeatable.
Yes, they were hoping for the breakup, and that's what Durant doesn't realize. It's like, dude, you could have just stayed there. That would have died down eventually, and you just would have been a warrior for the rest of your career.
Because they just would have won too much for anyone to complain about it.
Yeah.
As good as the Heat were with LeBron and Bosh and Dwayne Wade, the Warriors were way better.
Way better because they fit better.
Yeah,
they fit better. Seriously, yeah,
absolutely.
I agree. Yeah, it's unfortunate with that much talent.
Well, now he's going to get traded again. This offseason, he's not going to be on the Suns.
Now he's team jumping. He doesn't know where the hell to go.
5th pick and Paul George for Kevin Durant.
I do it.
Hey, John. Hey, Mark. How you doing?
There you go.
I do it.
You know, Daryl's always wheeling and dealing for a guy who's
I'm like,
injured.
I do it.
Yep. All right. It is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. It's our 1-year anniversary. Looking for a grade for us, 215-592-9494. And coming up next, Mike Mayock will give us his grades for some potential Eagles that we could see drafted in a week. Our draft expert, Mike Mayock, joins us next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
During the NBA play-in tournament, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving all new customers a shot at $250 in bonus bets. All you got to do is join FanDuel today. You'll get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Now, I'm talking about betting three-pointers, steals, how about assists? Anything. FanDuel has so many ways to bet your favorite player props. Plus, after the game tips off, you can even combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. Just visit FanDuel.com/Ike to get in on all the NBA play-in tournament action. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's time to make it official. Sports Radio 94 WIP is celebrating the man, the myth, the strip-sacking legend.
Brandon Graham rips the football out of the hands of Tom Brady.
May 5th is now. BG Day.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
All day long, 94 WIP is honoring Brandon Graham with classic stories, special guests, and the best BG moments of all time.
Oh, was he walloped by Brandon Graham?
Live all day, May 5th.
I just want to thank everybody.
Then cap off the day with BG Live, a special one-time event with Brandon at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Get your tickets for BG Live at 94WIP.com.
Are you tired of the same old lunch, same old commute, same old? Treat yourself to something new at Wawa. Like something zesty with the roasted chicken burrito bowl, or something savory with the Buffalo Chicken Club. Either way, Wawa has bold flavors for days and days and days, and well, you get the idea. Try something new today at Wawa, where cravings are made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Stop! Where's everybody going? Club Risque, the Delaware Valley's premier gentlemen's club, where there's always something happening. Free lunch weekdays, happy hour specials 6 days a week, the hottest entertainers in the world 7 days a week. And this week, it's adult film superstar Giselle Blanco, appearing at all 3 Club Risque locations, Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. Giselle Blanco, this Thursday through Saturday. Club Risque, your home for all UFC and championship boxing, shown on their multiple TV screens. ClubRisque.com.
The April wine selections at Fine Wine and Good Spirits are so good, you might wonder, what's the secret ingredient? Here's the secret. There isn't one. Just organic grapes and just in time for Earth Day. Natura Organic Rosé, made with 100% organic grapes, is now $2 off. Bonterra Vineyard Chardonnay from America's #1 organic winery is $4 off. No tricks, no magic, just really good grapes. Shop more organic wines at FWGS.com. Both bottles 750 milliliter. Offers end May 4th, 2025. Please enjoy responsibly.
Wawa's new $2 for $6 menu is here. Craft the order you want and save big while you're at it, with your favorite options now priced at $2, $4, and $6. Grab a $4 smoothie and $6 classic turkey hoagie, or a $2 iced coffee and $4 roasted chicken sandwich. From built-to-order hoagies to snacks, drinks, and more, pick one deal or try them all. Wawa's $2 for $6 menu, available now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Okay, raise your hand if you want to make your life a little bit easier. Great. Now raise your other hand if you like to be comfortable. Perfect. Now that you have both hands raised, imagine putting on your shoes. And that, folks, right there is your answer to an easier, more comfortable life. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. This is footwear you don't need your hands to put on. They can be raised in the air, and you can just step it and go. Why don't you experience what people can't stop talking about? Life-changing Skechers Slip-ins. Get your Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Ryan Hickey with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Travis Hunter told CBS Sports recently that he quit football if he wasn't allowed to play both ways in the NFL. Here's the thing the two-way Colorado star doesn't realize. Every hit in the NFL is equivalent to a car crash. He would have lasted 5 years playing every snap in every game. Lining up on one side of the ball predominantly isn't limiting his abilities, but instead preserving his career. I'm Ryan Hickey.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The WIP afternoon show at Ike, Spike, and Friends. We are 8 days away from the NFL draft. Draft expert coming on to talk with us today, and will again next week at the very same time, Wednesday, 4 o'clock. Mike Mayock. Mike, thank you again for joining us.
My pleasure. Great to be with you guys.
Can I say, Mike, and we talked a lot, we didn't talk very much Eagles specifically last week. We just talked about draft strategy, and we heard so much from people that really enjoyed the insight. So I just want to say your insight is valued, not just by us, by the people listening to the show.
Well, I appreciate that because it was hard-earned insight that got me fired.
Wow. Well, look, man, who among us?
Well, at least you can joke about it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, let's talk some Eagles.
Let's talk some Eagles. So, one guy they had in we're going to get to some specifics, at least up front. One guy the Eagles had in as one of their draft visits is a guy that is projected to go ahead of where they're picking, but they have enough picks to potentially trade up, and that is Malachi Starks, safety. What have you seen out of him?
I'm a big fan of him, and the reason is, athletically, he's superior as a safety. He can drop down on a slot, play man-to-man. He can play nickel. He tackles, gets guys on the ground. I think he is a first-round safety talent. I think the Eagles would like him because of the scheme versatility. However, historically, the Eagles don't draft a safety. So I would say the odds, if he was there at 32, I would be salivating, but I still would question whether or not the Eagles would want to go there.
Yeah, and they've, the only interesting thing is, and Ike was saying this last segment, is the Eagles historically don't pay running backs and don't pay linebackers, and we've seen at least a change in that at least. Yeah. So yeah, I guess we've been, and they haven't had much success taking cornerbacks, and that changed. So I guess for the Eagles, we're all just waiting for what the next surprise is in terms of their next move, and the next move being the draft.
Yeah, and that's all fair. I think Ike makes a great point. I think the Eagles have always been ahead of the curve, and it's kind of funny because you look at the last 4 or 5 years, everywhere around the league, it's been a pass-first league, heavy pass. Defenses have gotten smaller and quicker as a way to compensate against the pass game. And what do the Eagles do? They're the first team in several years that runs the ball more than 50% of the time.
Right.
They win the Super Bowl. So it's really intriguing.
We're looking at these different players, right, Mike? Last week we talked a lot about some of the edge rushers, some of the interior guys. Tight end wise, we're starting to hear the Eagles could possibly be interested in a tight end. It's supposed to be a deep draft for the tight ends. Jason Taylor's kid, supposed to be a guy who's a first round talent and could be available at the back end. I'm just running from a GM's perspective. if the talent is there, Mike, how much does that weigh against prioritizing a position? Right. In other words, if the talent is there at the position of tight end, this is a guy that we know is a first round talent, but you don't usually draft tight ends in the first round or what have you. Do you bypass that and just say the talent is just too good to pass up?
Yeah, it's interesting because every year I do a rolling 5-year average of players that get drafted at each position. And the tight end position over the last 5 years, there's been an average of 0.60 that go in the first round. In other words, there have been 3 first-round tight ends in the last 5 years. And they were Brock Bowers, Dalton Kincaid, and Kyle Pitts. Okay? So historically, we haven't drafted a lot in the first round. However, in this year's case, I would tell you right now, point blank, every GM has in their back pocket, especially when you're picking late in a particular round, you've got to have a guy in your back pocket or two that you know is going to be there if your board gets obliterated at other positions, okay? So we can talk about edge and defensive tackle and corner all we want, but if Howie's board gets blown up, he needs a legitimate guy at 32. And I would tell you 2 tight ends are going to be gone. But the guy you brought up, Mason Taylor, I don't think is going in the first round. Okay. And I think he has big-time first-round ability. And I did a bunch of his tape. I mean, this guy is really, really interesting. He doesn't even turn 21 years old until May. Not only is he Jason Taylor's son, his uncle is Zach Thomas, another Hall of Famer. Okay, so he's got an uncle and a father in the NFL Hall of Fame. He's 6'5", 255. He's a 3-year starter coming out of the SEC, and he never blinked. I mean, as a freshman, he got the game-winning pass against Alabama in the corner of the end zone, big-time catch. The kid was barely 18 years old. He makes a play like that. He doesn't get a whole lot of love, and I'm not sure why. He can run at all 3 levels. He can get vertical. He's got really good hands. He runs good routes. What kind of blocker is he? He's a good blocker. He's not a great blocker. He's tough enough. I think he can be a full-time starter at the wide position, a 3-down starter. He can put his hand in the dirt and block, or he can move out wide. I really like this kid, and I think he's one of the guys Howie's got in his back pocket.
Can I ask a stupid question? Run at 3 levels. What are those 3 levels? I assume horizontally, vertically. I don't know what the other one is.
You're 1 for 2.
Oh, well, okay.
They're all vertical. It's just effectively level number 1 from the line of scrimmage is up to about 9 yards.
Got it.
Level 2 might be 10 to 17 or 18, and level 3 is pure vertical.
Well, Mike, one thing you'll learn about me, I'm not going to stand here and act like I know something if I don't know it. And I sort of figure if I don't know, somebody else doesn't know. So I had to ask. Okay. I have a 2-part question about a player that we've heard about here in Philadelphia at a position of need as edge. So the first is just about the player. And then the second one, I guess, is more of a drafting philosophy about other stuff. And that is Mike Green from Marshall. So Mike Green from Marshall, as the player, what have you seen out of him?
Dominated at his level of play, went to the Senior Bowl, dominated again. I stood there and watched the O-line, D-line down in Mobile, about 10 feet away from where they're going at it. He had better bend than I thought he had, a little better quickness and takeoff than I thought he had, which is why it's good to see people in person as well as tape. I was impressed with him at the Senior Bowl, and I went there kind of saying off tape, kind of maybe a late one, but I saw more as kind of a mid-2. And I came out of the Senior Bowl going, hey, he's a really good football player, and I think he's going to go somewhere in that 18 to 28 range.
And then I guess less about him because none of us, I don't think, know the specifics about him, but more generally, there's a couple of things in his past with a couple of accusations in his past that might make teams, I guess, wary about what do we do with this guy. When you're scouting a player who has questionable things in their past, what do you as a GM do to learn about that person and try to fill that out and decide whether it's worth the risk, or how do you do that? How do you weigh that?
Yeah, you kind of have to get past just the 30-minute or 20-some minute interview at the combine, even the 30 visit in your building where you get a full day with him. You've got to get way beyond that. Every team in the league has security. Okay. And security might be, for one team, walking the coach on the field and keeping them safe. On another team, it might be doing a deep dive on background on individuals. And there are multiple people on each team that do that. So it's about literally getting boots on the ground at Marshall and trying to get all the information you can on any Title IX issues, talking to any policeman involved with any incidents, doing a real deep dive and paying sometimes an outside consultant to help you do that. I think the Eagles are blessed with Big Dom, who can do a lot of that also. He can help spearhead some of that. So it's really critical to get as much information as you can get on a kid, because that's also often where your owner comes into play and wants to know about, hey, you're going to take a kid with a first-round pick, and is it going to come back and hurt our organization and me? I want to know about it. I want to know exactly what you have on the kid and what you don't. So you got to do a deep dive on these kids, and it goes way beyond just shaking their hands and saying hi and looking them in the eye and say, hey, why did you do that?
Man, that is such a intriguing sort of process, man. Because I know, Mike, going back a couple of years ago when the Eagles were fortunate enough to get Jalen Carter, coming out in that draft, a lot of people felt like he was the most talented player in the draft, but he had some red flags there, I guess, and some teams didn't want to take that chance, and the Eagles do. And the guy has pretty much been a model citizen since he's been in the league. And, man, he's arguably, outside of Chris Jones, I don't know if there's a better defensive tackle in football that has the ceiling that Jalen Carter has. So I guess just like you said, doing your homework, making sure you vet the situation. I think about that with Green, because the talent is there, and you wonder how many teams will be like, you know what, I can't pass on this guy. We passed on a guy like Jalen last time. And how far you think the Eagles would have to move up to get this kid, Green, if they want a legitimate shot at him?
Let's just finish the last piece of that conversation, which to me, you asked me as a GM, you've got to have, if you're going to draft that kid, and this is where the Eagles are so good. If you're going to draft Jalen Carter, you've got to have the infrastructure and the plan to back it up. And the higher you plan to take a kid, the more of your resources in the building you have to apply towards that. So if you're going to take a kid with off the field issues in the first or second round, that you're going to have a bunch of people in your building involved with making sure this young man is not only doing things right and staying out of trouble, but you're trying to help him and giving him the resources to become a good person in your community.
Yeah.
Okay. And you got to have a plan for that kid. And I think the Eagles are outstanding at that. Now, as far as, trying to move up in the first round to get a Mike Green, potentially you could ask me the same question about Walter Nolan, the defensive tackle.
Okay.
Because he's got issues off the field also. And he's a guy that's supremely talented defensive tackle, and he's got a bunch of ability, and he might be staring the Eagles right in the face at 32 because of some of his off the field stuff.
Yeah.
So once you qualify what those things are, make sure you have a plan for it. The next question is, do you want to move up to get a kid with off the field issues?
Yeah.
Do you want to use draft capital to go do that? I would tell you that I think it makes more sense. And it was one thing to move from 10 to 9 to get Jalen.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah. Yep.
It's another thing to go from 32 to 25 and give up a bunch of draft capital. But I think both, though, I mean, out of those two kids, I think Walter Nolan's more talented inside. He's got real talent inside. So I think you got to ask the question of both those guys: would it be worth it to move up? And if so, we only have 8 picks. 4 of them are in the 5th round.
Yeah.
You know, are we willing to give up a day 2 pick to go get him?
All right, Mike. Great insight. Again,
Good stuff
we
again.
appreciate you. We will talk to you a week from today, same time, day before the NFL draft. Thanks again, man.
Appreciate it, Mike.
That went fast. Thanks, guys.
All right, thanks, Mike. There he is, Mike Mayock.
Well, that did go pretty fast. I looked up at the clock too. I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, it's already at 13.
Yeah, well, Mayock's
Good
great on the
stuff,
draft.
man. Yeah.
This is, by the
The
way.
more he's talking, I'm sitting there. He got me thinking.
Well,
while
you were
he's
like,
talking.
I want my green. Yeah. I guess. Well, the thing. This is why Howie stepped in it in that McShay podcast, because now what I always think about with taking these guys or even signing a free agent who has this stuff is the owner's going to look you in the face and say, if first of all, you're going to have to answer questions about this tomorrow, and second of all, if something happens again, it is your ass that is going to be on that dais at the press conference, and they're going to say, you said you did all this work, and here it is. Are you willing to take the risk? Are you putting your career in the hands of that kid? And I think Howie, and he backed off it yesterday to a certain extent, but he set himself up for now. If Mike Green drops it, look, Mayock basically said this guy's a monster on the field, is basically what he said. So he drops to 26, and they're in position to move up and get him. And now this becomes an even bigger story than it would have been had they done it before, because of what he said 2 weeks ago. And look, if they think it's the right guy and they think both personally and professionally, they'll go ahead and do it. It's just like it was a bit of an own goal there saying that, because it set them up.
But I mean, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. So if they were to do this, I'm just envisioning how he would in turn explain it. Right. Because you're right. He's going to get asked, how you said a few weeks ago, this and that and the other. I would imagine they will explain it in a way that they've done their homework. They trust the people that they've talked to. They made sort of tough decisions in the past with certain players. Mike talked about the infrastructure and the culture being great. They would sort of sell that part of it, I would imagine.
Sure.
And just, I totally understand what you're saying. And they realize that too now.
Well, yeah,
believe me.
Because these things that you're saying, they were going to have to do it anyway. But now they're going to get, but you said,
yes.
you know.
They're going to get the whole but you said.
And unfortunately for without knowing what he did or didn't do, now it puts an even bigger spotlight on that stuff because of what he said in the first place. Don't go on podcasts. Just come on our show. All right.
Well, again, it wasn't taken out of context.
Yeah, and it was not taken out of context at all.
That was the best part.
Well, no, you know
It
what
was so
happens?
good.
What happens on podcasts is when Howie comes on with us, Howie is...
These guys guard up a little bit.
He knows what it is. Yeah. He's guarded. You get in there on a podcast, we're not breaking. It's not just 10 minutes.
Flowing.
You're just hanging out, and you don't feel like it's going anywhere.
Well, and he's talked to, that was McShay's podcast. Like, he's talked to McShay for what, 15 years?
Right. Yes. Right. McShay, who will join us on Friday at 4 o'clock, by the way. Yes. Todd McShay joining us Friday, 4 o'clock.
Did you guys tell me that already?
Nah, I wasn't going to. I locked it up right before the show.
I was just saying,
No, we haven't said it on the show.
I thought I was having a mind.
No.
No,
I'm like, did y'all bring this up already?
No. Got the email right before the show that it was happening. No. We did. That's the first time. It's just
I
that
was having a CT moment.
No.
Although this could be a new bit. We could try to trick Ike.
Yes, trick Ike. Could we trick Ike that they won the Super Bowl in 04?
04?
Yeah.
No.
That would not be healthy.
I'm not that bad.
No, that would not be healthy.
We just came in one day. It was like, Ike, we just want to relive the title you guys won in 04.
Parade.
Yeah. No, he said McShay. It made me think of it.
Okay.
All right. 215-592-9494. 1 year of the WIP afternoon show asking for your grades. Lisa in Delaware City. You're on WIP. What's up, Lisa?
Hey,
Oh, hey, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, we got you great.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to give you guys a call. I hope everybody's doing really well today.
Yes.
And I wanted to, I've had the pleasure to meet Ike a few times, but also had a great time meeting you, Spike, at an event with Danny Bonaducci.
Wow, long time ago.
Yes, at Mike's Harley Davidson in Newcastle a few years back.
That sounds like rock radio if I've ever heard it.
So it was, if I remember correctly, Lisa, this was when everybody got a key, and one of the keys would start the Harley. Is that the event?
You are exactly correct. It was an 885 Sportster.
Yes, I remember it well. I remember it well.
All right. Well, I wanted to comment on Jalen being named one of the top 100 most influential people in the world.
Yes, great honor.
Yes, it is a well-deserved honor, Ike.
Yep.
And I'm very happy for him.
Mm-hmm.
Jalen supports women.
Mm-hmm.
That's the other thing. He's a big advocate for women.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just like OG mentioned earlier,
Mm-hmm.
all-female management team headed by Nicole Lynn, who negotiated a record-breaking deal for Jalen.
Yeah.
He believes in and has respect for women. Jalen, this helps him gain influence beyond the world of football. And now that he's an MVP, yes, MVP,
yep.
Super Bowl winning quarterback, he is a role model for young women everywhere. So I commend him.
I agree.
Look, no one's doubting he's done good things. I guess my quote.
And he's supporting the women's flag football movement.
There you go. I didn't know that, but he's doing that as well. I guess my question just being, of the 8 billion people on the planet, is he one of the 100 most influential? And that is I doubt that. That is my doubt. That is my doubt. But it is a great honor.
It is. And
Yes.
I mean, their readership is low. They're looking.
They want to get Eagles fans to buy the magazine. It's not a bad point, Lisa. It's not this is the most we've talked about Time Magazine in probably a decade. So it's a good point. Yeah.
They're looking for someone to pick up the magazine or to log in and read a little bit about what is going on in the world. Now,
absolutely.
My grade for the show is a good solid A.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. And the only reason that it's not an A+ is because of you, Spike.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And Jack.
Oh, there we go.
You refuse to acknowledge that Jalen is a very good quarterback.
Well,
But
we both say he's very good.
Just not elite.
We don't use the E word.
I just thought of something.
Yeah, not elite.
That's what's holding this show back from getting A+. Is you two don't support the quarterback.
Well, I support him. I just don't think he's elite.
I don't really. I mean,
yeah. Jack doesn't even support him.
It's okay.
It's unbelievable, man.
Spike, because it's doubters like you.
Yes, we
keep
fuel
him
him.
fueling. Yeah.
That continue to
Yes.
make Jalen hungry.
Yeah, that's
And
right.
You know what? He's got another Super Bowl in his back pocket.
Well, you know what? Then my message to him is, you're welcome. You're welcome. I'm glad I'm here to fuel him. Lisa, do you have a famous accessory for next question today?
Well, I was thinking about it, and my favorite tennis player of all time was Bjorn Borg.
Oh, the headband.
The headband, and Johnny McEnroe. They're both known for their headbands. So
Absolutely.
there
That
you
is a
go.
good one. All right, Lisa.
Like
Appreciate you.
Who's on the
Lisa.
Mount
Thank you.
Rushmore of headband wearers?
Ooh, headband wearers.
Like, does Jim McMahon count?
Oh, yeah. Remember, you used to write the message on the headband?
Yeah. Pete Rozelle. Finding,
Yep.
I'm trying to think who. I mean, Bill Walton, I think, had a headband.
Yeah, now you're going old school. That's the old school
We haven't
headbands,
seen. I think the
man.
headband should come back.
Well,
honestly.
Kareem, remember when the Sixers all wore the headband in the Butler
AI
era?
was a headband
That's
guy.
a good call.
Yeah, I was a headband guy.
Bryce has the showman as a headband.
Tobias is
Did
a
Tobias wear a
headband.
headband?
He does, yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't Ben try it one
well,
time?
no,
or
the whole
was that
team, Embiid, Ben, Jimmy Butler, Tobias, the entire team wore the headband for a little while.
For just the unity.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
JJ Redick would not wear the headband.
Not with that head of hair.
No. He's
You
got to
ever-
let
you
it
ever
flow.
Are you ever going to admit you were dead wrong about JJ? I mean, he's a stud, man.
About
Oh,
to be
yeah.
coach of the year.
Oh, yeah. You know, all they did was trade for the third best player in the league. How did they get so good?
I think it was out of bound timeout sense.
Yeah, just said, how did they get so good? I mean, there's a certain point in the year.
You got to coach up those stars. Sirianni,
they looked like,
what are we talking about?
They looked like they were going to be a 7 seed, and then something happened about 2 months ago. I can't remember what happened. And all of a sudden, they were a 3rd seed. What happened? Okay, whatever. It must have been Reddick.
Great coaching. He got Luka to get in better shape.
Must have been Reddick.
How's Luka in better shape?
Yeah, come on.
JJ started working out with him.
Yeah.
Does JJ still live in Brooklyn when he coaches the Nets and drives down for the games?
Can I say one quick JJ thing? This is the only safe space I can say
He did live in
this.
Brooklyn, didn't he?
He did.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
While he
that's
played
true.
there.
Yeah.
Commuted.
So did Wilt.
Yes, Wilt did too. Wilt did live in New
Should
York.
make sure a Philly guy.
Just a quick JJ thing. And this is going to sound unfeeling, and it's not. So when the fires were out in LA.
It's going to be unfeeling?
Unfeeling.
I don't think that's a word.
A lack of feeling.
There you go.
So when he was out in LA and the fires were in LA, there were all these stories that his house burned down. Oh my God, JJ Redick's house burned down. JJ Redick's house burned down. He was crying at one point, my house burned down. He rented the house. It wasn't his house. So I saw these stories and I'm like, JJ Redick's house didn't burn down. Somebody else's house burned down.
Somebody else's house burned down.
That he was running.
You were a generational hater.
I tell you, man, he's good though. You gotta give him.
Well, I
credit,
looked
man.
it up. I'm like, wow, he bought a house. Oh, he was renting it. Like, if you were an apartment,
houses are expensive out there.
They are, and unfortunately for somebody else, they had to build a new house. He just had to move. This is all I'm saying. This is all I'm saying. All right, 215-5. I guess our grade will go down a half from some people.
Yeah, that's gonna cost us.
Yeah, the 1-year anniversary of the WIP Afternoon Show, asking for your grades for us, 215-592-9494. We grade the insiders next as the new edition of the Eagles Insider of the Year Power Rankings come out. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Phillies baseball is back, and I'm bringing you the tailgate must-have. I'm talking Surfside iced tea and vodka and Surfside lemonade and vodka. And now they have green tea and vodka. Now, all available in a variety pack with 3 brand new flavors, all absolutely delicious and paired perfectly with a day at the ballpark. Now, each can of Surfside is only 100 calories, and the best part, 0 bubbles. Ask for it at your local bars and liquor store. Must be 21 or older. Please drink responsibly.
Go Birds Radio. Listen Saturdays 1 to 3 only on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Sponsored by BetParks online sportsbook and casino app. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. BetParks.
NBA totals have taken a nosedive. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Tonight's playing games are being bet under. Bulls Heat down 5 and Mavs Kings down 9 points. Look to the over for the Bulls Heat adjustment. Bulls play at the second fastest pace, and the Heat have the #1 offensive and net rating over their last 12 games. Over. I'm Joe Ostrowski from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
During the NBA Play-In Tournament, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving all new customers a shot at $250 in bonus bets. Join FanDuel today. You'll get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. From three-pointers to steals to assists, FanDuel has so many ways to bet your favorite player props. Plus, after the game tips off, you can even combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. Just visit FanDuel.com/John R. JONR to get in on all the NBA Play-In Tournament action. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
As the seasons and temperatures change, the last thing you want is a faulty
HVAC system that can't keep up with your family's needs. Don't worry. Horizon Services is available 24/7 to service your existing system or install a new heating and cooling system. Plus, Horizon has same-day service, money-saving warranties, rebates, and flexible payment options. Horizon always works with you, so the job is done according to your schedule and budget. Schedule a visit today at horizonservices.com. With Horizon Services, help is on the way.
Pending credit approval. Offers cannot be combined. Excludes taxes and tax.
Still trying to get past second base with other dealers? You don't know Jack. Choke up on the bat, dig into the box. You're already in scoring position with Jack Dell and the team at Dell Toyota during Dell Toyota's Grand Slam Sales Event. Dell Toyota continues to hit it out of the park on its quest to be the #1 Toyota dealer in the region and remains the Delaware Valley's preferred truck and SUV headquarters with over 400 trucks and SUVs in stock and ready to roll. Worried about financing? Jack Dell is a time-tested expert when it comes to finding a gap and muscling one deep in the hole. Buy with no money down and 0% financing every day at Dell Toyota. Plus, with the Dell Vehicle Exchange Program, you can get out of your old vehicle and into a new car or truck and keep your payment the same, or maybe even make it less. Dell Toyota is close, only 8 minutes west of Exton on Route 30 in Thorndale. If you're worried you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Say habla español. Jack, sell them for less.
Heading to the ball game today? SEPTA's Wilmington-Newark line runs from Delaware to Center City and covers the I-95 corridor. It's a reliable alternative to peak traffic times. Check dctma.org/commute95 for I-95 construction updates. Stop! Where's everybody going? Club Risque, the Delaware Valley's premier gentlemen's club, where there's always something happening. Free lunch weekdays, happy hour special 6 days a week, the hottest entertainers in the world 7 days a week. And this week, it's adult film superstar Giselle Blanco, appearing in all 3 Club Risque locations, Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. Giselle Blanco, this Thursday through Saturday. Club Risque, your home for all UFC and championship boxing, shown on their multiple TV screens. ClubRisque.com.
Good credit, bad credit, no credit. Stars and Stripes Harley is accepting all credit applications. Bankrupt's on speed dial to help get you approved. Bankrupts, divorce, even repos. Let Stars and Stripes Harley Davidson get you financed on a new Harley today. Visit starsandstripesharley.com.
On approved credit.
Hey, Pennsylvania, it's time to step up to the plate for another thrilling season with the Fightin' Phils. And now, every time the Phillies strike out 10 or more batters in a home game, you score. That's right. When they whiff double-digit batters at the bank, you'll get a $5 casino bonus to play Philadelphia Phillies Slingo. Exclusively on BetMGM. The best part, you can claim this bonus once per week, every Monday through Sunday throughout the baseball season. So keep watching the Phils, cheer on those strikeouts, and get ready to take your thrills to the next level. BetMGM is a proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies and an official gambling partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus to wager. PA only. All promotions are subject to qualification and eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as non-withdrawable site credit. Bonus bets unless otherwise provided in the applicable terms. Rewards subject to expiry. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out.
Pour down in the rinse change.
Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Testing.
We are live from Chick-fil-A.
This is Grant.
And this is Laura.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich is that sweet bun.
And that chicken fillet was perfectly crispy and soft at the same time.
And that Smokehouse Barbecue sauce, it's a lot of fun. And the brown sugar bacon definitely had a little bit more pizzazz. Also, the mac, one of the all-time greats. Man, I'm getting hungry.
Order the Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich and a Coca-Cola on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is the afternoon show. Brought to you by Guida Door and Window. Call 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. We're a week away from the NFL Draft. We're like 3 weeks away from BG Day here on WIP, May 5th. It is not only Cinco de Mayo. We're raising it up a level. Brandon Graham Day here on WIP. All day long, we celebrate the career of Brandon Graham. Who'd have thunk it, right? 2 years in that we would be saluting one of the greatest Eagles of all time.
Day.
Absolutely. And then that night, PG Live, you can be a part of it at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville, a retrospective on BG on stage, talking about everything he's gone through with the Philadelphia Eagles before and what the future holds. That is May 5th at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Tickets are getting low. You could buy them at 94WIP.com. The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. So we asked for the grades for the show. That's what we're doing on the 1 year anniversary. OG Wade responded that his name should be in the show.
Of course.
Yeah. So
If there was one caller that we should add to the show, I mean, what caller would it be?
What caller would it be?
I might say Corey.
Corey's the most consistent.
Yeah, I would vote for Chuck, of course.
Nah, that's who I'm voting
for. You would vote for Chuck?
Of course.
I would
Herb.
vote for Chuck.
Herb.
Dude,
is a
Herb
good
and
one.
friends?
Yeah.
Yeah, it would have to be Herb or Chuck.
Well,
Herb, Chuck, OG.
Corey.
Here's where Ike's going to start naming every single
Well, I'm just
caller.
saying.
Yeah.
Listen.
I like that Corey can take a punch
Yeah.
and keep coming back.
Yoshi?
Yeah.
Yosh.
Cam from St. Vincent.
Yeah.
No. He's a morning show
He's
caller.
a morning show caller.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like him as a
I
caller.
thought he was with us.
No. He's a turncoat.
I like him as a caller, but it was the first thing he told me when he met me at the Phillies game last year is that he's a morning show guy.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess I'm.
You thought we had something.
Nah,
Yeah, I thought so.
No. You guys got to keep an eye on him. Tom from Abington. Chris in
Well, I
Middletown.
definitely know Tom
Yeah,
Abington and
yeah.
Chris from Middletown. Yeah.
Chris in Middletown's a midday show caller.
Yes.
That tries to sneak on this show sometimes and
Right.
be cute with his actions.
Yeah.
Everyone else is mostly ours.
Yeah.
Like, I think
you had Justin, Tennessee.
Yeah, but Justin,
Yes.
again, he's kind of like Go Birds morning show, our callers. You know what I mean? I don't.
Whoa, Justin's on the afternoon show caller?
I think he is, but I think he's synonymous with a couple of shows. To be completely
real.
All right, okay.
I don't think he's.
I should listen to the
He doesn't want
station
to be
now and
locked.
again.
Yeah. Obviously,
I know,
we're
well,
not
that's the
listening.
issue. Yeah,
Fritz
yeah.
hears it all.
Well, I just like I think even when like Chuck goes on a different show, he's an afternoon show caller.
Right.
I think when Herb goes on a different show, he's an afternoon show caller.
Right.
Yeah.
That's how I
Okay. You don't
diagnose
see
one.
Justin as an afternoon caller.
It's not taking a shot. I
No,
love
I
Justin.
feel
I
you.
just feel like he's actually pretty synonymous with all
He
three.
started
of
with the Go Birds, right?
yeah, that's how he got introduced to WIP.
Does Aaron just call us?
Yes.
Mount Aaron?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah. That's a
Big A just
that's an
us.
Ike Night caller.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes,
all
yes.
right,
And
okay.
Louis is ours.
Yeah.
The whole Louis family
Yeah.
is strictly afternoon show.
Okay, Andrew. Does he call other
Yeah.
shows?
I hope. I mean,
Oh, come
like
on,
maybe
man.
we could start him on Go
Jack
Birds.
trying to give him away.
Wow.
I'll put him. He's my. Okay, I love you, but this is just a funny joke. I gotta make the joke.
Okay.
Please let me make the joke. He's like my Bryce Huff in these trade packages to get Miles Garrett.
You're just throwing him in every trade?
Yeah.
How you gonna call? How you
No,
call
I
our
know.
draft expert Bryce Huff?
I know, and I was already trying to coach him up today on what I wanted him to sound like, so I feel bad doing it. I always feel bad picking on Okay Andrew, but the joke was right there.
You know what? Instead of him what if he just emailed us once a day and then he builds up to a call?
Y'all wrong.
No.
215-5929. We have the Eagles Insider of the
Call
Year.
up right now. Okay, Andrew.
We have the Eagles Insider of the Year power rankings coming up in a moment. Chuck from Mount Airy, you're on WIP. What's up, Chuck?
How you doing today?
Oh, we're doing great, Chuck.
What's up, Chuck?
Yeah, my stock was down the other day, so now I get to, judge you guys' stock, huh?
Yes, you can. Yes.
You know what I mean? Hey, let me say this, right? You said constructive criticism. This is a safe space. So this is what I'm going to say about that, right? Here's the situation.
And we can't hear you. Your call is breaking up.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm
Yes,
just
go
messing
ahead.
around.
Yeah. Let me say this, right? I'm going to say this, and I'm going to get in and out. See, Ike is solidified. You know what I mean? Ike is, brought his way up from WIP. Nothing was given to him. Former NFL
That's
player,
right.
former Eagle great.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? And, Ike and
What was
Ike,
your favorite
he
play?
is he is where he at right now. You know what I'm saying? Voice of the city. So Ike is solidified.
Okay.
Jack is multi-talented.
Uh-huh.
Jack, best producer in the game.
Well,
Drops,
Yep.
Yeah.
This is going well.
Yeah. The producer part of it, you need to.
I've gotten worse as a producer,
You have.
100%. Yeah, no, I'm mostly kick my feet up.
Yeah, you're good host, good voice. Producer, you're
Yeah, well, easy in there.
Yeah.
Finish it. Let me
All
finish
right,
it.
sorry,
You know what I
sorry.
mean? And he adds a quirkiness to the show, and he's versatile. You can lead off. You know, the guy can, play shotgun. He can be a producer. So that's a talent right there. I give him that. Now I get to Spike,
Oh,
right?
boy,
And here's the thing with Spike, right?
Uh-huh.
Spike, you're like, Danny Ainge, or Red Auerbach. You build a great program.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? You put these guys together. You put the morning show together when they were the afternoon show. You put Johnny Marks, Ike, and Jack together, if I'm not mistaken. And they was number one.
He lucked
show
into
in
that
the
one.
nation.
I didn't. I'm the one that hired John.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying. So
Yeah.
you're great. That's your niche. Great program director.
Oh, here it
That's
is.
what you are.
Backhanded
You know what I mean?
compliment.
Yep.
Yeah. Yep, not bad.
It is what it is. I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
So my thing is with the show, right?
Yeah.
We've lost a lot of good callers. You know what I mean?
No, we
Ingy.
haven't.
I miss listening to Ingy. You know what I mean? I miss.
Well, that's
listening to
Ingy's
Ingy.
fault. Him and Spike didn't fight.
I've never even talked to Angie.
It doesn't matter what the fault is. I'm not saying nobody's fault.
Oh,
I'm just, I'm just trying to get my point across. Let me land my plane like OG would say, right?
All right,
You got Ingy. You got with my man from Pensacola with the laundroments.
Oh man, Chris.
That's a good
I
call.
miss Chris,
Spike ran
yeah.
him off. Yeah.
I didn't run him off. I was just honest with him.
You got Black Gritty.
Not that good a
ran him
caller.
off.
Yeah, not that good a caller.
Angry Al. I enjoy listening to these guys. And then you take and replace them with OK Andrews and Mr. Shorehands and
Mr. Shorehand, he's horrible. I agree.
Yeah, but he hasn't called in months.
I'm just saying, like, what do you say? So I mean, with that being said, I got to give it a C+.
Ooh,
wow,
that's rough.
Wow.
Andy ran off Andy from Deptford. That's another one.
Well, we all can't be great at everything. Like, you're really good in the football season, and the rest of the year, you're like a solid D. So it's like we all have our strengths and our weeknesses.
I knew you would take it personally.
I'm not taking it personally. I'm just being honest.
No.
Yeah.
When Johnny was here, it was just that, those guys would call in and, we'd have caller crime. And
Oh,
there
yeah.
was rivals built.
Yeah, there's
within
nothing
the
better
show.
than Black Gritty calling for 7 straight minutes.
It was just a great program.
Doing
to
his
listen to.
bit,
Now,
yep.
A C+ is not a bad thing because it gives you room to grow.
Absolutely.
Hey man, listen, I made
Absolutely.
it through life being a C+ student.
Yeah. Honestly, we're in radio. We're all C+ students, to be quite honest with you, if we're
When I
lucky.
brought a C+ home, my mother was happy with me.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So it is what it is, man. Like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? But listen, it's always, you guys are still the number one show on the program. You know what I mean? And that's just that. And I'm very fortunate to be a part of it. But let's face it, if my stock is down while you on the show, Spike, then that means that the show stock has to be down. I'm associated with the show.
I didn't say your stock was down. Jack did. You don't want to go at Jack because he's
good
a
friends,
little
yeah.
baby over there.
I called Jack out when he first did it, but I mean, you was on the sideline saying, "Yeah, your stock is down." When I would hang the phone up, don't act like you didn't agree with it. You know what I mean?
What do you guys say about that?
Well, look.
But therefore,
Hope you
that's
ran
what
out of
it
the
is.
apartment
We all
one
got
day.
Room to grow. We all got room to grow, and he's only been a year. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And we working towards that A+.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Well-
But the thing is this, right? You got to look at this, right? The C+, and you're still the number one program in the nation.
Look at that.
That's saying something.
It is.
It is.
That's
It
saying
is.
something.
It
You know
is.
what I
It
mean?
is.
So,
What do you got for us
man,
for as an
stay
accessory?
honest. That's a big ups to this show, man. This is like I said.
I'm trying to get out of here on a good note.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, look, I'm
I
taking
know
it.
I know
Okay.
it.
All right. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I'm not taking no shots. No
Chuck, you're not
individual.
gonna stop till you quit trying to rally him up.
See, I'm taking your constructive
Yep.
criticism. I'm just
Yep.
sort of,
He's
you're
taking it.
All right. Do you have a famous accessory, Chuck?
Yeah, and that's another thing. You cut me off too soon, Spike.
All
You
right.
know what I'm saying? You got these guys ramble on.
Yeah.
Corey from Columbus couldn't even come off the bench when I was when Johnny was here. He was on the bench. You understand what I'm saying?
Do they card you when you go to the movies?
He could.
Here we go.
See, well, I'm just wondering. I'm just,
But you keep trying to pipe guys up like Corey from Columbus. You gave him that spot. And
No,
and
he earned
and
it.
ran
He
for
earned it.
No,
He earned it.
didn't earn-
You know why? Because he never
was
threatened
on the
me.
Bench.
Yeah.
He was on the bench.
Yeah.
You made him who he was because you took a liking to him. He's your son. So you made him who
My
he
son.
was.
What do you,
But
all
other
right,
than
all
that,
right,
you got
Chuck.
the guy
All right,
who's
Chuck.
okay
Chuck, we got
caller.
it. Do you have a famous accessory, Chuck?
Yeah, Allen Iverson's sleeve.
Okay, that's a good one.
That's a good one.
That's a good one.
That's a very good one.
Yeah.
Sleeve. He made the sleeve popular.
He did. I still don't know what it does.
Compression sleeve, right?
A sleeve. I understand the I don't
idea of it. It's supposed to keep swelling down. He had that bursitis with the elbow.
That's probably, and then it probably just became something that
it was a crutch.
Yeah.
Part of his uniform.
Well, basketball players now wear compression everything. Andre Drummond, I couldn't see one square of skin in a game. The compression pants.
Full body suit.
The Spurs not wearing a compression mask. And 215-592-9494. You know, one of your accessories in your home is your windows and your doors.
Yeah.
And look, you got to make sure that those are not like when you got to replace your windows and doors, it's sort of like your whole house isn't whole anymore. Because what happens is like when it's cold out or when it's hot out, that's when your home is important. It's letting that air in. And Gaida can help you with that. First of all, the triple pane Lowy glass, which I learned about, really does keep the hot air out and the cold air out and keep your home more energy efficient. Gaida right now going to give you interest-free options so you can replace those old drafty windows, so you can replace your front entry door, which really is when people look at your home, that what their eye goes to is the door. They're going to get you 0% financing, 0 down, up to 36 months, 0% financing, 72 months potentially, depending on the size of your job, which is 6 years of low payments, lower energy bills, and a more comfortable experience. You're also going to get 20% off everything. Every product they have, every window, every door, 20% off. There are restrictions. There's a minimum purchase, and the financing is subject to credit approval. What you got to do is call 877-GO-GAIDA, like I did, get a free in-home estimate like I did, and then you take care of it, or go to GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com. Eagles Inside of the Year Power Rankings. I almost forgot. The new ones are out right now.
Eagles Insider of the Year Power Rankings.
I'm going to be honest. This was a horrible week for Eagles Insiders.
Terrible.
I'm so disappointed in almost all of them. We're a week away from the draft, and we've had almost nothing from any of these guys.
Yeah, Elliott's out scooping all of them.
He is. And, you know, you could say maybe it's not a big scoop, but at least it's something. So we normally do a top 5.
What do you do?
Well, he had the Malachi Starks visit.
Oh, right. This is, I does not think that visit should be insider report.
So here is the bad news for the Eagles Insiders. Usually a top 5. There's no top 5. There's a top 3.
Wow.
Because nobody's doing anything.
Wow.
And the top 3
does this mean that I get to do a top 3 at 5 if I don't feel like putting together a full top 5 list?
It's not about me putting together a list. It's about nobody's earning it. I can put names in the list. There's no problem.
We're actually keeping track this year, too. I mean, Justin's back there.
We have a spreadsheet.
Everything.
We have a spreadsheet.
Who you got, big dog?
Number 3 is Tim McManus. Still, these guys are just there by reputation. Number 2 is a newspaper reporter. And number 1, the only guy who did anything this week is friggin' Elliott. Shore Parks, who had the Malachi Starks visit.
Well, listen.
Yes.
Cool your jets over there. It's a slow week. It's the week before the draft.
Where are you?
You give us one insight?
Where are you?
One. Lakin,
what are they going to do?
Like, Lakin should be on here for even doing the BG day.
I just thought about something.
Yeah.
What?
Did I put my top 4 picks up?
No.
Yeah,
on Twitter I did.
Oh, on Twitter.
Yeah.
Well,
4 guys you won in the draft? Is that inside information?
Listen. I just give you names and then I react, man.
I don't even know who you said.
Not inside information.
All you did was put photos up without even a name. I don't know who they are.
That's Michael Williams. That's Walter Nolan.
Okay.
It's Maxwell Hairston. And it's our guy, the safety. Malachi Starks.
That was the only one I knew.
But that's not insider.
Dig into the draft and get in here.
It's not. I don't know if that's insider stuff. Those are the guys that you want.
Well, what if it's
now we're back to informed speculation.
A year of explaining.
That's what it is. Informed speculation.
Is that what it is?
But hold on. So they're going to take a Georgia guy. Breaking news from Mike. You know, it's just you want to rip Elliott for saying that the top 30 visits from Georgia guys shouldn't count, and then you're saying they're probably going to draft a Georgia kid.
Here's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I have to be given some grace here.
This guy asked for.
Well, here's why.
Yeah.
No, it's not the poor me's. I'm just saying
we earn things in this country.
I can't be throwing stuff out there and saying that
totally agree.
It carries more weight if I do that.
Oh, here we go. Now he's the big dog.
I'm just saying it doesn't. Next thing you know, somebody else picks it up and there's Ike's reporting this, that, and the other.
I totally agree.
Carries more weight
So
than
I'm
you
just
say.
saying, I expect the. Are you guys judges? What are you guys? I don't even know.
I'm just trying to
I'm just saying,
figure this out.
I expect the board members to take that into account. That if I put out a list of players, a group of players, just respect the fact that I didn't just pull those names out of a hat. Can I just say that and leave it there?
Okay,
fine. Listen,
Right.
we're monitoring.
We're monitoring.
We're going to monitor now.
We're monitoring.
Now I'm looking at the tractor beam.
So here's what I would say to that.
We might need to do an Ike.
There are
draft
two
report.
guys on that four, in that group of four.
Okay, here we go.
That I've only said about the Eagles. I don't hear nobody else talking about them.
Okay, so it's not Starks.
Nope. And it's not the Walter Nolan.
No,
kid.
yeah, because a bunch of people said
yes.
So the other two guys.
Yes.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
I like that.
All right, we're taking that as a
You know what I'm saying?
report.
They take the Harrison kid out of Kentucky. Nobody else is giving
Okay.
that as a possibility.
Jack, tweet out Ike Reese hears from a source.
See, this is what I'm trying to avoid.
A report.
Would never. I did that once with Gilio. Remember that?
Oh, yes. Wait, there was a trade from a source in Baltimore.
So a source in Baltimore, I was filling in for, he was in, I think for.
I'll never forget that.
For Marks, maybe? Or maybe he's in for Ike.
Oh, was it with us? It was during this show?
And I wasn't producing. It was Ben still, but I had access to the Twitter account.
Oh, wow.
And Gilio opened the show saying that the Phillies were about to, from a source, Phillies are going to trade for Manny Machado and that, quote, Andy McPhail is a wizard. Tweeted it. Manny Machado, not a Philly.
No.
And Gilio clowned for that for multiple years.
I think I do remember
because
that.
of you.
Because of me.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I was just trying to help Gilio out.
Yep.
Totally backfired.
Don't help me out.
I won't help you.
Yes.
Well, I will always help you out. I'm saying in this instance, I will not help you
All
out.
right, Justin, video. Justin, I need you to turn a video. Ike Reese just reported that the Eagles are interested in some guy from Kentucky.
Corey in Kentucky.
Corey in Kentucky.
All I'm saying is if one of my guys gets selected,
You'll get
I'm
credit.
going to want credit for it.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm just telling you.
That's fair. That's fair.
Elliott throwing out names that are on a 30 plus visit. I mean, give me a break.
I love it.
I can't even get credit for that. It's unbelievable. All right.
Well, that's because you ripped everybody else that wasn't in the top three.
Well, yeah.
You came out throwing flame.
Well, I just need somebody to do some work. I'm here for 4 hours every day. You
and
know?
I thought I was out of this.
Well, that was
No,
last
that's
year.
last
You
year
recused
you
yourself.
recused yourself.
I put you as like one of my favorites to win the award for this year.
Yeah,
and
that's
now
right, you did.
The problem is Mekhi Becton's gone. That's been your big scoop for a year and a half now, and we need to get you on a different beat.
Yep. All right.
All right.
Just wait till next Thursday when the name gets called.
Okay.
I'm usually right on draft night.
Now, speaking of the draft, our official draft expert, OK Andrew, is back with his player profile.
Hey, man. First off, what it do?
What it do?
What it do, okay?
And second off, man, if people keep running their mouth, they can contact my people. I can contact them, and we can have a debate. Let's do it. Let's bring back the new callers. The old callers don't call anymore. Let's turn up. Like, come on now. Put your money where your mouth is. Like, come on.
Oh.
Did he just say, let's turn up?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's turn up.
Oh, that's for Chuck.
This is
about Chuck. Yeah, it's about Chuck.
I got you. I was like, what?
Well, I like it. I like it. Challenge, Chuck.
Hey, I'm sticking up for my guys, the callers right now. I think we're doing a great job, and I'll say I told you so in a couple years. So
Okay. All right. Well, give us your draft profile, okay? That was a strong start. Let's get to it.
hey, today we got a guy out of Oregon, former Big Ten. Now he's the new Big Ten Oregon defensive tackle, Derek Harmon, the 3-tech, 21 years old, 6'4", 313. He had a huge combine of 4.95 40 and with a 34-inch arms, which is great separation for a D lineman, as Ike knows. You need that separation, that hand play, to get past some guards. And
Hand
this
play.
guy on film makes guards look silly. He is super strong, super quick. He turns his athleticism into strength. A little bit like we see out of Jalen Carter, and this guy's got superstar potential. This guy doesn't have the big sacks, but he has massive TFLs. He has a couple forced fumbles, pass deflections. He was second-team All-American, and he dominated versus the national champions in his career versus Ohio State. He has great lateral quickness. He gets hands off for O-linemen. The only thing he does struggle with that I see on film is his pad height, but he destroys double teams with his strength and quickness, and he injects fear into offenses and lives in backfield.
I like
Dude,
it.
that was good.
I like
this
it.
This is a good call from OK.
I like it.
This is a solid B+ call.
Yes.
I like it. Very good, OK. Came with fire, came with an actual prospect, some excitement.
Now, what was the name?
I don't know.
Derek Harmon.
Okay, Derek Harmon.
Out of Oregon.
It's a tough name.
Derek Harmon?
No, I like that. You
can't
Andy Harmon?
Well, I'm more concerned about the school he played at.
Oh, Oregon.
Yeah, that's
Didn't
fair.
do anything. When's the last time they had good players?
It's been a while since Chip.
Well, hold on. Penei Sewell.
Great player. Yeah, he may be the last time. Well, before him, then who?
Yeah, I know. I mean, like, is that is the Gonzalez kid up at
yeah, he's
New
doing well.
England, all
Yeah,
right?
Christian Gonzalez. Yeah.
Just getting Oregon guys top of my head.
Jack, on this anniversary, 1-year anniversary of the WIP afternoon show, what do we have coming up in the top 5 at 5?
Things the afternoon show has saved in the last year.
Oh, wow.
Saved.
Yeah,
Wow.
we've actually done a lot of saving. It was hard to narrow it down to
Interesting.
5. Yeah.
Okay, that is coming up next. It's the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Hey, spring is in the air, and so are incredible savings at Elite Acura. Now, Elite Acura's spring performance sales event is the perfect time to experience Acura's legendary performance and luxury. Right now, current Acura owners can lease the stunning new 2025 Acura MDX for only $529 per month, or get behind the wheel of the stylish and powerful 2025 Acura RDX for just $429 per month. You got to hurry in. These spring offers will not last. You kidding me? We're talking about the entire luxury lineup. You know that won't last forever. Head over to see my friends at Elite Acura. They have over 150 new and certified pre-owned Acura vehicles in stock for you to choose from. Experience the perfect blend of precision-crafted performance, cutting-edge technology, and sophisticated design. Visit Elite Acura on Route 73 North in Maple Shade. Check them out online today at EliteAcura.com. And remember, nobody can compete with Elite.
Loyalty and Conquest leases are 36 months, 10,000 miles. Not all will qualify. See dealer for full details. Offers in 4/30/25.
It's time to make it official. Sports Radio 94 WIP is celebrating the man, the myth, the strip sacking legend.
Brandon Graham rips the football out of the hands of Tom Brady.
May 5th is now BG Day.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
All day long, 94 WIP is honoring Brandon Graham with classic stories, special guests, and the best BG moments of all time.
Oh, was he walloped by Brandon Graham?
Live all day, May 5th.
I just want to thank everybody.
Then cap off the day with BG Live, a special one-time event with Brandon at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Get your tickets for BG Live at 94WIP.com.
What up, Phillies?
Wawa's new $2 for $6 menu is here. Craft the order you want and save big while you're at it with your favorite options now priced at $2, $4, and $6. Grab a $4 smoothie and $6 classic turkey hoagie, or a $2 iced coffee and $4 roasted chicken sandwich. From built-to-order hoagies to snacks, drinks, and more, pick one deal or try them all. Wawa's $2 for $6 menu, available now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
This spring, Christian Home Services is standing with our nation's heroes. Now, schedule a $29 cooling system tune-up, and we'll donate every dollar to the Wounded Warrior Project, up to $5,000. With Christian Home Services, it's more than a tune-up. It's a way to honor those who've sacrificed for our freedom. Stay cool, save energy, and give back to the brave men and women who served our country. Call 267-957-1989 and ask about our no breakdown guarantee, or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
With Caesars Palace Online Casino, Iconic Play is just the beginning. Download today and register with code RADIOLAUNCH. New users get a $10 sign-up bonus, a 100% deposit match up to $1,000, and 2,500 reward credits after wagering $25. Must be 21 and physically present in New Jersey or Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harris Philadelphia. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Is today the day? The day you try something beyond your usual at Wawa? The day you decide to live a little closer to the edge? The day you put dill pickle ranch on your crispy chicken sandwich? Or your panini? Or your pizza? We dare you. We dill pickle dare you. Try Wawa's new lineup with dill pickle ranch and crispy pickles. Now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
Bring spring to your door with Target Circle 360. Get all you need for Easter hosting, spring get-togethers, and more with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. From Easter basket goodies to fresh florals, getting everything the same day is easy. Open the Target app and bring the magic of the season to your door with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. Visit target.com/circle or the Target app for more details. Subscription required. Same-day delivery is subject to terms. Applies to orders over $35.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Ideologies. Whoever drafts the Heisman Trophy winner should allow him to play both ways as much as possible. And yes, maybe later on in his career he'll have to pick either cornerback or wide receiver, but now is not that time. Travis Hunter did unprecedented things in college, and I fully believe he'll be that same player in the NFL as long as whoever drafts him has an open mind. I'm Zach Gell.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Baseball on the radio. It's just better.
It is bedlam at the bank!
Your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz on our 1-year anniversary. April 16th, 1 year of Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Ike and Fritz have been here. How long have you been in afternoons, Ike?
I came in 2016.
Okay.
Yeah, October 2016.
And that was with Carlin, and had about a year of Carlin?
Yep.
and then Marks.
The big old quitter.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not Marks.
No.
Carlin.
Yeah. Carlin left right before the Eagles won the Super Bowl.
What an idiot.
Yeah. Whoops. Whoops. Right, Chris?
Yep.
All right.
He did
I
the
love
open
Chris.
challenge, which I always appreciated.
What's that?
He did the open
He
challenge.
did. They went and played basketball. You guys went and played hoops at the open challenge. That was cool.
Was that impressive, Ike?
Was Carlin
Him
impressive?
playing basketball, is that impressive?
Not as a player. It was impressive that he did it.
He did it. Yes. Carlin was open for anything.
Sounds like you were impressed that he could just get up and down the court. I mean,
Well, no, because this is the funny part. He was smart. I think he stayed between the 3-point line.
Yeah.
On each side.
Not too much running.
as a fat guy that's played basketball before, that is a veteran move.
Yep.
3-point to 3-point line.
Let's get to it, Jack.
It's the 5. Number 5 at 5. With Jack Fritz.
Beautiful 5.
You know, I think the top 5 started around this time in the pandemic.
Oh, is that when you guys started?
Because the first top 5 I ever did was Harry Callis's 5 best calls, and it was the day that he died.
Yeah,
and that happened a couple days ago. So,
so
we're going on like a long run here. The top 5 at 5.
That's a 5-year run.
We're running out of these things.
Did you steal the top 5 from somewhere?
No, I don't think so.
Okay,
but we changed it, and then you stole it and took it to New York.
Definitely stole it.
So what I have for you today is the 5 things the afternoon show has saved in the last year. We've saved a lot. We are helping a lot of people. And the number 5 thing that we have saved in the last year is Paul Jolivitz's career. I mean, we have propped Jolly up.
We've certainly raised his profile.
We have raised his profile. He brings us fantastic content.
Absolutely.
He is already challenging Spike to a fight on Twitter about Daryl Morey.
Well, he didn't challenge me. I believe I challenged him on the air.
And then he confirmed
accepted it.
Yeah, but you guys haven't, linked up yet.
No, the Morey debate.
The Morey debate
will be.
I hope we need to do it. I agree. I just need him in person.
Yes.
So he's
no
done,
phone.
He's done Jolly versus Gilio over the phone.
No,
can't happen. Like I need Jolly in person. You versus him.
Yep.
Spit flying everywhere. I'm sure.
Do we get Morey to just sit here in the middle?
That would
be so fun.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
That'd be right before the draft, maybe.
Just a condescending little smile from Daryl the entire time,
like a kind of a nervous grin.
Yep.
Yeah. No, I need that.
Yeah.
So Jolly, obviously, it's been a great year for Jolly.
Yep.
And I think we have totally and completely saved Paul Jolivitz. Number 4, the 4th thing that the afternoon show has saved in the last year, and this is a big one because he's been a big part of this station for a long time. Frankly, I think he was lost in the new morning show, and that is Joe Conklin.
We saved Joe Conklin.
I think we saved Joe Conklin.
Can I say this top 5 is gonna ruffle some feathers?
Yeah. It doesn't sound like it's very complimentary, but hell, let's roll with it.
Yep.
No, that's the only one that's really any. I think we did. I think.
When you say, I would say we rescued Conklin from the morning show.
That is a good way to put it.
We didn't save Joe Conklin.
Joe Conklin's career.
He's
You're
Joe
making
Conklin.
it sound like his career isn't.
It wasn't in the toilet. He's doing fine. I'm just saying that.
What is wrong with
I'm gonna get a text.
There's nothing wrong with it. I can't wait to headline his show. Not headline, but be a part of the show
my God.
down in Atlantic City.
Oh my
or sell the
God.
book. It's not that.
We definitely rescued him.
I'm talking about like.
Well, he can have fun here.
Yeah, the morning show is just like, do your sports bits.
I think Spike and I agree with you. We're just saying
All right.
word it better.
The semantic.
Wrong wording. That's why this is how the top 5 works.
Okay.
I'm an idiot. You guys clean it up. That's what we do.
Yes, I'm trying to make sure we keep Joe.
We rescued Joe Conklin. We rescued Joe Conklin
Rescued.
from the abyss that is the morning show.
Yes.
With the
there
abyss.
you go. He
Yeah.
has to insult somebody. Yes.
The third thing that we have saved in the last year on the new afternoon show is I think that we saved old school, what a lot of people grew up on type radio. And what I mean by that is we brought back Mount Rushmore, which was crapped on for a long time.
Yep.
We brought, a lot of semi-inappropriate drops that I feel like had gone away. They were voodoo for a little bit.
Yeah.
I think for the people that grew up on like 90s,
like me,
early 2000s radio, I think we've brought back an actually old school flair to this thing.
Well, look, I grew up listening to Howard Stern. So this was being
You also grew up
inappropriate on the
listening
air.
to Howard Eskin.
Yes, well, less. There is some of that, I guess. I think we do. We
I
combine
totally agree.
combine the WIP
Yeah.
with the locker room humor.
Yeah.
We're not trying to offend anybody, just trying to have fun here.
Sure.
Locker room talk, as they say.
Exactly.
Right.
Sometimes we go up to the line.
We go up to the line.
we
Sometimes
come
we cross
back.
it.
I mean,
Sometimes
Cross it.
we opened the show today saying grade the show.
grade the show, our show.
That's not. It's a sports talk station.
Yeah, but we're just trying to have a little fun.
Imagine program director Spike. I mean, who knows?
He would have had a fit.
Yeah. Well,
Where are the takes? Where are the takes?
well, I
This
did
is-
have a take at 2:30. though.
No, this is more
Oh,
fun.
yes, you did.
Yeah.
You did.
This is way more fun. This is
Yes,
way more fun.
yeah.
The second thing that the afternoon show has saved in the last year is I truly believe that we did save Elliott and most of the other beat reporters with Eagles Insider of the Year. I can't wait for next year's competition. I think this was really just laying the groundwork.
Saved them from themselves.
Exactly,
Their own laziness.
And I would also say the worm helped
Yes.
guide some people at the same
Yes.
time.
I made you better.
Exactly right. Like, I just think that the Elliott was going down a bad path.
Mhm.
Now, I think he might have overcorrected. Some of his tweets have gotten disgusting, frankly.
Well,
Not my Elliott.
the one today about the coolest athlete
yeah,
since
yeah, yeah.
Iverson.
I know.
It's just disgusting.
Disgusting. But, the Eagles Insider of the Year really heated up the last, 2 weeks leading into the end of it.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I think that the people participating in it now are locked in on next year. So it should be a big year for the insiders.
I do think we saved the insiders, specifically Elliott.
I like
Yeah.
it.
Well, they were. You know what they relied on? No offense to any of them, but they rely on the fact that the Eagles are the biggest thing in the town, and they're like, "Hey, look, anything I write or do, people are going to click on." Look, the people here. There's somebody here from 2 to 6 every day. We need you to do your job. We respect the job that you do. You can't rest on your laurels, and we forced them not to rest on the laurels. And we brought the best out of Elliott.
Yes.
Yes.
He should be thanking us.
Yes.
Every time he comes in
Should thank us. Hey, thank you guys
for lifting my profile.
Yes.
But the number one thing that the afternoon show has saved in the last year, and to be completely fair, now I think my radio instincts are A+, A to A+, very high.
I believe they're good.
I was ready to give up on 530 Creed, but we saved Creed. I mean, Creed in the last year, they're back on the map. They're all over Instagram Reels. They're all over TikTok.
Selling out shows.
They announced a world tour again. One Last Breath was in the top 10, I think, of rock charts.
Number 1 for several weeks, actually.
Yeah, what was higher?
Yeah, where it was higher.
Below,
Elliot.
yeah, well, you can't get higher than number 1, can you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think Scott Stapp owes it,
Yes.
frankly, to us
to sing 530 Creed.
to
with
sing
them.
530 Creed when they come here in July.
Yep. I remember when we had done it for about a week on the day when you didn't play it. And I was like, where's Creed? And you're like, I think it's over. I was like, buddy, it's just begun.
Yes.
Yeah.
Waiting for it to be over.
Yeah, I guess counting down the days.
Yeah.
Well,
But I've hung in there.
You have?
July
You still,
Not
12th.
complain.
Yep.
Not complain.
Yeah.
you still give it your all?
I
Yep.
sing with enthusiasm
Yep,
every
yep,
day. I
yep,
do it.
Yep.
I
Yep.
do it. And I enjoy it.
Yep. And then
I
when
do.
we get Scott Stapp, he'll sing it with us, and then we'll introduce a new 530 song.
Yeah, I don't think and the song that we've been talking about,
Yeah.
Spike, I don't know if Mike's going to be on board with the song.
Was he on board with One Last Breath in the beginning?
He was not.
I was not.
But this song's a little bit tougher to sing.
Dude, well, it's hard to sing, but it's a good tune.
It's a great tune. That's,
Yeah.
that's-
Okay.
yeah. So we'll see.
We'll figure it out. We got to get Stapp to, and let me say, if Stapp doesn't sing it with us, I'm going to swear off Creed.
Oh, wow.
And that's a band I really, really
Yeah,
like.
no, they're dead to us.
They don't sing
Yes.
it with us. I'm swearing them off. They'll never get played on the show again.
What?
If it's up to me, there's three guys on the show. Yeah.
Ah, listen,
Yeah.
I roll with it.
Okay.
I roll with it with you guys.
Right.
That's what we're rolling.
If
That's what
he
we're
doesn't
rolling.
sing it with us,
Yeah.
there's a real problem. There's a real problem. This hour is sponsored by Guided Torn Window.
I'm scared for him.
Yes. I think he'll do it.
All right.
They seem like they're having a good time together. You know,
All
he
right.
was the guy that ruined the band because he had a drug problem and he became a egomaniac, and
Okay.
because the band continued on
So you
with
know the backstory.
the
Yeah, I
band.
don't have it.
Creed continued on without him under a different name. They were
Gotcha.
called Alter Bridge. There was the
Oh.
rest of the guys were fine. It was him, but now they're back. It seems like they're having
An
a good time.
egomaniac.
Yeah,
Okay.
we don't stand
Won't
for
happen
that
on this
around
show.
here.
There's no
Nope.
egos on this show.
No. This hour is sponsored by Guided Door and Window. Get 20% off all windows or doors with no money down up to 6 years to pay it off interest-free. Call Guided Door and Window today at 877-GO-GUIDE or visit GoGuida.com on the 1-year anniversary of the WIP Afternoon Show as we ask you to grade us. Aaron in Mount Airy, you're on WIP. What's up, A?
What up, fellas?
What's up?
What up, A?
Yo. Listen, a couple days ago, that I did start it off as a bit, because listen, I was traveling through Kentucky on my way to Tennessee. I was trying to take a dig at Corey. I'm kind of going to say, like, I don't know how you get good reception out here.
I'm supposed to call you Bronny now, just to keep it fair.
It's all good.
Okay.
Because now Chuck, he doesn't take my plea. So I'm going to leave Corey alone, because Chuck, Corey going to respond to Chuck tomorrow. I just heard that. I just heard that on the rewind. But listen.
Yes.
Before I get into that, Spike, you're dead wrong.
On what?
Golf is a sport.
We're talking this was a week ago.
I understand.
It's not.
You understand? I ain't got the great reception. I call once a week. That's the only time I
Aaron, name another sport where foot speed is not an issue.
Swimming.
Well, no, here's the thing. No.
It is an issue in
you
swimming.
need feet to swim.
Foot speed?
Yes.
What, because of the little paddling?
Yes.
Yeah, you need feet to swim. But listen,
yeah,
you may not be an athlete, but it is a sport.
Name another sport where foot speed is not a thing.
We just said swimming.
No, that's what Jack said.
Well, like I just consider it a sport. It's because like it's a skill, it's a hobby, but it's also a sport. Because any sport could be a hobby. 60-year-old, well, my dad's hobby 60s, but older people. They play basketball as a hobby to stay in shape.
Sure.
There's softball leagues. There's flag football leagues for older people. It becomes a hobby. It's a sport, but it's also a hobby. Golf is more of a hobby, but it's also a sport. And Tiger Woods turned into a sport because people don't look like John Daly anymore. So
right,
but they're just not athletic.
Right.
But I appreciate you standing on your stance.
Okay.
So listen.
Yeah.
I got to give a shout out to Ike Reese for this one reason.
Okay.
Because back in the day, early mid 2000s, I'm not taking a shot at nobody, but the hosts of WIP were very, they'll start with your dad because he bit my head off a couple times. I'm like, bro, I'm a new caller. What's up, man? But like they will bite your head off. But Ike, he was very welcoming. That's why I've always consistently been an Ike Reese caller. Because he doesn't throw. I'm a football player. I know more. He don't throw that in your face. He lets you talk. And every now and then he'll go back with you, but he's respectful with it. And a lot of hosts back in the day, they weren't very respectful with it. So I gotta give Ike Reese his flowers for that.
Oh, appreciate that. See?
Yeah, he is.
Why did I call you C?
What do you think? They all look the same?
My bad,
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Taylor.
But yeah, I gotta give Ike his flowers for that. But what I would say is, I would give this show, I would give it an A. And I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest, because Jack, his humor is very underrated. So when Mark stepped aside and Jack was there, I thought Jack was gonna be the permanent host. And
so did I.
Jack, and I like Jack's his daggers, boom, 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 boom. And he slides them in there. I like that type of humor.
Yeah.
So when we go back, right?
We do.
I love for you. When you were announced, I'm like, man, I'm bummed for Jack. No shade towards you. I thought I'm like, Jack, I'm bummed for you. I thought it was gonna be you. But y'all got a great dynamic. You like Ike, he's the Ike, Jack is the bumbling, every now and then the food. And Spike is the,
he's the stickler. He's the taskmaster on the show.
I'll be the a-hole, man. It's okay.
That's another way of putting it.
Every now and then he becomes the irritant. And that's what gets a lot of callers' skin. And if a lot of the callers don't know Spike, one thing you don't want Spike to know is he got underneath your skin because he's going to needle you and needle you and needle you. Don't let Spike know he got underneath your skin because Spike will play the irritant role. That's why y'all make and Johnny Merch did the same thing. That's why y'all make such a good, and no shade to nobody, by far the best show. Kyle, he sucks at doing drops on the midday show. I'm gonna just be real. He sucks at doing drops.
Wow. Wow.
And Jack, he is the GOAT with doing drops. Right on point. He knows what to say. He just knows when to drop that drop.
He's
right
excellent at it.
Yeah. So I gotta give y'all that.
Well, thank you, Aaron.
A.
Thank you, Aaron.
I appreciate that.
A+. Only reason I'm not giving you an A+. Cause I'm counting down to July. because I cannot stand that Creed song no more. I'm being so honest. I can't do it. Like, when is it going to end? But
I will say the
once it
delegation has been on my heels.
Oh,
about
well, wait till they hear the next song.
Next song's worse. I'm just letting everyone
It's
know.
not going to be one more chance. I got news for you.
you like it, and then eventually like, all right, man. all right now, like, come on, like, what we doing, like, but and
you just said it ain't gonna be Biggie, so we already know that.
Yeah, it ain't gonna be big, and no more Big Justice songs. Like,
well, we don't control it. Yeah,
yeah, that's Jack. That's your
Fritz
boy. That's Mr. Drop over
They
there.
are pretty funny though.
Yeah, they are funny. Aaron, do you have a famous accessory for us?
I did, but of course Chuck took my AI sleeve because he started the sleeve. You know,
Yeah.
Jordan had the half sleeve, but AI had the arm sleeve. And so on the slide, King Griffey Jr. with a backwards hat.
Wait, who?
Yeah.
Oh, King Griffey Jr. with a backwards.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one.
My favorite baseball player ever.
I would say. So who goes in the Mount Rushmore of backward hat? Ken Griffey Jr., Fred Durst,
Baker Mayfield,
Carson Wentz.
Not a good look.
Yeah. Wasn't a good one for Carson.
I
Wentz.
I'm trying to
remember
think of other
it.
people who wore backwards hats.
A catch, Johnny Bench.
Chad Smith, is that his name? The Red Hot Chili Peppers.
He
drummer?
is a backwards hat guy. Yeah, absolutely.
Never really been a backwards hat guy.
Obviously
I've
me
worn
neither.
my hat backwards before, but it's not preferred.
I went through a phase, but I look like a tool.
Yeah, well, everybody does. You got to believe in it.
Yeah,
you got to
that's the
really
problem.
commit.
Bryce
to
is
it.
a backwards hat guy.
He is.
Is Bryce a backwards hat
Yeah.
guy?
He is. Yeah. Dustin in the Northeast. You're on WIP. What's
Here
up,
we
Dustin?
go. Here we go.
Yep.
Yo, fellas.
What's up,
Fritzy.
Dustin?
What's up, Dustin?
Yo, Spike, I got a question for you real
Yeah,
quick. 'Cause I just subscribed. I watch you guys on TV. Looking good.
On
fellas.
YouTube?
Looking good.
Yeah, there we are.
All
Hi,
right.
I'm
I want to
waving.
get on YouTube TV, you know.
Yep. Yeah.
Same stuff.
Yep.
Yo, who's responsible for the camera equipment?
The equipment itself would be management. The managing of the cameras would be our guy Justin. But if there's are you going to complain that it's not in 1080p or whatever?
No protective on Jack's camera. That thing's going to be waterlogged in a couple weeks, man. Oh, WIP, get better, man. I want to see you guys.
Well, if you'll notice, Dustin, his camera is not right in front of his face like it is for us, and that is so the spit
We're trying to save money around here, Dustin.
Yeah, spritzy.
They've been planning it for years. Like, they've been planning it for years.
This guy's a thorn in my side.
Yeah. I didn't even see that one coming.
Yeah, neither did I.
I had to throw it out there. But no, I so much. First of all, he gives you a C plus. Is Chuck out of his friggin' mind?
Well, he was doing it to me.
Chuck, yes.
Yeah, it was
That's
a shot at
because
me.
He got butt hurt. His calls are the same thing every single time, dude. He gets too worked up over what you got to say about him. It's unbelievable.
That's true.
I can't tell if he's doing a bit or if he actually is.
That's
mad
where
at me.
I struggle.
Yeah.
And that's why he's a good caller.
Right, he is a good caller during football
Tell you
season.
what, though, Herb's the greatest caller of all time.
Totally agree.
Yeah. He doesn't even try. He doesn't. It's all talent. It's all. Imagine if he worked at it. It's all talent.
Unbelievable.
He just texted me a couple minutes ago, and he said, "See the chocolate." That's all he texted me. There's no photo. What does that mean?
Oh, you know what it means.
I know what it means, but like, where's the photo?
He forgot to send the photo.
Yesterday, I got a shirtless selfie.
Yeah, we saw that. See the chocolate?
Oh my God.
I got one more thing that we
Yeah.
What you got, Dustin?
Yeah, Dustin.
What sport do you need? You're talking about foot speed in golf.
Yes.
What sport do you need? The hand speed that's in golf is like nothing else.
I know, but you're reverse. That's not how it works. I'm saying that every sport shares one thing. Everything I would consider a sport shares one thing, and golf doesn't have it.
Right.
So that's where. Yes, obviously, hand speed is important in golf, but it's also important in video games. And we agree that is not a sport. So.
But you got to think of the mental aspect. You got
Video
think of
games?
walking 18 holes. You think
walking.
the mental midget back there. You think he's able to keep it together for 18 rounds?
Well, that's the only reason I'm sitting here.
Yeah.
That needs to be in the competition. Sprints versus the camera and
golf.
You got to go to a simulator. I don't know if you can have the camera walk 18 lanes.
Yeah, I don't think the camera hasn't walked 18 holes.
The insurance on the camera. Imagine the insurance on that.
Yeah.
On his groin.
Yeah, let me tell you, DeCamera's going to have to sign numerous waivers before that whole thing happens.
We got to get some more in details about it, fellas. We can't wait to watch it.
Well, I'm dying for the details as well. Dustin.
We all are.
Yeah, we all. Just the date, just the
An
date.
idea of when it's going to be.
Yeah, just before we forget about it, Dustin, why don't you give us, for next question today, a famous accessory?
Well, before my accessory, you guys get a solid A from me.
Thank you, Dustin.
Spritzy wasn't alive.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dustin.
It's
Always
fair.
appreciate it.
Yeah, it's fair.
Great show, fellas. Great show.
Thanks.
Real quick, my accessory would have to be Paul Wall with grills.
Oh, that's a good one. I haven't heard Paul Wall's name
Wall's
in.
Grill.
I hate that guy.
I haven't
You
heard.
like Paul Wall?
Oh,
Nice.
that guy's
He's
nauseating.
Now he had a moment.
Yeah, he had a moment.
when the down south,
Yes.
he's a Texas rapper. So when those guys, Chameleonaire, Bundy.
Well, I haven't heard the name Chameleon.
Right?
What an elementary school throwback for me.
Yeah, that was Paul Wall era, right?
Yeah, we're 8 Ball and MJG. That's not Texas, though. That's Georgia.
Memphis.
Oh, Memphis.
Memphis,
Okay.
yeah.
Right.
Yeah. No, man, Paul Wall's good. It's good
I
people.
like Paul Wall.
Man,
No problem
Paul
with
Wall
Paul
likes
Wall.
the chocolate too.
He does.
He's married.
Yeah. Oh, is he?
Yes, I believe so.
I always feel like, am I allowed to be saying this? Well,
Well, you aren't, but I am.
Yeah, yes. I should just go,
Well, it's like,
good one, Ike.
I can't say anything with the Jewish community.
Well, you can with me sitting here, I guess.
No, I wouldn't test
Well,
it.
yeah.
I would not test that.
Right. Yeah, we should. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Okay.
You're good.
Yeah.
Fritz is back there like, I'll stay out of
Yeah,
it.
get me out of this.
We're starting to sweat back here.
All right.
Probably go to break.
One last chance for you to get your grade in for the
One last
WIP
breath?
afternoon show. One last breath. 215-592-9494. And coming up, LeBron's agent declared something absolutely positively ridiculous about LeBron. We will get to that next. This is the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
During the NBA play-in tournament, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving all new customers a shot at $250 in bonus bets. Join FanDuel today. You'll get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Now, from three-pointers to steals to assists, FanDuel has so many ways to bet your favorite player props. Plus, after the game tips off, you can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. Just visit FanDuel.com/Ike to get in on all the NBA play-in tournament action. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies Giants. Leading off starts at 5:45. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:45. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Left field, that's going to go. Yeah. Nick Castellanos.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Burst pipes, leaks, clogs, corrosions, or even a loud, mysterious noise, don't wait for one of these plumbing problems to strike. Contact Horizon Services today. Horizon has the expertise to solve any plumbing problem because they've seen it all. Horizon has same-day service 24/7, so you won't wait around. And if it's a bigger job, say a water heater installation, Horizon Services has money-saving warranties, rebates, and flexible payment options. Schedule now at horizonservices.com. With Horizon Services, help is on the way.
Stop! Where's everybody going? Club Risque, the Delaware Valley's premier gentlemen's club, where there's always something happening. Free lunch weekdays, happy hour specials 6 days a week, the hottest entertainers in the world 7 days a week. And this week, it's adult film superstar Giselle Blanco, appearing in all 3 Club Risque locations, Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. Giselle Blanco, this Thursday through Saturday. Club Risque, your home for all UFC and championship boxing, shown on their multiple TV screens. ClubRisque.com.
Don't let April showers bring unwanted water damage to your roof. Call Home Genius Exteriors today and get 50% off materials with no interest and no payments till 2026. Plus, for a limited time, get free gutters with every roof install. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-U-R-GENIUS for your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
Attention!
Now, why does Jeremy have a megaphone?
Yeah, well, he's pretty jazzed about the new Mega Millions from the New Jersey Lottery. More mega! It's got a built-in multiplier now, and more eye-popping jackpots. Something mega got more mega! Even better odds of winning. It's more...
Mega?
When I say more, you say mega! More!
Play Mega Millions today. Now $5. Must be 18 or older to buy a lottery ticket. Please play responsibly. If you or somebody knows a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's time to get focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costco's here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. The pro basketball playoffs continue tonight. 9-10 seeds in both the East and the West in the play-in games, and the Western Conference game. Sacramento, a 4.5-point home favorite against Dallas. Total in the game, 214.5. And Dallas' season has obviously been a disaster since it traded its star player to the Los Angeles team in purple and gold. But Dallas still has the best player in this game and definitely has the better coach in this game as well. So I think 4.5 points is a bargain. Now, I don't know if Dallas is going to win, but I do think the game will be close. Give me Dallas plus the 4.5 tonight in Sacramento. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and take your game to the next level with the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
The best seats for baseball games are not in the bleachers. They're at Delilah's. Catch all the baseball action on Delilah's gigantic screens with the world's most beautiful showgirls on the runway and happy hour specials from 5 to 8 p.m. 7 days a week. Headed to the ballpark? Show your proof of attendance for free admission, pre or post game. Baseball games were made for Delilah's, the gentleman's club and steakhouse with ample free parking and late night dining. Details at delilahs.com. Delilah's, always on top.
Pause. Rewind. Or go to any part of your favorite WIP show with Odyssey Rewind. Only on the Odyssey app.
Okay, of the show. The Twitter question brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. Mark's is looking for artisans. Nope. Our Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers every single time because I didn't.
Big dumb dip.
Yeah, that's me because I didn't fix my friggin' doc. The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. I have a document with all my stuff, and there's one part, whatever. It's brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. Oh, look. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the different at Mark's
Would you stop?
Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. What grade would you give the WIP afternoon show after 1 year? 28.9% a B, 24.9% an F, 24% an A, and 22% a C. There you go.
Kiss my ass.
It's gonna be a pretty easy date to remember, by the way. So it's obviously Rebel too.
Rebel's birthday is my dog Rebel turns 11 today. Happy birthday, Rebel, my favorite buddy.
It's the day after the most important day of the year.
Tax
day. Yeah.
Also, Wawa's birthday today.
Oh, it is.
It is?
Yeah.
Oh, how about it?
Yeah.
Wow.
How old is Wawa?
250 years.
Like
the country.
Worked a Wawa. It is not
Just kidding,
250
it's
years.
not.
I was going to say, what?
I worked at a Wawa.
64?
Wawa was my first job. I worked it for probably just the summer before I worked at the Sunoco down the street. The Wawa's not there anymore. It was on
Now, this is back to the old Wawa, not a super Wawa?
Yes, it was an old one. It was Route 1 in Lima, right by Route 1 and 452. And I once...
Is it Lima or Lima?
Lima.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Lima?
Lima is in Peru, and Lima is in Delaware County.
Never a doubt.
Yeah.
I think I always said Lima.
We got
No.
Lima, Ohio, too.
Oh, really?
Lima,
Yeah,
Ohio,
that's
yeah.
good. Yeah, by the way, founded in Folsom in 1964.
There
Wawa.
you go. Folsom. There you go. Delco.
There you go.
Folsom, Delco. I once, I was making sandwiches once, and I cut my finger, and blood squirted everywhere, and everybody demanded a new sandwich.
Nice. I'm sure they did.
And I refused to get stitches, so I just went back and sat in a cold box with like 3 Band-Aids on my finger. There you go. That's my big Wawa story.
Did Daddy get you that job too?
Daddy did not get me that job. Daddy didn't get me that job. Daddy didn't get me the job at the Sunoco either. I'm trying to think. No, none of them. None of them.
None of them?
None of them.
Oh, okay.
So was Rich Paul was on McAfee?
Damn McAfee.
Pat McAfee.
Gets everyone.
Yeah, he gets everybody.
And do we have this?
Yo!
We don't have the audio. Oh,
Have the audio?
well.
I thought you were just going to talk about it.
Yeah. Kind of works better with the audio, I guess.
Well, I didn't know it was on McAfee.
Put the link in my thing. Anyway.
Oh, okay.
All right. Rich Paul was on McAfee.
Yes.
And he said that,
You sound just like him. It's fine.
well, he said, hey, Pat, you know, I don't consider what LeBron did in Miami a big 3 because Chris Bosh really sacrificed a lot. So he really wasn't part of a big 3.
Yeah.
That is, I know LeBron has everybody doing his bidding for him.
Man.
That sounds moronic and it works against you. It's not only a big 3, it's like the thing that cemented what a big 3 is.
Yes, it's where I understand there may have been big 3s before.
Like the
that,
Celtics had a big
but
3.
it became a popular term.
And the other
because
teams
of
in the
Miami.
NBA tried to do it
Yes.
because of this.
Yeah.
It was a big 3. Chris Bosh was an all-star. Dwayne Wade was an all-star. LeBron was an all-star. They all decided to go together to go to Miami because nobody wanted to go to Cleveland and play in Miami. It's definitely a big 3.
Yeah.
It sounds ridiculous. You should just own it and take credit for it. You got your championship that, you know, your I did everything championship in Cleveland when the other guys got hurt and he beat Golden State.
Yes, stop with the whole trying to rewrite. I'm going to tell you what's amazing with the LeBron thing is that I believe LeBron has allowed this to dictate what he does.
Yes, his continual obsession with everybody saying that he
is the best. Yes.
It's the one thing that Stephen A got right.
Yeah.
He's like, you hate me because I just don't say you're better than Jordan. And he thinks he can just keep going and keep going, keep doing all this stuff. And eventually everybody's going to wake up one day
And be like,
go,
oh, yeah, he is greater than Michael Jordan.
Yep.
And it's not likely going to happen. You would have to win more titles. And even then, the formula for you getting it doesn't necessarily make you greater than Michael Jordan. You're a great player. He's a great player. He's one of the 5 greatest players I think that's ever played the game.
Maybe 10.
I'll give him that. I'll give him that. But this idea that you somehow need to manipulate the public's thinking with your media people and everybody that's a big somebody other than Pat McAfee, I wouldn't be surprised if it comes out that he's represented by Clutch. Like everybody's represented by his agency,
right? So they can
that's
all
in the
say,
media. Yeah. So it's like it actually, to me, like you just said, it actually works against him because the public is too smart for that, and they know that's what you're trying to do. Now you're gonna say Chris Bosh wasn't a great player?
Here's the thing.
The guy was an Olympian.
And LeBron, if you happen to be listening to this, even if you win a championship this year, you lose again because you had to go get Luka to win a championship. We're all just
he's 40.
Yes. But a championship this year doesn't count
He wins
toward
a championship
his.
as the second best player at 40+ years old. That's impressive.
Well, it's impressive. It doesn't make him the best basketball player of all time.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Whatever, knock your
And
little
Austin
self out.
Reeves is the second best player on that team.
Well,
Everybody
you know,
knows it.
Heads up player.
Heads up player.
Yeah.
Yeah, thinking man's player.
Get your guy together
Works
in there,
hard.
man.
Yeah, come
No,
on.
I know.
So since we got to get to text line and then we have to get to.
By the way, it's like the longest text line ever.
Okay.
People were cooking this.
All right. So we're going to go quick and then we got to get to leading off. We have, if you're on the board right now, we're going to go to you quickly just so you can give your grade and maybe a one-liner and get out. If you take too long, don't say, how are you? Blah, 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 blah. We don't have time for that now. We just want everybody's grade for the show after 1 year. So we're going to speed through them. I'm sorry, we don't have time for a full call with everybody. Bruce in DC, what grade do you give us?
I give y'all an A.
I love you, Bruce. My guy. Well, sorry, you don't get more. Big A, West Philly. Give us a grade.
Hey, man, I can't stay on for this, man. Yeah, y'all get a B-.
Wow. Wow. A great appearance from
It's
Big
actually
A.
a better grade than I thought he was going to give us.
Yep.
I thought he might give us a C-.
Yeah, he's so mad. Mad Mike, you're a
Oh, this is
WFT. Give us
definitely an F.
give us a grade.
C-. Your booger eater callers are killing the show.
All right, there he is. He's back, ladies and gentlemen. That
Call
Mike
more
is
often,
back.
Mike.
Alan in West Oak Lane, give us a grade.
I just popped the Bluetooth, but I'm going to give you an A-.
There you go.
It's called a big dose of D.
There you go. Tony in West Philly, give us a grade.
I'm going to give you an A because I see wisdom, knowledge, and entertainment. You haven't reached the pinnacle of your profession yet. The sky's the limit. Keep this group together. I've been waiting, but I'll call back tomorrow.
All right,
with
Tony.
my top 4.
All right, thank you, man.
Appreciate that,
man,
Tony.
There's a great call.
Yeah, I wanted to skip text line for him.
Yeah, I just want Tony to keep going. Tell me more, Tony. Steve in Willow Grove, give us a grade.
We got to go A because it's the hump day birthday, and thank you for taking my call.
All right, thank you, Steve.
Guys like to be stroked.
We do. And Bam in Upper Darby, final guy, give us a grade, Bam. And right on cue. There we go. Right on cue.
Ooh, boy.
Right on cue. Bam would have given us an A.
Always.
Yeah.
He's like tattooed on his back.
Yes. Has anyone ever seen all these tattoos
He
he said
keeps
he got?
saying that everything's tattooed on his back.
I've not seen
Starting to see
Yeah,
proof of that.
I got to see it. The text line is brought to you by Benari Jewelers. Don't settle for ordinary. Choose extraordinary. Choose Benari Jewelers at Exton and Newtown Square. Online at BenariJewelers.com.
Text line, text line, text line. All these callers saying Spike is bringing down the show had me thinking we should give a break on the text line. But nope, sorry, old habits die hard. The text line.
Oh, no. I got another. The text line's been hard on me for like 2 weeks. All right, go ahead.
Can't believe it's been a year. Wow, if I had to give the show a letter grade, it would be E. A, Eagles! Chuck in Mount Airy.
I love it. I love it. That's pretty good.
What's next?
I've never seen anyone on WIP smile bigger than Ike when Mike Mayock compliments him on his football knowledge. The YouTube chat.
Fair.
They can finally see it.
Yeah.
I got to remember that, too.
No, I know.
Yeah.
It's time today I was thinking about reminding you.
Yeah.
The camera's always on.
Camera's
I gotta
on.
Remember that, yes.
I like that the YouTube people are picking stuff up like that, though, too. Did they pick up Jack hanging himself with his phone cord where he doesn't like to call it?
No, he tries to go hard and do it now.
Yeah.
Whatever.
What's next?
I had to call in just to call you out, Ike. I'm watching you on YouTube, and I don't see any tattoos, and you're eating a cheeseburger during breaks. Callers inexplicably confusing Ike and Spike.
It has been happening more and more.
What? Confusing us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For no reason.
Yeah.
Who's eating a cheeseburger during break?
No, I think it was
you would be eating Spike would be eating a cheeseburger, and you would have all the tattoos.
Get it? The
Gotcha.
confusion.
I got you.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Now we do still have the situation with Chickies.
What do you mean?
With the bathroom.
With the
He calls me Spike.
Oh,
And
right.
he doesn't know that you're on the
The
show.
guy in the bathroom. Right. Yes. And by the way, we're not on camera during breaks. That would be a funny little thing to have us monitored during breaks, but I don't think they're allowed to do
Yeah, I
it
don't
or
think they're
something.
allowed
Yeah.
to do
What's next?
Gosh, I thought Spike only hated Jalen Hurts, Tyrese Maxey, and Alec Boehm, but now I don't know what to think. People that live in apartments.
Oh, the renters.
The renters.
I don't hate them. It's just he said his home burned down. It didn't.
He lived there.
Somebody else's home burned down.
That he helped pay for.
Yeah. I'm just talking about facts.
That was a good segment.
Yeah.
Yeah. It wasn't his home.
Yeah. Somebody somewhere is like, your home burned down. This is my
It's
home.
actually my home.
Yeah. What's next?
Jeopardy host, an actress doing a gender reveal at a house that she only rents and doesn't even own. Jeopardy contestant, what is Spike Eskin's worst nightmare? Frank in Ardmore.
Look,
Another good one.
the gender reveals are fine. Just don't do them during the baseball game. What's next?
That was the worst hour of my life. Battle in the studio with Broads.
He said it smelled like cologne for 3 hours after he left.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Smell like what?
Cologne.
Oh, Broads wears a lot of cologne.
Is he an
Say it.
axeman
Oh,
or
he
something
seems
like
like
that?
you know, back in high school.
Yeah.
He wore Aeropostale.
Yeah,
or
an
like
axe.
Hollister.
Just drenched in Axe body spray.
Exactly.
Yeah, I smell so good. The ladies love me. All right, what's next?
I can't even give this show a letter grade. More like an incomplete. Am I right? Mike Lombardi.
Oh, no, you don't say anything.
Yeah. Failure to finish
He
the
left,
job.
He left us in the
Yep.
middle of the season.
Yep, incomplete is right, Mike. What's
And we
next?
actually improved.
We did. We Mayock. The better Mike. What's next?
Yikes. Is there a grade lower than F? Hockey fans, when Ike started asking hockey questions.
That was a tough moment.
We're like, is season over? Are they still playing? What's next?
Love the show, but I got to give it a B-. And the reason is we just need a little less of Elliott, Tornado, the top 5 at 5, the text line, Flyers, and 15 Eagles talk. Callers who probably think Beat the Hammer is awesome.
Oh, wow. Oh.
Got the morning show.
Oh, there's Jack. What's next?
Please stop saying, let's turn it up. The cookout to OK Andrew.
You picked up on that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a tough scene.
Yeah. Well, he was trying to. Corey really coaching him, I feel like. What's next?
But just last night, I watched a documentary about the music band The Eagles. Ike trying to explain why he should rise in the Insider of the Year rankings.
Text line. He's always got some excuse.
Yeah, well,
Let's why don't we get to leading off?
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. This is Leading Off, sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP, an Odyssey sports station.
It's the Thunderstruckers ball.
Strom's pitch swung on, popped up. This should end it. Harper left to the bag at first. He's under it and calling, and he's got it. And the ball game is over. A 1-2-3 ninth inning for Matt Strom to finish it off. And the Phillies even up the series at a game apiece with a 6-4 win.
This is Leading Off, brought to you by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. Phils and Giants again, 3rd of 4, the afternoon finale tomorrow. Tonight is Robbie Ray versus Knowles. Phil's at a -150 favorite. Over under is 7.5. Last night,
pretty big favorite.
It is a pretty big favorite.
Robbie Ray's
good. Yeah. The game last night was it's crazy to say must win. 17 games in the season, but I really do felt like they needed to end that slide last night, and they did. They hit well. They didn't bust out for 13 runs or anything, but they hit well. They had some clutch hitting from Alec Boehm. It was a big moment for him. I also thought it was a big moment for Jose Alvarado getting himself into trouble and pitching his way out of it. Little nail biter right there at the end with that fly ball to center, but got a couple of strikeouts there and was important. And then Strom coming in the 9th and getting a 1-2-3 inning. So a nice little moment from the bullpen last night. Bryce hits a home run.
Jordan
Romano looked good. I'll admit, he looked good. I just thought overall it was a good win. Home run from Bryce, win-aided home run, but home run nonetheless. So It was. I'm just being honest. But I thought that was a really big win from them last night, and hopefully something to build on for Bohm. Almost specifically, having a big hit in a big spot. That is a big game from those guys.
I don't really think it's overstating it saying it was a must win. Not a must win from a sense of the season is over with if they don't win. But are you kidding me? You imagine us coming in here today with another loss?
It was to stop the bleeding.
Yes.
They
you had to have it.
Yeah.
You had to have it last night. Offense came through. Bohm with the big hit to give him the 4-3 lead. But Bryce with the insurance runs. Man, Stott with a couple good hits last night.
Big triple.
Yeah, okay, I can get behind that baseball. I can get behind watching that type of baseball.
I thought Kepler smoked the ball 4 times.
Dude, I meant to tell you, man, your boy, he looks like he's hitting the ball well right now,
Started
man.
squared up a little bit more, which is big. Because the outfield production's been brutal. We know third base, we know about center field. Kepler was signed to lengthen the lineup out a little bit.
Yeah.
He went through a bad week, but I really think that since that maybe last Braves or some of the games over the weekend started to heat up a little bit, and I thought he's looked good on the homestand so far.
And JT a couple hits last night.
Boy, he hit a home run.
Yeah.
That was a wall scraper.
Well, but it was also, the wind was blowing in clearly from left field.
Was not blowing in, it was blowing over.
I guess so.
It wasn't blowing in.
Well, but
he's saying it's not blowing it back.
It's not blowing it. It wasn't blowing in. It was blowing over.
No, well, I'm just saying, the one later is obviously wind aided that he's able to get the hit on. They got lucky with.
Yeah.
So, all right. Well,
Player to count on is brought. Player to count on, sponsored by Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury, New Jersey. Honest pricing, dedicated service every day. Who did I have? Yesterday I had Stott. I know I did Trey earlier this week, but we need a Trey breakout game.
Yeah.
I need a Trey breakout game. I'm going Trey Turner once again. He's due. That's what I'm saying. Trey Turner is due. I'm going Trey.
And he's in the leadoff spot for you tonight.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
I haven't seen the starting lineup yet.
Trey's in the leadoff spot tonight.
Well, lefty on the mound. He also should have had a home run last night that the wind kept in. So that was a good sign.
Trey's a good one to go with. I went with Casty yesterday. I'm going to go with Casty again today.
Nice.
Yeah, I'll go with Casty again.
He's looking good, man.
He is, man.
We might be getting Cubs version of Casty from 2019.
Sometimes I'm nervous to look at that batting average and see where it's at, and you realize how good he is.
He's hitting 290. Yeah.
I'll take Bomer.
Oh,
I'll take Bomer. Come on, man.
You feel so good for that guy.
I do feel good for Bo. You're all worked up that I feel good for a player who's going through some struggles.
Fuck.
That's right, because Spike's going to be by himself.
No, because I see.
I don't know why you're so worried about it.
I'm not worried about it. I'm just, you know what? I'm going to keep the off-air stuff off the air and the on-air stuff on the air. We can all,
what happened
we can all tweet to our heart's content about Alec Bohm.
I want him to be good.
Yeah.
There's only one guy in this town.
I've done what you're doing.
I'm not doing anything.
All right. Okay.
I'm a checkers player.
All right. Okay. Scoops Caney joins us next from the stadium.
Is she going to give us a correct win prediction tonight?
She said blowing out of right field, didn't she?
But it was a roundabout answer.
No, she said the wind's really blowing. We were like, which way? She's like, well, I don't know. And he's like,
flags.
Yeah.
There's flags right there.
Yeah.
Come on, Scoops.
Right.
There's some people on this show that are into gambling on the game.
Yes. Scoops is next. This is the this is leading off. And you know what? You got to lead off with one thing in the bedroom.
Oh, buddy.
It's called a big dose of D.
No, that's the end part. The beginning part is the blue chew. Well, the beginning part, here's how you do it.
Yeah.
Swallow it.
All right. You pop the blue chew. Then it's the sexy music.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a glass of wine.
Oh, man.
And then you're ready to go. You're ready to cook.
Yeah.
You want to cook?
Yeah.
Like you used to.
She's ready.
She's ready.
Mm-hmm.
You want to cook like you cooked when you were like 25.
Right.
And Blue Chew will help you do it.
Taking everybody to Pound
Oh,
Town,
my
baby.
goodness. You're on one today. Blue Chew is a chewable, so you don't have to worry about swallowing a pill. And it's all online, which is, you do everything online, right? You should be able to do this online. You shouldn't have to make an appointment with a doctor and wait 3 months for the doctor's appointment.
Nobody wants to do that.
Nope. You shouldn't have to wait in line at the pharmacy. You should come right to your mailbox, and Blue Chew's doing it all that way.
Yeah.
And because it's all made here in the USA, it's cheaper and better.
No tariffs.
No tariffs, so it's cheaper right here in the US of A. The same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, and Staxin.
Yep.
Just perform better, more confidence, happier couple, more, nookie.
Yeah.
There it is.
Yeah. So well, we're gonna just feel good. Yes, we're gonna pay for your first month here, the WIP afternoon
Just
show.
a bunch of good guys.
Yes, we want your first month to be free. Go to BlueChew.com. Use code 94. Your first month's gonna be free. You just have to pay for the shipping, $5. Then you, sir, can
chew it and do it.
Do it.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Same game parlay from Bet365 just keeps getting better.
Well, it's even easier to make a bet. Choose from the most popular markets like hits, run line, totals, and home runs. So many to choose from.
Download the app, start building your bet, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to truegreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check the GPS directions first before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is Leading Off, sponsored by Nissan, on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars a thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. What to watch for, brought to you by Xfinity Mobile, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. Xfinity Mobile customers now get exclusive access to Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig on the go. Joining us, our very own Scoops Caney, live from Citizens Bank Park. Scoops, how are we feeling?
I'm feeling good. Happy anniversary, guys. I couldn't do this little hit without wishing you guys congratulations on making it a year.
Man, thank you.
We should have done what the morning show did with Jason Kelsey and say, what was your favorite moment of the last
year?
year?
What was your favorite moment? Yeah.
Of this show?
Yeah, this one? This show? Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Scoops, what grade would you give us for our first year, A through F?
Oh, wow. I get to grade you guys?
Yep.
So I was listening earlier. I'm like, I wonder if they're going to ask me. I assumed you wouldn't. I'm going to give you a B+. It would be an A+, but I have to detract a little. I think maybe you need some more female voices on the show, but I'm glad I can aid in that.
Yes.
Wow. more female voices.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. Well, we are taking constructive criticism, Scoop.
Yep.
So we will take that. And you are a female voice, but
I am.
yeah, maybe we'll have you on every hour until we
Funny
know
how
more.
that works,
Yeah, we
isn't
don't
it?
know
It's
more
crazy.
people. Yeah, we need to know more people. So big question is, has Rob Thompson cut you off anytime in the last 24 hours while asking a question?
Guys, I think Rob Thompson and I are on the mend, or
good.
he heard my hit on leading off last night. I don't know, because I did get a full question in
There you go.
and a full answer from him today on Aaron Nola. I was really nervous about it, but only one, but still, I got it in.
Getting
And
somewhere.
he answered pretty well. So
Okay.
I think we're on his good side again.
Okay.
You know, it's hard to, I don't know if you can tell just being around them, but it felt like a particularly big win last night for an early season game for a team that is, only a game and a half out of first place anyway.
Yeah.
But we were calling it a must win, not in that if they lose, the season's over, but it felt like a stop the bleeding sort of win. They felt tense yesterday to me too. And I wonder if it feels any different out there today.
It does. It really does. And I think, all jokes aside, when it comes to Topper and his pregame and postgame availabilities, even today, you could just sense that the whole team kind of got that monkey off their back. And I know it's only one game of 162 and it's a long season, but it really felt like they were feeling it. And you could see that in their at-bats, from the top of the lineup down, they were pressing. And I feel like, from Alec Boehm to Brandon Marsh and even Bryce Harper, who just hit his first home run in Citizens Bank Park of the season yesterday, like you feel a collective exhale. And we kind of heard Harper touch on that post game too. I thought his comments were really interesting, where it's, this is a game and we're really lucky that we get to play this game, for our jobs and make a bunch of money and play in front of amazing fans. And we need to remember that, it's not like he didn't say this, but it's not like we're like out here saving lives. Like we need to enjoy and have fun is basically what he was saying. And it kind of contradicts what he said and what the team said to start the season, which was, no more daycare, no more fun and games. We're going to lock in and focus. But I think that approach isn't necessarily working for this team. And maybe they're realizing that.
Well, and the other thing is like you can't talk your way into being somebody that you're not.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? Like it almost feels like I appreciated the effort, but you can't just convince yourself that you're serious.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Right.
It felt like a little bit like they were trying to be something that they're not.
Yeah. And I'm not saying that they need to go, dump water on each other's heads and throw Uncrustables at each other after every game like they did last season, but there is a certain element to, when you're playing baseball every single day, pretty much. I mean, they're in the middle of a 16-game stretch. Like you need to have fun at times and you need to stay loose. And I think they're realizing the importance of that.
All right, Scoops, we got to go. Jack's yelling at me because we got to get out. So we make sure we get to Phillies on deck. Knock 'em dead. Tell Rob Thompson we said hi.
Yep.
All right, will do. Thanks, guys.
All right.
All right, Scoops.
The injury report is brought to you by Martin Law, the law firm for injured workers for over 40 years. Ranger Suarez's recent start went well. He will be up in Philly throwing a bullpen, and then he may get one more start down in the minors before he comes back. So that's good news. More next on Leading Off on 94 WIP. Oh, now's a good time for baseball. Now's also a great time to go and get a brand new Hyundai at Colonial, because until April 30th, they're going to have it for the lowest price possible. John Ashdell, the Car Czar, doesn't screw around. The team at Colonial doesn't screw around. They're not going to waste your time. And for the grand reopening sales event, they have a very special selection of Hyundais that are waiting for you for a great price. Palisades is impossible to find sometimes. The Ioniq 6, also impossible to find. Kona, Tucson, whatever you want, locked in savings, but it's first come, first serve. First come, first serve. 0% financing. First come, first serve. Get down there. Every new Hyundai comes with 3 years of complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain with Hyundai Assurance. Online 24/7. ColonialHyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai. See dealer for full details.
Bring spring to your door with Target Circle 360. Get all you need for Easter hosting, spring get-togethers, and more with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. From Easter basket goodies to fresh florals, Getting everything the same day is easy. Open the Target app and bring the magic of the season to your door with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. Visit target.com/circle or the Target app for more details. Subscription required. Same-day delivery is subject to terms. Applies to orders over $35.
What up, fellow Gen Xers? Elizabeth Banks here. As the original Latchkey kids, we took things into our own hands, like house keys and video game controllers. And now it's time for us to do it again, because the recommended age to get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. We're at over 6 times greater risk compared to adults under 50. So go to vaxassist.com and schedule. Gen X, this is our shot. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check the GPS directions first before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
With Wawa's new $2 for $6 menu, grab the order you want with options at $2, $4, and $6. Limited time only. Gotta have a Wawa.
This is Leading Off, sponsored by Nissan. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
This is Leading Off on 94 WIP. We got the weather wrong last night, Jack. Gonna get it right tonight.
We didn't mention the wind.
Well, the rain.
Yeah, but
I said it was
didn't really
0%
rain.
chance, and it rained.
Oh, well, listen,
Yeah.
that's why we have tornadoes. The big guns.
Yeah.
So listen, the weather, as always, is brought to you by Pella Windows and Doors of Philadelphia for windows and doors that go beyond. Visit the pros at PellaPhilly.com. Spike, back to you.
All right. Looks like clear skies tonight, right around 52 degrees. Winds gusts as high as 15 miles per hour out of the west-northwest. What does that mean? No clue. No clue. The starting lineups are brought to you by the Fence Authority. Make your new fence as easy as 1, 2, 3 at the Fence Authority. Leading off and playing shortstop, Trey Turner in that leadoff spot. Bryce Harper hits second and playing first base. Kyle Schwarber back in left field. Are we serious? Schwarber in left field hitting third.
I don't know about that one.
Schwarber in left field hitting third.
He played 3 games out there and pulled his hamstring on the third one.
Castellanos hitting cleanup and playing right field. JT Realmuto is DHing and hitting fifth, hitting sixth, and playing third base. Inching his way back up the lineup is Alec Boehm. Edmundo Sosa giving Stoddy a day off and playing second and hitting seventh. Marshawn hitting eighth and catching and hitting ninth. And playing center field is Johan Rojas. On the mound is one Aaron Nola.
Come on, Knowles. He grinded his last time out.
It feels like he's been grinding this whole season.
He has.
I know
He's getting some runs early.
Yeah. Yeah, they're
Yeah,
not.
not any run support in any of the games.
That's a good point. It's a good point. And he doesn't.
Get so fired up about protecting Knowles. It's
Saying, you guys get started, man.
No, I like Knowles. I like
Anything.
Knowles.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
We
I like
he's been
Knowles. I
grinding out
like
there.
Knowles.
Jeez. Robbie Ray's tough. I'm just letting everyone know.
I just think get a guy some early run support. That's all I'm
not
saying.
making excuses. I'm just saying it's a
You're
tough
making
picture.
sure
This
you're
is-
cheering for Bowman.
Yeah, Bowman's my homie.
Bowman's my homie.
Yeah.
All right. Phillies on deck is next. We will talk to you tomorrow. Thank you so much for listening.
I can't believe you scored tickets para Nati Natasha.
After saving so much at T-Mobile, I thought, ¿por qué no darnos un gusto?
There she is.
Nati, can we get a picture?
Claro que sí.